A wooden cabin, a long sword, a Taoist rope. Chen Anyun stared blankly at the familiar, yet strange. Just a few minutes ago he had scattered into a patch of starlight amidst the boundless galaxy, with a serene smile on his face under the remorseful, anguished, and pleading gaze of Xianxia. But now he had inexplicably returned to this alto familiar setting. Wasn't it said that upon completing his mission he would be sent back to Earth along with 10 small goals as a bonus? He had thought he could finally live the life of complete leisure he had always dreamed of. Why was he back at the very beginning of his transmigration? System, come out and explain. Chen Anyun roared inwardly. Host, please calm down. I have just received a response from the heavenly Tao of this world. It said that because the host completed the mission too perfectly, this heavenly Tao has finally broken free from the shackles of the brain-dead author and become a truly free world. Xiaotong congratulates the host, sincerely congratulates the host. Great'll give you a thumbs up, but what does that have to do with me? Where are my rewards? I don't care. I want to go back to Earth. I want 10 small goals. Host, it's not that Xiaotong doesn't want to send you back to Earth, but your physical body on Earth has already turned to ash. Even if you return, you could only exist as a soul. Even if I gave you 10 small goals, you couldn't use them. So you were lying to me from the start. How dare Xiaotong deceive you, host? In the original plan, you only needed to make the female leads of this world more regretful than before. But your actions were so brilliant that all the female leads ended up with lifelong regrets, thus breaking the author's control. The world's restart consumed all its energy, leaving no way to reshape a physical body for you across space. Moreover, after the world restarted, you no longer need to complete any missions. You can plan your life exactly as you wish. The heavenly Tao has specially preserved all your cultivation. That means in this world you are now an invincible existence. Chen Anyun sensed his own body. Indeed, as the system had said, his qi was full and his Tao methods were complete. His previous cultivation at the heavenly human realm had been fully preserved. Fine. Chen Anyun thought to himself. He was an orphan with nothing to miss on Earth. Now being able to live freely in this immortal cultivation world didn't seem so bad. As for the female leads from his previous life, he had no intention of getting involved with them again. Whatever happened before, let it be a shared dream. However, to be safe, he still asked, System, besides me, is there anyone else in this world who retains memories of the previous life? Theoretically, it should. Maybe. Probably. Be the case. The system replied hesitantly. A bad premonition arose in Chen Anyun's heart. Damn, it couldn't be. Bang! At that moment the door was suddenly thrown open. A delicate young girl appeared at the doorway of Chen Anyun's room, staring at him with indescribable complexity in her eyes. Well, it seemed there was no need to ask further. Chen Anyun instantly understood and couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. As a game scriptwriter from Earth who was famous for writing tragic stories, only he knew how cruel he had been to the girl. Of course, perhaps it began with the girl's own fault and the system's urging, but Chen Anyun had to admit that he had gotten carried away at the time, playing the role of a villain and using his refined knife-wielding skills on her. Looking at the complex emotions in the girl's eyes, Chen Anyun hesitated, then decided to act as if he knew. Although he considered himself a scumbag, Chen Anyun still couldn't bring himself to accept this affection that was built on a false script. What was this called? Exactly, there is a Tao even for scumbags. Fortunately, his acting skills from the previous life had reached a considerable level. In the blink of an eye, his face had returned to a peaceful expression with a tone carrying 2 parts of affection. He smiled and said, Junior Sister Chu, is there something you need? At that moment, warm sunlight streamed through the half-shuttered window into the small wooden cabin, draping a golden veil over Chen Anyun. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a lock of playful hair from the girl's bangs, then letting it fall. For an instant, even Chen Anyun felt that everything had returned to that simple and beautiful time. Not yet. Chu Huairou blinked, suppressing the yearning that threatened to explode in her chest. The face that haunted her dreams made her want to rush forward and melt into his embrace. But the current him was not yet the him she knew. In other words, although the senior brother was still the senior brother, he had not yet experienced the heart-wrenching and regretful events of the future. When she realized she had returned to the past, she had rushed straight to her senior brother's room without a second thought. Apart from the chance to see him again, she had no other thoughts. But after seeing him, Chu Huairou finally calmed down, and her mind began to think again. Though the emotions in her chest urged her to hug him recklessly, she forced herself to resist, even biting her tongue, until a faint taste of iron filled her mouth. Thank goodness nothing has happened yet. Thank goodness everything can still be redeemed. This time I will hold you tightly in my arms, and no one can take you away. Though thinking this in her heart, Chu Huairou still put on a cute smile, fitting her current persona. Since she hadn't made such an expression for a long time, the corners of her mouth were stiff, but fortunately Chen Anyun was not observant, so she could maintain her persona with a sense of self-satisfaction. In a trembling voice that she herself didn't notice, she said casually, nothing much. It's just that the sect competition is tomorrow, so I'm a bit worried and wanted to see you. Chen Anyun's mouth twitched, unable to bear his junior sister's poor acting. He said gently, "Don't worry, junior sister. You've only been in the sect for a short time, so just watch the competition. You don't need to participate. What about you, senior brother? Women are natural actresses." After the initial excitement, Chu Huairou gradually found her rhythm, blinking her lively big eyes, looking genuinely cute. Chen Anyun couldn't help but smile. He recalled the plot of this period and said, "As the senior brother of the Spirit Sword Peak, I naturally have to compete. But I heard that senior brother Zhang from the Purple Bamboo Peak has already broken through to the Profound Passage realm. Even I don't have much certainty." "No," Chu Huairou suddenly shouted loudly. Then both of them were taken aback. Sensing her emotional outburst, Chu Huairou quickly covered up. "I mean, senior brother, you practice hard every day. Senior brother Zhang is definitely no match for you. You need to have confidence." "I hope so," Chen Anyun said ambiguously. In truth, with his current cultivation, fighting a Profound Passage realm cultivator was like an adult crushing an ant. "Then I'll take my leave. Good night, senior brother." Chu Huairou secretly blamed herself for losing control, but also congratulated herself on her excellent acting, believing she had shown no flaws. Chen Anyun looked at his junior sister's expression of obvious joy and couldn't bring himself to expose her. He just maintained a smile and replied, "Good night, junior sister." Watching the door slam shut with a bang, Chen Anyun smiled wryly. He began to think seriously about what to do next. Since Chu Huairou still retained memories of the previous life, he was not naive enough to think it was an isolated case. Recalling the troublesome personalities and behaviors of those female leads, he felt a burning sense of urgency. Maybe he should just leave the sect directly. The world was vast, and it wouldn't be hard to hide. Or perhaps he could simply ascend to the upper realm in a short time. According to their cultivation levels, it would take at least several hundred years for them to come looking for him. Just as Chen Anyun was seriously pondering, the door suddenly slammed open again, revealing a delicate face through the crack. "You will definitely win this competition." Chu Huairou waved her little fist. "I might not even be here tomorrow," Chen Anyun thought to himself. But he couldn't reveal his true thoughts yet. Maintaining his gentle senior brother persona, he smiled and asked, "Oh, what makes you say that?" He suddenly realized that these female leads were all favored by the heavenly Tao. In the future, they would either bring blessings to a region or ascend to immortality. If he couldn't find a good way to make a natural exit, there would be endless trouble. While he was lost in thought, Chu Huairou suddenly looked at him seriously and said with pride, "Because my senior brother is invincible under heaven." After saying this, she returned to her lively, playful junior sister persona and ran off in a flash, leaving Chen Anyun to savor those words in a daze. Invincible under heaven. He had heard these words before, but in a different time. The speaker was the same and the tone was the same. This made his thoughts drift, involuntarily returning to the time he spent with Chu Huairou in the previous life. The previous master of Lingjian Peak, who was also Chen Anyun's teacher, had been missing for many years. All matters great and small on Lingjian Peak were decided by him, the senior brother. This senior brother was kind to everyone, but he treated the little junior sister with particular tenderness. This was a fact unanimously acknowledged by all disciples of Lingjian Peak. Chu Huairou, as the little junior sister, was glad to cling to Chen Anyun's side. If nothing unexpected occurred, these two would likely become the future master of Lingjian Peak in Tai's sect and his peak mistress. Chen Anyun himself possessed outstanding cultivation and handled affairs with fairness. He was highly respected in the hearts of Lingjian Peak's disciples, so for this pair of companions who had grown up together, the vast majority of disciples sincerely offered their blessings. Unfortunately, whenever people say, if nothing unexpected occurs, the unexpected is bound to happen. On this very day, the long-missing Peak Master suddenly returned, bringing with him a mortal named Zhou Qing. When he returned, the Peak Master was already grievously wounded. After hurriedly explaining a few matters to Chen Anyun, he announced that he would enter a life-or-death seclusion. His only charge to Chen Anyun was that he had accepted Zhou Qing as his final disciple, urging Chen Anyun to teach him well. Chen Anyun did not fail the trust placed in him and began to guide Zhou Qing's cultivation with earnest care. Zhou Qing's cultivation advanced with astonishing speed, far surpassing his peers, which once aroused Chen Anyun's suspicion that Zhou Qing might be concealing his true strength. Yet he had no proof, and Zhou Qing always appeared harmless and meek, so Chen Anyun gradually set aside his vigilance and began to treat Zhou Qing as an ordinary junior brother. Tai's sect stood at the pinnacle of the righteous path. The vast majority of its disciples were second or third generation cultivators, or even born into cultivation clans. These disciples began cultivation from childhood and were repeatedly ordered by their elders to keep far away from the mortal world, so they had always been deeply curious about mortal affairs. Moreover, Zhou Qing was never stingy in sharing amusing stories from the mortal world. His speech was witty and humorous, and he quickly won the favor of Lingjian Peak's disciples. Among those disciples was the little junior sister Chuharu. Unknowingly, Zhou Qing's name began to surface now and then in her conversations with Chen Anyun. "Senior brother, when will you take me to play in a mortal city?" The little junior sister would always ask with longing in her eyes. "Once I finish this busy period, we'll go," came Chen Anyun's habitual reply. His answer was always the same. What followed was the disappointment in her gaze, but he truly was overwhelmed. The hundredsome disciples of Lingjian Peak all relied on him for arrangements and management. By the time Chen Anyun had finally handled all the affairs of Lingjian Peak and turned around, he realized that the little junior sister who used to chirp incessantly at his side had not come to find him for a very long time. The next moment, he saw Chuharu sneaking off with Zhou Qing toward a nearby mortal city. The two wandered the streets together, ate at roadside stalls, and watched fireworks. When they stood hand in hand, gazing at multicolored fireworks blooming in the sky, the light in the little junior sister's eyes rivaled the brilliance of the stars themselves. Only then did he understand that without either of them noticing, Chuharu's maiden heart had already quietly bound itself to Zhou Qing. Chen Anyun had not treated her poorly, the finest cultivation resources, care, and concern that missed no detail. Even the demon-slaying sword at her waist had been seized by him at the risk of his life, wrested from fiends within the demon-sealing tower while he suffered grave injuries, all to present it as a 15th birthday gift for Chuharu. But all of this had become meaningless. He had lost to candied hawthorn skewers that could be bought anywhere in the mortal world with a few copper coins, and lost to the kaleidoscopic fireworks filling the night sky. At that time, though Chen Anyun's heart was wrung with anguish as he watched the little junior sister's joyful smile, he did what all devoted supporting men in such tales do. He chose to retreat in silence and guard from afar. He thought this feeling would slowly fade with time, yet as he saw Chuharu and Zhou Qing's bond grow deeper by the day, he felt only pain that cut to the bone. He did not know that when he chose to remain silent, the expression on Chuharu's face was one of equal disappointment. Yet, just as Chen Anyun was about to give up, a turning point appeared. By a stroke of chance, he discovered Zhou Qing's true identity, an infiltrator from the demonic path. Whether taking his master as teacher or approaching Chuharu, it was all merely a part of some unspeakable scheme. When he revealed the truth to Chuharu, he thought that the junior sister who had grown up with him would choose to trust him. Instead, what he received was her cold, disappointed gaze. "Senior brother, you have truly let me down. I always thought Qing was overthinking, yet I did not expect you to actually slander him over something so baseless." Only then did Chen Anyun realize that everything he had done had already been calculated in advance. Still, he was unwilling to give up. After he anxiously urged her again and again, Chuharu finally erupted in fury. She removed the hairpin from her hair and said to him, "This hairpin was your gift to me on my 16th birthday. I once respected and valued you, but you should never ever have slandered Qing. From this day forth, the ties between us shall be as this pin." With a single exertion of force, Chuharu snapped the hairpin in two and cast the broken pieces before Chen Anyun, then turned away with resolute steps. Chen Anyun was left to pick up the broken pin, unable to speak for a long time. Months passed. Perhaps Zhou Qing had already discerned his intentions, for in these months, Zhou Qing behaved with extreme restraint, never giving Chen Anyun the slightest opening. Over these months, Chen Anyun could only watch as the feelings between Zhou Qing and Chuharu advanced further until they set a marriage contract and prepared to wed at year's end. On New Year's Eve, Lingjian Peak blazed with lights and exuded festive joy. As time ticked by, the day when Chuharu and Zhou Qing would tie their bond in marriage finally arrived. At that moment, aside from Chen Anyun and the Peak Master still in secluded cultivation, all other disciples of Lingjian Peak were present to witness this grand wedding. Chuharu wore a dazzling crimson dress and a magnificent phoenix hairpin. Her makeup was exquisite. She looked like a fairy descended from the heavens, stunning all who beheld her. After the two completed the bowing rites, they were about to step into the bridal chamber amid the cheerful clamor of the disciples. Yet just as the ceremony neared its end and everyone was immersed in joy, an unforeseen upheaval erupted. Zhou Qing, the groom, suddenly turned on his bride before all eyes. Without warning, he brandished a sharp sword and drove it straight through Chuharu's chest. This abrupt act left everyone present dumbstruck, unable even to speak. The once joyous atmosphere shattered in an instant, replaced by deathly stillness and disbelief. Before the crowd could react, a yet more shocking scene unfolded. A colossal pitch-black dragon radiating boundless oppressive might suddenly burst forth from Chuharu's chest. It opened its blood-red maw, letting out a deafening roar, then swept outward in all directions with ferocious. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden calamity. No one could explain why such a mysterious and formidable black dragon had been hidden within Chuharu's body. Even more unfathomable was why Zhou Qing would so ruthlessly slay his newly wedded wife and unleash such a terrifying dragon. The hearts of the crowd were filled with fear and confusion. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Chen Anyun arrived swiftly together with Tai's sect master, and several elders. They threw themselves into a desperate battle against the Black Dragon. After a heart-stopping fight, they finally managed to avert the complete destruction of Lingjian Peak. Yet this fierce battle dealt a heavy blow to Tai's sect. During the suppression of the dragon, the sect master was gravely injured, and 2 elders of Tai's sect perished. After this calamity, Tai's sect's vitality was severely diminished, and its strength drastically weakened. By then, Zhou Qing had already vanished without a trace, leaving only Chu Heru lying on the ground, her life or death uncertain. Lingjian Peak had fallen into utter chaos. No one noticed that Chen Anyun was watching everything around him with a complicated gaze. In truth, long before Zhou Qing's arrival, he had already transmigrated into this world and completely fused with the original body's memories. However, constrained by the system, he had been unable to alter the current plot. He could only watch helplessly as Chu Heru shifted her affections and as Zhou Qing harbored sinister intent. Now the system finally informed him that with the temporary fall of the main female lead, he was free to begin changing the storyline according to his own will. The system even thoughtfully sent him the subsequent original plot involving Chu Heru. According to that original plot, this calamity marked the beginning of Chu Heru's rise as the great female lead. From this moment, she would grow overnight, see clearly that worldly love was not worth clinging to, and begin to shoulder the responsibilities of a princess of the Xian race. Indeed, in the original setting, Chu Heru was a princess of an hidden clan, the Xian race, and the Black Dragon was a companion dragon that every member of the Xian royal bloodline possessed. It would only emerge when its master's life was in deadly peril, unleashing indiscriminate attacks upon everything around. As the world's chosen child of destiny, Chu Heru would naturally not die easily, for now her body was merely grievously wounded and plunged into a coma. A supreme treasure of the Xian race that she carried would automatically begin to repair her body, and according to the original plot, she would fully recover after a year. Furthermore, her soul would be able to leave her body and wander freely through the world unseen by anyone. It was precisely during this period of spiritual roaming that she would learn of many opportunities where rare heavenly treasures could be found, knowledge she would possess upon awakening. Yet for the tragic supporting man, Chen Anyun, misfortune lay ahead. According to the plot's development, he would soon take a single sword and charge alone into the sacred land of the demonic path. He would seek out Zhou Qing, who had completed his trials and officially become the holy son of the demonic path, to avenge the little junior sister. The outcome, of course, would be tragic. He would soon be beaten to the brink of death by Zhou Qing's protectors and fall into the sea. There he would lose his memories and drift to another continent, becoming a stepping stone for yet another great Nor was that the most miserable part. The worst was that in Chu Heru's heart, he would forever be merely a senior brother who had once given her genuine care and left her with girlish dreams in youth, never quite enough to be called love. In her memories, Chen Anyun would always remain just the senior brother. In the future, when Chu Heru finally became a sovereign empress, her recollections would occasionally brush lightly over him, only to pass by in a single stroke. It was precisely because the original body's ending was so wretched that, according to his pact with the system, Chen Anyun needed to make the future destinatory turn in triumph heroine, Chu Heru harbor far deeper regret for what the original Chen Anyun had done. At first, Chen Anyun thought this would not be a problem. As a nightmare scriptwriter who had once unleashed such emotional pain on players that they cursed him like a dead rat, this Donacry challenge was perfectly to his taste. Yet now, having lived in this world for many years, he had fully blended into it. Chu Heru and his fellow disciples around him were, in his eyes, all living beings of flesh and blood. A person's lack of love for another had never truly been a fault. Moreover, he could feel that despite all the unrequited devotion the original body had given Chu Heru, there was no real hatred buried in that heart. He could not help but ask in his heart, "System, isn't what I am about to do a bit too cruel?" The system replied, "The host need not worry. The system guarantees that everything you do will ultimately benefit the entire world. Even these heroines will in the end receive rewards far greater than what they have given." Very well. After all, his life and death now lay in the system's hands. It seemed he had no choice but to trust it this once. In fact, based on Chen Anyun's experience, Chu Huairou did harbor some feelings for him, her senior brother. At least before Zhou Qing appeared, when he conversed with other junior sisters, she would puff up her face like a steamed bun and indignantly speak ill of them. Moreover, when other junior brothers teased about their relationship, she would shrink behind him, her pretty face blushing as red as the peach blossoms on the mountain. Even at the beginning of her time with Zhou Qing, Chu Huairou likely only sought to provoke Chen Anyun, who had been neglecting her due to his overwhelming busyness. Otherwise, their physical contact would not have remained limited to holding hands until the very end. But unfortunately, his former self chose to flee from matters of the heart, causing Chu Huairou to grow increasingly disappointed and ultimately choose Zhou Qing. Thanks to the system, Chen Anyun could see Chu Huairou now in a soul state, floating in midair with a bewildered and lost expression. In the original plot, Chen Anyun's act of venturing alone into the dragon's pool to avenge Chu Huairou was precisely the kind of gesture that could touch the softest part of a woman's heart. Unfortunately, he departed too swiftly, leaving Lingjian Peak before Chu Huairou could even react. Thus, in the original story, she never learned of his vengeance to the very end. But now Chen Anyun naturally would not let the tragedy repeat itself. However, he was merely a scriptwriter, not an actor. Deceiving others with his current acting skills was far too difficult. Yet he possessed something more reliable than acting skills: the system. This system not only allowed him to redeem items from the shop by absorbing the female lead's regret points, but also generously gifted him a novice pack at the start of his transmigration and strength skill card Self-Hypnosis Max. Several days ago, he had already crafted his script into psychological suggestions and perfectly hypnotized. However, the hypnosis would only take effect after Chu Huairou fell into a coma. And once she awoke, the self-hypnosis would automatically dissolve, and he would regain his clarity. Thus, at this moment, when he saw Chu Huairou's bloodstained wedding dress, his expression involuntarily darkened. Step by step, he moved with footsteps as heavy as leads, slowly approaching Chu Huairou's corpse. With each step, his heart ached as if pierced by thousands of fine needles, the pain so intense it was almost suffocating. Finally, he reached her side, extended his trembling hands, and gently gathered her into his arms, as if cradling an infinitely fragile and precious treasure. He held her tightly, fearing that if he let go, she would dissipate like smoke in clouds. Yet he uttered no heartfelt words. Instead, crystal-clear tears silently streamed down his haggard cheeks. This silent weeping expressed the pain and despair deep within his heart more profoundly than any word. At that moment, it felt as if his world had collapsed, all color drained away, leaving only her in his arms as his sole solace. The many disciples witnessing this scene were all deeply moved. They silently lowered their heads, unable to bear looking at his grief-stricken face, lest they too shed tears. The entire space was filled with a suffocating atmosphere of sorrow, as if time itself had frozen it. Only now did they recall that before Zhou Qing's arrival, the senior brother of Lingjian Peak had also loved the junior sister. They were originally meant to be a perfect couple. And Chu Huairou, now in her soul state, seeing Chen Anyun like this, could not help but feel a pang in her heart. Did the senior brother truly love her? He had repeatedly ignored her for so long. She had even broken the hairpin to declare her resolve with him. A trace of regret involuntarily arose in her heart, not for parting with Chen Anyun, but because when he had warned her, she had refused to believe him, and instead blamed him, thus reaping what she sowed. Zhou Qing had always acted with propriety before him, appearing as a gentleman. In their interactions, aside from holding hands, he never overstepped any boundaries. This was why she had always trusted Zhou Qing deeply. Her feelings for him were complex. Initially, she had indeed wanted to use him to gain the senior brother's attention. After growing disappointed with the senior brother, Zhou Qing was always by her side, caring for her attentively. Then on the day she broke the hairpin with the senior brother, in a fit of anger, she inexplicably agreed to Zhou Qing's proposal. Having just been betrayed by the man who was to be her husband, her heart was filled with bitterness, making it hard for her to fully empathize with Chen Anyun's current state. Yet Chu Huairou still floated before Chen Anyun. Though she knew he could not see her, she reached out and patted his head, offering a small gesture of comfort in her own way. System notification: regret points 10. A wedding that was once filled with joy and anticipation had suddenly turned into a heart-wrenching funeral. Yet the deceased had passed, and the living must continue to move forward. Nevertheless, this sudden upheaval dealt a massive blow to the entire Tai sect, but how to handle the situation in the cultivation world was a concern for the sect leader and elders. Lingjian Peak did not remain immersed in grief for long. It gradually returned to its former peace and tranquility. However, from that day on, the disciples of Lingjian Peak noticed a subtle change. Their once amiable and graceful senior brother seemed unable to show his familiar smile anymore. Chen Anyun had always worn a faint smile on his face, like a warm spring breeze that comforted everyone he met. But now, since the junior sister was laid to rest, that faint smile had vanished like morning mist, lingering only in the memories of Lingjian Peak's disciples. And Chu Huairou gradually adapted to her life as a spirit. Since her spirit form retained her final appearance, she became a genuine red-clad female ghost. She was always dressed in a blood-stained red skirt. However, she had been lively since childhood. Though wounded by love and silent for several days, she soon regained her nature, using her invisibility to boldly pry into others' secrets. Shock. Senior brother Zhang, usually so aloof, actually likes the senior brother, and he secretly wrote love poems to him. What? So it was senior brother Wang who stole the ice pot wine that went missing years ago. My God, how did he manage that? A senior sisterly calls out the senior brother's name in her dreams. Huh. So many senior sisters on Lingjian Peak, like the senior brother. Then, am I not discerning? No, I never was. As long as she was on Lingjian Peak, many matters inevitably revolved around Chen Anyun. Thus during this period Chu Huairou mostly gathered news about her senior brother. So my Wushuang sword was snatched by the senior brother from the locked demon tower. The senior brother's cultivation has already reached the Guiyuan realm, surpassing all the prodigies of this generation. He, my senior brother, is amazing. The cultivation realms in this world are body-forging object control Tongshuan, Guiyuan, Changxing, and Tianren. She suddenly realized that though she had always admired the senior brother apart from feeling he was kind to her, and later neglected her, she had never truly explored his life. Unconsciously, she felt a sudden urge to see what Chen Anyun was doing. Acting on it, she immediately floated toward his residence. Soon Chu Huairou floated to the peak of Lingjian Peak, the highest point of the entire mountain. Chen Anyun lived here. He preferred quiet and disliked extravagance, so his dwelling was merely an ordinary wooden house. Chu Huairou passed through the wall of the wooden house with ease. She saw Chen Anyun sitting upright at the table holding a brush, seemingly writing. He wore a moon-white long robe, his cold face chiseled like a sculpture with distinct features. His brows exuded maturity without appearing aged, and an innate pride radiated from his bones. The curve of his lips was perfect, making one instinctively feel his smile would be heartwarming. But now his lips were tightly pressed together, as if he were making a difficult decision. Even though she was accustomed to seeing Chen Anyun's appearance, Chu Huairou still couldn't help but pause. Is the senior brother always this handsome? She secretly thought. In her memory, Chen Anyun had always been a gentle figure with a faint smile, like though his gentle demeanor had once made her heart flutter, his current cold and stern expression caused her heart to skip a beat without her realizing it. Right, I wanted to see what he's doing, Chu Huairou said, somewhat deceiving herself. Then she floated beside Chen Anyun. For some reason, though she was now a spirit, she could feel the scorching vitality of Chen Anyun's body. Her face flushed, and she drifted half a step away before focusing on his brushwork. It read, "Your unfilial disciple Chen Anyun respectfully presents this letter. I will leave Lingjian Peak from today, with no fixed return date. I beg for your understanding, master. The senior brother is leaving." Chu Huairou was startled, a wave of panic involuntarily rising in her heart. Then she saw that Chen Anyun had already packed his belongings, his bedding neatly folded. Suddenly her pupils contracted sharply. She noticed that the senior brother's sword had somehow been replaced with her Wushuang sword. A somewhat insane thought crossed her mind. Could the senior brother be planning to? System notification regret value 20. System notification regret value has accumulated to 200. Do you wish to open the golden treasure chest? Opening the chest for the first time triggers the newcomer's benefit, elevating the chest's reward by 1 tier. System notification: congratulations, host, for opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining the grade passive skill absorption. Absorption: upon slaying an enemy, you may absorb 1 of that enemy's life energy to restore your own injuries, storing up to 20 of life energy at maximum. System notification: the newcomer's benefit has been triggered. The grade passive skill absorption has evolved into the grade passive skill devour. Devour: upon slaying an enemy, you may absorb 1 of that enemy's life energy to restore your own injuries, storing up to 20 of life energy at maximum. Furthermore, you may additionally obtain 1 of that enemy's cultivation base. Chen Anyun finished writing the letter and used an inkstone to weigh it down on the table. Based on the information gathered by the elders of Tai sect over these past few days, the truth behind that wedding finally came to light. It turned out that Zhou Qing was actually a candidate for the holy son of the celestial demon sect, the paramount leader of the demonic path. And as the ultimate overlord, the celestial demon sect's method of selecting its current holy son was naturally unconventional. According to the sect's rules, all holy son candidates must first infiltrate a righteous sect as a spy. The one who stirs up the greatest chaos will be crowned the current holy son. In the history of the celestial demon sect, one holy son even managed to tear apart a medium-sized righteous sect from within. This particular holy son later became the most accomplished sect master in the celestial demon sect's history. Zhou Qing's original plan was to take advantage of the wedding, which had gathered all the disciples of Spirit Sword Peak, to annihilate the entire peak in one fell swoop, erasing this branch of Tai sect that had stood for 100,000 years from the annals of the cultivation world. However, due to Chen Anyun's interference, while he did not achieve the complete destruction of Spirit Sword Peak, he still inflicted heavy losses on Tai sect. And since Tai sect was the leader of the righteous path, this feat alone was enough for him to secure the position of the current holy son of the celestial demon sect. But whether Zhou Qing was now the holy son of the celestial demon sect or not no longer mattered to Chen Anyun. Leaving Tai sect this time, he had made up his mind to slay him with his own sword. However, he did not intend to charge into the celestial demon sect alone with just his sword. As the overlord of the demonic path, the celestial demon sect's method of selecting its holy son was nothing short of slapping the face of the righteous sects into the ground. Yet it still stood firm in the cultivation world without being destroyed, proving that its strength was formidable, likely no less than that of Tai sect. If he were to charge in so recklessly, whether Zhou Qing would die was uncertain, but he himself would surely have no chance of survival. Therefore he planned to start with the outer disciples of the celestial demon sect. This way he could strike at the enemy, while using this great skill he had drawn a couple of days ago to gradually strengthen himself until he had the power to take revenge. In the dead of night, Chen Anyun quietly left Spirit Sword Peak and began traveling day and night towards the Great Wilderness, where the celestial demon sect was located. Several months later, the Great Wilderness, Crescent Moon City. As the largest city in the entire Great Wilderness, it was home not only to many mortals, but also to numerous rogue cultivators. However, because Crescent Moon City was close to the celestial demon sect, most of these rogue cultivators were evil practitioners with blood on their hands. They settled here mainly in the hope of joining the celestial demon sect to find a patron. But despite being a demonic sect, the celestial demon sect was strict in its recruitment, and ordinary evil rogue cultivators were beneath their notice. One day, an uninvited guest arrived at Crescent Moon City. Dressed in white robes with an icy gaze, he looked like someone not to be trifled with. Any evil practitioner who met his eyes involuntarily looked away. This person was naturally Chen Anyun, who had been missing for quite some time. Above his head, a red figure was cheerfully observing the surroundings. But strangely, no matter how she drifted back and forth, everyone acted as if they couldn't see her. This was naturally the spirit of his junior sister Chu Huairo, who had followed Chen Anyun from afar. Over the past few months, she had watched her senior brother endure the elements, traveling day and night straight to this place. Her suspicions had finally been confirmed. Yes, her senior brother had come to avenge her. This filled her with both heartache and anxiety. Her heart ached because her senior brother, usually revered by all on Spirit Sword Peak, though not one for extravagance, as the acting chief disciple, had always enjoyed the best of food, clothing, and living conditions. But now he was covered in dust, and his once fair face had grown some stubble. Although it made him look more masculine, it also made Chu Ware's heart ache for him. And what she was anxious about was naturally her belief that this journey was fraught with peril. Although she knew her senior brother could suppress his peers, he was still too young. While the return to Origin Realm could make one a master in ordinary small or medium-sized sects, the Celestial Demon Sect, being the demonic overlord on par with Tai Sect in the cultivation world, was naturally incomparable to such sects. Therefore, if her senior brother were to charge in with his current cultivation, he would likely be unable to escape. Fortunately, her senior brother seemed to have his own plan. Instead of blindly charging in, as she had feared, he first came to this city nearest to the Celestial Demon Sect. Although Chu Huairo was a princess of the hidden Xian clan, very few knew the secret, and she had grown up on Spirit Sword Peak. So this was also her first time in Crescent Moon City. As Chen Anyun walked down the street, she drifted around chattering incessantly at him. While senior brother looked, they're selling roasted bugs. Can bugs be eaten? Senior brother, why do all the people here wear turbans? Isn't it hot with all this desert around? Senior brother, look at that hairpin the vendor is selling. Doesn't it look like the one you gave me back then? Her mood suddenly dropped, regretting that she had broken that hairpin in half with her own hands. Then she saw Chen Anyun stop, his gaze falling upon that hairpin. The vendor couldn't care less about the story behind it. Seeing a customer's gaze turn his way, the merchant's soul buried deep within him instantly blazed to life, and he shouted loudly, "Oh my! Esteemed guest, just look at this hairpin. How exquisite, how beautiful. Buying it for your beloved would be absolutely perfect." Chen Anyun just stared fixedly at the hairpin before him, saying nothing. Seeing this as a good sign, the vendor quickly and carefully handed the hairpin to Chen Anyun, flattering him with a smile. "Esteemed guest, you have excellent taste. This hairpin is no ordinary item. It's a rare piece brought all the way from the central province, and the price is a steal at just 3 taels of silver. Buy it for your beloved and shall be overjoyed. 4. Give me." However, Chen Anyun did not buy the hairpin as the vendor had hoped. Instead, he turned around with a very calm tone and said slowly, "My beloved is dead." Ah. The vendor clearly hadn't expected things to take this turn, and all the prepared sales pitches got stuck in his throat. By the time he finally snapped out of it and wanted to say a few more words, he found that Chen Anyun had already vanished into the bustling crowd, nowhere to be seen. "My beloved is dead." Hearing this, Chu Huairo instantly lost all interest in shopping and drifted gloomily above Chen Anyun's head. "Senior brother, you are so outstanding. Why must you be fixated on me? You can surely find a woman better than me." Although she knew he couldn't hear her, she couldn't help but try to comfort him. But the next second, the image of another woman embracing Chen Anyun flashed through her mind, and she felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest, so she simply shut her mouth. That night, Chen Anyun found an inn and rented a superior room to stay in. After these months of long-distance travel, his body and mind were indeed somewhat fatigued. So he asked the waiter to heat some water, preparing to soak in a wooden tub for a hot bath. Just as he took off his shirt, Chu Huairo happened to drift in through the window, muttering, "Senior brother, the kitchen in this inn is roasting a whole lamb. It looks really delicious." Then she saw Chen Anyun's perfectly sculpted, flawless, and sharply defined bare torso. His broad shoulders, solid chest, long and powerful legs, and robust muscles all exuded a unique masculine charm and strength. She let out a sharp scream, her face flushing red as she quickly turned around. However, in that moment of turning, a thought flashed through her mind. Her senior brother probably couldn't see her current form. At this thought, an indescribable curiosity and courage welled up within her. She slowly turned her head, stealing a glance at Chen Anyun. He stood there silently, his eyes tightly shut, his expression focused and solemn, as if completely immersed in his own world. Chen Anyun slept soundly, not waking until several rays of bright sunlight filtered through the window. However, he was unaware that during his slumber a spirit had been silently floating above his head. The spirit's face was flushed all night, clearly having not slept at all. Those spirits apparently had no need for sleep. When Shu Huairou saw Chen Anyun finally sit up from the bed, her beautiful face revealed a shy expression akin to that of a newlywed bride, complementing her bright red silk dress and making her exceptionally charming. But Chen Anyun could not see this scene. His mind was already contemplating his next plan. Though this city seemed to belong to no one, being so close to the Tianma sect, how could it not be under the sect's control? Many of the establishments in this city might very well be properties of the Tianma sect. So as long as he patiently searched from one to another, he would likely soon find a disciple of the Tianma sect. Without further ado, Chen Anyun quickly set his sights on a casino within Yueya City. Unlike the mortal cities of the Central Plains, casinos and brothels in Yueya City were never lacking in the participation of cultivators. However, cultivators were forbidden from using spells to cheat. Once discovered, they would not only be expelled from the casino, but also forced to pay an exorbitant compensation. Behind these casinos were backgrounds that the cultivators dared not provoke. Of course, if a cultivator could cheat using spells without being discovered, that was considered their own skill, much like sleight of hand in the mortal world. But this only applied to low-level rogue cultivators. For someone like Chen Anyun, who had already cultivated to the Guiyuan realm, winning continuously without revealing any flaws was far too simple. Soon Chen Anyun had won almost all the cash on the casino's books. As he swaggered toward the exit, someone finally blocked his path. It was a fat man in a black robe who looked like the manager of the casino. "This fellow cultivator, my master." Chen Anyun stared coldly at the fat man, replying icily, "And if I refuse?" Confronted with Chen Anyun's tough attitude, the fat man showed no panic. Instead, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said softly, "I would not dare to stop you, of course. But my master is a disciple of the Tianma sect. I believe a fellow cultivator of your insight knows what the Tianma sect signifies. So please consider carefully before making a decision." Hearing the fat man's self-introduction, Chen Anyun nodded inwardly, but his face remained impassive. He pretended to ponder and said, "The Tianma sect is it? Very well, lead the way then." He thought to himself, "Truly, I wear out iron shoes seeking him in vain, yet find him without effort." He had been worrying about how to find someone from the Tianma sect, and unexpectedly on his very first stop, they had come to him voluntarily. Clearly, the Tianma sect's control over Yueya City was far more extensive than he had imagined. The fat man had not expected Chen Anyun to agree so readily. He was momentarily stunned. But he quickly recovered and smiled, saying, "Then please follow me, fellow cultivator." Although he felt some doubt about Chen Anyun's unusually cooperative attitude, the fat man was secretly relieved that the other party was willing to comply. So the fat man led Chen Anyun through several corridors and soon arrived before a luxuriously decorated. The fat man gently pushed open the door and made a gesture of invitation, signaling Chen Anyun to enter. Chen Anyun nodded and stepped inside. The fat man did not follow. Instead, he respectfully closed the door and turned away. Inside the room, a tall, middle-aged man in brocade clothes was sitting before a tea table intently brewing tea. Chen Anyun entered, but the man did not look up until the tea was fully brewed, its fragrance permeating the room. Then he slowly raised his head, looking at Chen Anyun with a half-smile, and said, "You dare to act so blatantly in my establishment. You must have quite the nerve." "Yes, I was born with a bold disposition." Chen Anyun sat down naturally across from him, and under the middle-aged man's bewildered gaze picked up a cup, poured himself some tea, and downed it in one gulp. The middle-aged man was about to reprimand him when suddenly a wave of pressure emanated from Chen Anyun. Although this middle-aged man seemed imposing, a single glance was enough for Chen Anyun to confirm that he was merely a minor lackey. So he released a fraction of his cultivation. Titongshuan realm. The middle-aged man was instantly terrified, his face turning pale as paper, his mind blank. Chen Anyun looked at him with a half-smile, nodded ambiguously, and said calmly, "Spit it out then." "Spit what out?" Cold sweat dripped from the middle-aged man's forehead as he frantically recalled his recent actions, trying to figure out how he had offended a powerful expert of the Tongxian realm. "I heard you were a disciple of the Tianma sect." Chen Anyun slowly extended his right hand, picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew away the steam, and took a leisurely sip. "I am merely an outer disciple of the Tianma sect, the middle-aged man replied with a flattering smile. In fact, these establishments are the properties of the inner sect senior brothers. I am merely entrusted to manage them on their behalf. Entrusted to manage. Chen Anyun set down his teacup, furrowed his brow, and after a moment of pondering asked again, then besides this casino, which other establishments in Xianxia City are also like this? To answer your question, senior, almost all the lucrative businesses in Xianxia City have the shadow of the Tianma sect's inner disciples behind them, the middle-aged man replied, bowing his head, without daring to show any negligence. Oh, lucrative businesses. What kind of places specifically? Chen Anyun asked with interest. For example, brothels, casinos, opium dens, pawnshops, and so on. The middle-aged man secretly glanced up at Chen Anyun, and seeing that he did not seem angry, breathed a little easier. I see. Chen Anyun nodded. Then my thanks. You're welcome, you're welcome. The middle-aged man quickly clasped his hands. Chen Anyun walked out of the room without looking back. The middle-aged man had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard a cold voice in his ear. I almost forgot. An outer disciple is still a disciple of the Tianma sect. He was about to scream when he felt his surroundings spin inexplicably, and then he saw a familiar body standing stiffly where he had been. Who is this? Why does this person have no head? He thought. Then the next second he fell into eternal darkness. That night at the largest brothel in Xianxia City, the Piaoshan Court. Since it was a brothel and moreover one controlled by a disciple of the demonic leader Tianma sect, it was naturally not lacking in cases of forced prostitution. Li Yuedao was one of the victims. She was originally the daughter of the sect leader of a small cultivation sect, but last year several disciples in her sect offended the Tianma sect for some unknown reason. An elder of the Tianma sect came and slaughtered everyone in her sect. She was captured and taken to Xianxia City, her cultivation sealed, and she was forced into a life of prostitution. Tonight was to be her first night serving a customer. Even more humiliating for her, the one who had won her virginity in a bidding was a mortal said to be the illegitimate son of some Tianma sect elder. Though he had no talent for cultivation, he could still throw his weight around in Xianxia City. Although her cultivation was sealed, she had made up her mind that tonight she would die, but she would take that mortal with her. However, she had clearly underestimated the methods of the Tianma sect. As she secretly hid a hairpin under her pillow ready to strike, when the man was off guard, she suddenly felt her body go limp. She saw the mortal pull out an incense burner from his pocket with a lecherous grin, cackling. Didn't expect that, did you, little beauty? This is the finest sedative from the Tianma sect, the heavenly soft fragrance powder. It'll keep you from resisting, yet keep you fully awake to enjoy every moment of tonight. With that he eagerly began to undress, saying, I've always wanted to know what it's like to have a cultivator. Li Yuedao looked at the man in despair, about to close her eyes, when suddenly a flash of silver light streaked past. The man in front of her clutched his neck, fell to the ground with an incredulous look. Then Li Yuedao saw a man in a moon-white robe with cold eyes standing by the window. He was as handsome as an immortal descending from heaven. The man waved his hand, and she felt her entire body relax. Not only did the sedative immediately dissipate, but the seals locking her cultivation also silently crumbled. She burst into tears of joy. Then she heard the man ask calmly, Can you still wield a sword? Li Yuedao nodded frantically. Immediately she saw a long sword land before her. When she picked it up from the ground, she realized that the immortal-like man had already slipped away. But outside, the entire Piaoshan court was in an uproar with shouting and people running everywhere. She suddenly remembered something and rushed to the window, shouting, Be careful, benefactor. The mastermind behind this brothel is a disciple of the Tianma sect. Her words had barely fallen when she saw the man walking back holding a bloody head in his hand. The head rolled to the ground. Li Yuedao's pupils abruptly contracted. Even if the owner of this head turned to ashes, she would never forget that a year ago, it was this very person who led an elder of the heavenly demon sect and slaughtered all the disciples of their sect from top to bottom, numbering over 100. The owner of this head was also the behind-the-scenes boss of this brothel, an inner disciple of the heavenly demon sect. But in the next moment, she couldn't help but worry for the man before her. This was an inner disciple of the heavenly demon sect, yet he had so effortlessly severed his head. Li Yuedao took a deep breath, struggling to calm herself, and whispered, Benefactor, please leave this place as soon as possible. The man you just killed is an inner disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Their sect has a special method of communication, soon his elders will surely come looking for you. As her words faded, she noticed a faint, elusive smile appear on the man's face. That smile made her already throbbing heart beat even more wildly. Oh, such good fortune. I was just about to head to the next place, but now I feel like lingering here a while longer. The man replied with a casual tone. Li Yuedao was frantic with worry and quickly warned, the elders of the heavenly demon sect all possess the formidable power of the Guiyuan realm. Wouldn't that be perfect? The man lifted his head slightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the clouds, staring straight at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. The corners of his mouth curled up. Not only that, but you spoke too late because the person you mentioned is already here. How dare you? To cause trouble on our heavenly demon sect's territory. With a furious roar, the sound waves rolled like thunder, as if they would shatter the entire world. Before the person arrived, a deep voice had already traveled from afar. Even Chen Anyun, upon hearing this voice, couldn't help but slightly change color, involuntarily narrowing his eyes. Chen Anyun knew well that he had only just stepped into the Guiyuan realm, his strength still shallow. The opponent, on the other hand, was likely a top-tier expert who had long been immersed in the Guiyuan realm. From any perspective, Chen Anyun's strength was at a disadvantage in this battle. Yet there was not a trace of fear in it. Before coming here, he had already anticipated encountering a Guiyuan realm expert and had made thorough preparation. At this moment, he firmly believed he could defeat the formidable enemy before him. Soon a black shadow streaked across the sky like lightning descending from above. In the blink of an eye, a black-haired old man appeared before Chen Anyun. He stood tall and straight like an unshakable mountain, exuding an unparalleled sense of majesty and dominance. The old man's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Chen Anyun with a contemptuous smile at the corners of his mouth, as if he did not consider him worthy of notice. He first glanced at the chaos around the Piaoxiang courtyard, seemingly unconcerned, until he saw a bloody head on the ground. His expression suddenly changed, his pupils shrinking. You dare to kill a disciple of my heavenly demon sect in the Moonfang city? Chen Anyun held his sword and sneered. I will not only kill your heavenly demon sect's disciples, but also your elders, and then the Holy Sun, the sect master. Arrogant. The black-robed old man was furious. Before Chen Anyun could finish, a pair of large hands gleaming with dark light were already pressing down towards Chen Anyun's head. In his extreme rage, the black-robed old man didn't test the waters. He launched his ultimate technique, the profound exploring hand, right from the start. This move appeared ordinary, but no matter how the opponent countered, it had 18 variations. If the opponent dodged, there were another 18 variations until the enemy could no longer defend. Against an opponent of the same realm, they would be severely injured if not killed. But to the black-robed old man's astonishment, Chen Anyun did not dodge or evade. Instead, he let the palm strike directly on his chest and took advantage of the old man's momentary lapse to thrust his sword through the opponent's chest. Both retreated a step. With just one exchange, both were severely wounded. Chen Anyun, heedless of the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, laughed heartily again. He immediately closed in again. The black-robed old man hastily suppressed his injuries, raised his palms to meet the attack. This time he aimed directly at Chen Anyun's head. He didn't believe the other would dare to use this trade one with wound tactic again. But as the two figures drew closer, he was shocked to find that Chen Anyun showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he thrust his sword straight at the old man's throat. It was no longer trading wounds. It was exchanging life for life. A madman, a complete madman. In the last instant before their bodies would have collided, the black-robed old man suddenly withdrew his move, and the two passed by each other. Though the black-robed old man avoided the fatal blow, the abrupt change of move caused him to suffer severe internal injuries, while Chen Anyun emerged unscathed. Wait, fellow Taoist, is there some misunderstanding? The black-robed old man shouted, flusteredly dodging as Chen Anyun swung his sword again. He was now afraid. Though this young man's cultivation was inferior to his life-for-life fighting style filled him with dread. As a venerable elder of the heavenly demon sect accustomed to lording over the great wilderness, he was far from ready to die and had no desire to risk his life against this man. Hearing this, Chen Anyun paused slightly and asked, Are you an elder of the heavenly demon sect? I am the inner sect elder of the heavenly demon sect, surnamed Wang. You don't need to tell me your name. Chen Anyun interrupted the black-robed old man. I am not interested in the names of dead men. With that, he closed in again. Brat, you go too far. The black-robed old man cursed inwardly. Facing Chen Anyun's relentless no-holds-barred attacks, he dodged more and more frantically. Finally, steeling his heart, he no longer evaded Chen Anyun's sword, but instead struck again at the opponent's brow. This kid must be bluffing. I refuse to believe there is anyone in this world not afraid of death. When it comes to it, he'll dodge. Just as the black-robed old man thought this, he felt his palm strike solidly. But he could not be happy at all, because a long sword had already pierced straight through his heart, running him through. Damn it, he really didn't dodge. What was he trying to achieve? Those were the old man's final thoughts. In a narrow confrontation, the brave one wins. The black-robed old man died 1 second before Chen Anyun. But that 1 second meant Chen Anyun did not, because at the moment he was about to fall to the ground, a pure and refined life force suddenly surged within him, preserving his last breath. Chen Anyun knew that his passive skill had activated. Besides that, he also felt his true essence surge to a much higher level, incomparable to what he had gained from killing the Tongxian realm disciple of the heavenly demon sect. All of this was within his calculation. These demonic cultivators in their pursuit of power would stop at nothing, only seeking quick success, and indulging in the worldly desires of mortals. Their minds and hearts must be severely lacking. So he believed he could overcome the strong with the weak. Every cause has its effect. There is never a shortcut in this world. However, though his life was spared, Chen Anyun was still gravely wounded. He glanced at Li Yuetao, who stood dumbfounded, and thought to himself, save them to the end, send the Buddha to the west. He gathered his breath, swept Li Yuetao up, and in an instant the two flew beyond Moonfang City. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Chen Anyun could no longer support his own weight. He felt a surge in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then darkness closed in, and he collapsed unconscious. Li Yuetao, snapping out of her daze, quickly reached out to support Chen Anyun, calling out anxiously, "Benefactor! Benefactor!" She extended her trembling fingers to gently touch Chen Anyun's nose. When she felt his steady breathing, as if he were merely unconscious, she let out a long sigh of relief. After a moment of thought, Li Yuetao decided to carry Chen Anyun on her back. The moment she lifted him, a strong masculine scent enveloped her instantly, surrounding her soft form. Li Yuetao's face flushed crimson, but she quickly regained her composure. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and channeled her true essence, dashing swiftly towards the more distant outskirts of the city. You are utterly shameless." Chu Huairou stood indignantly at the doorway, blocking the entrance. Alas, Li Yuetao, as if completely oblivious, passed straight through her ethereal form, carrying a bowl of steaming congee, as she entered the room with deliberate steps. Chen Anyun was seated cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, channeling his energy to regulate his breath. "Benefactor, I have prepared some congee." Li Yuetao spoke softly, her voice tinged with nervousness and anticipation. She approached the bedside with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing Chen Anyun as he recuperated from his injuries. He slowly withdrew the true essence he had been using for healing, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Hearing Li Yuetao's voice, he slightly opened his eyes and replied in a calm tone, "Just leave it there." A flicker of disappointment passed through Li Yuetao's eyes, but she quickly concealed her emotions. She gently placed the congee on the table, then stood quietly by, silently watching Chen Anyun. Chen Anyun seemed to sense her gaze, but said nothing. He closed his eyes again, adjusting his internal energy, focusing on his own recovery. However, Li Yuetao's heart could not find peace. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke again. "Had it not been for your rescue yesterday, I fear I would have lost. This great kindness is beyond my ability to repay." At this point, she bit her lips, summoning courage to continue. "If you do not disdain me, I am willing to." Before she could finish, Chen Anyun interrupted her. He opened his eyes, looked at Li Yuetao, and said earnestly, "No need. Yesterday, I was gravely injured and unconscious. If you hadn't moved me to safety in time, I would not have survived. Therefore, we are now even. You need not feel indebted or burdened." Li Yuetao felt a measure of relief at his words, yet also a twinge of disappointment. Relief because, as she had hoped, Chen Anyun was indeed a noble gentleman who would not take advantage of her. But disappointment because he clearly harbored no improper thoughts toward her. This was the first time she questioned her own allure. Thus she spoke again with determination, "Please tell me your name, so that if fate allows I may repay you in full." Chen Anyun sighed. He was not foolish, he could see the admiration in the woman's eyes. He had saved her yesterday merely on a whim, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary entanglement. After all, what he was about to undertake was fraught with peril, with only a slim chance of survival. Chen Anyun pondered, and decided that if something was impossible, he must not give her any false hope. So he spoke, "Miss, I already have someone I love." Li Yuetao's face turned pale, and her heart fluttered with panic. After a moment, she said with a bitter expression, "May I ask which lady is so fortunate?" "Fortune is not the word," Chen Anyun replied without concealment. "She is my junior sister in the sect." "I see." Li Yuetao took a deep breath and forced a smile. "May I ask where your beloved is now?" "She is dead." "Aunt." Li Yuetao was startled, not expecting such an answer. She quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." Silence filled the room. Hearing her senior brother's unabashed confession, Chu Huairou shyly drifted around the roof. But at the next sentence, her heart also grew heavy with sorrow. She still did not know that her continued existence as a spirit was due to the Xian clan's treasure within her. She only believed she was truly dead, bound by lingering attachment, unable to pass on. Yet at this moment a sense of guilt arose in her heart. She had never expected Chen Anyun to hold such deep affection. This made her feel both shy and compelled to question herself, was she truly worthy of such devotion from her? After all, she had even broken the hairpin he had given her with her own hands. Thinking of this, she drifted before Chen Anyun and whispered, "Senior brother, since I am already dead, why not forget me?" She choked back the bitterness in her heart. "This girl is so beautiful. Only slightly less than me. And she adores you so much. Why not accept her?" Her voice grew softer, even though she knew her senior brother could not hear her. but merely uttering the words to let him forget her caused her unbearable pain. What is wrong with me? Chu Huairou pressed her hand to her heart. Why did it ache so much? Could it be that I had already resolved to stop liking him. She didn't know why, but Zhou Qing, who was supposed to be her betrothed, had long faded from her thoughts. Even his betrayal did not stir any profound hatred within her. Yet when she imagined her senior brother being with another woman, a deep soul-stirring panic and pain seized her. Chu Huairou was lost in confusion. I will take my leave then. After a moment, Li Yuetao fled in haste. Chen Anyun watched her rush out of the room and let out a soft sigh. When all was quiet outside, he slowly rose from the bed, walked to the table, and picked up the bowl of congee. The congee was fragrant, thick, and smooth, clearly made with great care. Chen Anyun tilted his head back and downed it in a few gulps. Then with a mental incantation, he vanished from the room. By noon, when Li Yuetao returned, she found the room empty, the bowl on the table cleaned, and stood there momentarily stunned. She stood by the table pondering for a while, and finally all her lingering emotions dissolved into a soft sigh. Several months passed swiftly. During these months, a major event occurred in the Great Wilderness. Someone had swept clean the forces of the Tianma sect within Xianxia City. Though the Tianma sect was a demonic path, it was still a legitimate cultivation sect. Logically, it would have looked down on the petty businesses in Xianxia City. But the sect was a mix of all sorts, and its demonic cultivators seeking rapid advancement paid little heed to cultivating their hearts, thus unable to control their desires. Consequently, the sect turned a blind eye to the actions of some disciples and elders in Xianxia City. Initially, when a few disciples' establishments were destroyed and they themselves killed along with a guest elder, the Tianma sect even welcomed it. After all, in the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak and private conflicts were common. If the sect had to avenge every fallen disciple, its elders would have no time for anything but brawling. But soon as the losses among Tianma sect disciples mounted, the high-ranking members became alarmed. When they finally began tallying the casualties, they were shocked to discover that over the past few months, more than 100 disciples and 6 guest elders had died in Xianxia City. They then realized this was no ordinary skirmish among cultivators. Someone was secretly targeting Tianma sect disciples. Moreover, this person's cultivation was formidable. According to a message sent by a dying elder, the ambusher had reached the peak of the Guiyuan realm. Why would a cultivator at such a level, instead of seeking seclusion to break through, come to the Great Wilderness to slaughter Tianma sect disciples and guest elders? Enraged, the Tianma sect hierarchy finally dispatched an intersect elder of the Xianxia realm to investigate. The Xianxia realm was the true domain of the great masters in the cultivation world. Such figures could be called patriarchs. As the name implies, cultivators who reached the Xianxia realm could live for up to 10,000 years. Only the intersect elders and sect masters of top-tier sects attained this level, and the higher Tianren realm had long been absent from the cultivation world. Legends said that reaching the Tianren realm allowed one to tear through the void and ascend to the upper realm. Thus, the Tianma sect was determined to capture the cultivator who had dared to ambush its disciples. Chen Anyun has broken through. Utilizing the Shrank passive skill he drew after eliminating the last guest elder of the Tianma sect in Silvermoon City, he felt his true essence beginning to transform into a higher quality of energy within his body. At 37 years old in the eternal life realm, one cannot claim there will never be another, but certainly there has never been anyone like him in the entire cultivation world. Even the legendary master Xianxia, who founded the Tai sect, only broke through to the eternal life realm at 60. Let alone the vast majority of cultivators who, even at the end of their lifespans, can never even touch the edge of this threshold. Without entering eternal life, one ultimately becomes dust. This is a widely circulated saying in the cultivation world. Generally, cultivators only have less than 1,000 years of lifespan. Even reaching the perfect state of the returning origin realm, which is just a step away from eternal life, their lifespan will not exceed 1,000 years. Yet once one breaks into the eternal life realm, their lifespan will instantly surge to 10,000 years. One could say that stepping into the eternal life realm is akin to having one foot already in the realm of transcendent beings. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Anyun was neither sad nor happy. To him, the height of cultivation now was merely a tool for killing. Higher cultivation merely meant he could kill more efficiently, targeting those with higher cultivation levels. However, now that he has reached the eternal life realm, he could finally confront the saint son of the Tianma sect. Chen Anyun never thought he would return unscathed from this revenge. The previous operation in Crescent Moon City was non-replicable, as cultivators in the eternal life realm and the true core disciples of sects rarely leave their sects. And if Chen Anyun wished to avenge Chu Huairou, the only way would be to directly storm their doors. The night was as cool as water. Chen Anyun quietly sat in a courtyard of Crescent Moon City, which had once been the residence of a disciple of the Tianma sect. He silently polished the long sword in his hand, as if caressing a precious treasure. This unparalleled sword, 3 feet long, was forged from the extremely rare Great Crimson Gold in the cultivation world originally, the sword of the unparalleled Demon Lord from the 79th level of the Demon Locking Tower. Recalling the heart-stopping battle in the Demon Locking Tower, Chen Anyun's heart surged with emotions. He and the unparalleled Demon Lord fought 11 fierce battles, each one a life-or-death struggle. In the final duel, he braved the risk of a fatal blow and resolutely severed one of the Demon Lord's arms, successfully bringing this treasured sword out of the Demon Locking Tower. Since then, this unparalleled sword had always accompanied his junior sister, Chu Huairou. However, time flew by, and 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In the cultivation world, 6 years is but a fleeting moment. Yet that girl who once always surrounded him with her beaming smile has now turned to dust. And this unparalleled sword has returned to his hand once more. Chen Anyun gazed at the sword, his thoughts surging like a tide. He reminisced about the little moments spent with his junior sister. Those beautiful times seemed to still linger vividly in his memory. But now, with the world changed and people gone, only this sword remained to witness their past. He sighed softly, sheathing the unparalleled sword, standing up and gazing into the distance. That direction was where the Tianma sect, the leader of the demonic path for thousands of years, was located. Do not rush, Chen Anyun murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Tomorrow I will go to the Tianma sect. I will soon send that person down to see you. What if I do not wish to see that person? Looking at Chen Anyun's resolute expression, Chu Huairou reached out, wanting to touch his cheek. But the next moment her hand passed through Chen Anyun's head. During this time she remained steadfastly by Chen Anyun's side, witnessing him defeat powerful enemies time and again, and bearing witness to his ever-increasing cultivation in rising realms. From the bottom of her heart, she felt immense pride and admiration for her senior brother, for she alone understood how extraordinary and unmatched he truly was. Looking back now, how ridiculous was it to have agreed to Zhou Qing's marriage proposal. Yes, during this time she could no longer deceive herself and hide her true feelings. Although her senior brother could not see her, the time they spent together day and night over these past months was undeniably real. Just think about it. How could she not fall for a man who was so graceful, unparalleled, and whose eyes only held? Moreover, she discovered that deep down she had already carved her senior brother's mark into her heart. Long ago, in his gentle care time and again, in his meticulous concern and nurturing. She had never thought of leaving her senior brother, and at times even fantasized about the scene of marrying him in the future. However, fate always enjoys playing tricks on people. She did not understand why she later lost her senses and was deceived by the despicable Zhou Qing. In the beginning, she merely wanted him to feel jealous, to care for her a little more amidst his busyness. Now, every time Chu Huairou witnessed her senior brother defeating powerful foes, she would excitedly dance in the air. At the same time, she couldn't help but ponder how wonderful it would be if Zhou Qing were not in the picture. Perhaps she would still be by her senior brother's side, or maybe they would have already become a married couple. Perhaps her senior brother would not have to come to this vast wasteland fighting fiercely against the disciples of the Tianma sect every day, and she would not have turned into this current state, merely able to silently stand behind her senior brother, cheering him on in an unnoticed corner. She wanted to touch him, to embrace him. She wanted to be close to every inch of his skin. Every time she thought of this, a strong sense of suffocation would hit her, causing her to involuntarily halt her thoughts. Her senior brother was going to the Tianma sect tomorrow. Would he die? Chu Huairou dared not think of his question. She had. No, she could only have boundless confidence in her senior brother. Her senior brother would not die. He so extraordinary would surely sweep away the Tianma sect, standing unparalleled for all time. Her senior brother would undoubtedly be invincible beneath the heavens. And for herself, even if she could be in this state following her senior brother's side, she would already be satisfied. Even if in the future her senior brother would gradually meet others, become acquainted, ultimately marry, have children, even perhaps slowly forget her, she still would not leave the Tianma sect. Since the time of Tianma Xianxia, who roamed the great wilderness and established the sect 100,000 years ago, it had always been one of the supreme powers of the immortal realm. The sect's foundation was unfathomably deep. Even during the most prosperous days of the righteous path, none had dared to challenge its might. But today that record was destined to be broken. A young man clad in a moon-white robe, holding a 3-foot-long sword, strode to the gate of the Tianma sect, as if no one else existed. Facing the disciples guarding the gate, he asked calmly, "May I ask where the holy son of your esteemed sect is? I have urgent business with him." His demeanor was so natural that the disciple instinctively replied, "Our holy son is naturally." Then the disciple was stopped by his companion, his expression turning fierce. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on the Tianma sect's grounds?" "What a pity." The young man shook his head slightly, a trace of disappointment flickering across his face, as if he regretted not receiving the answer he had hoped for. But before anyone could react, he suddenly stamped his foot, lightly tapped the ground, and leaped into the air like In an instant, a formidable aura exploded from the young man, surging forth like a raging torrent. Then a voice like thunder reverberated through the entire Tianma sect. I am Chen Anyun. I have come today to seek a trial of swords with your holy son Zhou Qing. Before his words faded, a flash of cold light gleamed as the sharp long sword was drawn from its sheath. In that instant, a dazzling sword radiance soared into the sky like a dragon ascending, bearing an unparalleled sharpness, and slashed fiercely toward the Tianma sect's gate. With a thunderous roar, the entire sky above the Tianma sect was engulfed in a brilliant light. That overwhelming sword, chi veiling the sun and sky, descended like a mountain, crushing an egg, smashing down upon the sect's gate with irresistible force. For a moment the earth quaked and the heavens shifted. The scene was utterly breathtaking. A voice like a great bell thundered, who dares to force the mountain protecting array? Then streaks of azure light emerged and several figures soared into the sky above the Tianma sect, encircling Chen Anyun. Leading them was the sect master Ren Wuqing, renowned even across the entire immortal realm for his fearsome reputation. His face icy, he fixed his gaze on Chen Anyun, who stood with sword in hand. Forcing your way into our mountain protecting array, regardless of reason, you are already a dead man. But I still ask, who are you? Why do you dare to act recklessly in my Tianma sect? Tai sect Lingjian Peak. Facing several cultivators of the eternal life realm, Chen Anyun showed no fear. So it's the Tai sect. Ren Wuqing thought of something, and a hint of appreciation flickered in his eyes as he looked at Chen Anyun. I see your foundation is shallow. You must have only recently stepped into the eternal life realm. With such a bright future, coming to my Tianma sect to seek death is most unwise. I have a proposal. Why not join my Tianma sect? I can make you the new holy son, and Zhou Qing will be at your mercy. How about it? Chen Anyun replied calmly, I thank the sect master for his kindness, but today I have no desire to enter the Tianma sect. I must kill Zhou Qing. Please, sect master, inform me of your holy son's whereabouts. Ha 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 ha. Ren Wuqing laughed in fury. Fine courage. But I wonder what gives you the right to speak such boasts. Do you think my Tianma sect has no one? You will know soon enough. Chen Anyun stood proudly, sword in hand. Fine. Zhou Qing is currently in that palace. Ren Wuqing pointed casually. If you can walk there alive, you may kill him. Agreed. Chen Anyun lunged forward, flying straight toward the palace. System prompt: do you wish to spend 200 regret points to exchange for Shrank passive skill Famous Blade? Famous Blade can be triggered once per month. After receiving a fatal attack, the user will not die for 1 day under any circumstances. System prompt: exchange successful. Skill card has been equipped for the host. The system was Chen Anyun's greatest trump card. Kill him. Ren Wuqing waved his hand, and 2 Eternal Life Realm Elders soared into the air to block Chen Anyun, attacking from left and right. But Chen Anyun neither dodged nor avoided taking the 2 blows heeded. With a slash and a cut of his sword, he sent the 2 elders flying back. Ren Wuqing's expression shifted slightly, but he did not act personally. He nodded, and 2 more elders charged toward Chen Anyun. Chen Anyun's face remained unwavering. He continued to trade wounds, and 1 elder, intimidated by his aura, was nearly severely injured by a sword to the chest. Yet Chen Anyun was not stopped. Though his speed greatly diminished, he still flew unwaveringly toward the path. If this child does not fall prematurely, the immortal realm will surely produce another prodigy. Ren Wuqing. His discerning eyes saw that although Chen Anyun had successfully repelled 4 elders, this trade wounds tactic could not last long. Today he would have no chance of retreating unscathed. For intersect elders of the Tianma sect kept harassing Chen Anyun. They were true masters who had entered the eternal life realm for many years, and they could naturally see the flaw in his fighting style. So they grew even more patient. And Chen Anyun's wounds accumulated, his flying speed slowing further. It should end now. Ren Wuqing closed his eyes. Though of the demonic path, he could not bear to witness the fall of a peerless genius. 1 elder seized the moment as Chen Anyun changed his technique and finally thrust his sword toward his chest. This strike was swift and vicious, with black light flickering on the blade. Clearly no ordinary move. This strike Chen Anyun could not evade. Then, to the elder's utter astonishment, he actively stepped forward, allowing his heart to be pierced, while simultaneously thrusting his own sword through the elder's throat. With a burst of true essence, a fine head soared into the air. This elder had fallen. While everyone was stunned, Chen Anyun pulled the sword from his chest, his expression impassive, and continued flying toward the palace, as if the elder he had just slain, a top sect elder who had lived for thousands of years and aspired to immortality, was no more than a stray cat or dog he had casually dispatched. Thus began the battle that would shake the entire immortal realm. The setting sun was like blood, dyeing the entire Tianma sect's grounds a crimson hue. And beneath this sea of blood, 1 man, 1 sword still stood proudly in the sky. His moon-white robe was soaked through with blood, his long black hair had broken free from its bonds and danced in the wind. In the entire Tianma sect, 1 sect master, 17 elders. 7 were dead, 11 wounded. Even the sect master Ren Wuqing had his left arm, now empty and gone. No one dared to step forward anymore. The Tianma sect, the foremost demonic leader of the immortal realm, now including Ren Wuqing, looked up at this young man, as if gazing upon a deity descending from heaven. My senior brother is invincible. Chu Huairou floated above Chen Anyun. She looked upon all this with immense pride. The senior brother had truly done it. He had single-handedly challenged the entire Tianma sect with just one sword. She wished she could announce to the world that this proud, solitary, and peerless figure was her Chu Huairou senior. Her eyes were filled with worship, pride, and infatuation for this man. So much so that when Chen Anyun walked slowly into the palace and beheaded the utterly terrified Zhou Qing with a single stroke, her gaze did not spare even a second to look at that man she had once loved deeply and hated bitterly. Just as Chen Anyun finished off Zhou Qing and prepared to turn away, an old man in black robes suddenly appeared at the palace entrance, as if from nowhere. Young friend, you came here, killed our holy son, wounded our sect master, and made the entire Tianma sect lose face. Do you think you can just leave like this? Chen Anyun halted, his pupils abruptly contracting. After stepping into the longevity realm, Chen Anyun's perceptual abilities were markedly enhanced. Even when facing a formidable foe like Ren Wuqing, the sect master of the heavenly demon sect, he could clearly sense the opponent's imposing aura and the surging, turbulent true essence within their body. However, when he encountered the elder before him, the sensation was entirely different. If one were to describe it, it could only be termed nothingness. This nothingness did not signify non-existence or emptiness, but rather a state that defied perception. Though his eyes could still behold the elder's figure within Chen Anyun's perception, the space before him was utterly vacant, as if nothing were there at all. This eerie and contradictory sensation caused Chen Anyun to furrow his brow. Yet as the passive skill of the famed blade had not faded, astonishment alone did not give way to fear. His right hand swiftly formed a hand seal, and the long sword was drawn once more, its gleaming icy blade arcing directly toward the elder's head. No matter what demonic entity or specter lay before him, a single strike would reveal its true nature. But in the next instant, the unthinkable occurred. The peerless sword was effortlessly caught between the elders. Chen Anyun's expression shifted instantly, for he could distinctly feel a force emanating from the elder's hand, vast and majestic as a mountain range. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this enigmatic elder, demanding, "Are you a cultivator of the transcendent human realm? Why do you linger in the lower realm, failing to shatter the void and ascend to the upper realm?" Hearing Chen Anyun's question, the elder sighed softly, his tone akin to an elder patiently instructing an ignorant junior ascension. How could it possibly be as simple as you imagine? Only when one truly steps into the transcendent human realm can they comprehend the hardships and trials involved. After uttering these words, the elder fell silent for a moment, but then his tone turned abruptly frigid. "Pity, however, that you will likely never have the chance to know." Before his voice faded, Chen Anyun suddenly felt an immensely powerful energy, far more condensed and solid than his own true essence, surging along the sword in his hand and rushing violently into his body. This was immortal qi. Legend held that only upon reaching the transcendent human realm would a thread of immortal qi begin to grow within. This wisp of immortal qi could not be further cultivated with increased power. Only after ascending to the upper realm could one slowly convert their entire true essence into immortal qi. Yet even this single wisp of immortal qi inflicted far greater damage upon Chen Anyun than all the attacks from the heavenly demon sect's sect master and disciples combined. Chen Anyun let out a muffled groan as his body gave way, forcing him to one knee. "Rest assured, since you are a disciple of the Tai sect, I will not kill you. For we old-timers have an agreement: we never lay hands on each other's disciples below the transcendent human realm. But while death may be spared, punishment cannot be escaped. You trespassed into my heavenly demon sect and slew several of my inner sect elders. Merely crippling your cultivation and reducing you to a mortal seems fair enough. I doubt the old man of the Tai sect will have much to say, and even if he does, I, heavenly demon supreme, am not one to fear him." So it turned out that this elder was none other than the true founder of the heavenly demon sect, the legendary heavenly demon supreme who had dominated the great wilderness 100,000 years ago. Chen Anyun felt his body become like a leaking leather ball. All his true essence drained away through the holes in his body. In an instant, he plummeted from the longevity realm to the return to origin realm. The rate of true essence leakage only then began to slow. "Get out. While you still have some cultivation left, flee my heavenly demon sect." Hearing the elder's words, Chen Anyun silently picked up the peerless sword from the ground, walked past the elder, and strode out of the hall, flying into the distance. At that moment, another voice echoed through the empty hall: "You crippled his cultivation, yet why did you leave?" The heavenly demon supreme seemed to have anticipated the voice's presence and was unfazed. "This man is exceptionally gifted. If he can survive this tribulation, he is destined to reach the transcendent human realm. Oh, and what of your demonic descendants? Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. 2 months later, an ordinary disciple of the Spirit Sword Peak discovered the unconscious Chen Anyun at the foot of the mountain. When Chen Anyun awoke, he realized that in the year he had been gone, the Spirit Sword Peak had undergone many changes. He learned that a month after his departure, the sect master uncle had publicly revealed Chu Huairou's true identity. It turned out that Chu Huairou was of the Xian clan, the sole descendant of the immortal dynasty that once ruled the entire cultivation world, the princess of the Xian clan. Not only had she survived, but misfortune had turned to blessing, who during her near-death experience her bloodline had been awakened. Several more days passed. At the mountain gate of Spirit Sword Peak, "Are you truly set on leaving?" asked an elder with white hair and beard who was Chen Anyun's master and the peak lord Li Wuji. He had successfully emerged from seclusion half a year after Chen Anyun left. Upon learning of Zhou Qing's matter, he was filled with regret. The decision is made. Chen Anyun nodded, standing at the mountain gate in his moon-white robe. Yet his complexion was sallow, his hair streaked with white, a sign of the 5 declines before a cultivator's death. "Won't you go see her one last time? She should awaken soon." "No need. I am but a mortal now on. You may still have 10 years to live." 10 years is enough, master. This disciple has yet to experience life as an ordinary mortal. Chen Anyun bowed deeply to Li Wuji. "I have disappointed you, master." With that, he turned without hesitation and walked away. A voice suddenly rose behind him. "This master is proud of you." Chen Anyun paused for a moment, then waved his hand and continued down the mountain. "Then, host, congratulations on exceeding your task. Who do you think I am?" Gazing at the rapidly accumulating regret points, and after triple-checking that the little junior sister's soul was no longer by his side, a faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Chen Anyun's lips. Chu Huairou awakened. She had witnessed Chen Anyun's departure with her own eyes. She screamed and cried desperately above his head, tirelessly blocking his path again and again. But no matter what she said, he could not hear her. No matter how many times she tried to stop him, he passed effortlessly through her form. She wanted to tell him that he was not a waste, that he was worthy of her. No, it was she who was unworthy of him. They could have shared a beautiful future, become a pair of celestial lovers. It was all because of her. She even wished not to awaken, to simply follow him down the mountain. But in the next instant, she was pulled back into her own body. Then, trapped in a dark space for 3 days, she finally woke. Chu Huairou did not scream or wail. Before, though she was a spirit, she could still be by his side. But now that she had been revived, it seemed she had lost him. For an endless tide of regret flooded her heart. For she knew he was gone. That peerless senior brother, whose eyes held only her. That senior brother who single-handedly stormed the heavenly demon sect to avenge her, would never return. Then, ignoring her newly recovered weary body and her master's protests, she began searching for him like a woman possessed. City by city she searched. Every river, every valley, every village. She scoured them all, but found no trace of him. "Senior brother, where are you?" She collapsed in tears, clutching a portrait and asking every person, but still she received no news. Until years later, she finally accepted reality. The one whose eyes held only her, who dared the demon sect for her sake, had truly left her. In the years that followed, a young woman named Chu Huairou burst onto the scene across the entire cultivation world. Her cultivation was profound, her heart righteous, as she vanquished demons and monsters everywhere. Soon throughout the central continent, even mortals sang her praises. Coupled with her peerless beauty and legendary lineage, suitors came in an endless stream. But she rejected them all. For no one knew that she did all these things not out of chivalry. She simply wanted to make the entire central continent her stage. And she danced alone upon it. Since she could not find him, perhaps she could make him see her. Yet every night when solitude embraced her, the regret surging within would double her over in pain, and she would weep on the ground. Or she would take out that hairpin, staring at it in a daze. The broken hairpin. She had found it on the table in Chen Anyun. He had not taken it with him. So she mended it piece by piece. For in this way, perhaps in some tea house or tavern, he might hear people speak of her. Only thus could she convey her thoughts to him, at least on the surface. "Senior brother, I am doing well. So, even if you are in the mortal world, even if you no longer possess your former peerless grace, please, no matter what, live on well. Ru, I do not expect you to accomplish earth-shattering feats for our Xian clan or the world's populace. I only wish for you to live happily, safely, and smoothly." Her father's figure had grown blurry in Chu Huairou's mind, yet she still vaguely remembered the words he spoke when he was 5, solemnly entrusting her to Gu Tianqi, the sect leader of Tai's sect. Since then, she had lost contact with her father and never seen him again. Moreover, everyone around her seemed tight-lipped about his whereabouts, refusing to speak of it. Thus, Chu Huairou resolved to heed her father's advice and live a simple, joyful life. Soon Gu Tianqi brought her to Spirit Sword Peak, where she was greeted by a kind-faced, white-haired old man and a very handsome boy beside him. Gu Tianqi told her that the kind old man would be her future master. Her master Li Wuji was a late bloomer with a peculiar nature. He always cultivated slower than others, but on the last day of his lifespan, he broke through to immortality, hence his aged appearance. Yet she was more drawn to the handsome boy. "What's your name?" "Chen Anyun," for peace, Yin for cloud. And the boy studied her with curiosity. Flustered under his gaze, Chu Huairou blushed and whispered, "My name is Chu Huairou." Li Wuji chuckled, "This is my first disciple and your senior brother. And me, eh? You'll naturally be the second senior sister." "Can I not be the second senior sister?" Chu Huairou frowned. Li Wuji's smile faltered as he asked curiously, "Do you wish to be the eldest senior sister?" "I dare not promise you that you'll need my foolish disciple's consent." "No, no, no." Chu Huairou shook her head vigorously. "In the stories father told me, it's always the little junior sister who is doted on. So I want to be the little junior sister." "All this. Is it not possible?" Chu Huairou tilted her head. "It seems not impossible either." And so Chu Huairou smoothly became the little junior sister of the entire Spirit Sword Peak. More importantly, she became Chen Anyun's only little junior sister. Chen Anyun cherished tranquility. His greatest joy was watching the moon alone. Chu Huairou thrived on activity, always pestering him during his moonlit moments. Despite their contrasting natures, they were inseparable day and night. "If you cling to your senior brother like this, what will you do when he marries?" teased the senior sister next door. Unfazed, Chu Huairou retorted, "Why can't I be the one to marry senior brother?" Then her eyes lit up. "I see. You must like my senior brother and came to test me, right?" Hands on her hips, ignoring the senior sister's frantic winks, she declared, "I tell you, senior brother is mine alone. None of you can take him." Ahem. A familiar voice came from behind. Chu Huairou's face flushed crimson. Not daring to look back, she fled in an instant. Chen Anyun was left facing the senior sister's meaningful smile, utterly bewildered. He had arrived late and heard nothing. That cough was merely a dry throat. Yet from then on, whenever anyone on Spirit Sword Peak saw Chu Huairou and Chen Anyun together, they couldn't help but wear inexplicable knowing smiles. They were senior brother and little junior sister, childhood sweethearts who grew up together. At that time, Chu Huairou never pondered what the future held. She only felt that every day spent joyfully with the one she loved was the happiest time. From the depths of her heart, she wished such days would last forever. The turning point came with the master's disappearance, plunging Spirit Sword Peak into chaos. At that moment, the senior brother inexplicably became the acting peak master. This change astonished and confused everyone, yet the senior brother silently shouldered the heavy responsibility. Since becoming acting peak master, his life grew extraordinarily busy. Every day, besides relentless cultivation to enhance his strength, he had to handle a myriad of tedious affairs. Matters large and small on the peak required his personal attention and decisions. From disciples' training progress to resource allocation and inter-branch exchanges, not a single task could be neglected. As the senior brother grew busier, the time he spent with her dwindled. Once they practiced together, explored the mountains, and shared countless joyful moments. But now those beautiful memories seemed to be fading away from her. Then Zhou Qing appeared. The distance between them began to widen. Their meetings grew rarer. One day Zhou Qing seemed to perceive her feelings for the senior brother and suggested that if he truly cared for her, she should try being with him. That way the senior brother would become jealous and pay her more attention. So during that time, she started staying with Zhou Qing, deliberately acting intimately in front of the senior brother. But he didn't get angry or turn back for her sake. Instead, he looked as if he blessed her. So had he only ever seen her as a sister? Not until that blood-soaked wedding did Chu Huairou think the senior brother would mock her. After all, she had abandoned Zhou Qing and made her own choice. But to her surprise, the senior brother didn't mock her. Instead, he embraced her with tenderness and began that earth-shattering journey of vengeance. If asked when the happiest time in her life had been, Chu Huairou would unhesitatingly answer during that journey of revenge with her senior brother. For only then did she truly spend a year with him day and night, finally understanding that beneath his gentle and refined exterior, the one she once adored was so dazzling and spirited. Especially when purging the heavenly demon sex forces at Crescent Moon City, Chen Anyun was wounded almost. Yet no matter how severe his injuries during the day, every night, he would take a flask of wine, sit alone on a branch, gently caressing his wushuang sword while gazing at the moon. Is senior brother thinking of me? At such moments, Chu Huairou felt an immense ache. For she had gradually come to see her own heart. It turned out that from the very first moment she saw that handsome boy, she had already fallen in love with him. And this love had never changed, but he had always been by her side. And when that companionship became a habit, and the habit became natural, it clouded her vision. Alas, she realized it too late. Especially when she knew for certain that he was about to. Thus, when nature reverted to habit and habit ceased to be habit, Chu Huairou felt an unprecedented pain, as if her very marrow were being gouged out. Yes, he had long been an indispensable part of her life. But after losing him, she herself was no longer whole. Later, after slaying demons and monsters, she would always wander into nearby mortal towns. She constantly fantasized that in a single lifted gaze, she would see those familiar eyes again. And in that instant, eternity would pass. She would grab him as he turned to leave, pull him into her arms without hesitation, and tell him, "I, Chu Huairou, am willing to be Chen Anyun's wife." But alas, fantasy remained fantasy. From her master, she learned he had at most 10 years of life left. Yet for thousands of years thereafter, even after she became the revered, peerless female emperor, she never met him again. But Chu Huairou alone knew. If the heavenly Tao truly existed in this world, she would gladly trade all her current cultivation and achievements for those fleeting days on Spirit Sword Peak. And she would do so willingly. Then, her wish actually came true. So when she pushed open the door and called out senior brother, heaven knows how much strength it took to suppress the impulse to embrace him. And amusingly, she discovered that her senior brother was still fretting over his opponent for the sect tournament. She chuckled inwardly. Who would imagine that this worried youth would one day be the unparalleled prodigy who single-handedly stormed the heavenly demon sect? So unable to contain herself, she shouted loudly, "My senior brother is invincible under heaven." At the same time, she silently vowed, "This time I will never lose him again. Never." Tongzi, what would you say if little junior sister found out that I orchestrated all of this as a script? I advise you, host, not to do that. According to the system's analysis, if Chu Huairou discovers the truth, there is at least a 1 chance she will turn dark. 1? That low. What about the remaining 99? Chen Anyun asked, overjoyed. He had always trusted the system's judgments. She will kill you first, then turn dark. Host, what are you doing? Packing my bags to run. Actually, host, you need not worry so much. Given Chu Huairou's personality, as long as you keep playing dumb, most likely nothing will happen. All right. Chen Anyun stopped moving and suddenly sighed. Tongzi, do you think we'll be punished by heaven for— Why would you think that, host? Well, isn't this deceiving their feelings and making them regret for a lifetime and all that? Please don't worry, host. Compared to what they lost, what they gained from you is far, far more. Oh, how so? Chen Anyun became intrigued. These leading ladies are actually from different novels by the same author. That author is notoriously twisted in the industry, insisting that tragedy is the true essence of all creation. So under that author's pen, although these leading ladies lived tumultuous lives, their endings were all extremely tragic. So now, thanks to your efforts, host, this world has finally escaped that twisted author's control. These leading ladies can finally break free from their predetermined fates and truly take charge of their own destinies. For them, what could be more important than having their fate in their own hands, eh? So rest assured, host, you have a point. Chen Anyun stroked his chin in agreement. And as you said, given little junior sister's personality, as long as I keep playing dumb, I should be able to live peacefully, right? That is correct, host. But the next moment, a figure in a black dress suddenly flashed through Chen Anyun's mind. By the way, Tongzi, while little junior sister is not a big problem, what about Liuli? The system fell. Don't be like that, Tongzi. Your silence scares me. Please accept my condolences, host. If misfortune befalls you, this system will continue to live on bravely. Condolences, my ass. Can't you come up with a plan? What good are you? Chen Anyun rubbed his forehead. This was a far more troublesome one than Chu Huairou 100 times over. But thankfully that woman probably didn't know he was at Tai's sect now. At least for now, he didn't have to fear her. Forget it, it'll just take it one step at a time. Chen Anyun thought to himself. The next day, as soon as Chen Anyun opened his door, he felt a soft body press against him, tightly clutching his right arm. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. He instinctively reached out with his other hand and ruffled Chu Huairou's hair. Good morning, senior brother. Why are you here so early today? Of course, to cheer for senior brother in the tournament. Chu Huairou clenched her little fist and waved it up and down. Chen Anyun's small hut stood at the peak of Spirit Sword Peak. It was just sunrise. The entire peak was brimming with life. The distant mountains under the sunlight appeared even more majestic, and the mist among the peaks was dyed in hues of orange and red. It felt as if one were in a celestial realm. Coupled with the naturalness of their conversation, everything seemed to have returned to the very beginning. Thus, whether intentionally or not, both Chen Anyun and Chu Huairou tacitly maintained that atmosphere. In this timeline, their master had not yet disappeared. Chen Anyun was still merely the senior brother of Spirit Sword Peak. Their relationship was at its best before any rift. So Chu Huairou was genuinely grateful for this rebirth. Like a lark, she chattered incessantly all the way. And Chen Anyun, as in the past, listened with a doting smile, nodding occasionally in response. When they reached the sect's main square, Chu Huairou reluctantly said to Chen Anyun, "Senior brother, I'll go to my arena first. He'll be back soon. All right, be careful in your match." Chen Anyun cautioned. "I'll do my best." Chu Huairou replied with a smile. After her figure had receded into the distance, the system suddenly spoke. "Host, is it really okay for you two to act like teenagers? Chen Anyun's body stiffened. If we're counting real ages, the two of you together are almost 3,000 years old. Shut up. The subsequent tournament results were utterly predictable, with no suspense at all. Chen Anyun exerted every ounce of his strength and used every trick in the book to barely make his opponent's loss not too humiliating. After all, with his cultivation at the transcendent realm, his opponent was only at the mystic comprehension realm. To put it bluntly, the gap between them was probably several times larger than that between an ant and Mike Tyson. As Chen Anyun stepped off the arena, he saw Chu Huairou in the distance waving at him. As expected of senior brother. Junior brother Zhang just broke through. His foundation is unstable. It was just luck. Chen Anyun laughed modestly, then asked, "And you?" "I won too," Chu Huairou said very naturally, then quickly added a hint of fluster, explaining, "That senior brother must have seen how young I am and couldn't bear to fight, so he accidentally lost. As long as you're not hurt." Watching Chu Huairou's clumsy acting, Chen Anyun smoothly skipped the topic. He hadn't expected his junior sister to still be so competitive after all these years. Even though her cultivation had regressed to the object control realm, the gap between the first three realms of the cultivation world was not as exaggerated as in the later stages. 1,000 years of experience was enough for Chu Huairou to win without too much difficulty. But wasn't she afraid of raising his suspicions? However, that was not the main issue Chen Anyun was grappling with. If he remembered correctly, at the end of this year, there would be a grand event in the cultivation world. The opening of the Luozhou Spirit Pearl Secret Realm. He was still weak in cultivation, then, so this matter had little to do with him. But it was during this Secret Realm expedition that his master went missing. And more importantly, this Spirit Pearl Secret Realm harbored a huge secret. Chen Anyun only learned of this secret many years later. In truth, the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm was a fragment left behind after the fall of a major power in the upper realm, the Xianxia Palace. And the Xianxia holy maiden Ling Shizi, who slumbered within it, was one of the leading female protagonists of this world. However, her storyline was rather peculiar. According to the plot, Ling Shizi was originally an outer disciple of the Xianxia Palace in the upper realm. From a young age, she was brainwashed into a loyal follower of the palace, believing that her entire existence was dedicated to the Xianxia Palace. Later, the Xianxia Palace was destroyed, reduced to ruins, and its fragments fell into the lower realm. With the aid of the sect's guardian artifact, these fragments transformed into the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm. In this catastrophe, Ling Shizi became the sole survivor of the entire Xianxia Palace. Moreover, the laws within the Xianxia Palace continued to operate. Every 1,000 years, a contest for the Holy Son or Holy Maiden would take place. Since Ling Shizi was the only survivor, she was naturally chosen as the Holy Maiden. However, unexpectedly, the former Holy Son did not die completely, and through a twist of fate awakened. The Xianxia Palace had strict rules. Only one Holy Son or Holy Maiden could exist at any time. If the Xianxia Holy Son were successfully resurrected, Ling Shizi would become his nourishment and be devoured entirely. Yet due to the prolonged brainwashing by the Xianxia Palace, her heart had long been twisted and blinded. Even knowing the rules of the Xianxia Palace, seeing the hope of the Holy Son's resurrection, she unhesitatingly set aside her own life and death, using every means to help revive him. To achieve this goal, she meticulously orchestrated the emergence of the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm, attracting cultivators from the lower realm to explore. Then, using upper realm methods, she secretly arranged a soul-absorbing immortal array. Whenever a cultivator stepped into the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm to explore, this absorbing array would silently activate, mercilessly draining their lifespan. But in truth, even a tiny ant clings to life. Naturally, Ling Shizi did not wish to die either. Thus, her will to survive, intertwined with the responsibility etched into her bones, plunged her into endless agony and struggle. On one hand, she yearned to revive the Xianxia Holy Son and restore the Xianxia Palace. On the other, she feared becoming a sacrifice. In this contradiction, her heart gradually twisted and grew mad. The role played by Chen Anyun was that of one who in the future would inadvertently stumble into the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm, be deeply captivated by Ling Shizi, and learn the secret of the Xianxia Palace. He would thus give everything to redeem her and help her break free from the palace's control. But the brainwashing of the Xianxia Palace was too effective. No matter how hard Chen Anyun tried, Ling Shizi continued to revive the Holy Son step by step. Only at the very last moment before the Holy Son's resurrection, just before Ling Zai's death, did she finally awaken and begin to regret, but it was too late. At this point, the tragic male supporting character Chen Anyun reappeared and sacrificed himself, causing the Holy Son's resurrection to ultimately fail. However, what was exasperating was that Ling Shizi remained completely unaware of the truth. She mistakenly believed that the failure of the Holy Son's resurrection was entirely due to her own mistake. Therefore, upon awakening, she did not feel even a shred of guilt toward Chen Anyun. In the original storyline, Chen Anyun was merely an ordinary friend in Ling Ziza's memory, someone who had once tried to persuade her to leave the Xianxia palace. How could the system tolerate this? So Chen Anyun painstakingly crafted another script. Later, recalling the events of that time, Chen Anyun involuntarily shuddered. This female lead's mind was exceptionally stubborn. Once she set her mind on something, Tenoxen could not pull her back. He had expended tremendous effort to gradually reshape her perception, making her understand that she should live for herself. Then he suddenly realized that if Ling Shizi had also undergone rebirth, the first thing she would do would likely be to swiftly close the Spirit Pearl secret realm and ruthlessly eliminate the Holy Sun. Thus there might be no need to worry too much about his master's safety. But his own safety was another matter. This woman hailed from the upper realm. Even with the shared experiences of the past life, Chen Anyun could not be certain he could fully understand her thoughts. Moreover, if his master had not disappeared, how would his junior sister react upon detecting the changes in the plot? Would she sense something amiss? Chen Anyun involuntarily sank into thought. Unbeknownst to him, just as he was pondering, far away in the Spirit Pearl secret realm, a breathtakingly beautiful figure gently raised her snow-white, jade-like hand. In an instant, a massive, agonized, and wildly writhing face appeared in midair, its features twisted in pain. Ling Shizi, you treacherous woman! How dare you commit such a heinous act of rebellion? Rebellion? Ling Ziza's eyes were cold and icy. If it weren't for your blessing in my past life, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state? What nonsense are you babbling? What past life? Didn't we both descend from the upper realm? Who is he? The massive face was now utterly bewildered, forgetting even to howl in pain. You don't need to know. Ling Shizi raised her arms slightly, and the enormous face once again fell into agonizing screams. In a whisper barely audible to herself, she murmured, just wait a little longer. Soon. I will come to find you very soon. My husband. While continuing to refine the former holy son of the Xianxia palace, a figure in a moon-white robe involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Along with a sentence she would never forget, even if she turned to ashes. As a human, you owe nothing to anyone. Ling Shizi, live for yourself. Ling Shizi stood there quietly, her eyes slightly closed, feeling the surging emotions deep within her heart. Her exquisite face was as translucent as white jade, radiating a captivating, mesmerizing glow. A barely perceptible smile crept onto the corners of her lips. The enormous face twisted and trembled as if shrouded by an unbearable terror. Its eyes bulged, fixed intently on Ling Shizi. That smile was so faint, almost imperceptible, like a flower blooming in the darkness. Fragile and small, yet exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Yet in the eyes of the agonized giant face, this seemingly insignificant smile appeared especially terrible. But Ling Shizi paid no heed to his thoughts. At that moment, within the secret realm, pink and white petals fluttered down like snow, carpeting the ground with a soft, fragrant blanket. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying threads of sweet aroma that lingered at the tip of the nose, refreshing the heart and mind. The sky was azure like a gem, and pure white clouds floated like cotton candy. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patches of golden light. She reached out to catch a falling apricot petal, feeling its delicate texture and faint life force. The petal trembled slightly in her palm. Ling Shizi gently closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the flowers, her thoughts drifting further and further away. Ling Shizi could still remember that morning after the success of the Spirit Gathering Immortal Array plan. The Holy Sun summoned her. Finally completed. In 3 years I will truly awaken. Ling Shizi, you have done well. For the remaining 3 years you may leave the secret realm and arrange your own affairs. In the solemn and majestic Xianxia palace, a floating ghostly head spoke slowly in a tone that was both proud and slightly wary. Upon hearing this, a surge of indescribable excitement welled up within Ling Shizi. She deeply bowed to the ground, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, the Holy Sun." In this moment, it was profoundly significant for Ling Shizi. It was not merely that she had finally obtained 3 years of her own time, which she could freely allocate. Rather, it was that she had finally fulfilled her long-standing wish to resurrect the Holy Sun and revitalize the Xianxia palace. Although she knew that the Holy Sun had asked her to leave the secret realm at this critical moment to guard against her, she still bore no resentment. She believed that under the leadership of the resurrected Holy Sun, the Xianxia palace would once again stand tall in the upper realm. However, when all the busyness and responsibilities temporarily vanished, she found herself at a loss. From childhood to adulthood, her life had been confined to the mission of protecting the Xianxia palace and serving the Holy Sun. Neither her teachers nor her parents had ever taught her about the pursuits or endeavors worth chasing beyond. Ling Shizi tried to search for those forgotten thoughts and desires. She couldn't help but recall the vibrant world she had once caught a glimpse of, or the moments spent with her fellow disciples at the Xianxia palace, yet she felt not a shred of longing in her heart. What should I do? Ling Shizi pondered seriously, and when she snapped back to reality, she found herself unknowingly in a small town in the mortal world. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of layered black bricks and white tiles. Even though the sky drizzled with fine rain, the streets were still bustling with people. Ling Shizi stood on the street, quietly listening to the conversations of the mortals around her. From their words, she learned that today seemed to be a special festival for mortals, Qingming. What exactly were these mortals busy with? Filled with curiosity, Ling Shizi began to carefully observe the passers-by. She focused intently on each person, completely oblivious to the fact that the rain had soaked her clothing. Just then she suddenly felt as if the rain had stopped. Raising her head in confusion, what first caught her eye was a man wearing a moon-white long robe. Then she realized that the rain had not ceased. Someone was holding an umbrella, quietly shielding her from the rain. Who are you? I am Chen Anyun. Why are you helping me with the umbrella? Because you are getting wet from the rain. You help me with the umbrella just because I am getting wet. What about them? Ling Shizi pointed to the passers-by who were also getting soaked by the rain. They are not as good-looking as you. Chen Anyun replied candidly. So you are helping me with the umbrella because I am... Well, if you insist on putting it that way, I suppose there's no problem with that. Chen Anyun responded patiently. Ling Shizi lifted her head to gaze at Chen Anyun's face. A very handsome man, she thought to herself. At least he was much better looking than the Holy Sun. But soon after she fell into self-reproach, wondering how she could presume to comment on the Holy Sun's appearance. Temporarily calming her thoughts, Ling Shizi looked at Chen Anyun earnestly and asked, So how should I repay? Chen Anyun was taken aback. He had never considered that such a blunt word would be spoken in front of a woman as ethereal as her. He spoke impulsively. We have a saying here, a drop of water shall be returned with a burst of spring. If you really want to repay me, why not just become my wife? How does that sound? As soon as he finished speaking, he began to regret it, feeling that he had been too frivolous and reckless. However, the woman before him radiated a celestial aura, yet she appeared to be a naive girl who knew nothing of worldly affairs, making it all too easy to contemplate teasing her. What is a wife? Wife means lady. Okay. Huh. It really doesn't work, does it? I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Wait, what did you just say? I said okay. Ling Shizi replied, earnestly looking at Chen Anyun. As long as you don't mind that we can only be husband and wife for 3 years. That's not how it works. Now it was Chen Anyun's turn to stammer and feel flustered, even unconsciously ignoring the words 3 years. My name is Ling Shizi from the Xianxia Palace in Xianxia. Xianxia Palace. What kind of place is that? Forget it, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Chen Anyun. I don't seem to remember anything from my past, and just woke up here. Indeed, I was being reckless with my words just now. Please forgive me, miss. Chen Anyun forced a bitter smile. Chen Anyun. Ling Shizi nodded, repeating the name twice, then completely ignored the latter part of Chen Anyun's statement, looking at him with anticipation and saying, Since I am your wife now, what should we do next? You? Well, okay. I suppose having such a beautiful wife for free isn't a loss for me. Chen Anyun suddenly smiled, straightening up with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Since we are husband and wife, why don't we first hold a wedding ceremony? He looked at the woman before him, secretly pondering how she would respond. However, to his surprise, she asked blankly, What is a wedding ceremony? You don't know this? Chen Anyun was somewhat astonished, but patiently explained, A wedding ceremony is the ritual for 2 people to become husband and wife. I thought explaining this would help her understand, but she then asked, I understand. When are we going to hold the wedding ceremony? At this moment, Chen Anyun couldn't help but feel anxious. He began to doubt whether this woman he had picked up was could it be that she doesn't even understand these basic common sense concepts? Or is she just teasing him on purpose? Chen Anyun sank into contemplation. Watching the man before her fall into silence, Ling Shizi was not in a hurry. Instead, she felt a hint of joy within her. At least she had found a new, not too terrible goal. Wife. What should one do? Ling Shizi's heart was filled with anticipation. A newlywed couple arrived in Sioux County. Sioux County was small, and the couple soon became the talk of the townsfolk. After all, they were a perfectly matched pair, striking and remarkable. Moreover, their neighbors soon discovered that the couple was not only exceptionally attractive, but also possessed impeccable personalities. The husband was graceful and refined, with a gentle smile, perpetually gracing his face, treating everyone around him with patience. The wife, on the other hand, was innocent and full of curiosity. She harbored a keen interest in all the novelties of life, and often mingled with the local children. Half a year later, the couple opened a medical clinic. Whether rich or poor, noble or humble, anyone who came seeking treatment would receive their utmost care. Their medical skills were superb, often curing ailments with a single dose of medicine, and they soon earned the respect and gratitude of the small town's residents. The couple naturally integrated into the fabric of this little county. So this is what they call healing the world and saving the people. After a day's hard work, Ling Shizi showed no signs of fatigue, Instead, her face was brimming with excitement. Humming to herself while tidying the scattered herbs in the clinic, she said, "How interesting." "What are you saying?" Chen Anyun's voice suddenly came from behind her. "A husband, you're back." Ling Shizi showed no surprise at all, but instead leaned back naturally into Chen Anyun's embrace. Chen Anyun held her tenderly and asked softly, "What's the matter? Did something interesting happen today? You seem so happy." Ling Shizi looked up, her face radiant with a satisfied smile, and said, "I just think that what you said before about healing the world and saving the people is indeed quite intriguing." Chen Anyun couldn't help but laugh. He had grown accustomed to his wife's curiosity about everything new. Gently stroking Ling Ziza's hair, he said, "Yes, this is the life of mortals." Ling Shizi nodded and remarked with emotion, "In the past, I was always cultivating at the Xianxia Palace. I never knew the mortal world could be so splendid." Chen Anyun looked at his wife, wanting to tell her that in the mortal world suffering often outweighed joy, but seeing Ling Shizi so engrossed and delighted, he kept those words to himself. The two stood embracing, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Since their encounter half a year ago, Chen Anyun had noticed Ling Ziza's intense interest in experiencing a different life. Sometimes he even wondered if his union with Ling Shizi was merely part of her life experience. It wasn't until they had consummated their marriage that he gradually dismissed this notion. In fact, this clinic was originally opened by Ling Shizi to experience being a doctor. He just wondered how long her enthusiasm would last. But since it was Ling Ziza's idea, he was willing to support it. After a moment of intimacy, Ling Shizi asked again, "Husband, what shall we do next?" Chen Anyun smiled slightly, then gently stroked Ling Ziza's hair and said softly, "I almost forgot." With that, he gently pushed Ling Shizi back and pulled a yellow silk scroll from his bosom. Curious, Ling Shizi gazed at Chen Anyun with her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion, "What's this?" Chen Anyun's lips curled into a smile, and he waved the scroll proudly, saying, "This is the imperial edict. The current emperor is unwell, and the imperial physicians are at their wits' end. Since we wish to experience the feeling of healing the world, how could we miss this, eh?" At the mention of the imperial edict, a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Ziza's eyes. She carefully took the scroll and examined it closely. The imperial edict bore golden characters exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. "The Son of Heaven in the Ninefold Palace is honored above all. The lords of 5 ranks stand outside the gate. But none compare to a carefree drunkard in plain clothes who leaves not his life to the whims of heaven and earth." Chen Anyun recited leisurely, "This is the highest realm of a physician." Ling Shizi listened quietly, a light gradually kindling in her eyes. News that Chen Anyun and Ling Shizi had taken down the imperial edict soon spread throughout Su County. All the townsfolk who knew them came to dissuade them. "The current emperor is a tyrant. If you can cure him, fine. If not, you may not even leave the palace alive." After sending off the concerned townspeople, Ling Shizi asked, "Husband, what is a tyrant?" "Oh, a tyrant is an emperor with a terrible temper, the kind who loves to kill people at the slightest provocation." "Then should we still treat a tyrant? I feel they don't seem to like this so-called tyrant." Ling Shizi had a very favorable impression of the townspeople who came to the clinic. "Our main goal is to experience the feeling. After we cure him, we can just make him sick again." Having lived here for half a year, Chen Anyun had heard much about the tyrant and spoke without hesitation. "Husband, you're so clever." Ling Shizi generously bestowed a kiss. With a beautiful woman in his arms, and she his wife, Chen Anyun saw no need to resist temptation. He scooped Ling Shizi up and headed toward the bedroom. Several days passed. A group of soldiers arrived at Chen Anyun's clinic. They first caught sight of Ling Shizi in the clinic, and their eyes lit up with admiration. Only then did they shift their gaze to Chen Anyun, who was attending to a patient, and asked, "Are you the physician who took down the edict?" "That is me." Chen Anyun nodded calmly. "Then come with us." The leading officer spoke in a cold tone. "Can't you see him practicing medicine?" Chen Anyun showed no intention of leaving, not even lifting his head. "There are still 3 patients here who need treatment. Please wait a moment." "Are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? If you delay the emperor's treatment, can you bear the responsibility?" The leading officer was furious, drawing his waist knife halfway with a sharp clang. The gleaming blade radiated a chilling aura. "In my clinic there is no distinction between noble and humble. Oh, everyone must abide by the order of arrival." Chen Anyun's face remained impassive while Ling Ziza's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched the scene unfold. The patients, however, grew increasingly uneasy. Just as a conflict seemed inevitable, the leading officer unexpectedly sheathed his knife and cupped his hands in salute, saying with some admiration, "It seems you truly have skill. Very well, wait until you finish treating these patients." "As it should be." Chen Anyun nodded, speaking without ceremony. "Let's go." With these 2 words lightly uttered, Chen Anyun slowly put away the gleaming silver needles in his hand. Amidst the patient's profuse thanks and tearful gratitude, he rose gracefully and elegantly. dressed in a spotless white robe and a scholar's cap. His posture was as straight as a pine, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Even the seasoned and composed officer who had witnessed countless lives and deaths couldn't help but silently marvel. Such bearing was truly rare in the world. The imperial palace was naturally resplendent with gold and jade. However, being cultivators themselves, the two felt little awe for such mortal luxuries, which instead earned them a newfound respect from the officer leading them inside. If you are truly confident in your medical skills, sir, perhaps you should have your wife wait outside the palace, he suggested, casting a glance at Ling Xia's breathtaking beauty. It is of no consequence. Chen Anyun naturally understood his implication. A tyrant was capable of any capricious act. However, Ling Xizi had come precisely to experience life. Waiting outside the palace would rob her of all the interest. Seeing Chen Anyun's unyielding demeanor, the officer sighed inwardly and ceased his persuasion. Before long, under the guidance of a palace attendant, the pair arrived at the emperor's bedchamber. The emperor of this nation was in the prime of his life, yet prolonged illness had left his complexion withered, making him appear as if his days were numbered. Nevertheless, even in this state, his eyes brightened at the sight of Chen Anyun and Ling Xizi entering. But bound by his critical illness, he could only lower his eyelids, inadvertently revealing a flicker of greed. The two paid it no mind. Chen Anyun had already discerned the root of his ailment at a glance. If he were to use his mystical arts, he was confident he could restore the man to health within 3 days. Yet since he was accompanying Ling Xizi to experience mortal life, he could not employ abilities beyond those of ordinary men. Thus Chen Anyun patiently began his diagnosis, observing, listening, questioning, and taking the pulse, before turning to Ling Xizi to gravely discuss a prescription. Over the following fortnight, the pair visited the emperor's bedchamber daily, meticulously applying acupuncture and administering medicine. The emperor's health began to recover remarkably, until one day, as they prepared to enter the palace once more to administer treatment, they were stopped at the gate by a eunuch. "Eunuch Wang, what is the meaning of this?" Ling Xizi asked with some displeasure. Having passed the initial novelty, she was beginning to tire of the game of healing the world. Yet driven by a sense of responsibility to see things through, she still intended to cure the emperor completely. Eunuch Wang, all too aware of his sovereign's true nature, averted his gaze and said, "His Majesty has decreed Master Chen and his wife are both great talents, and your recent medical efforts have been arduous. Fearing your exhaustion, and since I am now largely recovered from this day forth, you shall attend the palace on alternate days to administer the medicine." Chen Anyun chuckled inwardly. The emperor's schemes were practically written all over his face. He had no concerns for Ling Xi's safety. Over the past year, his cultivation had gradually recovered, catching up to hers. Now both were at the middle stage of the Guiyuan realm. Such a level was sufficient to become the head of a sect in an ordinary school. So Chen Anyun readily agreed, and under Eunuch Wang's pitying gaze departed with an air of carefree indifference. That evening, when Ling Xizi returned to their lodgings, Chen Anyun asked with keen interest, "Did His Majesty say anything to you?" Ling Xizi replied with some excitement. "He said that if I were willing to pledge myself to him, he would make me his imperial noble consort." "Husband, would that be interesting?" A chill ran through Chen Anyun's heart. He quickly explained, "Being an imperial noble consort means becoming his wife. From then on, you would never be able to leave the palace or come and go freely." "Oh, that does sound tedious." Ling Xi's excitement instantly faded. She had thought it might be something amusing. Only then did Chen Anyun relax. He did not know why, but he had just felt a pang of fear, as if had the role of imperial noble consort been interesting, Ling Xizi might have truly considered it. The thought filled him with a vague unease. As for the emperor, he harbored no worry whatsoever. If Ling Xizi was unwilling, he had 1,000 ways to extinguish any such notion from a mere mortal sovereign's mind. The next day, Chen Anyun arrived at the palace. While administering the medicine, he gently touched the emperor's forehead with his fingertip. A few more days passed, and the emperor had finally recovered his health. Overjoyed, he immediately decreed a shower of priceless treasures and personally appointed Chen Anyun as the chief imperial physician. Simultaneously, he conferred upon Ling Xizi the title of Anfusion. For a time, the fame of the divine physician couple spread throughout the entire dynasty. Their miraculous medical skills and noble virtues were praised in every street and alley. Yet unexpectedly, this couple renowned across the land suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving no word of their departure. In their grand imperially bestowed mansion, only a single letter remained. The letter's words were brief and earnest, expressing their longing for a life of freedom and their unwillingness to be bound by the confines of the court. Upon learning of this, the emperor sighed with regret, but did not dispatch a host of guards to search for them. Instead, after their departure, his temperament underwent a profound transformation. He governed with renewed vigor and dedication, eventually becoming a wise and virtuous ruler. The world whispered that the divine physician had not only cured the emperor's body, but had also healed his heart. This legendary tale gradually became a popular topic of idle conversation. The small-town medical clinic where the two had once worked was preserved for the people to visit and admire. As for the couple's whereabouts, at that very moment in a neighboring country a full 1,000 miles away, which was suffering from the frenzied incursions of steppe barbarians, a remarkable young female general suddenly emerged. She was valiant and commanding, a true heroine who outshone any man. Yet what was even more remarkable was that this young female general's husband did not hinder his wife from waging war and displaying her prowess. Instead, as she bravely charged into battle against the enemy, he stood amidst the formation, vigorously beating the war drum and cheering her on. In a mere half a year, this devoted couple, united in heart and action, fought side by side, leading the border troops like a thunderbolt sweeping across the boundless grasslands. They won every battle, advancing with unstoppable momentum, and ultimately sealed Mount Langjutsu, achieving glorious military exploits. These monumental feats quickly spread throughout the entire nation, shaking the imperial court. Consequently, the emperor issued an imperial edict desiring to summon them for an audience. However, to everyone's astonishment, what was presented to the palace was a memorial from the couple declaring their lack of interest in fame and fortune and their earnest request to resign from office and retire into seclusion. Time flowed like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye nearly 3 years had passed. In this not-so-long span, the two seemed to have experienced several lifetimes of ups and downs. They had worked as traveling merchants, leveraging their exceptional insight and silver tongues to navigate the markets, amassing immense wealth and becoming the richest of the land. Yet when faced with the impoverished and suffering, they did not hesitate to give away all the fortunes they had painstakingly accumulated, helping others tide over their hardships. Then they became farmers, living a pastoral life of rising at dawn and resting at dusk. Each day they toiled under the scorching sun, tending to their few acres of meager land. Once Xianxia was struck by a sudden whim and developed a keen interest in becoming a courtesan, wanting to give it a try. Fortunately, Chen Anyun earnestly dissuaded her, finally convincing her to abandon the idea. After many twists and turns, they eventually returned to the place where they first met, Su County. But this time they had quietly altered their appearances so the local folk could not recognize them. They had no intention of resuming their old professions. They simply purchased a small dwelling and transformed into an ordinary couple, living a simple and peaceful life. When boredom struck, they would go to the tea house, sipping cheap tea, while listening to the storyteller animatedly recount how a new peerless female chivalrous warrior from the spirit sword peak of Tai sect had emerged, slaying demons and monsters and performing earth-shattering feats. How wonderful, Xianxia murmured absent-mindedly, gazing at the storyteller's fluttering folding fan. After 3 years of constant companionship, Chen Anyun had long understood Xianxia's various whimsical thoughts. He smiled and said, "If you wish to do it, then do it. I think being a pair of chivalrous lovers who protect the weak wouldn't be bad." In the past 2 years or so, his cultivation had recovered once more, and he had stepped back into the perfection of the return to origin realm, far surpassing Xianxia. However, he could not recall his own past memories, no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but only when he recently heard the storyteller at the tea house narrating the tales of the female, chivalrous warrior of Tai sect did a faint, inexplicable stir arise in his heart. But now his heart and mind were entirely occupied by his wife, so he cast all other matters to the winds, paying no heed to the happenings of the outside world. In the past, with Xianxia's lively and mischievous nature, she would have bounced up like a joyful little bird, eagerly discussing detailed and thorough plans with Chen Anyun. But at this moment, she merely let out a soft sigh. What a pity. The sound was as faint as ripples spreading across a lake, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Even Chen Anyun, standing beside her, could not hear what she had said. He looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression and asked, "My dear, what did you just say? I didn't catch it." Xianxia gently shook her head and did not utter another word. Seeing this, Chen Anyun wanted to press further, but just then he felt a sudden weight on his chest. His wife's delicate head had gently rested against his chest. Instinctively, he reached out and tenderly stroked her thick flowing hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall. A doting smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he said softly, "Never mind. These past few years we've been running around and have truly exhausted ourselves body and soul. Let's take this opportunity to rest for a while. After all, it's only natural for a woman to be a bit sentimental now and then. And for my wife, who is usually so carefree and unconcerned, to show such tender and lovable side. It's truly unexpected for me." Feeling his wife's slight movement in his arms, he knew she had nodded in agreement with his idea. Then they quietly embraced each other, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. So much so that he did not see the dark, somber gleam in Xianxia's eyes. "Husband, I often see mortals uttering the word love so readily. What exactly is this love?" It was on a certain day after they had indulged in the fantasy of being a young general who had achieved great military exploits and then retired from military service that Ling Shizi suddenly posed this question. Chen Anyun chuckled and said, "Love is a feeling deeper than mere liking." "I see," Ling Shizi replied, lost in thought. Then in a pitiful tone he asked, "Then, my dear wife, do you love your husband?" "I suppose so," Ling Shizi answered hesitantly. In truth, she was uncertain herself. Yet having observed mortals for so long, she knew this answer would bring joy to Chen Anyun. She wanted to make Chen Anyun happy. "I love you too, my wife." As expected, Chen Anyun joyfully lifted her up and whispered into her ear. Ling Shizi breathed a silent sigh of relief, satisfied that her answer had been correct. Yet for some reason, hearing his words left her feeling parched and her heart racing. Ling Shizi had departed without a word. Her 3-year term had ended. Finding a flimsy excuse to leave, she employed a secret technique to open the passage to the Spirit Pearl's secret realm. As she stepped once more into that mysterious realm, a strange emotion surged within her. Gazing upon the familiar flora, she felt an unprecedented sense of weariness. Only 3 years prior, whenever she left the solemn and majestic Xianxia palace to stroll leisurely through this realm, had been one of the few times she could truly relax and find peace. Now she instinctively reached out and gently touched her chest, as if something ineffable troubled her heart. Her delicate brows furrowed as Ling Shizi sank into contemplation, striving to grasp that fleeting subtle feeling within her. Yet no matter how she racked her brain, her efforts proved futile. Helplessly, she let out a faint sigh, slowly lifted her foot, and began walking towards the direction of the Xianxia palace. Unbeknownst to herself, unlike her usual light steps, each stride now felt heavy, burdened by an unspoken melancholy and confusion deep within her heart. "Ling Shizi, your return is timely. In 3 days my crucial moment of revival will arrive." The floating phantom head suspended midair spoke in a seemingly calm tone. Yet upon careful listening, a trace of barely concealed excitement could be detected beneath the surface. "Yes, Holy Son," Ling Shizi replied with a slight bow, but her response lacked the fervent reverence. This caused the phantom head to frown deeply, pondering if this woman were to suddenly change her mind and turn against him. His revival plan would surely encounter numerous complications. After all, though he had once been the Holy Son, he had perished many years ago. How much of his former cultivation power he could retain upon awakening was highly uncertain. Should Ling Shizi cease her cooperation, the outcome of the ensuing conflict would be unpredictable. With this in mind, the phantom head's gaze grew increasingly intense as it fixed upon Ling Shizi below, as if trying to discern her true thoughts and intentions. Frowning, he strained to recall the myriad complex thoughts and intentions of the female cultivators within the Xianxia palace that he had inadvertently glimpsed during his time as the Holy Son. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. "You need not worry. Upon my complete revival, though you shall die for the Xianxia palace as the Holy Son, I have the authority to choose to practice dual cultivation with you, allowing you to bear my offspring before your slumber." Upon finishing, a proud and self-satisfied smile spread across his face. Hearing this, Ling Shizi's heart trembled. Instantly, the words Chen Anyun had spoken months ago flashed through her mind, that if they were to have a child, he hoped a son would be as handsome as him and a daughter as radiant as her. Back then, Ling Shizi knew well such a thing was impossible, yet she could not suppress a secret curiosity and longing within her heart. But now, when these very words came from the Holy Son whom she had always revered, she was astonished to feel a surge of indescribable disgust rising within her. What was happening to her? This should not be. She had long sworn in her heart that for the revival and resurgence of the Xianxia palace, she would pay any price, even sacrificing herself. Suppressing her discomfort, she looked up at the phantom in the sky. "Thank you, Holy Son." The phantom head breathed a silent sigh of relief, the tension in its heart finally easing. Just moments ago, when he saw Ling Shizi fall silent, he was filled with anxiety and unease, even fearing that his cleverness had backfired and ruined everything. But now, hearing her unwavering agreement and gazing upon her alluring figure, a desire that had lain dormant in his heart for ages slowly awakened like a long slumbering beast. This desire, far from diminishing with time, had grown only stronger due to prolonged suppression. He could not hide his elation and exclaimed excitedly, "Good. Then go and make preparations. This Holy Son specially permits you to use the hairpin flower ceremony." This hairpin flower ceremony was a grand ritual in the Xianxia palace, held only when the sect master or the Holy Son took a wife. Upon hearing this, Ling Shizi fell silent once more. Deep within her mind, a figure suddenly and inexplicably surfaced. But in an instant, she forcibly suppressed that image with her powerful will, as if it had never appeared. Finally, she nodded slightly and replied respectfully, "As you command, Holy Son." After leaving the Xianxia palace, a heavy-hearted Ling Shizi returned to her dwelling within the secret realm. After sitting on a chair for a moment, she subconsciously called out, "Husband." Then she let out a self-deprecating laugh. That hazy feeling surged within her once again. When she decided to leave, she was certain she felt no reluctance. But now a powerful longing was taking root, and she suddenly yearned to see him, to watch him gleefully show off the plump fish he had just caught, or to listen to his endless chatter about the novel things he had encountered outside. This sudden intense emotion almost made her want to leave the secret realm immediately. But soon the earnest teachings of her parents and mentors from her youth echoed in her ears, and the longing in her chest subsided. I am not wrong. Reviving the Xianxia Palace is my lifelong aspiration. Now that the Holy Sun's revival is within reach, he will surely lead the Xianxia Palace to glory. With this thought, her resolve instantly hardened. Yes, I should occupy myself now. After all, there are only 3 days until the Holy Sun's revival. She stood up and, somewhat flustered, fled out the door. System notification: regret value 10. After Ling Shizi departed without a word, Chen Anyun searched frantically for days until this notification suddenly appeared in his mind. He was startled at first, then clarity instantly returned to his eyes. A sense of languor emanating from the depths of his bones spread across his face. Leaving without hesitation. She doesn't even show the slightest courtesy. Even with his memories restored, Chen Anyun couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. Though it was all a script, wasn't he the one who had truly experienced these events? Indeed, esteemed host. After this system's meticulous analysis and deduction, it is highly probable that Ling Shizi has returned to the Spirit Pearl's secret realm. Moreover, it appears she has made thorough preparations for her sacrifice. Hearing this, Chen Anyun couldn't help but sigh again. He felt utterly helpless against someone like Ling Shizi. It reminded him of a college buddy who had been lured into a pyramid scheme. Even when the police showed up, the friend insisted they were just jealous of his fortune. He had hoped that 3 years of experience might awaken some sense of self in her. He never imagined she would be so thoroughly brainwashed. He sighed because compared to the junior apprentice sister from before, although he knew she truly existed, she was like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection on water, visible yet intangible. But Ling Shizi was entirely different. He could behold her beauty with his own eyes, touch her warm, soft skin, and from a certain unique perspective, even claimed to have known her intimately. Whenever he recalled those blush-inducing rated scenes buried deep in his memory, even after awakening from his self-hypnosis, Chen Anyun still found it hard to avoid harboring genuine feelings for Ling Shizi. According to the original story's trajectory, the original self and Ling Shizi were merely meant to be chance acquaintances who stumbled into the place. But through Chen Anyun's careful planning, the two were supposed to become bosom friends, traveling the world together and sharing everything. Unexpectedly, after his own series of blunders during his memory loss, things still deviated from his design. They had actually become husband and wife in both name and reality. Yet even with such an intimate bond, after 3 whole years of constant companionship, Ling Shizi could still leave without a trace of reluctance. This was enough to show that the beliefs and principles deeply rooted in her heart were far more unshakable than imagined. Chen Anyun narrowed his eyes, slightly gently stroked his chin, and began to ponder silently. If everything proceeded according to the original plot, the original self would soon inadvertently stumble upon the massive conspiracy meticulously planned by the sacred son of the Xianxia Palace. However, by the time he discovered it, it would be too late. He could only watch helplessly as the sacred son of Xianxia Palace completed the resurrection ritual step by step before his eyes. And because Ling Shizi violated the inviolable rules of Xianxia Palace, she instantly fell into a deep coma. Seeing this, the original self was naturally frantic with worry, and a surge of protective instinct welled up within him. To save this girl who had helped him when he inadvertently fell into the secret realm, he stepped forward without hesitation, engaging in a breathtaking life-or-death battle with the newly revived and immensely powerful sacred son of Xianxia Palace. In the original plot, because the sacred son of Xianxia Palace had just been resurrected, his strength had waned to the return to origin stage, only a hair's breadth away from Chen Anyun's power. Thus, after a fierce struggle, Chen Anyun employed every trick in his arsenal, expended his last ounce of strength, and finally defeated the sacred son of Xianxia Palace with an earth-shattering strike. But at the same time, he himself was struck by the sacred son's dying blow, the shattering star palm, and was swept away by a torrent of powerful energy into an unknown small world. Thus, this chapter of his fate came to a perfect close, officially beginning his next journey as a step. Meanwhile, when Ling Shizi slowly regained consciousness, she felt a splitting headache and a chaotic mind with no memory of what had happened before. Nor did she know where the man who had guarded her and fought so valiantly for her had gone. However, with the complete fall of the sacred son of Xianxia Palace, Ling Shizi unexpectedly obtained all the precious resources of Xianxia Palace. These resources were like golden keys, opening the door for her to the pinnacle of immortal cultivation. In the long years that followed, relying on her exceptional talent and the vast resources at her disposal, Ling Shizi overcame countless obstacles and continuously broke through her own limits. Finally, one day she succeeded in transcending the mortal realm and became the renowned Xianxia, celestial venerable. However, during the great calamity of heaven and earth tens of thousands of years later, her Tao heart was flawed, and she ultimately could not escape her doom. Thinking about his next plan, Chen Anyun felt a pang of reluctance. After all, this was his true wife of the past 3 years. She just doesn't know what happened, and her Tao heart is damaged. If I make her regret it for life, wouldn't her Tao heart shatter, and she die even more miserably later? No, esteemed host. The reason Ling Ziza's Tao heart was flawed is not simply that she didn't know what happened. Although she became the sole holy maiden of Xiantian Palace, she never managed to break free from the shackles imposed by Xiantian Palace throughout her life, ultimately perishing. And although you, esteemed host, will become her regret, it will complete her Tao heart, opening a broader path for her future. All right. Chen Anyun nodded. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Rest assured, esteemed host. Little system will always watch over you. Chen Anyun nodded, closed his eyes, and used self-hypnosis. Moments later, his tightly shut eyes snapped open. Deep within them, like an abyss, surfaced a veiled, elusive, and unfathomable expression. Just now, as he finally managed to find some clues about Ling Ziza's disappearance, a series of events related to Ling Shizi and the mysterious Xiantian Palace suddenly and inexplicably flooded his mind. Calculating the time carefully, there were less than 3 days left before his wife would perish because of that so-called sacred son of the damn Xiantian Palace. At the thought, he was instantly furious. Remember, this was his wife who had shared 3 years of thick and thin. Although he had always known she seemed to harbor some secret, now she was willingly sacrificing her life for another man. This was absolutely intolerable and unacceptable to him, both emotionally and morally. Snap! Extreme rage ignited like a fire, instantly unleashing the pent-up emotions deep within him, as if breaking some invisible shackle. In an instant, his aura surged wildly like a turbulent tide. With each breath, the powerful pressure emanating from his body made the surrounding air tremble slightly. Unbelievably, his cultivation base had actually ascended back to the long-life realm at this moment. Chen Anyun took a deep breath, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him like a mighty river, and a surge of unprecedented confidence welled up in his heart. The sacred son of Xiantian Palace. You have already merited death. Following the faint traces left by Ling Shizi, Chen Anyun soon found an open space outside the city. The spiritual energy hasn't dissipated yet. It seems the temporary entrance to the Spirit Pearl secret realm is still open. Recalling the images that had suddenly appeared in his mind, he silently recited the incantation and stepped inside. Then, without any hesitation, as if guided by some strong force, he sped straight toward the direction of Xiantian Palace. Before long, an ancient and desolate underground palace gate appeared before Chen Anyun's eyes. Though weathered by time, the gate still exuded a chilling aura. With his cultivation now at the long-life realm, Chen Anyun keenly perceived the eerie strangeness lurking within this palace. The entire palace looked dilapidated, as if forgotten in some corner of time. However, beneath this seemingly decayed exterior lay a powerful, almost overflowing vitality. That vigorous life force, like surging tides, crashed against Chen Anyun's senses wave after wave. Not only that, he was astonished to find that it wasn't just the palace. The entire Spirit Pearl secret realm was permeated with an extremely dense vitality. This vitality, like an invisible torrent, was continuously converging from all directions toward the palace. What a grand scheme! Chen Anyun sneered inwardly. If he had to make an analogy, the entire Spirit Pearl secret realm was like a giant. In it, the incredibly dense vitality was like the egg white, and the location of the palace was perfectly positioned as the yolk. The egg white continuously delivered nutrients to the yolk. As for what astonishing being would eventually be conceived, the answer was self-evident. Chen Anyun didn't rush to find Ling Shizi. Since she could disregard 3 years of marital affection and vanish without a trace once she made up her mind, her stubbornness and determination must be beyond imagination. Trying to persuade her to abandon her self-sacrificial intent with mere words in such a short time would be nothing but a fool's dream. Since that was the case, he would cut off the source of her obsession first. Moreover, time was pressing. Only 2 days remained. By then, that sacred son of Xiantian Palace would then, due to some mysterious and unfathomable connection of Qi, Ling Shizi would inevitably suffer a devastating blow from the rules of Xiantian Palace. This situation involved the profound techniques left behind by upper realm immortals. Chen Anyun was self-aware enough to know that with his current abilities, he was utterly incapable of resolving it. But as the saying goes, if you can't solve the problem, you can solve the person who created it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice at least he hadn't arrived too late. No matter how powerful an existence was, as long as it was still in an embryonic state like an unhatched egg, it was bound to be extremely fragile and vulnerable. And if he waited until that so-called sacred son successfully revived, who knew what cultivation realm he would. As for Xianxia, between husband and wife quarrels in bed and peace at the table's end. Perhaps she wouldn't accept it at first, but once she came to understand, she would eventually forgive him. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, quickly locating the focal point of the converging life force. Found it. Chen Anyun grinned and flew rapidly toward the focal point in his perception. Someone has entered. Despite being wholly focused on reviving the holy son, Xianxia, the current holy maiden of the Xiantian palace, immediately sensed the arrival of an uninvited guest within the secret realm. Especially after perceiving the familiar aura and the direction of the intruder, her expression abruptly changed, and without hesitation, she rushed out of the door. The moment she stepped into the utterly familiar hall, her gaze was instantly drawn to the hall of the Holy Sun, which had originally served as the formation's core. There upon the lofty jade platform, a figure she knew all too well was sitting cross-legged with a carefree air. "My lady, long time no see." Chen Anyun smiled and spoke. "Husband." Xianxia uttered instinctively, but her eyes immediately froze. She saw that his eyes were now dark and profound. His left hand rested casually on his knee, while his right hand nonchalantly toyed with an exquisite jade lotus lamp. That lotus lamp shifted its form ceaselessly between his nimble fingers, dancing as if alive. With each spin and twist, the wick inside trembled faintly. Due to the wick's swaying, the light emitted by the lotus lamp alternated between blinding brightness and deep gloom. In the flickering radiance, a grimacing, twisted human face faintly emerged from the void. That face seemed to be enduring immense agony, its mouth issuing spine-chilling roars. Yet Chen Anyun remained entirely oblivious to all this. At that moment, Xianxia finally arrived before the hall of the Holy Sun. When she took in the scene before her and saw what Chen Anyun was about to do, her beautiful eyes widened, her face contorted with terror, and a cry of alarm escaped her lips. No. Alas, her shout came too late. The next moment, a faint smile curved at the corners of Chen Anyun's mouth. Then he extended two slender fingers, and without hesitation pinched the violently trembling wick with all his might. A crisp snap rang out, and the wick, which had been emitting a faint glow, was instantly extinguished. Thud! Xianxia collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant and dazed. The ethereal figure suspended in midair was momentarily stunned, then unexpectedly returned to a normal state from its near-mad condition. He cast a profound glance at Chen Anyun, let out a long sigh, and then vanished into the air like a wisp of mist dissipating under sunlight. Only then did Chen Anyun wave his hand at Xianxia, who stood at the door with a look of utter despair, and said, "Sorry, I always thought that when a woman says no, she means yes." It was then that Xianxia recalled that her husband, though a perfect gentleman in public, would occasionally adopt a cheeky manner with her and spout all sorts of bizarre notions. Hearing his voice, she jerked her head up and fixed a piercing glare on Chen Anyun. This gaze was so unfamiliar, so different from the water-like loving looks of the past. Now Xianxia's eyes seemed to burn with a blazing fire, as if she wanted to incinerate Chen Anyun to ashes. "She truly wants to kill me." Chen Anyun was momentarily stunned, a bitter pang rising in his heart. He had fully anticipated the consequences of his actions, but seeing the look of such venomous hatred in the eyes of the wife he had lived with for 3 years still struck him with a sharp pain in his chest. But what was done was done. Rather than let Xianxia die, Chen Anyun felt no remorse for his deeds. He simply resigned himself to the situation. "What, my lady, are you going to commit murder against your own husband? I will kill you." The next second, Xianxia drew her sword and charged at him. Chen Anyun faced her blade without fear. Between husband and wife, an occasional squabble is normal, he told himself as he effortlessly subdued Xianxia and pinned her to the ground. After all, there was still a major realm gap between them. Just as he was about to help Xianxia up and take her out of the secret realm, a spine-chilling wave of dread suddenly enveloped him. Instinctively, he shielded Xianxia behind him and looked up. A white-haired old man, his face expressionless, had appeared out of nowhere in midair, his icy gaze fixed on Chen Anyun. With a single indifferent glance, Chen Anyun felt an irresistible force firmly bind him, establishing a subtle yet profound connection with the entire Xiantian palace. Then the old man's calm voice rang out. "The Holy Sun is dead, the Holy Maiden is defeated. Henceforth you shall be the Holy Sun of the Xiantian Palace. May I ask, Senior, who you are?" Chen Anyun inquired cautiously. "I am the spirit of the Xiantian Palace's supreme immortal artifact, the Daoxian Spirit Pearl." Spirit Pearl, secret realm. Daoxian Spirit Pearl. At that moment, Chen Anyun finally realized that this immortal artifact, which had opened a dimensional space, also possessed a sentient artifact spirit. Perhaps because he had been tacitly recognized as the new Holy Son of the Xiantian Palace, the old artifact spirit treated him with considerably more courtesy from then on. He then explained the various rules of the Xiantian Palace one by one. It turned out that within this ancient sect passed down from the primordial celestial realm, each generation would meticulously select the most outstanding young disciples to become candidates for the Holy Son or Holy Maiden. Yet this was no path strewn with flowers and glory, for in the end only one person could survive and ascend to that supreme throne. When the fierce competition came to a close, the survivor would be blessed by a mysterious law. Under the immense power of this law, he or she would be able to absorb the boundless potential of the other contenders, undergoing a transformation to become a true peerless prodigy. This chosen one, the son or maiden of heaven, would bear the responsibility of leading the younger generation of the entire Xianxia palace, embarking on a journey to vie with the prodigies of the top sects from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, competing for the majestic fortune that determined the sect's rise and fall. Only the strongest can be the Holy Son. Victory means life. Defeat means death. Wait, senior. Chen Anyun promptly spotted a loophole in this rule. I voluntarily concede and renounce the position of Holy Son. Please let Xianxia become the new Holy Maiden. Impossible. Only the strongest can be the Holy Son. Indeed, the loophole Chen Anyun had discovered was that since the founding of the Xianxia Palace, no victor had ever chosen to voluntarily give up a victory within their grasp. So Chen Anyun unhesitatingly renounced the title of Holy Son. Yet the artifact spirit acknowledged only the strongest as the winner. Thus Chen Anyun successfully exploited the bug, unlocking a position unprecedented in the Xianxia Palace, the half-step Holy Son. Chen Anyun lounged leisurely on an old worn-out deck chair, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. He had a deep fondness for sunbathing. Even though he had lost all memory of his past, some habits etched into his very bones remained unchanged. In the past, whenever this time came, Xianxia would always drag a small stool over to sit beside him, chattering endlessly about her wild ideas and the things she planned to do next. Recalling the radiant smile on his wife's face and her excited animated gestures, the corners of Chen Anyun's mouth involuntarily curled into a faint arc. Then, with a hint of exasperation, he withdrew his perception from a spot not far behind him. For there, behind an apricot tree, a petite figure was desperately trying to conceal herself. Nevertheless, through years of tacit understanding and familiarity, Chen Anyun easily recognized her as his wife Xianxia, the very one who had been occupying his thoughts just moments ago. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh softly again. Ever since he had crushed the former Holy Son 2 years ago, a similar scene had played out 23 times already. That meant it happened almost once a month. Chen Anyun smiled bitterly to himself. So much time had passed, yet Xianxia had shown no sign of change whatsoever. He decided to simply give up and pretend to be oblivious, continuing to indolently savor this fleeting moment of peace and leisure in this independent small thousand world evolved from the immortal artifact. Though relatively small in scale, it contained everything one could need: the alternation of day and night, the cycle of the 4 seasons, giving a sense of reality indistinguishable from the outside world. As time passed, Chen Anyun's breathing gradually became steady and prolonged, as if he had slipped into a hazy, half-awake trance. Seeing this, Xianxia, who had been waiting for the right moment, suddenly burst forth like a nimble leopard. Her figure moved like lightning, closing in on Chen Anyun in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the long sword clutched in her hand gleamed with an eerie black light, aiming straight for the vital point of Chen Anyun's chest, without mercy, accompanied by a sharp whistling wind. Yet in the next instant, the gleaming sword inexplicably slipped from its owner's grasp, flying out like an arrow from a bowstring. With a dull thud, it embedded itself deep into the solid ground, its blade quivering slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Anyun had already pulled Xianxia into his embrace. But unexpectedly, the moment she was held in his arms, Xianxia unhesitatingly bared her snow-white frosty teeth and sank them fiercely into Chen Anyun's ear. Chen Anyun remained composed, merely letting out a soft sigh as he reluctantly released the beauty in his arms and swiftly retreated half a step. Xianxia, unwilling to let it go, lunged forward again, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, her little tricks had long been seen through by Chen Anyun. With a casual, seemingly light palm strike, a crisp sound rang out, and Xianxia fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. At that moment, her body was completely limp, devoid of any strength. She could only glare at the man before her with wide eyes filled with hatred. Well, not bad, you've indeed made progress. Judging by this, you should have reached the late stage of the Guiyuan realm. If you can calm down and properly consolidate, breaking through to the Tianren realm in the future is highly promising. Chen Anyun remained as calm as ever, frighteningly composed, as he commented indifferently. Hearing this, Xianxia gritted her silver teeth in fury and roared, "Bastard! I will kill you." Facing Xiaxia's rage, Chen Anyun sighed helplessly and said slowly, Yes. But it's almost mealtime now. How about we call a truce for now? After we eat, you can continue trying to kill me, okay?" After speaking, his tone softened, and he gently persuaded, "Don't worry, I won't run away." As for killing me, you can take your time planning it. There's no need to rush. You bastard. Before you clearly. You. As Ling Shizi spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Seeing Ling Zai's tears, a flicker of darkness passed through Chen Anyun's eyes, but his mouth remained unyielding as he said, "However, there were still some flaws in your execution of the star-splitting, moon-cleaving sword art just now. You must know that the techniques of the Xiantian Palace all draw power from the stars. When performing them, you must align with the corresponding stars in the sky to achieve perfect mastery." Listening to Chen Anyun's endless rambling about the key points of the sword art, Ling Shizi for some reason felt a little better. She sniffled, stood up again, snorted coldly, and turned to leave, but silently committed those points to memory. Time flowed extremely slowly within the Spirit Pearl's secret realm. Although she had spent countless years there, time had left little trace on her. Before the fall of the Xiantian Palace, she was merely an insignificant ordinary disciple. And since the Holy Sun's true spirit still existed, she dared not use any of the remaining resources of the Xiantian Palace. Even after so many years, her cultivation had actually regressed, instead of advancing, remaining stuck at the middle stage of the Guiyuan realm. Thus, attempting to assassinate Chen Anyun, who was already in the Changxing realm, was nothing short of a fool's dream. However, Ling Shizi had been utterly despairing, believing that revenge in this lifetime was hopeless. Unexpectedly, at some point after each failed assassination attempt, Chen Anyun would surprisingly show a different kind of concern. Not only would he give her an objective and fair evaluation of her assassination attempt along with constructive advice, but he would also generously bestow upon her some extremely precious cultivation resources. At first, Ling Shizi was filled with contempt and disdain for the gifts from her enemy. But soon, upon carefully examining these resources, she was stunned. It turned out they included all sorts of rare celestial treasures, and even more remarkably, various profound techniques from the Xiantian Palace. These were techniques that as an ordinary disciple, she could never have dreamed of accessing. So the once glorious and mighty Xiantian Palace had fallen to such a state. At that thought, an endless wave of bitterness surged in Ling Zai's heart. It was all this man's fault. He had extinguished the Holy Sun's soul lamp, destroyed her years of hard work, and caused the revival of the Xiantian Palace to ultimately fail. She would definitely avenge the Holy Sun. However, since she knew these resources came from the Xiantian Palace, Ling Shizi felt a bit more at ease accepting them. Although she still had no idea why Chen Anyun was doing this, she had already made a secret vow in her heart: as soon as the right opportunity arose, she would strike at him again, without mercy. After all, it was this man who, with such insidious and ruthless means, had forcibly taken away what she had cherished as dearly as her own life for so long. In the depths of distant and hazy memories, Ling Shizi could still vividly recall the fragments of her parents' lives. Both of them were agricultural stewards of the Xiantian Palace, tasked with tending to the precious spiritual plants and medicinal herbs. However, their cultivation was so meager that within the vast hierarchy of the Xiantian Palace, they could not even attain the status of an outer disciple. Despite their lowly position, whenever they spoke of the Xiantian Palace, their eyes would shimmer with pride. And, for instance, upon hearing news from other sects across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, they would often critique, and then conclude with a remark: "Thus this sect is far inferior to our Xiantian Palace." Another example, when they chanced to learn that a certain Xiantian Palace disciple had displayed great prowess in an external trial, slaying countless enemies, they would joyfully raise their cups, take a sip of fine wine, and exclaim with animated delight, "Truly worthy of being an outstanding disciple of our Xiantian Palace." Their words overflowed with reverence and love for the Xiantian Palace. Yet the relentless wheel of fate turned mercilessly, and a sudden upheaval shattered this tranquility. For a mere trifling mistake, accidentally damaging a spiritual herb that had grown for only a decade, her parents were subjected to a severe punishment. They were even on the verge of being expelled from the sect. Fortunately, her father, known for his honest and upright nature, had built a good reputation within the palace, which prompted the higher-ups to show leniency and merely impose the cruel punishment of the fire whip as a lesson. The so-called fire whip was a tool specially crafted by the Xiantian Palace to punish servants. The flames burning on the whip were neither ordinary fire nor the spiritual fire used by cultivators, but a kind of substance called fire. This kind of flame did not burn the body but scorched the meridians, and once it touched it would linger for 10 days without ceasing. Right before Ling Zai's eyes, she witnessed her parents being tightly bound by the disciples sent to enforce the punishment. Then a whip burning with purple flames lashed them mercilessly, each strike throwing up a spray of black-purple sparks that burrowed into the wounds. Their faces contorted with extreme agony, tears and sweat mingling as they streamed down their cheeks. However, after the brutal execution concluded, something astonishing occurred. Her parents expressed endless gratitude to the enforcers, as if the torment they had just endured was utterly insignificant. In the following 10 days, every night became a nightmare for Ling Shizi. Night after night her parents wailed in agony, their cries echoing throughout the small hut, making it impossible for her to sleep. Listening to those pitiful sobs, Xianxia felt as if her heart were being cut by knives, her mind filled with anger and bewilderment. Finally one day, unable to bear it any longer, she spoke out. It was just a decade-old low-grade spiritual herb. You have faithfully cultivated spiritual plants for the Xianxia Palace for a full 100 years. Among them there are countless herbs that are centuries old. How could they be so excessive? But before she finished, a sharp crack sounded, and a searing pain blossomed on Xianxia's face. Stunned, she covered her cheek and turned to look at her mother, who had always been gentle and loving toward her. But what met her eyes was a pair of icy, utterly cold pupils. That gaze made Xianxia feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing her to the bone. At that moment, Xianxia felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing her heart simultaneously, causing an excruciating pain. From that instant onward, the father who once seemed stern but always wore a kind, benevolent smile vanished without a trace. The mother who had been so caring and gentle might as well have never existed. This once warm and loving little family had become strange and cold, the tender memories shattered like a reflection in the water. The atmosphere in the house turned frigid and silent, unbearable. Her parents would often spend dozens of days in the spiritual fields, leaving Xianxia alone at home, waiting in silence. She tried to act spoiled as she used to, but her parents remained indifferent to her. She cried and screamed, did one thing after another to gain their approval, but all she got in return was her mother's ice-cold words. How dare you insult our Xianxia Palace in our presence? If not for the blood ties between us, you would deserve to die for what you said. Xianxia was deeply anguished. Even more despairing was that after a drunken episode, she inadvertently poured out her heart to her friends. The next day, she discovered that those friends who had grown up with her suddenly severed all ties. Her parents treated her with cold indifference, as if she were invisible, and the people around her avoided her, as if she were a venomous snake or a fierce beast. Gradually, she felt as if she were stranded in a barren desert, utterly alone and isolated. Time passed silently, day after day, slipping away unnoticed. Xianxia's once resilient heart began to waver in the relentless solitude. She started to sink into deep self-doubt. Was it really because she had done something wrong that her parents and friends treated? When this thought surfaced in her mind over and over, Xianxia finally admitted to herself that if everyone was so distant and disgusted with her, perhaps the fault truly lay with her. With this thought, a line of cold tears silently slid down her pale cheeks. Yet just as Xianxia was immersed in endless remorse and self-blame, believing that everything was irreparable, fate took an unexpected turn on an otherwise ordinary day. She was discovered to possess an extremely rare superior spiritual root cultivation aptitude. This news, like a bolt of lightning piercing the dark night sky, instantly illuminated the despairing corner of Xianxia's heart. Subsequently, Xianxia smoothly passed the assessment for outer disciples of the Xianxia Palace. Although she was still only an outer disciple, it undoubtedly meant she had embarked on a completely different path. From that moment on, she became a legitimate formal disciple of the Xianxia Palace. Everything seemed to return to normal. The gentle, loving parents appeared back by her side overnight. Her former friends came to congratulate her, crowding around to eagerly inquire about the benefits of being an outer disciple. Xianxia wept bitterly, feeling that her nearly dried-up heart had been replenished again. Yes, at this moment, she felt that everything she had lost was once again within her grasp. She paused for a moment, then joyfully told her parents and friends about the many advantages of the Xianxia Palace, her face adorned with the same reverent expression as theirs. The Xianxia Palace is truly wonderful, she thought. She had regained everything she had dreamed of, even more than before. But in an unnoticed corner of her heart, she occasionally felt an emptiness, as if something was drifting away, yet she paid it no heed. The techniques of this Xianxia Palace seemed nothing more than this. Chen Anyun sneered as he looked down at Xianxia, who had once again fallen to the ground in disgrace. His icy words sliced through her heart like a bitter winter wind. Xianxia's mind exploded in an instant, her beautiful eyes wide with rage, fury almost bursting forth. She bit her lip tightly, pressing her hands firmly against the ground, struggling desperately to rise, twisting her body in a futile effort to stand. Yet this time Chen Anyun had struck with considerable force, rendering every attempt utterly futile. Her body felt as if pinned by an invisible mountain, and after several tries, only tears of humiliation remained. Shut up. It's clearly you using your superior cultivation to bully the weak. Xianxia's voice was hoarse with anger. At this moment her heart was filled with indignation. She glared at the man she loathed with burning hatred, and suddenly thought that perhaps her parents had looked at her with the same disappointment and anger when she made mistakes. Faced with Xianxia's accusation, Chen Anyun merely smiled faintly. Bullying the weak. Since you say so, from now on don't sneak up on me anymore. On the first day of each month, I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours, and we will spar openly. If I lose, I will kneel before Xianxia Palace and apologize. How about that? Ling Shizi was momentarily stunned, then a glimmer of wild joy flashed in her eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Good. I hope you keep your word. Naturally. Chen Anyun shifted his tone. And if I win? Win. Ling Shizi stared at him blankly. Chen Anyun laughed. Since it's a bet, it can't be one-sided, can it? He stated matter-of-factly. Then what do you suggest? Simple. You'll call me husband once more, how about that? Fine. Ling Shizi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she had called him husband countless times over the years. This request was nothing. Well, even if she lacked the strength to slay her enemy, now she could at least do everything possible to restore Xianxia Palace's honor. With that thought, Ling Ziza's trembling body gradually calmed, and she silently vowed to defeat Chen Anyun in their next duel and wash away the shame. Over the past few years, she had gradually come to terms with reality, knowing that she could never exact revenge. A word spoken is past recalling. Chen Anyun said cheerfully, then casually tossed a small porcelain bottle in front of Ling Shizi. This is your Xianxia Palace's healing medicine. I've checked it, it's passable. Take it. Ling Shizi picked up the bottle with practiced ease. Even though she had done this many times, she still caught her breath when she opened it. That bastard had actually referred to the Nine Heavens Jade Marrow Pill, one of Xianxia Palace's supreme elixirs, as a mere passable healing pill. She carefully poured out one pill and placed it in her mouth. Chen Anyun watched calmly as Ling Shizi took the medicine, slowly rose from the ground, and finally staggered away into the apricot blossom forest. Only when her aura had completely faded from his perception did he let out a sigh of relief. His own aura visibly declined. What a foolish woman. He couldn't help but chuckle, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he slowly raised a hand and gently pressed it against his chest, carefully sensing his current physical late Guiyuan realm. How could my cultivation drop so quickly? He frowned, cursing inwardly. He had thought he could hold on for at least 100 years. But in just 7 or 8 years his realm had already fallen. Ling Shizi had never concerned herself with Chen Anyun's access to Xianxia Palace's resources. Thus only Chen Anyun knew the true reason behind all this. Back then he became the so-called half-step holy son of Xianxia Palace. As the stronger one, he gained partial authority over the palace's resources and techniques, able to access them freely. But as the loser, the Lingzhu secret realm began to erode his cultivation until the day Ling Shizi completely defeated him. Just yesterday, his cultivation finally fell from the Chongqing realm, returning to the familiar peak of the Guiyuan realm. He knew that from this moment on his time was running out. He could probably hold on for another year or two. Chen Anyun estimated his remaining time. Could only one of him and Ling Shizi survive? Even the weakest immortal artifact possessed a cultivation equivalent to the peak of the Tianren realm. That was something neither he nor Ling Shizi could contend with. He had never been a selfless person. If it were anyone else, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to ascend to the position of Holy Son. But every time he tried to harden his heart, a lively, radiant smile would appear in his mind. This was not Ling Ziza's fault. At the same time, a voice told him that no one could choose their birth. He did not want to see his wife become a mere tool, living solely for Xianxia Palace, even if it meant death. It seemed he needed to add a little more spice. Chen Anyun pulled a broken lotus lamp from his chest. Although the wick was extinguished upon closer inspection, tiny firefly-like specks still clung to it. In a fleeting moment, winter gave way to spring, and the small world within the secret realm was once again adorned with blooming apricot blossoms. I lost. Ling Shizi lowered her head slightly, her gaze falling upon the long sword tightly gripped in her hand, her tone tinged with a hint of dejection and resignation. Chen Anyun smiled faintly, gazing at her with keen interest. He raised a finger and gently tapped his own cheek, asking with a hint of a smirk, "Oh, then you know what to do next, don't you?" A flush of crimson instantly spread across Ling Ziza's delicate face, as alluring as a ripe apple. Though she silently cursed this insufferable man as a dog of a man in her heart, she gritted her teeth, approached Chen Anyun like a docile kitten, and planted a swift kiss on his cheek with lightning speed. Damn man, I just want to bite him to death. Ling Shizi thought, indignantly biting her lower lip. Indeed, she had lost this duel once again. Yet in truth, over the years such wins and losses had become routine, and she had gradually grown accustomed to this. At first the stakes between them were merely a simple request for Ling Shizi to call him husband. As time passed, the wagers grew increasingly diverse, sometimes sharing a lavish feast together, other times strolling hand in hand through the dreamlike apricot grove, savoring the romantic ambience of gentle breezes and falling petals. Later on, Chen Anyun even boldly proposed more presumptuous demands like kisses or embraces. The atmosphere between them, which had once been filled with hostility and conflict, gradually took a strange turn. It seemed that even a renewal of that certain intimacy was within sight. On Ling Ziza's side, as she slowly adapted to defeat, and Chen Anyun's escalating demands, she was horrified to discover that her sense of loss was steadily diminishing. Over these years, she had immersed herself in relentless training, tirelessly delving into the various supreme techniques of the Xianxia Palace. Every move and every stance had been rehearsed and contemplated countless times. Gradually, her mastery over these techniques grew increasingly refined, reaching a level of consummate skill. Yet what frustrated her immensely was that even with such accomplishments, she still found it difficult to contend. Chen Anyun, even at the same cultivation level, stood before her like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how she exerted herself or employed every trick, she could only manage to hold out a little longer against him. This led her to wonder, could it be that this seemingly ordinary husband of hers was actually a prodigy from one of the top sects across the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Finally, after being effortlessly defeated by Chen Anyun, once more she could no longer contain her curiosity and confusion and mustered the courage to ask him directly. But Chen Chang'an merely smiled faintly and firmly denied her speculation. Nevertheless, with her keen intuition, she sensed that he had not lied to her. Just then a bold and rebellious thought quietly surfaced in the depths of her mind like a specter. Recalling the scene of witnessing her parents suffer cruel punishment by fire whips, that rebellious sentiment surged within her once again. At this moment, she involuntarily began to question, could it be that the techniques taught by the Xianxia Palace were not truly exceptional? This thought, once it emerged, spread like a wildfire. She was startled to realize that she had conceived such a heretical idea and immediately slapped herself hard with a resounding crack. No, how could I harbor such an absurd thought? If I truly believed that, what difference would I be from the weak and useless person I was back then? The Xianxia Palace will always be the most formidable existence. She kept admonishing herself inwardly, trying to dispel the nascent seed of doubt. Ling Shizi repented in her heart, but in some hidden corner of her mind, once this thought took root, it began to grow uncontrollably. Especially recently, she noticed that Chen Anyun no longer needed to be at the same level as her. He began to face her with a cultivation base lower than hers. Of course, Ling Shizi had no way of knowing that she wasn't losing to a prodigy, but to a cheater. She began to doubt herself frantically. After all, if she couldn't even dominate opponents of the same level, could it be that the peerless techniques of the Xianxia Palace were powerless even against someone a whole level lower? So, this definitely wasn't a problem with the techniques, it must be my own fault. Just as Ling Shizi was sinking into confusion with this doubt, a voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. Ling Shizi, you have quite the nerve actually inviting a wolf into the house. As sacred son, Ling Zizi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the figure before her. She had personally witnessed the sacred son's soul lamp being mercilessly extinguished by Chen Anyun. How could he still be alive? And not only that, he even seemed to have a physical body. The sacred son snorted coldly, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. I too thought I was doomed this time, destined for utter annihilation of my soul. But who would have thought that that imbecile would actually give up the position of sacred son for your sake? Hearing these words, Ling Zizi's heart stirred, and it began to pound uncontrollably. For a moment, Ling Zizi's thoughts were a tangled mess, and she felt completely dazed. But the sacred son, not noticing her state, praised her with satisfaction. You've done well. It was precisely because of his foolish actions that I had the chance to use a secret technique to barely escape death. However, my soul has suffered severe damage and needs time to recover. During this period, I rely entirely on you. Continue to use your seductive wiles to keep Chen Anyun occupied, and don't let him sense anything unusual. Once I am fully restored and reign over this realm, I will not treat you poorly. At that time, you will surely have a place in my harem, Ling Shizi. The sacred son's subsequent words, however, pulled her back from her fantasies. Remember, you must complete the mission well or face the consequences. The sacred son's voice was filled with menace as he stepped forward, reaching for Ling Zizi's delicate hand. But if you perform well, I will not be stingy with rewards. Ling Shizi shuddered and instinctively stepped back, causing the sacred son to grasp at empty air. The sacred son's expression immediately darkened. Ling Shizi quickly came to her senses. Before the sacred son could reprimand her, her gaze grew resolute once more, and she replied respectfully, Yes, sacred son. Rest assured, your subordinate will do everything in her power and not fail the mission. See that you do. The sacred son snorted coldly and vanished from the spot. Ling Shizi remained in a posture of deference, but for some reason, as she now reflected on the sacred son's recent actions, she felt there was something slightly. What was that word called? Yes. Greasy. Ling Shizi often fell into contemplation, pondering incessantly why Chen Anyun would repeatedly engage in this bullying charade with her day after day within the secret realm. Could tormenting her bring him endless amusement? Or perhaps he was simply a deranged and twisted individual with aberrant behavior. That word was taught to her by Chen Anyun. Back then, Ling Zizi's mind was filled with these thoughts. Yet now she finally understood that it wasn't that Chen Anyun was unwilling to leave. The true reason was that if he chose to accept the position of Holy Son, her fate would inevitably be utter. She was never foolish. Even when the exalted Holy Son swore to grant her a place in his harem, she saw through his empty promises, knowing he was merely placating her. After all, the Xianxia palace had stood for 100,000 years, and in all that vast history, no disciple who failed in the contest for the Holy Son had ever survived. Perhaps she would be the first exception. But that exception existed only in Chen Anyun. If the true Holy Son ultimately claimed victory, she would undoubtedly meet a tragic end, her body destroyed and her spirit extinguished. Yet Xianxia found this normal. It was all for the Xianxia palace. If the palace could rise again, what was her life worth? Even her own parents, bound by blood, would abandon her without a moment's hesitation when forced to choose between her and the Xianxia palace. However, incredibly, there existed one who was different. He turned a blind eye to the renowned and mighty Xianxia palace, resolutely and unhesitatingly fixing his gaze upon her. Insignificant as she was, what merits did she possess? Besides her natural beauty, keen intelligence, and refined elegance, she could find no other qualities to draw attention. After all, this was the Xianxia palace, a supreme sect renowned across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even if it had fallen into decline, a dying camel was still larger than a horse, and a broken ship still had its nails. Relying on the palace's vast resources dominating the lower realm would be effortless. But why did he do this? Was it because of what he called love? Yet what exactly was love? Moreover, with the legendary Holy Son's return, where should she go from here? Faced with these successive questions, Xianxia once again fell into deep confusion. Nevertheless, this did nothing to stop her from sinking deeper. On one hand, her heart was filled with bewilderment. On the other, she involuntarily let an oppressive emotion control her every move, driving her to continue engaging in increasingly bizarre wagers with Chen Anyun. Simultaneously, she used the elixir given by Chen Anyun to heal the Holy Son. Now the Holy Son lived next to her. In the past, wouldn't her parents have been overjoyed? Perhaps the Holy Son need only crook his finger and they would bind her and deliver her to his bed. Remove the perhaps from that thought. Yet now the Holy Son truly began to attempt frivolous and disrespectful advances toward her, but each time she skillfully found excuses to reject him. Strangely, she herself couldn't fathom the reason, but deep down she was extremely resistant to letting this man, whom she and her family had revered like a deity since childhood, touch her in the slightest. After several rebuffs, the Holy Son likely sensed Xianxia's firm refusal and thus temporarily restrained himself, ceasing his advances. Surprisingly, he didn't grow angry, for he still had important matters to request of Xianxia. The time for their agreed-upon wager had arrived. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, the Holy Son suddenly appeared mysteriously, producing a bottle and pressing it into her hand. Xianxia took the bottle with suspicion and asked in confusion, "What is this?" A faint, elusive smirk curled at the corner of the Holy Son's lips as he lowered his voice and explained slowly, "This is the spirit-sealing wine, a secret brew of our Xianxia palace. Obtaining it took tremendous effort. Once he drinks this wine, his power will vanish for 3 days, reducing him to an ordinary mortal. Then you can seize the opportunity and slay him." Hearing this, Xianxia's heart trembled, and she blurted out in rebuttal, "He and I are mortal enemies, but why would he willingly drink something I give him?" In response to her doubt, the Holy Son replied with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured he will drink it." A gleam of inscrutable light flashed in his deep eyes as he added, "Those in love are most easily ensnared by such things. His cultivation is impressive, worthy of being my rival even across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Unfortunately, with love, he has a weakness." The Holy Son narrowed his eyes and smiled, "And you are his greatest weakness." "Me?" Xianxia took the jade bottle with a complex gaze and suddenly asked, "Holy Son, what is love?" "The most useless thing in the world." The Holy Son sneered coldly and vanished. When they arrived at the appointed dueling ground, Chen Anyun was already waiting. Seeing Xianxia approach, he smiled gently. Then he watched as Xianxia hesitantly extended her hand and slowly pulled out an exquisite wine bottle from her robes. A shadow flickered in his eyes, but he quickly put on a carefree grin. "My lady, are you not here to spar with your husband today, but to challenge me to a drinking contest?" As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow and shot Xianxia an encouraging look. Hearing his frivolous words, the taut string in Xianxia's heart loosened slightly. Perhaps infected by Chen Anyun's attitude or feeling there was no turning back, she threw caution to the wind and said with a hint of defiance, "If I lose this contest today, would you dare to drain this cup?" Chen Anyun's lips curled into a half-smile as he replied, "How interesting. This is the first time I've heard that a loser gets to make demands of the victor." Seeing the disdain on Chen Anyun's face, Xianxia inexplicably felt a wave of relief. She pursed her lips and feigned indifference. Fine, don't drink if you don't want to. Holy son, it's not that I didn't try. He simply refused. No sooner had she spoken than Chen Anyun moved like a phantom, swiftly closing in on her. Ling Zi's vision blurred, and when she came to the wine bottle in her hand was already in Chen Anyun's grasp. But since my lady insists, I drink it. Chen Anyun deftly uncorked the bottle, brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff, nodded in satisfaction, and praised, fine wine. With that he tilted his head back. Don't. Though his wish was granted, Ling Zi's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but cry out. Do you even know what kind of wine this is before you drink it? Ling Shizi said angrily, an inexplicable fire smoldering within her. Isn't this the spirit-severing wine specially brewed by your Xianxia palace? Chen Anyun put on a look that begged for praise, and said proudly, "Ha, after all, I've spent years in this Xianxia palace, so of course I recognize it. And you still drank it?" Ling Shizi instinctively glanced around, but saw no trace of the holy sun. For some reason, a flicker of relief surged within her. It's not too late. There's still time. When my lady invites me to drink, how could I possibly spoil her elegant mood? Chen Anyun smacked his lips in appreciation. Truly fine wine. The 10th Sandier vintage is indeed extraordinary. Aren't you afraid it'll kill you? Ling Shizi narrowed her eyes, her voice turning icy cold as she fixed a dangerous gaze on Chen Anyun. Then kill me, Chen Anyun said without a hint of hesitation, his voice devoid of any fear or retreat. In just a few brief breaths, he could clearly feel the true essence within him, already barely sustained, beginning to dissipate unceasingly like a breached dam. He no longer struggled in vain, lazily plopping down to sit on the ground, a faint smile still lingering on his face, yet his gaze never once left the woman before him. Ling Zi's beauty was not merely superficial prettiness. It was a vibrant, lively, and radiant brilliance full of life and energy. Every frown and smile of hers carried an intoxicating allure. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman with a grand, striking presence that left a powerful visual impact. Chen Anyun gazed at her unblinkingly, as if etching her features deep into his heart. At this moment, a rare trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. What are you looking at? Ling Shizi keenly sensed the unusual look in Chen Anyun's eyes, and a foreboding feeling suddenly gripped her heart. It's time to end this, Chen Anyun said slowly, his tone so calm it was almost frightening. What? Ling Shizi asked instinctively, but Chen Anyun's voice was so faint that she couldn't even make out what he had said. Yet his unusual behavior at this moment caused an indescribable panic to rapidly flood her heart like a rising tide. Do you still remember when you asked me if I was a prodigy from the top sects of the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Chen Anyun suddenly spoke again. Ling Shizi was startled, not expecting him to bring this up. She suppressed the unease in her heart. Didn't you deny? Yes, Chen Anyun nodded. Actually, recently I've recalled some things. As he spoke, Chen Anyun picked up his sword and suddenly slashed at a certain space. With a scream, a disheveled figure tumbled out from the void. I was never some peerless prodigy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I was merely an ordinary disciple of an ordinary sect called Tai sect in this world. What are you waiting for, Ling Shizi? Hold him off. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the spirit-severing wine will drain all his true essence, and then he's as good as dead. Both voices reached Ling Zi's ears at once. She almost instinctively picked up her sword, but when she met Chen Anyun's smiling gaze, the sword in her hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and she couldn't swing it. Ling Shizi, if you don't act now, I will not be lenient. Shut up. System prompt: use 200 regret points to exchange for Shrank active skill execute. Execute once per day. If the target's health is below 20, it triggers an instant death effect. Yes. Chen Anyun struck out with his sword again, and the furious roar abruptly ceased. Chen Anyun collapsed to the ground. The next moment he felt a warm, soft body embrace him. It seems in the end I've won. His cultivation had slipped again, falling below the Guiyuan realm. He probably couldn't hold on any longer this time, but winning was enough. Chen Anyun thought. Drip drip. Husband. Ling Shizi looked at Chen Anyun before her voice trembling. The sword in her hand seemed to lose its strength and clattered to the ground. That elusive feeling of loss surfaced again, but she no longer cared. Her eyes widened, tears streaming uncontrollably, for she could already see the deep shadow of death in Chen Anyun's eyes. In that instant their eyes met only each other, never once glancing at the cold corpse lying silently on the floor. Why? Ling Shizi whispered. I'm not worth this. Don't cry, Ling Shizi. Chen Anyun raised his hand to caress his wife's cheek. Because I like Ling Shizi. I like her straightforward disdain, her genuine affection, her integrity standing in the sunlight, and even her ability to praise herself loudly without shame. He focused solely on gazing at Ling Shizi, speaking softly. It's a pity I couldn't beat that old bastard. Hearing this, Ling Shizi felt an indescribable pain in her heart, her entire body trembling incessantly. Yet deep within she made a sudden, resolute decision. Her eyes, once filled with grief, instantly turned incredibly determined. Her lips parted slightly, as if she was about to say something. But before she could speak, Chen Anyun moved first. He raised his hand like a blade and gently struck her on the forehead. Chen Anyun sighed and said, "Don't do anything foolish. I've been resisting the rules of this secret realm for a full 10 years. This body of mine has long been spent." The next second, a cold voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "The 171st Holy Sun Contest of Xianxia Palace has ended. Outer Sect disciple Ling Shizi wins." The white-haired artifact spirit appeared once again, looking at the embracing pair with an expressionless face. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Ling Shizi. If she also refused to become the Holy Sun, then perhaps Chen Anyun wouldn't have to die. "No, I don't." She quickly tried to speak, but before she could say 2 words, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, and her consciousness began to fade. Finally, she heard Chen Anyun's somewhat low voice reach her ears. "Ling Shizi, remember, as a human being you owe nothing to anyone. From now on, live for yourself." When Ling Shizi slowly awoke, she opened her eyes to be greeted by a vast emptiness and stillness. The entire secret realm seemed forgotten by time, leaving no trace of anyone else but herself. She wandered alone through the boundless Xianxia Palace. The magnificent halls with their intricate carvings and splendid beams were breathtakingly beautiful, yet now they felt desolate beyond measure. As she walked, her thoughts churned endlessly. Then, like a sudden awakening, she realized that the stubborn obsession that had long bound her body and soul had quietly dissipated without her even noticing. "To be born human is to owe nothing to anyone," Ling Shizi murmured to herself, having finally grasped the profound truth within those words. She had always believed that the side with the greater numbers was necessarily right, but now looking back she saw how childish and absurd that notion was. At that thought, Ling Shizi could not help but recall her parents. Once their images had haunted her, becoming an unshakable knot in her heart. Yet now when she thought of them again, her heart was as calm as still water, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. In that very instant, Ling Shizi felt the flow of qi around her meridians opening without obstruction, and a surging power erupted from within. She had finally broken through the bottleneck that had long plagued her and stepped into the realm of longevity. Yet the joy that should have filled her heart only stirred a few faint ripples before quickly settling back into stillness. Only now did she have the time to ponder a question that had troubled her for so long. So what did Chen Anyun truly? She recalled the moments they shared, those times she had deliberately cast aside, now feeling as if they were only yesterday. They had strolled together along mountain paths, listening to the cheerful songs of birds. They had sat by a stream, feeling the gentle breeze caress their cheeks. And when faced with her unreasonable whims, he would always say, with a faint smile, "All right, let's do it that way." But now she was left alone guarding these memories. His figure grew increasingly blurred, as if it might dissolve into the wind at any moment. Ling Shizi felt a pang of heartache and confusion, unsure how to define this relationship, and as years later she left the Lingzhu secret realm and set foot again in that small county town. Whether by coincidence or not, it was once again the drizzly Qingming festival. In the crowd, the young man who had once held an umbrella for her seemed to be smiling at her. But when she came to her senses, there were only hurried passers-by. It was only at this moment that Ling Shizi, as if emerging from a dream, deeply felt the heart-wrenching pain of what is called loss. The answer had been clear all along, hadn't it? To me, he was always my husband, just as it was from the very first encounter, never tainted by anything external. It was I who willfully linked him to things that had nothing to do with him and brought about his death. Ling Shizi stared blankly at the broken door of the medical clinic before her. As if with a gentle push, a handsome young man would greet her with a smile and complain in a doting tone about why she had left home without an umbrella. Recalling Chen Anyun's nagging demeanor, Ling Shizi let out a bitter laugh. She finally understood. Yes, she had found herself again, but it seemed she had lost something even more precious. It was only when she walked out of the city and saw the apricot blossoms covering the hills that she snapped back to reality. And so amidst the sea of apricot blossoms covering the mountain, a figure in white slowly crouched down, hugging her own shoulders, so lonely that it pained the heart. "My husband, if you have passed away, then in this life I, Ling Shizi, will be devoted to you alone. But if you still live somewhere, then from the highest heavens to the deepest underworld I will surely come to find you." After reminiscing about his story with the mystic heaven saintess, Chen Anyun pulled his thoughts back to the present. However, speaking of which, even if Ling Shizi had changed, could there still be other unforeseen accidents during his master's expedition to the Spirit Pearl secret realm? Should he remind his master? No. After all, she wouldn't die, but if he revealed any flaw and was discovered to possess memories of his past life, it wouldn't be as simple as death. He had to remember that the ones he provoked were the favored heroines of the heavenly Tao, each of them extraordinarily talented. If it weren't for the brain-dead author's plot-induced deaths, their future achievements might not even be confined to this realm. As for his original dream, it was only to be a laid-back slacker squandering the 10 small goals rewarded by the system to his heart's content. Thus those with different paths could not work together. Speaking of plot-induced deaths, Chen Anyun recalled the great tribulation of heaven and earth from his past life, and asked in his heart, "System, since you say the heroines have now broken free from the world's constraints, does that mean the great tribulation is also gone?" Host, as far as I know, the great tribulation of heaven and earth and plot-induced deaths are not directly connected. It's just that the lousy author used the great tribulation as a tool for plot-induced deaths. Even without plot-induced deaths, now the future great tribulation will still exist. Huh. Then what's the point of anything we do? Of course there is. Even if the great tribulation occurs, it will only eliminate ordinary cultivators like you, Host. The darlings of the heavenly Tao, like the heroines, will surely survive the tribulation safely and ascend to the 9 heavens and 10 lands above. That hurts, System. After all, I'm a man with a system. Don't worry, Host. He'll come to offer incense for you. Chen Anyun fell silent. System, I feel you've been a bit cheeky lately. Host, I'm just telling the truth. When the great tribulation comes, the higher your cultivation, the faster you'll die. Only those with great fortune favored by the heavenly Tao have a chance to escape. And since you, Host, don't belong to this world, you'll only accumulate karmic sin. So I'm doomed. Chen Anyun's expression changed as he muttered to himself, So, at most I can enjoy myself for a few thousand years. After all, the great tribulation is still far off. It seems not unacceptable. This time the system was at a loss for words. It had actually wanted to say that if Chen Anyun could successfully form a Tao companion with one of them, perhaps the heavenly Tao would extend its favor to him, and he could slip through. But seeing his host's contented expression, it wisely swallowed the rest of its words. But Host, I must remind you that you are now at the peak of the heavenly human realm and could trigger the Ascension Thunder Tribulation at any moment due to Qi traction. So what? Isn't that perfect? They'll find a chance to ascend and immediately get rid of a ton of trouble. Chen Anyun said gleefully, Host, have you forgotten? The great tribulation hasn't started yet. Seeing Chen Anyun's smile instantly freeze, the system inexplicably felt its program running more smoothly than before, but it still dutifully reminded him. That means the stepping cloud path to ascend to the 9 heavens and 10 lands in this world is still collapsed. Once you trigger the thunder tribulation, you'll have to do like the other old immortals in this world. Start hiding, evading the heavenly mind's awareness, and avoiding the tribulation. Yeah, if I trigger the tribulation, it'll have to become a recluse. And this world has no games, internet, movies, or snacks. What fun would that be? A sense of crisis surged in Chen Anyun's heart. That won't do. I must think of something. Actually, there's still. Senior brother, are you in there? Just as the system was about to speak, a sweet voice suddenly came from outside the door. Chen Anyun didn't even need to think to know who it was. He didn't bother to continue listening to the system. In an instant, he sat up straight, his previously relaxed demeanor vanishing, completely restoring his image of a modest gentleman. Him coming in. As expected, the person outside didn't wait for Chen Anyun's reply. The door creaked open. In a flash, Chu Huairou had already walked in gracefully, holding a steaming porcelain bowl. Senior brother, you worked hard in today's match. Here, this is the Chu Ling lotus seed soup I just carefully simmered. It can quickly restore your true essence and heal internal injuries. Senior brother, please taste it while it's hot. Chen Anyun slowly raised his head and met those clear water-like eyes staring straight at him, his own reflection perfectly mirrored in her dark pupils. Seeing Chu Huairou's concerned and focused expression, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, but still forced a smile and reached out to take the exquisite porcelain bowl. Thank you for your kindness, junior sister. As he spoke, the moment he took the bowl, his fingertips inadvertently touched a trace of smoothness. Chen Anyun's heart leaped. He instinctively glanced at Chu Huairou from the corner of his eye. Her face remained calm as usual, as if nothing had happened. He finally relaxed a little. Good, it seems it was just a small accident. Steadying himself, he picked up the spoon beside him, gently scooped a small spoonful of the lotus seed soup, and brought it to his lips. In an instant, a rich aroma spread through his mouth. The taste was mellow and sweet, intoxicating. At that moment, Chu Huairou said softly, Then take your time enjoying it, senior brother. He'll come back for the bowl later. With that, she turned gracefully and walked toward the door. Before leaving, she thoughtfully closed the door gently for Chen Anyun. All right, junior sister. Chen Anyun looked at his charming little junior sister, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He had been worried that this junior sister would become troublesome, but now it seemed things weren't as bad as he had imagined. This junior sister of his was quite sensible after all. However, at that moment, Chen Anyun did not know that as Chu Huairou gently closed the door and turned around, the moment she was out of his sight, her snow-white face instantly flushed with a brilliant sunset-like blush, as tempting as a ripe apple. Her big sparkling eyes shimmered with shyness and panic. She bit her lower lip gently, and one hand, as if burned, tightly grasped the other, then carefully pressed it against her chest. Beneath the thin fabric, she could clearly feel her heart pounding wildly like a startled deer, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. After Chu Huairou gently pushed open the door, her figure gradually disappeared beyond it, and as the door slowly closed, Chen Anyun, seated at the table, set down the porcelain bowl in his hand. He furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze growing profound as he began to ponder silently within himself. Aside from becoming somewhat clingy, his junior sister still appeared to be well-behaved and obedient. For now it seemed that casually brushing her off wouldn't be too difficult. As for Ling Shizi, far away in the mysterious secret realm, given her nature, she would undoubtedly prioritize seizing control of the Xintian Palace. With her current cultivation level, achieving that goal would likely require a considerable amount of time. Thus, Chen Anyun felt there was no need to worry excessively about this matter for the time being. As for the other leading ladies, some were in distant lands with still shallow cultivation, while others were no longer even in this realm. Thinking this way, he found himself in a relatively safe position for now, with ample time to contemplate how to handle the various affairs concerning them. However, for some unknown reason, an indescribable unease had lingered in Chen Anyun's heart since a while ago, leaving him with a vague sense of restlessness. After all, as a cultivator at the perfected heavenly human realm, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the subtle changes in heaven and earth. This instinctive premonition was no mere fantasy. There must be some unknown aura subtly guiding him. But what could it be? This enigma hung over Chen Anyun's heart like a thick, dark cloud, leaving him utterly perplexed. This vague sense of crisis finally spurred him to start thinking seriously. No, I can't rely on stalling tactics. If those leading ladies come knocking one by one, I might inadvertently reveal my flaws. I must first find a way to secure an invincible position. Recalling the various novels and TV dramas he had read in his past life, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He asked excitedly in his mind system, "Tell me, what's the best way to shake off a woman's entanglement?" The system. "Oh no, the host has gone crazy, what do I do?" Waiting online urgent. But before the system could respond, Chen Anyun began to speak with confidence. The best way to get rid of a woman is to make her give up hope. With that, Chen Anyun paused mysteriously. The room fell silent. "So host, how do we make them give up?" The system asked, playing along obligingly. "Good question." Chen Anyun was quite pleased with the system's cooperation, but then shifted his tone. That's where you come in." "Me." The system felt its CPU heating up. Then Chen Anyun spoke with feigned melancholy. "System, you know, I am a principled man with humanity. No, you lost both of those long ago. Don't interrupt me." Chen Anyun cleared his throat twice, then continued in a low tone. "You wouldn't want innocent people to get caught up? Well, that makes sense. So host, what exactly do you mean?" The system felt its CPU starting to... "That's settled then." Chen Anyun clapped his hands. "Huh. So I need someone who won't get hurt and isn't afraid to die. To be my shield." "A shield?" The system was baffled. "Exactly. The best way to make a woman give up hope is for the man she's after to already be taken," Chen Anyun said confidently. "But I'm not human. You can be." Chen Anyun grinned slyly, extending his hand to reveal a colorful stone in his palm. The Mending Heaven Stone. As a product of the system, it immediately recognized the item. "Right. With this I can create a flawless woman. And you just need to control this body and act with me." Brilliant, brilliant. Even the system was stunned by Chen Anyun's ingenious idea. "Then well, put on a tragic love story, and in the end you'll die young, becoming my unattainable white moonlight. Then he'll see through the mortal world and renounce love." "Wait. Host a tragic love story. With you? Ugh. X2, both the man and the system wretched. But it might not be impossible." After recovering, they continued their discussion. The system fully supported Chen Anyun's plan to shake off the leading ladies, as they were deeply intertwined, sharing both glory and ruin. After they finished drafting the script together, they glanced at the result and simultaneously let out a sinister chuckle. "But host, this script looks a bit familiar." "Wait. Isn't the first half exactly what happened in the Luofu? As expected of you, you noticed." Chen Anyun revealed a peculiar smile. "But, no buts. Life has 8 sufferings. Birth, aging, sickness, death, unattainable desires, meeting those you hate, parting from those you love, and the raging 5 aggregates." Chen Anyun sighed. "You know the white moonlight alone accounts for half of them. Is that so?" Chen Anyun nodded. The system fell into a long silence, time ticking by, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. After a long while, it seemed to have finally made up its mind, speaking hesitantly. "So, host, can you still not forget?" Its voice carried a hint of caution, as if afraid to touch the softest corner of someone's heart. You caught me," Chen Anyun admitted frankly without hesitation. He raised his head slightly, gazing into the distance, as if seeing through the void to the past. "But it's been so long." The system's words were filled with confusion, unable to understand why a long-past event could still haunt a heartless scumbag like his host. "You don't understand." Chen Anyun slowly shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. That was after all my only failure. As his words faded, the memories buried deep within surged forth like a tide, instantly engulfing him. Amid that flood of recollections, a cold and aloof figure gradually became clear. She stood there gracefully like a plum blossom blooming in the harsh winter, exuding an unapproachable air of icy allure. That day Chen Anyun had just left the Spirit Pearl secret realm. To evade the lock of the immortal artifact with the help of the system, he arrived at this minor world called Luofu. Then, after reading the original Boda's storyline, he showed a smile of complete control to the system. Isn't it just redemption followed by a heart-wrenching twist? Simple. No one understands redemption stories better than me. It's no wonder Chen Anyun was overconfident. As a top-tier writer for gacha games, the trope of redemption followed by a tragic twist was as easy as slicing tofu for a butcher, a sure thing. According to the original storyline's background, this was a small world on the brink of collapse. The female lead was named Ji Yuebai, the last disciple of the sect leader of the top sect in this minor world, Tianyun sect. With her noble status, peerless beauty, gentle temperament, and approachable nature, Ji Yuebai's position in the Tianyun sect was self-evident. But such a woman as radiant as the moon in the sky, after rejecting countless prodigies of this world, secretly gave her heart to an inner disciple of the sect. One who in Chen Anyun's view was almost entirely unremarkable, except for his gentleness, Xianxia. What the hell kind of Japanese light novel opening is this? Chen Anyun complained. Logically, with such a beauty bestowing her affections, Xianxia, as an ordinary inner disciple, should have been flattered, and then they would be mutually willing. In fact, at first it was indeed so. Amid the heartbreak of countless sect disciples, the two indeed became Tao partners, deeply in love, envied by all. Just when everyone thought they would continue like this forever, Xianxia went missing during an external training. After Ji Yuebai searched frantically for a year on the verge of despair, Xianxia returned to the sect on his own, bringing back a woman as proud and solitary as a winter plum, Meng Tianxin. According to Xianxia, he encountered danger during his training, was severely injured, and nearly perished. He was rescued by Meng Tianxin by chance, and only recently healed his wounds before returning to the sect. Ji Yuebai, overjoyed, did not think much of it. After all, at that time Meng Tianxin had no cultivation and was merely immortal. She even did something that would later cause her almost lifelong regret. To express gratitude to Meng Tianxin, she had the sect accept Meng Tianxin as a disciple. Then soon Meng Tianxin began to show her brilliance in the Tianyun sect. Not only was her appearance comparable to Ji Yuebai's, but her talent and cultivation even surpassed Ji Yuebai by more than a level. She even caused the Supreme Elder, who had almost completely retired, to take her as a disciple exceptionally, making her a figure whom even the sect master had to respectfully address as little martial ant. However, compared to Ji Yuebai's approachability, Meng Tianxin was uniformly cold to almost everyone, almost to the point of being inhuman. But why say almost? Because there was only one exception, Xianxia, who brought Meng Tianxin back to the sect. Thus, as time passed, day by day, Ji Yuebai watched as Meng Tianxin's cultivation gradually surpassed her own, becoming the object of admiration for all sect disciples. And she watched helplessly as her beloved also grew closer to her. Until one day, after the sect officially announced Meng Tianxin as the saintess, in her disappointment on her way to find Xianxia beneath a banyan tree, she saw the two embracing each other. In that instant, Ji Yuebai knew that she had completely lost. But amidst her pain, she did not harbor much resentment. Instead, she actively stepped back and allowed them to be together. She chose to leave the sect and travel out of sight, out of mind. And it was precisely this journey that completely changed Ji Yuebai's fate. During her travels, she accidentally obtained an ancient inheritance. Believing it to be a great fortune, she was later exposed for practicing demonic cultivation after returning to the sect. It turned out that the origin of that ancient inheritance was a demonic patriarch from tens of thousands of years ago in this world. However, considering that she had only practiced the techniques and had not done anything heinous, Ji Yuebai was merely stripped of her cultivation and expelled from the sect. Thus, a once gentle and lovely favored daughter of heaven ultimately fell to the cruel fate of having her lover taken her cultivation stripped and being expelled from the sect. Then at this moment, it was time for the original protagonist to appear. Under the original protagonist's meticulous and wholehearted care, Ji Yuebai's heart, which had sunk into the abyss of despair, gradually revived. She began to re-examine her life path and resolutely made a shocking decision to join the demonic sect. And the reason Ji Yuebai was able to integrate so smoothly into the demonic sect and rise so quickly was thanks to that mysterious ancient inheritance. This inheritance was like a key to the door of power, granting her extraordinary talent and abilities beyond ordinary people. As time passed, Ji Yuebai, relying on her own efforts and the boost from the ancient inheritance, overcame obstacle after obstacle, gained widespread fame, and ultimately became an awe-inspiring generation's demonic saintess. Then the final crisis quietly descended. The minor world faced complete destruction. Facing this critical moment of life and death, Xianxia showed no intention of retreating. She continuously assaulted the numerous shackles between heaven and earth. Finally, after experiencing countless hardships, she successfully broke through the bonds, ascended, and embarked on a higher level of cultivation. As for the original protagonist who had been silently accompanying and sacrificing, while the female lead, wounded by love, naturally became disheartened, henceforth cutting off all romantic ties, severing thoughts of love, and wholeheartedly pursuing the true essence of the Tao. And all the sacrifices and contributions the original protagonist had made for Xianxia ultimately only earned a casual thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to pull myself together so quickly. After reading the original plot development, Chen Anyun could only sigh that the original protagonist was truly a natural-born warm, second male-led saint. Just like before, clearly his own capabilities far outshone that Li Xianxia, and he did a lot of things that could move the female lead to tears, yet he always remained behind the scenes, acting as an obscure stepping stone. Thus, Chen Anyun made an immediate decision, resolutely changing his strategy, stepping from behind the scenes to the front, personally accompanying Xianxia. From then on, whether during arduous cultivation times, perilous secret realm explorations, or facing the heavy prejudice and countless difficulties from the righteous path of the world, Chen Anyun consistently stayed by Xianxia's side. They experienced storms together, bore pressure together, supported and encouraged each other. During this long and winding process, the deep-buried pain in Xianxia's heart gradually dissipated without a trace. Her originally tightly closed heart gently opened, and quietly she completely attached her heart to Chen Anyun. Unconsciously, the emotions between them grew deeper day by day, and finally they made a pact. When their cultivation was sufficient, they would ascend together to the upper realm, become Tao partners, and spend the rest of their lives hand in hand. Finally, at the moment the minor world was about to collapse, Chen Anyun stood in front of Xianxia, about to sacrifice himself to ensure her ascension. The heavenly Tao of this minor world, for some unknown reason, not only did not collapse, but actually reset the time of the entire minor world. Everything had actually returned to the time when Xianxia was still in the Tianyun sect. What the hell, system? How is this happening? This isn't what we agreed upon. Host, please wait a moment. I am investigating. The system indicates an unknown error. Host, it seems we are stuck at this point in time. Stuck at this point in time? What do you mean? It means that this world reset is a self-initiated action of this minor world. The timeline of our original world remains unaffected. However, due to the differing flow rates of time between the two worlds, we must wait until this world returns to the exact moment of the reset before we can go back to our original world. So we have to spend another 200 years in this minor world waiting for the day of its destruction. And what about the female lead? Was all our effort over the past 200 years for nothing? Not necessarily. If the female lead also retains the memories of these 200 years, that would be useless too. If she still has her memories, wouldn't this turn into a double rebirth orthodox Xianxia romantic drama? Wouldn't the mission be a complete failure? It seems so. The system also noticed the anomaly, but it still tried to console Chen Anyun. Host, don't worry. This incident is an unknown error, and the responsibility doesn't lie with us. At worst, Host can just treat it as a vacation break. A 200-year vacation. Chen Anyun's eyes lit up. It seemed quite nice. He loved doing nothing more than anything else. But just to be safe, Host had better confirm the female lead's status. Makes sense. Chen Anyun reached an agreement with the system. The current time point was still quite early, even more than a decade before the original time, when Chen Anyun had descended into this minor world. At this juncture, Xianxia and Li Xianxia should have just met. Chen Anyun took out a round mirror and brushed his hand over it. Ripples of light shimmered across its surface, soon revealing a blurry image. This was the Haotian mirror, provided free of charge by the system, capable of observing the person or event one had in mind. Soon the scenery in the mirror gradually became clear. A fine drizzle drifted from the sky, enveloping the entire world in a hazy veil of mist. A graceful figure in a goose-yellow dress was slowly walking along a mountain path, holding an umbrella. It was Xianxia. Having spent many years together in this world, Chen Anyun recognized her at a glance. He was not surprised by Xianxia's behavior. For even many years later, strolling in the rain with an umbrella like an ordinary mortal had always been her unique hobby. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curl a smile, but then his smile quickly froze on his face. For at that moment, from Xianxia's perspective, a solitary figure stood alone on the mountain path, not far. Xianxia was startled at first, then approached to take a closer look. It turned out to be the youth who had just joined the sect yesterday and had not yet cultivated any cultivation, Li Xianxia. He was drenched, rainwater streaming continuously down his hair. But strangely enough, beside him on the ground lay a perfectly intact umbrella. At first, Ji-Web-I thought this newly inducted disciple might be a bit unhinged, willingly getting soaked rather than using the umbrella for shelter. However, when she drew closer, she finally discovered the reason. Beneath that umbrella were two tiny kittens curled up. They were shivering, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Seeing this, Ji-Web-I's eyes softened. Naturally kind-hearted, she instantly developed a strong fondness for this complete stranger Li Xianyun. She stepped forward and asked softly, "Why don't you shelter yourself under the umbrella?" Li Xianyun looked up, revealing a youthful and shy face, and replied, "I was afraid these little ones would get wet and fall ill." Ji-Web-I smiled gently and said, "But you'll fall ill like this too. Why don't we take these adorable kittens back together to care for them?" Li Xianyun nodded, and so they picked up the kittens together, held the umbrella, and walked slowly forward through the rain. Chen Anyun closed the Xianxia mirror with a complicated expression. The bad news was that all his effort over the past 200 years had indeed been in vain. The good news was that Ji-Web-I did not seem to retain any memories from before the reset, so everything that had happened to her would happen all over again. Chen Anyun touched his head, feeling as though something unpleasant had sprouted there. He was not a hard-hearted person by nature. Moreover, having only been tempered by 2 previous missions, he was far from reaching the supreme state of oneness and returning to simplicity that his future self would achieve. Although using self-hypnosis would greatly suppress the emotions he generated in each experience, at least the emotions and efforts invested by his hypnotized self in that affection were not illusory. "Host, what should we do next?" the system asked. Chen Anyun pondered for a moment and made up his mind. "In that case, let's divide and conquer. You investigate the cause of this system error to ensure it doesn't happen again. They'll seal away the memories of these 200 years. At worst, they'll start over from scratch. But originally at this point in time, we hadn't even arrived in this world yet. Then he'll head to the demonic path first. That way I can lay a more solid foundation for the preparations. Then take care, host. He'll go report this system error to the higher level system now. Don't worry. At most, this minor world has the longevity realm. I am an invincible existence here." After finalizing the details, the man and the system went their separate ways. At this moment, Chen Anyun had no idea what it meant to lose everything with one wrong move. Shortly after he closed the Xianxia mirror, Ji-Web-I, who had been walking shoulder to shoulder with Li Xianyun on the mountain path, with her head down, suddenly slowed by half a step. Then she raised her head and gazed at Li Xianyun's back with an immensely complicated expression. "We've arrived." The softly spoken words struck Ji-Web-I's ears like a thunderclap. "Arrived," she murmured to herself, as if awakening from a dream, her gaze dazed and lost in her own thoughts. Only when the young man before her smiled shyly did she slowly come back to her senses. The corners of the young man's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bashful smile, as he said softly, "Senior Sister Ji, we've reached the residence where I live." His voice was clear and melodious, like a spring breeze brushing across Ji-Web-I's heart. Upon hearing this, she finally raised her head, her gaze falling upon the alto familiar building before her. How could it not be familiar? This residence held too many memories of the two of them, those beautiful moments flashing through her mind like vivid scenes. Here they had frolicked and played to their heart's content, laughter echoing in every corner. On a tranquil night, they had held each other close, feeling each other's warmth. This simple little house had witnessed every detail of their journey, from acquaintance to understanding and then to love. Standing once again before this door, Ji-Web-I's heart swelled with a complex mix of emotions. There was joy for revisiting a place of old memories, and sorrow for the beauty of the past had already faded, or perhaps had never truly begun. Yet regardless, this experience had always been etched deep in her heart as one of her most precious treasures. Thinking of her past life, Ji-Web-I felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. When she discovered that time had reversed and she had returned to her youth, her first instinct was to seek out Chen Anyun. But when she realized it was this very day she had come back to, she inexplicably found herself drawn to the rear mountain. In truth, she had always harbored a secret from Chen Anyun decades ago. She had secretly returned to Tianyun's sect for one last look at how Li Xianyun was faring. She had thought that if she saw Li Xianyun and Meng Tianxin living in harmonious bliss, treating each other with respect, it would finally put her lingering obsession to rest, allowing her to be wholeheartedly with Chen Anyun. Yet she learned that Li Xianyun's lifespan had been exhausted decades ago, and Meng Tianxin had become the sect leader of Tianyun's sect, apparently never becoming his Tao companion. What was meant to end an obsession had instead become a new one. This matter had always weighed heavily on Ji. Her thoughts involuntarily sank into deep confusion, her mind replaying the scene from years ago when she had witnessed the two of them tightly embracing. That image had been carved into her heart like a knife's incision, yet at this moment, she began to question whether it had all been a mere misunderstanding. After all, if things were truly as she had seen them, why had Li Xianyun met his end? In the vast and boundless world of cultivation, although methods to extend one's lifespan were exceedingly rare, how could someone with Meng Tianxian's unparalleled brilliance and stunning talent have been truly unprepared for this? Thinking this way, only one possibility remained. That back then Li Shiyuan had never, not even for a moment, entertained the thought of giving up on her. After conducting a careful investigation, she finally learned the truth from an old friend in Tianyun's sect. It turned out that under that tree Meng Tianxin had merely tripped while walking, and Li Shiyuan had simply caught her. From Ji Yubai's perspective at the time, it had appeared as if they were embracing. After she left, not only did they part ways quickly, but Li Shiyuan had also searched for her for a long time. At this thought, she felt a piercing pain in her heart, as if it were being twisted. It had all been due to her own overpowering pride, that she had pushed the one she deeply loved into another's, and she had become the loser in this emotional tragedy. But now with the truth laid bare, she suddenly realized that it was not she who had truly lost this relationship. On the contrary, it was her stubbornness and obstinacy that had led to this irreparable situation. Thus from that time on, Li Shiyuan became Ji Yubai's regretful white moonlight. Even though she genuinely loved Chen Anyun, she had never for a single day erased Li Shiyuan from her mind. She admitted this was unfair to Chen Anyun, and she acknowledged her own greed. But Li Shiyuan was already dead. How could the deceased be compared to the living? She resolved to bury this greed deep in her heart forever. Yet, Ji Yubai never imagined that heaven would grant her another chance to choose, bringing the one who had already passed away back to life standing before her. So was it to make up for past regrets, or to continue walking hand in hand with the person from the future? Ji Yubai was deeply lost in confusion. But at least one thing she could be certain of when she saw that young man again gently holding an umbrella for a cat in the rain, her heart still fluttered uncontrollably. Junior brother Li, let these cats stay with you for now. They'll come by to see them when I have time. Senior sister Ji, you are too kind. I will take good care of them. The young man's familiar and gentle expression seemed to transcend time, perfectly merging with memories of the past. Ji Yubai gazed at that face, a complex surge of emotions rising within her like a tumultuous tide. Yet at that moment, it was as if something had struck her. Her body trembled involuntarily, and she almost fled from this house filled with memories. Now Ji Yubai's heart was tangled like a mess of hemp, but deep down the answer was already on the verge of emerging. Forgive me, Anyun. She silently recited this name in her heart, her voice as soft as a whisper. Recalling every moment of the past, Ji Yubai knew that everything she was doing now was a betrayal of Chen Anyun. But since heaven had granted her another opportunity, a chance to mend the regrets of the past, she did not want to miss this chance. Moreover, Li Ziyuan's talent was mediocre. He would never break through the Tongxian realm in his lifetime. Even if they spent their lives together, it would only be a mere century. Ji Yubai bit her lip tightly, silently vowing no matter what awaited her ahead, she would pursue the truth and find out whether she had truly misunderstood Li Shiyuan back then. Only then, she felt, could she truly let go of the burden in her heart and achieve genuine redemption. Anyun, once I make up for this regret, I will definitely come back to you. I will make it up to you. Tears blurred her eyes. Ji Yubai repented over and over again in her heart. The demonic path, Daming Palace. It is the place longed for by all practitioners of the dark arts. Since the disappearance of the demon cult leader centuries ago, the demonic path has in reality split into three major sects: the Joyful Union sect, the Blood Demon Gate, and the Great Freedom and Ease sect. Yet despite this, the three sects tacitly avoided contending for the Daming Palace. Now, although the palace grounds are teeming with guards from the three sects, the palace itself stands empty, as if awaiting its new master. And it was under the gaze of all these people that a youth in white robes sat languidly on the eaves of the Daming Palace, a sword in one hand and a wine flask in the other, drinking heartily, as if utterly alone. If not for the large number of people sprawled in disarray before the hall groaning in pain, everyone would have dismissed the youth as a mere madman. Before long, three figures were seen approaching slowly from the distance. The leader was a frail scholar with a face as pale as paper, his slender frame as if a gust of wind could topple him, yet his narrow eyes gleamed with wisdom. Following closely was a woman in a resplendent red dress, her figure graceful and seductive, every gesture exuding charm and allure. Bringing up the rear was a bare-chested, bearded giant, muscles bulging with raw power, the savage scar on his face inspiring fear. These three were none other than the renowned sect masters of the demonic path in the martial world, Hanju Zi Yihong, Yi, and Zhang Rintu. The three sects had always been at odds, locked in constant open and covert strife, yet in truth they shared a common hatred and were bound by a common cause. Now, hearing that someone had dared to cause trouble at the Daming Palace, all three were greatly shocked. They knew well that the disciples each sect had sent to guard the Daming Palace were all elite experts of their but now even these formidable disciples could not stop the mysterious youth. It seemed that unless the three sect masters intervened personally, sending more men would be a futile endeavor. Thus in their astonishment, they did not hesitate to set out determined to see for themselves. Damn it, who is this little thief daring to show disrespect to the Daming Palace? The white-clad youth's arrogant demeanor instantly enraged the three. Before Han Zhuzi and Yi Hong, he could react, the hot-tempered Zhang Ren could no longer contain his fury. His eyes bloodshot, he let out a thunderous roar and, brandishing his long blade, lunged at the white-clad youth like a ferocious tiger. Brother Zhang. Han Zhuzi began, intending to stop him, but seeing Yi Hong gently shake her head, he swallowed his words. Indeed, it was not unwise to let Zhang Ren test the opponent's strength first. After all, with Zhang Ren's cultivation at the peak of the Return to Origin realm, even if he could not defeat his foe, he could at least gauge the other's approximate depth. Yet what happened next left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The white-clad youth did not even stir. He merely raised his hand slightly and flicked his sleeve, and Zhang Ren was sent flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the hard stone floor, with a dull resounding thud directly smashing a deep crater. An eternal life, true person. Zhang Ren, after all, was a mighty expert at the peak of the Return to Origin realm, yet he had been effortlessly defeated in a single move, utterly powerless to resist. Then the identity of the opponent was all but revealed. In this world, only those who had stepped into the eternal life realm could possess such terrifying power and be honored with the title of true person. In that instant, the white-clad youth who had been sitting motionless finally rose slowly to his feet. His figure was tall and straight like an unshakable mountain. His icy gaze, like two beams of frigid light, swept over every person present. Almost at the same moment, everyone whose eyes met his felt an invisible immense pressure and instinctively took a step back. Terror was written on their faces as if they were facing a demon god from the 9 nether hells. Then these people, usually so lofty and self-important, unanimously lowered their proud heads, daring not show the slightest hint of disrespect. At that moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Only the white-clad youth's cold, commanding voice echoed through the air, "My name is Chen Anyun. From this day forth the demonic path shall follow me. Those who obey shall prosper, those who defy shall perish. Does anyone here have any objections?" After another heart-stopping silence, Han Zhuzi and Yi Hong exchanged a glance, as if reading each other's minds. Simultaneously, they stepped forward, knelt without hesitation, and kowtowed respectfully to Chen Anyun. Then the other demonic path practitioners, as if awakening from a dream, one by one prostrated themselves. Even the notoriously fierce Zhang Ren, gritting his teeth against the pain of his injury, struggled to turn over, and with trembling hands supporting himself, knelt with difficulty. In an instant, the previously silent valley erupted with a thunderous roar. The sounds surged like raging waves, wave upon wave, shaking the heavens and earth. "We heed the cult leader's command." The voices converged into a torrent, carrying boundless reverence and submission, spreading in all directions. A light drizzle began to fall over Tianyun's sect, pattering incessantly. What was Anyun doing now? Ji Webai stood quietly by the window, gazing outward, her thoughts drifting involuntarily. In the past, when she had been by Chen Anyun's side, memories of moments spent with Li Shiyuan would often surface unbidden in her mind. And now, with Li Shiyuan by her side, her heart still refused to settle, as she found herself irresistibly recalling events tied to Chen Anyun. At this moment, 2 tabby cats with mottled fur curled up snugly in her warm embrace, one on each side, fast asleep and purring softly, an utterly endearing sight. Their tiny bodies rose and fell gently with each breath, as if lost in sweet dreams. At this thought, Ji Webai couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Given the current timeline, Chen Anyun was likely still just an ordinary disciple in the demonic path. She had met him when she was at her lowest, and under his care, she gradually restored her cultivation. After joining the demonic path, she realized that the world's views on it were largely biased. The so-called demonic path merely employed more extreme cultivation methods, mostly pushing one's own potential to the limit, not necessarily committing heinous acts. It was simply that the world attributed their own misdeeds to the demonic path. For instance, the dual cultivation technique of the Joyous Union sect, though sounding lewd, actually embodied the ultimate principles of yin and yang. If she could cultivate with Li Shiyuan, perhaps she could help him break through his innate limitations and reach the Guiyuan realm. At this thought, her face flushed, and she silently scolded herself. "Senior Sister Ji, is something troubling you? Please tell me. After all, keeping things bottled up only makes them heavier. Speaking them out might lighten your heart." The gentle youth looked at Ji Webai with deep concern, his words full of sincerity, inadvertently interrupting her chaotic thoughts. Strangely enough, their relationship had advanced by leaps and bounds during this period, far surpassing that of their. Hearing the youth's question, Ji Webai hesitated briefly before speaking softly. "It's nothing, just recalling some trivial matters from the past." Yet only she knew how could she dare to reveal the secrets and worries buried deep in her heart. In the next moment, Ji Yuebai suddenly felt a warmth in her hand. She looked up in surprise only to see the slightly shy face of the youth. He held her hand tightly, his palms slightly sweaty, as if this sudden gesture had taken immense courage. Even though my strength is still shallow now and I may not truly be able to solve your problems, senior sister, I will always be here, quietly listening to your heart, whenever you need me. The youth's voice trembled slightly, clearly nervous, afraid that his presumptuous act might displease Ji Yuebai. Looking at the flustered and bewildered youth before her, Ji Yuebai couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. That smile bloomed like a spring flower, radiant and captivating. Yet in that instant another figure surfaced in her mind, Chen Anyun. Compared to Li Ziyuan's current weakness and naivety, the Chen Anyun in her memory seemed perpetually strong and confident. No matter the hardships or obstacles, that man always remained calm and composed with a plan in mind. Moreover, he would always step forward without hesitation, standing firmly before her, shielding her from all storms with his broad shoulders. At this thought, Ji Yubai's heart jolted, and an indescribable feeling surged within her. Instinctively, she squeezed Li Ziyuan's trembling hand and said softly, "Don't worry, when the time is right I will tell you everything without reservation." Hearing this, Li Ziyuan's tense body relaxed slightly. The two stood hand in hand by the window, silent and side by side. At some point the rain had stopped. A gentle breeze blew outside and sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. At that moment, they seemed like a pair of lovers from the mortal world, immersed in their own tender atmosphere, as if time itself had frozen. In the path of cultivation, time slipped by unnoticed. Several years passed in the blink of an eye. For Ji Yuebai, everything in Tianyun sect felt like a replay of her past life. That once gentle youth, shaped and honed by the years, had gradually grown into a graceful and refined gentleman, as warm and smooth as jade. Just as in her previous life, amidst the gnashing teeth of envious male disciples, she and Li Xiuan finally became Tao companions, an enviable immortal couple. However, unlike others, Ji Yubai's cultivation was now far beyond what it had been in her past life. After all, in that previous existence, she had already reached the pinnacle of immortality. With such a lofty perspective, her path of Tao in this life was exceptionally smooth. Yet for the past year, Ji Yuebai had often felt a sense of unease. In the dead of night, she would unconsciously recall past memories. What worried her most was the approaching time node, when Li Xiuan had gone out for training in her past life. Thinking of this, her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand impossible to release. Now she had fully rekindled the deep affection she once shared with Li Xiuan. Especially in the past 2 years, even the faint shadow of Chen Anyun had gradually blurred in the sea. Yet no matter what, she couldn't shake the deep-seated knot in her heart. Sure enough, after their intimate moments yesterday, Li Xiuan had proposed to take his leave. Although Ji Yuebai now held an extraordinary position in Tianyun sect, essentially designated as the next saintess. According to the sect's rules, once an inner disciple successfully broke through to the Tongxian realm, they must descend the mountain for a year of tempering and training. No matter how transcendent Ji Yubai's status, she had not yet ascended to the position of sect leader, and thus had no right to interfere. In fact, years ago, Ji Yuebai had resolved to thoroughly investigate the matter that had always haunted her from her. But as their feelings deepened over time, the scales in her heart had slowly shifted away from her original goal. After numerous painful struggles and hesitations, she finally made a resolute decision. Xiuan, you've just advanced to Tongxian and need time to stabilize your realm. I hope you can postpone this journey by half a year. All right, senior sister. Unaware of the underlying reasons, Li Xiuan naturally had no objection. Thus, Ji Yuebai let out a long, relieved sigh, yet a wave of indescribable guilt and unease surged. Whenever she recalled Chen Anyun's resolute and affectionate face, her heart ached, as if pricked by needles, for she knew she had no justification for this choice. Anyun, please forgive my selfishness, she silently repented countless times in her heart. Li Xiuan only has a mere century of life. Compared to our endless time, that is but a fleeting. After he departs from this world, I will surely return to your side, forever accompanying you to make up for the harm I have caused you. In a valley not far from the Tianyun sect, despite its profound tranquility and seclusion, Chen Anyun's heart remained filled with vexation and gloom. He himself could not discern the reason that had driven him to this place. Lately, a strange voice had been echoing in his mind, as if an invisible force was tugging at him, incessantly urging him to come here. It felt as though by arriving at this valley he would encounter something of great importance to him. Thus, brimming with curiosity and anticipation, Chen Anyun came. Yet an entire month had passed, and he had still not encountered the person or event that had mysteriously drawn him. Day after day of waiting had gradually eroded his initial enthusiasm and patience. Perhaps it was truly just my illusion. Chen Anyun shook his head helplessly, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Recalling that he, the esteemed demon sect leader, had impulsively and without reason lingered here for a whole month. Even he found it somewhat absurd. Just as he was about to turn and leave in disappointment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. His subordinates rushed over carrying a disheveled and ragged woman. According to his subordinates, this woman had been wandering outside the valley for over 10 days, and due to prolonged starvation, she had collapsed from extreme weakness. Chen Anyun had previously ordered his subordinates to bring any suspicious person found near the valley. Therefore, upon discovering this unconscious woman, they dared not delay and hurriedly brought her back. Chen Anyun closed his eyes, slightly gently sweeping his spiritual sense over her. He furrowed his brow slightly, a faint trace of disappointment welling up within him. The woman before him had disheveled hair, her face obscured by grime, making it difficult to discern her true appearance. Yet even so, with his keen perception, Chen Anyun could easily determine that she was merely a mortal. Take her away, give her some food, and then send her off. Chen Anyun issued the order casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Strangely, after seeing this woman, his restless heart had calmed down. Having initially planned to leave, he now changed his mind and decided to stay for another month. The two demonic cultivators who had brought the woman exchanged glances and dared not neglect their duty. Just as they were about to lead her away, at that very moment the woman who had been unconscious suddenly awoke, without any warning. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze first falling on Chen Anyun. But after a brief glance, she did not linger any longer, nor did she utter a single word. Then, gritting her teeth, she struggled with all her might to stand up from the ground. Subsequently, she staggered, but resolutely walked towards an empty direction. The woman's exceptionally calm demeanor piqued Chen Anyun's interest. Normally, upon waking to such a strange environment and unfamiliar people, an ordinary person would be flustered or eager for help. Yet this woman was completely different, maintaining silence and composure throughout. So much so that he involuntarily called out to stop her. "Wait, what is your name?" Hearing Chen Anyun's voice, the woman's steps abruptly halted, her entire body stiffening for an instant. But after just a moment she resumed walking, continuing forward without hesitation. After a long while the surroundings remained silent, with only the gentle breeze rustling the leaves producing a faint rustling sound. Just as Chen Anyun was about to let out a wry laugh, an extremely indifferent voice drifted over from a distance. "Meng Tianxin." "Meng Tianxin," Chen Anyun murmured to himself. Strangely, although he was certain he had never heard this name before, at this moment, an inexplicable sense of dissonance surged within him like a tide, as if the name was deeply imprinted in the recesses of his mind, profoundly familiar. Could it be that the real reason he had come to this valley without cause and waited here for an entire month was related to this woman named Meng Tianxin? At this thought, Chen Anyun's mind began to stir. Throughout this month of waiting apart from this mysterious woman who evoked such a peculiar feeling with her name, there seemed to be no other special discoveries or gains. Therefore, although a faint sense of unease still lurked deep within his heart, Chen Anyun was never one to be in. Thus, when he saw the woman named Meng Tianxin about to turn and leave, he did not hesitate to open his mouth, ready to call out and stop her. But who could have anticipated that just as he was about to speak, a dull thud would be heard? It turned out that Meng Tianxin, for some unknown reason, had lost her balance again, falling heavily to the ground, and then closed her eyes, completely unconscious. Chen Anyun let out a soft sigh and slowly stepped forward. He reached out, carefully brushing aside the nearly withered strands of hair covering her forehead. At that moment his breath caught involuntarily. Earlier, because the woman was covered in dirt and grime, he had not even bothered to look at her closely. But now, as he gently pushed aside her bangs, he was astonished to find that if one ignored the patches of grime on her cheeks, this woman's features were breathtakingly beautiful. How could a woman of such exquisite beauty be here ragged and alone? This question flashed through Chen Anyun's mind, but it completely dispelled the last vestiges of doubt within him. Could it be that the very thing he had been waiting for, the thing of great importance to him, was this woman before him? With this thought, Chen Anyun no longer cared about her filth and dust. He did not hesitate to raise his arm and gently but swiftly lifted the woman horizontally into his embrace. Then his figure flickered, darting off like an arrow from a bowstring, flying towards the Daming Palace. "Greetings, Saintess. May the Saintess be blessed with peace." Acknowledging the respectful salutations of the Tianyun sect disciples with a nod, Ji Yuebai continued forward. Several years had passed since Li Shiyuan last ventured out for training. Perhaps due to the divergence of timelines in this life, Li Shiyuan had never encountered Meng Tianxin, and thus it was impossible for him to bring her back to the sect. Thus, in the recently concluded Sacred Maiden election of the sect, Ji Yuebai was unsurprisingly chosen as the new saintess. Her status, excluding the supreme elders who had long withdrawn from worldly affairs, was second only to the highest. Yet for some unknown reason, Ji Yuebai's heart held little joy. Instead, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the ancient banyan tree. In her past life, it was beneath this very tree that she had witnessed Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxin embracing each other. That sight had driven her to voluntarily withdraw then flee on a training journey to avoid the pain, only to accidentally acquire the demonic path inheritance and be subsequently expelled from the sect. Now, however, the date of her expulsion in her previous life had long passed. But today was the day she had met Chen Anyun in her past life. That was a period of time that even now in recollection could only evoke darkness and utter despair. Back then, having lost her beloved, and had her cultivation cruelly abolished, she wandered like a walking corpse clinging to life, with only the last remnants of her breath. She drifted aimlessly, and after an unknown span of time, as if guided by fate, she arrived at a secluded and profound valley. Having gone without food for so long, her body was already frail and weak. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, she collapsed beside a crystal-clear stream. When she slowly regained consciousness, the first thing that met her eyes was a young man dressed in a long white robe. He was lounging lazily against a large tree, holding a slender bamboo rod in his hand, seemingly engaged in leisurely fishing by the stream. Not far from him, a plump crucian carp was impaled on a sharp twig, roasting steadily over a blazing camp. As the fire crackled, the aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, teasing her empty stomach. Perhaps because she had been starving for so long, her stomach embarrassingly let out a loud growl. The sudden sound shattered the surrounding tranquility, naturally catching the attention of the white-robed youth. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly lowered her head, inwardly mortified, wishing that the ground would split open to swallow her. But just then she felt a warmth against her cheek. The very fish that had been sizzling and fragrant over the fire was now being placed at her lips. The white-robed youth had not uttered a single word. He simply handed her the grilled fish, then turned and returned to his original spot, resuming his focus on the fishing rod as if nothing had happened. Yet through his actions, she sensed something she had not encountered in a long time: warmth. Like a famished little beast, she clutched the fish tightly with both hands and devoured it ravenously. The fish was fragrant, but she had no time to savor it, merely stuffing the flesh into her mouth as if trying to swallow all her grievances and hunger at once. At the same time, crystalline tears uncontrollably streamed down her grimy cheeks, each drop falling to the ground and stirring tiny specks of dust. This was the first time since she had been ruthlessly cast out from the sect that she allowed her emotions to flow so freely, letting her tears run wild. All the feigned strength she had displayed collapsed in an instant, leaving only vulnerability and helplessness. When she finished the last morsel of fish, she was about to express her gratitude to the unfamiliar white-robed youth, when she heard his clear and gentle voice. "If you have nowhere else to go now, you might as well follow me." It was only their first meeting. It was only an ordinary grilled fish. Yet in that fleeting moment, an indescribable feeling surged within her, and Xianxia knew in her heart that this man was the one. Thus she nodded without hesitation. From that very moment onward, he became like a radiant beam of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating her once dim world and becoming her salvation. At that very instant, Xianxia felt an overwhelming urge to set out immediately for the valley in her memories. She had a strong premonition that if she did not go now, she might lose something precious. Then she heard Li Ziyuan's voice from behind. "Senior sister, so you're here. I've finally found you." Just as in the previous life, even after they had become Dao partners, Li Ziyuan still addressed her as senior sister. The agitation in her heart instantly subsided. Yes, unlike the past life, I still have Li Ziyuan now. He hasn't betrayed me. How can I leave him now? I've made your favorite lotus leaf chicken today. Li Ziyuan's voice was as gentle as ever. Xianxia couldn't help but caress her beloved's cheek, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, only the reflection of the young man before her filled her pupils. "All right, let's go home." She smiled and nodded, allowing Li Ziyuan to take her right hand. "By the order of the sect leader, from this day forth, Meng Tianxin shall be the holy maiden of our demonic path." A resonant and authoritative voice echoed across the entire square before the Daming Palace. This voice struck like a thunderclap, causing everyone present to tremble inwardly. Immediately afterward, the crowd roared in unison, "Hail the sect leader! Hail the holy maiden!" The crescendo of voices surged higher and higher, as if it would tear through the very sky. Before the vast and majestic Daming Palace, a sea of black-robed, stern-faced cultivators of the demonic path knelt in devout reverence. Each prostrated themselves piously, expressing their utmost respect and submission to the two figures standing before them. Before the Daming Palace, the woman appointed as holy maiden stood with an elegant figure and breathtaking beauty. Yet astonishingly, this newly appointed holy maiden possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Nonetheless, no one dared to voice the slightest doubt or disrespect, for any command uttered by sect leader Chen Anyun was sufficient for these demonic cultivators. Meng Tianxin was peculiar. She had no memories of her past, and seemed to lack any superfluous emotions. Moreover, she treated everyone with equal aloofness, not mere coldness, but a proud aloofness. This intrigued Chen Anyun greatly. A mortal with no cultivation and amnesiac, yet in her interactions with others she displayed an innate bone-deep aloofness. Furthermore, she lacked almost all normal common sense. On the first day he brought her back, when Chen Anyun told her to sleep, she unhesitatingly removed her clothes and slipped into his bed. Though blatantly absurd, this behavior carried a strange sense of harmony, as if it were only natural. This left Chen Anyun with a deeply conflicting feeling. Yet Chen Anyun had an odd intuition. Meng Tianxin acted this way because she knew with absolute certainty that he would not do anything inappropriate to her. This was baffling. They were not well acquainted, so how could she be so sure he wouldn't cross that line? What if he... But tragically, despite her exquisite beauty, Chen Anyun indeed would not do anything untoward to her. Forcing a metaphor, it felt as if she had preemptively anticipated his own judgment. Moreover, Meng Tianxin possessed extraordinary talent, advancing in cultivation at an astonishing pace. Bottlenecks that stymied ordinary cultivators were as effortless for her as eating or drinking. This soon turned the initial lip service of the demonic cultivators, who had only respected her due to Chen Anyun, into genuine reverence, and they prostrated themselves at her feet. In summary, to Chen Anyun, Meng Tianxin felt less like a woman and more like an exquisite object. However, Chen Anyun soon cast this thought aside, for he discovered with astonishment that over time Meng Tianxin was gradually changing. If he had to put it into words, she was becoming more human. This inexplicably gave him a sense of nurturing joy. Unfortunately, she often took him as her model. For instance, now Meng Tianxin had grown increasingly indifferent to cultivation, preferring instead to follow him to the stream, to fish, and bask in the sun. Moreover, this human side of Meng Tianxin was only revealed before Chen Anyun. Toward everyone else, she remained icy and distant. This was not a good sign. Chen Anyun pondered inwardly, then waved his hand, and summoned Xianxia to the palace. If he was to teach Meng Tianxin how to be human, he naturally needed a good teacher. And Xianxia was in Chen Anyun's eyes the most fitting woman to be a woman. But he seemed to have forgotten that this woman was the sect leader of the Hawan sect. Thus one day, several years later, Chen Anyun sat at his desk leafing through the recent intelligence gathered by the demonic path on the cultivation world. Over the past few years, he had gradually reformed the cultivation techniques of the three demonic sects, deleting many that harmed others for personal gain, while increasing the efficiency of normal techniques, greatly raising both the floor and ceiling of demonic cultivation. Subsequently, he executed a number of truly villainous demonic cultivators and criminals who committed atrocities under the guise of the demonic path. Thus, the reputation of the demonic path within the cultivation world had gradually diminished. It was no longer universally reviled, but rather existed in a gray area tacitly accepted by ordinary cultivators. Among the intelligence gathered by the demonic path, what interested Chen Anyun most was the impending centennial sect tournament among the orthodox sects. It was said that the holy maiden of Tianyun's sect Guobai was the most likely to stand out in this competition. However, because her Dao partner had been injured in the previous tournament, she had to use her cultivation to heal him, greatly diminishing her power at the critical moment. She ultimately lost to the sword heir of Baijian's sect, causing much regret. Guobai. Chen Anyun chewed over the name, feeling it sounded familiar. As he tried to recall, he instinctively leaned back, and his head sank into a soft, warm embrace. Before he could react, a pair of delicate hands pressed against his temples and began to gently massage them. Threads of true essence slowly seeped into Chen Anyun's body through his temples, inducing a pleasant... This interrupted his train of thought. Did that woman Xianxia teach you this? Chen Anyun sighed, realizing that entrusting Meng Tianxin to Xianxia was the worst decision he had ever made. Behind him, Meng Tianxin revealed a faint smile, saying nothing. Compared to her icy demeanor years ago, she was now practically a transformed person. But Chen Anyun knew this was only a facade. She merely concealed her innate aloofness deep within her heart when facing him. This century's prodigy competition of the righteous path seems rather intriguing. Would you be interested in joining me to witness it? Chen Anyun asked with evident enthusiasm. In recent years, as the demonic path had stabilized, he had gradually delegated internal authority back to the three sect masters. He spent most of his days sequestered within the Daming Palace, finding life somewhat tedious. All right. Meng Tianxin uttered a single word of agreement with profound calmness. Even for someone not skilled at discerning emotions, Chen Anyun could detect the perfunctory tone within it. You are, after all, the sacred maiden of our sect, and the foremost prodigy of the demonic path. Do you not harbor even a shred of curiosity about the righteous path's prodigies? Why should I be curious? Meng Tianxin paused her massage. Amidst Chen Anyun's spirited gaze, she raised a slender jade-like index finger. First, the title of Sacred Maiden was something you forced upon me. She then raised a second finger. Second, isn't it what you often say, that one's energy is limited and one should only care about what they truly like? Did I say that? Chen Anyun was taken aback. He strained to recall. It was probably a casual remark he made a couple of years ago while feeding inspirational words to the growing Meng Tianxin. It seemed Meng Tianxin had truly grown up. So he asked curiously, "Then is there something you like?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a pair of jade-like arms coiled around his chest from behind. Immediately a slightly moist breath brushed against his ear accompanied by a faint ethereal fragrance. This caused Chen Anyun's body to instinctively tense up. Then he heard Meng Tianxin's voice rare in its unnaturalness. "I like you." Chen Anyun was. He suddenly wanted to ask, "Did Xianxia teach you this too?" But sensing the slight tremors in the body behind him, he wisely held his tongue. Nevertheless, Chen Anyun, the demonic path's supreme and fearsome leader, ultimately took the aloof, ethereal, sacred maiden Meng Tianxin to witness the decisive battle of the righteous path's prodigy competition. The two disguised themselves and quietly mingled among a group of wandering cultivators drawn to the spectacle. This decisive battle had captivated the entire cultivation world, as both participants were no ordinary individuals. One was the peerless sword son of the 100 Swords sect, whose swordsmanship was profound and sword intent fierce, already renowned across the land. The other was the sacred maiden of the Longhuan Holy Land, graceful and elegant, with supreme immortal arts, equally a favored daughter of heaven in everyone's eyes. Both formidable experts possessed cultivation at the early Guiyuan realm, their strengths evenly matched. Chen Anyun watched with great relish while Meng Tianxin spent most of her time looking at their sect leader with a hint of helpless fondness. The sword son of the 100 Swords sect moved like lightning, his long sword weaving a web of crisscrossing sword chi. The sacred maiden of the Longhuan Holy Land was equally undaunted, her long sleeves dancing gracefully as she unleashed a myriad of exquisite and miraculous immortal techniques. They clashed back and forth, neither yielding an inch, the battle growing ever more intense. The spectators held their breath, their eyes fixed on every detail of the arena, afraid to miss a single thrilling moment. Finally, the sword son of the 100 Swords sect erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful aura, his entire being like an unsheathed sharp sword, its edge fully exposed and irresistible. Relying on the unwavering determination and courage of a sword cultivator, he narrowly defeated the sacred maiden of the Longhuan Holy Land by a margin of half a move. As the outcome was decided, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the venue. In that moment, the sword son of the 100 Swords sect was crowned with glory, hailed as the foremost prodigy of the righteous path. "What do you think?" Chen Anyun asked with great interest. 3 moves. Huh. Within 3 moves I am confident I can defeat that sword son of the 100 Swords sect. Chen Anyun held his forehead, but looking at Meng Tianxin's earnest expression, he broke into a smile. When you come out to watch the excitement, you need to have the mindset of someone watching the excitement. Are we here to watch the excitement? Meng Tianxin suddenly realized. Otherwise, to scout the enemy to see if there are any future threats to us. Do I need to do such a thing? Chen Anyun felt insulted by Meng Tianxin. Of course you don't need to. A hint of sly amusement flickered in Meng Tianxin's eyes. Only then did Chen Anyun realize he had been teased by Meng Tianxin. He felt a pang of melancholy. It seemed the obedient, expressionless child who had once followed his every word was gone for good. Of course, if he were to be honest, compared to the Meng Tianxin, who was more like a machine than a person, he preferred the Meng Tianxin of now. The two chatted idly among the crowd of wandering cultivators as they moved out with the throng. At that moment, Chen Anyun heard a familiar name again. Although the 100 Swords sect took the top spot in this competition, the Tianyun sect's loss was truly It is said that the Tianyun sect's sacred maiden Ji Yuebai has already broken through to the mid-Guiyuan realm. If not for being held back by her Dao partner, she would have surely secured victory in this competition. What a pity, what a pity. Indeed, who would disagree? A few wandering cultivators shook their heads in disgust, as if they themselves were the ones who had lost out. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Anyun lost in thought, Meng Tianxin asked with concern. It's nothing, I just feel that the name Ji Yuebai is very familiar, as if that person has some connection to me. After thinking for a moment, Chen Anyun decided to confide his true feelings to Meng Tianxin. What's so strange about that? Meng Tianxin took Chen Anyun's hand. Ji Yuebai is the first prodigy among the righteous sects to break through to the mid-Guiyuan realm. The lower-level cultivators would naturally include such news in their intelligence reports. You probably came across it at some point. That's true. Chen Anyun nodded in agreement with Meng Tianxin's reasoning. Just as he was about to take a step, he realized their hands had somehow become intertwined, fingers locked together. Chen Anyun cast an amused glance at Meng Tianxin. Meng Tianxin turned her head away, but made no move to release her grip. Xianxia told me if you like something, you must fight for it. No one in this world will wait for you for no reason. Don't wait until you lose it to regret. She is right. Chen Anyun tightened his hold on Meng Tianxin's soft hand, then pulled her gently into his embrace. In an instant, he was filled with the warmth and fragrance of her presence. He whispered softly into her ear, "It's still early. How about we go sightseeing for a while before heading back?" A moment of silence passed, but Chen Anyun was not anxious, for her crimson earlobes had long betrayed her true feelings. After a while he finally heard a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Gu Bai looked somewhat dazed at the two figures among the scattered cultivators, who suddenly embraced each other. Just a moment ago she had impulsively glanced in that direction from the high platform. She happened to witness the two individuals embracing. For some unknown reason, despite being strangers, she felt a pang in her chest, as if something very important was drifting away from her. However, she soon shook her head and gave a self-deprecating smile. There were still matters within the sect that awaited her explanation, as she had no time to dwell on the affairs of the scattered cultivators. Yet despite her thoughts, it was only after that pair of scattered cultivators vanished into the crowd that she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. "Let's go, Your Holiness." Behind her, two ordinary disciples of the Tianyun sect spoke softly, but their tone lacked the respect they wanted. Gu Bai numbly nodded and turned to leave with the two. In reality, Gu Bai had never been someone who lacked awareness or understanding of priorities. Upon learning that Li Shiyuan was gravely injured, although anxious, she found after careful examination that while his injuries were serious, they did not threaten his vital points. Thus, Gu Bai initially planned to visit Li Shiyuan first, and after the competition concluded, devote her efforts to treating and nurturing him. However, what Gu Bai did not expect was that while Li Shiyuan lay unconscious, he kept murmuring, "Senior sister, it hurts." His weak and pained voice persisted throughout the night, unceasing until the midnight hour. Ultimately, Gu Bai's heart softened. After hearing Li Shiyuan's pitiful cries, she could not bear to remain indifferent. Therefore, she decided to take the risk of using her precious true essence to help Li Shiyuan stabilize his injuries and suppress his pain. Initially, Gu Bai intended to only use a small amount of true essence, as the competition against the sword practitioners of the Baijian sect was the next day. But who could have anticipated that when Li Shiyuan awakened, just as she was about to cease the flow of true essence, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her with a pair of eyes that were as pitiful as a frightened fawn. The pleading and helpless gaze seemed to pierce through the softest parts of Gu Bai's heart, like a sharp sword. Faced with such eyes, how could Gu Bai bear to withdraw? Thus time and again Gu Bai continued to exhaust her precious true essence, all to alleviate even a fraction of her loved one's pain. Of course, the ultimate result was natural. Due to insufficient true essence, she ultimately lost to the sword practitioner of the Baijian sect. Gu Bai, Li Shiyuan, do you know your crimes? In the sect's grand hall, the law enforcer elder looked at his own saintess with disappointment. Gu Bai was a junior he had watched grow up, and both he and the other elders had high hopes for her. If the defeat was due to a lack of skill, it would be acceptable, but he could never tolerate such a ridiculous reason for. Originally, when Gu Bai had fallen for Li Shiyuan, they had all opposed it sincerely, but Gu Bai was resolute, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce. Who would have thought it would lead to such a grave mistake? The century-long competition among righteous sects is not a simple matter of winning or losing. It involves resource competition among many righteous sects, a rule established by the ancestors of each sect thousands of years ago. The Tianyun sect's current standing is largely due to the previous Saint's son, current sect leader Fu Qingsong, who dominated the era, winning first place in the century-long competitions 3 times in a row. When Gu Bai broke through to the mid-stage of the return to origin realm, everyone in the Tianyun sect was ecstatic, believing victory in this competition was almost guaranteed. Yet they never expected such a foolish loss. Watching the spirit stone mines and cultivation resources that originally belonged to the Tianyun sect fall into the hands of the Baijian sect, how could they not be enraged? How could they not harbor hatred? Now, with Gu Bai and Li Shiyuan kneeling in the center of the grand hall, they were met with a furious shout from the law enforcer elder. Having never encountered such a scene, Li Shiyuan couldn't help but take 2 steps back, almost shrinking behind Gu Bai. This caused the elders present to raise their brows in disbelief, feeling Gu Bai's judgment of character was utterly flawed. It is understood that in the cultivation world, regardless of gender, those who excel are prioritized. However, since they are partners, at the very least, they should be able to advance and retreat together, unlike the person in front of them, who seemed to want to hide behind Gu Bai. To help Gu Bai see her partner's true nature, the law enforcer elder intentionally bypassed Gu Bai and asked Li Shiyuan, "Li Shiyuan, did you knowingly consume the saintess' true essence, leading to her defeat in the competition? If you confess honestly, I can reduce your punishment." "No, I didn't know anything. It was senior sister who voluntarily used her true essence to heal me," Li Shiyuan hurriedly interjected in a panic. "Nonsense. If it weren't for your prior enticement, would the saintess have voluntarily used her true essence? Senior sister, please explain it to them," Li Shiyuan pleaded with Gu Bai, his face full of desperation. The law enforcer elder nodded in satisfaction, thinking that the saintess would certainly not remain deluded. Indeed, upon hearing Li Shiyuan's attempt to shift blame, the elders in the grand hall began to murmur among themselves. Enough! Ji Bai suddenly shouted angrily, startling everyone present. She trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with resolve. She stared deeply at Li Shiyuan, and after a brief pause slowly said, "This matter arose entirely from my obstinacy, and has nothing to do with my junior brother. I voluntarily accept 10 years of wall contemplation, and will resign from my position as saintess." As soon as she finished speaking, it was as if all her strength had been drained, and she collapsed to her knees on the ground. At that moment, Ji Bei's heart was a tumult of emotions. Li Ziyuan's words were indeed true from beginning to end. He had never requested to heal himself. Yet for some reason, another figure unconsciously surfaced in her mind. If at this moment Chen Anyun were here, he would surely have stepped forward without hesitation, standing protectively behind her and bearing all the burdens himself. Indeed, Chen Anyun would do just that. As she thought of this, an indescribable sense of loss surged within Ji Bai. Yet at the same time, she quietly defended Li Shiyuan in her heart. After all, her junior brother was of mediocre talent, just an ordinary cultivator. How could she expect him to act as bravely as Chen Anyun? With such thoughts, Ji Bei's feelings became even more complicated. Now it was the law enforcer elder who was left dumbfounded. If he were on some blue planet, he might have jumped up and started cursing the foolishness of love. But he simply could not find the right adjectives to describe his saintess behavior, so he could not help but glance at the person seated in the grand hall. It was none other than her master, the current sect leader of the Tianyun sect, Fu Qingsong, who had remained silent since the beginning. With a sigh, Fu Qingsong's brows revealed a rare hint of weariness as he waved his hand and said, "Let it be as she said. Seal her cultivation and let her face the wall for 10 years. As for the position of saintess, we will discuss it after her contemplation. As you command, sect leader." As the sect leader Fu Qingsong swept away with a flick of his sleeve, the elders of Tianyun sect all shook their heads with heavy expressions, sighing repeatedly, and then slowly filed out of the grand hall one by one. In the blink of an eye, the once solemn and majestic hall became empty, leaving only Li Shiyuan and senior sister. Seeing that the fierce and menacing elders had finally all departed, Li Ziyuan's long-suspended heart finally settled back into his chest. He collapsed limply to the ground like a deflated balloon, but upon catching sight of Ji Bai's figure, his eyes lit up, and as if finding his anchor, he crawled over to her almost on all fours. Upon hearing Li Ziyuan's voice filled with dependence, Ji Bai's movement to rise abruptly halted. But then, recalling the scene in the grand hall just moments ago, her gaze turned immensely complex. She quietly gazed at the man before her, her heart a tangled mess of emotions. In this moment, Li Shiyuan seemed strangely unfamiliar to her. Yet when her eyes met his, which were as moist and timid as a startled fawn's, her heart softened. Ultimately, she let out a gentle sigh, opened her arms, and tenderly pulled him into a tight embrace. Feeling the warmth of Ji Bai's embrace, Li Ziyuan's tense nerves finally completely relaxed. Ji Bai's complex and somewhat cold gaze from earlier had truly instilled a nameless fear in him. Now enveloped by familiar warmth, he genuinely felt that the gentle, considerate, and understanding Ji Bai of the past had finally returned to his side. "Senior sister." Li Shiyuan buried his face deep in Ji Bai's arms, his voice muffled. "Moi, I'm scared. Chen Yun, aren't you afraid at all?" At the same time, within an ancient secret realm, a white-clad youth hovered in midair, one arm cradling a stunningly beautiful maiden, the other wielding a sword, as he valiantly deflected the attacks of 200 feudal black giants before him. "Excellent. It's rare to encounter two puppets at the longevity realm." Chen Anyun let out a hearty laugh. The long sword in his hand instantly transformed into thousands, converging into a colossal sword aura that cleaved down upon the rigid puppets. The battle raged on until the heavens crumbled and the earth cracked. The entire ancient secret realm was nearly reduced to rubble. "I ask you, aren't you afraid at all?" Beneath the two broken colossal puppet bodies within the only surviving pavilion, Meng Tianxin, while tenderly tending to Chen Anyun's numerous wounds, couldn't help but ask again. "Afraid? When we meet for a bout, we must drink till drunk. How many times can one laugh heartily in a lifetime? I'm too busy having fun to." Looking at the man before her, who was still putting up a tough front despite his true essence being depleted and his body covered in wounds, Meng Tianxin jabbed hard at one of his injuries. Sure enough, the man who moments ago had taken a fatal blow meant for her having his entire shoulder pierced without even a groan or a change in expression instantly grimaced in pain. "Ah, easy. I thought you couldn't feel pain." Meng Tianxin lowered her eyelids, hiding the starlight brimming in her eyes from Chen Anyun. Seasons passed, spring giving way to autumn. Time flowed on. Unknowingly, another 10 years went by. 5 years ago, the three demonic sects formally merged into one, renaming themselves the Celestial Demon Sacred Land, and no longer referred to themselves as the Demonic Path. A year later, Chen Anyun, the sovereign of the celestial demon sacred land, took the initiative to challenge the leaders of the 7 righteous sects one by one, suffering no defeats, and became famous throughout the world. Just as the entire cultivation world grew anxious fearing the rise of the demonic path, Chen Anyun and the 7 sect leaders jointly announced that the celestial demon sacred land would officially join the righteous path. From then on, there would be no distinction between righteous and demonic in the cultivation world. The celestial demon sacred land officially became the 8th major power in the cultivation world. Then a year later, the sovereign Chen Anyun and the sacred maiden Meng Tianxin formally became Tao companions. For a time, the entire cultivation world was in turmoil, only gradually calming down 3 years later. This day marked the end of Ji Yubai's 10-year period of wall-facing seclusion. 10 years ago, after refusing Li Ziyuan's tearful pleas for her to stay, she resolutely sealed her own cultivation and ascended the cliff of introspection. Ridiculously, she knew full well that this was a punishment. She chose willingly to protect him from being blamed. She also knew that if she openly evaded punishment, she would surely have her cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. Yet Li Ziyuan still begged her bitterly to remain. During these 10 years, she had thought she would be filled with longing and concern for Li Ziyuan. But unexpectedly, once she calmed down, what appeared more often in her mind was the shadow of Chen Anyun. After sealing her cultivation, her constitution was akin to that of an ordinary person. Moreover, the cliff of introspection was a place of punishment for erring disciples, so conditions were naturally poor. Disciples from the punishment hall would bring meals only once every 3 days. Thus, enduring hunger and cold was the norm. And whenever she felt hungry, Ji Webai would always recall that grilled fish, repeatedly savoring its taste in her. In fact, after her rebirth, she had attempted to make grilled fish more than once. She had used the finest seasonings and controlled the heat perfectly. Yet she could never replicate the flavor of that grilled fish from the past. It was only now on the cliff of introspection that she finally understood what she had been lingering over was not the taste of that grilled fish, but the warmth she had felt at that time. And now the person who had given her that warmth was no longer there. How could she ever make a grilled fish imbued with that? Senior Sister Ji, this is your sword. 10 years, though, but a fleeting moment in the realm of immortal cultivation, was a sufficiently long span for the disciples at the bottom. The disciples guarding the reflection cliff had changed twice. Ji Webai occasionally overheard their fervent discussions about which senior brother or sister had recently shone brilliantly within the sect. Most of those names were unfamiliar to her. The restrictions on her cultivation had just been lifted by the punishment hall elder who had visited. Observing his hesitant expression, Ji Webai offered her sincere thanks. Though she was muddled in matters of the heart, she could still discern that he genuinely had her best interests at heart. 2 friends within the sect who had been quite close to her were already waiting at the foot of the mountain. Grinning, they congratulated her on her successful release and warmly invited her to a banquet they had specially prepared in her honor. Ji Webai gladly accepted. Along the way, she listened attentively as her friends chattered about the various events that had transpired within the sect over the past decade, occasionally offering a smile in response. Then she asked casually, "Where is Li Ziyuan?" Her friends' voices abruptly ceased. After a moment, they awkwardly changed the subject. Ji Webai did not mind and continued the conversation with them. It was only when the 3 arrived at a certain place that she suddenly halted. She stared fixedly at the familiar banyan tree. Beneath it, she saw a familiar figure. It was Li Ziyuan, whom she had not seen for 10 years. At that moment, he was gently embracing a rather petite young woman. When did this happen? Ji Webai now understood the elder's expression and her friend's evasiveness. In truth, she had long anticipated it. Even her friends remembered the day of her release. If he were truly her beloved, how could he have forgotten? Over these 10 years, she had come to understand many things. She had originally planned to speak with Li Ziyuan after her release. Now it seemed even that step could be spared. "We're sorry, we didn't know how to tell you," a friend said guiltily. "It's been 4 or 5 years. She's a junior sister who joined the sect 5 years ago, still an outer disciple." "Senior Sister Ji, please don't do anything rash." "It's fine." Ji Webai shook her head and walked towards Li Ziyuan. She had expected a sharp pain in her heart, but surprisingly, it was not as unbearable as she had imagined. Fate had played a cruel joke on her, as if it were preordained that their relationship could never end well. Li Ziyuan quickly noticed Ji Webai approaching. His face turned ashen in an instant, and his entire body began to tremble visibly. Yet uncharacteristically, he pulled the woman in his arms behind him. "Senior Sister. You're back." Watching the unfamiliar woman cower behind Li Ziyuan, sneaking a peek at her, Ji Webai suddenly found the scene somewhat absurd. She had imagined many scenarios for her reunion with Li Ziyuan upon her release. But never had she envisioned such a tableau. "Senior Sister. Don't hurt her. Let me explain." Li Ziyuan mustered his courage and spoke loudly. "There's no need." Ji Webai shook her head. The moment he had pulled that woman behind him, she understood everything. So this man before her did not lack the courage to face difficulties, rather the one he wished to protect behind him had never been her. What he felt for her was never love, but dependence. Though it was many years late, she had finally obtained the answer she had once sought, even though the answer was far from what she had initially guessed. And so the bright moon that once resided in her heart shattered into 1,000 pieces in that instant. Junior brotherly. Ji Webai felt her own voice was frighteningly calm. From this day forth let us sever all ties, and owe each other nothing. The same words, the same person, the same place. Ji Webai had never imagined she would have the chance to utter them, but when she spoke those words, she felt an indescribable lightness throughout her entire being. She did not hate Li Shiyuan, because it was only at this moment that she realized she had been waiting for this day, ever since she discovered she had been reborn. So this time it was she who had fallen out of love first. Or rather, she had already fallen out of love in her previous life. But the radiance of that moon had been too beautiful, causing her to involuntarily indulge in it. And in this instant, she could finally face her own heart. She could also finally stop suppressing the longing within. I must go find him. I must go now. Sorry, I have to leave first. Hastily excusing herself to her friends, Ji Webai soared into the air on her sword, flying out of the sect. The two friends exchanged a glance, seeing understanding in each other's eyes. Let her go. This kind of thing isn't easy to accept. It's good for her to vent. Leaving the sect, Ji Webai drove her flying sword with almost all her might, heading towards the valley she remembered. Even knowing it was impossible to meet him there again, she was willfully determined to go and see. She suddenly began to hate herself. How could such precious memories be so easily discarded? Soon she landed at the spot where she remembered the stream being. Yet there was nothing. No grilled fish, no stream, and certainly not that young man from before. The entire valley was quiet and empty, as if she were the only one in the vast world. What have I done? Ji Webai finally reacted, covering her face with her hands and crying out in anguish. No, I must find him. I must find him. Ji Webai desperately tried to calm herself, straining to recall every detail about Chen Anyun. That's right, he should be from the demonic path, and he should still be there now. A light flickered in Ji Webai's eyes as if she had grasped a lifeline. There's still time. There must still be time. She prayed fervently in her heart. As the former saintess of the demonic path, Ji Webai found it exceedingly simple to locate the gathering places of demonic cultivators. She had anticipated spending considerable time searching for news of Chen Anyun, yet to her surprise, merely capturing a low-level demonic cultivator and asking a single question yielded the desired answer. Chen Anyun, the sovereign of the Tianma sacred land. Indeed, senior. You have been in seclusion for so long that you may not know. The Tianma sacred land has become the 8th great righteous power. The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths in the cultivation world no longer exists. Ji Webai released the round-faced cultivator with a hint of helplessness. Seizing the moment of her distraction, the former demonic disciple wasted no time in fleeing into the distance. Only after running a long way did he stop, panting heavily, and spat out curses. Where did that fossil crawl out from? Going on about the demonic path. I have nothing to do with it. I'm a disciple of the Tianma sacred land now. Then he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Turning around, he met a pair of icy eyes. Trembling with fright, he instantly forced a fawning smile. Ah, senior, I was just rambling nonsense. Don't take it seriously. I want to see your sovereign. Ji Webai said calmly. Senior, this is really putting me in a difficult position. The round-faced cultivator looked utterly distressed. I'm just an ordinary cultivator at the Tongxian realm. The sovereign is exalted beyond reach. How could someone like me arrange an audience? Ji Webai lowered her head and pondered for a moment, knowing that the round-faced cultivator was not lying about this. The demonic path had strict hierarchies, and even after reforming the internal atmosphere, could not change overnight. With that thought, she extended her divine sense to scan the round-faced cultivator's body, then said with a half-smile, You are a disciple of the Hahuan sect. No, I'm not, don't slander me. This time it was the round-faced cultivator's turn to jump in alarm. He fired off a quick triple denial, but seeing Ji Webai's expression shift, he hastened to explain carefully, The sovereign is exceptionally brilliant. He revised the techniques of the 3 sects and merged them into one. Now there is no distinction between Hahuan and the others. In our sacred land's foundational cultivation method, the techniques of the 3 sects are integrated, rivaling the millennia-old orthodox methods of the righteous path. Revising techniques. Merging 3 sects into one. Although the Chen Anyun she knew was indeed exceptionally brilliant, wasn't this a bit too extraordinary? Could it be merely a coincidence of names? Tell me everything that has happened in the past decade. Yes, senior. Thus Ji Webai, clinging to a sliver of hope, listened as the round-faced cultivator recounted the changes in the demonic path, or rather the Tianma sacred land, over the past few years. At first she could nod calmly, but then she heard a familiar name, Meng Tianxin, and her identity was none other than Chen Anyun's Dao partner. Ji Yubai's heart suddenly pounded several times. How could this be? Upon hearing the name Meng Tianxin, her intuition told her that the Chen Anyun in question was almost certainly the one she was looking for. But how could Chen Anyun be together with Meng Tianxin? She suddenly felt the world was absurd. In her past life, she had witnessed Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxin embracing, which led her to step back and let them be. In this life, she had prevented Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxin from meeting, yet unexpectedly Meng Tianxin had become Chen Anyun's Dao partner. No, there was no way such a coincidence existed in this world. There must be something wrong. Ji Yuebai admitted she was foolish, even foolish to a terrifying degree. It took her an excruciatingly long time to finally understand her own heart, so much so that she had nearly lost the love she could have easily grasped. In fact, when Ji Yuebai was at the cliff of reflection, she had already contemplated this question. What if when she found Chen Anyun he already had a Dao partner? What if she had already missed her chance? Every time she thought of this, it felt as if a dull knife was slowly carving through her heart, making it hard to breathe. So she forced herself not to think about it, yet in the dead of night, she would curl up under the covers and tremble. She realized that when she finally wanted to face this question, the answer might not be one she could accept. How ridiculous were the future compensations she had once used to comfort herself. Chen Anyun had no memories of their past life. What gave her the confidence to assume he would fall in love with her in this life? So if the answer was the one she feared, could she still magnanimously bless him and leave gracefully as before? Ji Yuebai knew she probably could not. Just as Li Ziyuan's love for her was more about dependence, her love for Li Shiyuan was in many ways more about pity. Thus Li Shiyuan and Chen Anyun were different. Whether in the past life or this one, she could easily let go of Li Shiyuan. But letting go of Chen Anyun, the mere thought of it caused a suffocating pain. Yet what was missed was missed. As a prodigy of her generation and the saintess of Tianyun sect, she had her pride. She could not violate morality by taking what belonged to another. So when she returned to that valley, she had already made up her mind. If Chen Anyun already had a Dao partner, a beloved, then she would retreat to the shadows and silently guard his path, just as he had once done for her. But Meng Tianxin was the exception. This woman was definitely suspicious. In her past life, Ji Yuebai had investigated Meng Tianxin's background, but that person seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. No matter how hard she searched, she could not find a single trace of her previous life. If in her past life she had appeared beside Li Shiyuan, taking her place, she could still convince herself it was a coincidence. But in this life, she had appeared beside Chen Anyun, as if deliberately trying to replace her life. Thinking of this, Ji Yuebai felt a chill run down her spine. Forcing down her turbulent thoughts, Ji Yuebai pondered her next move. Soon she made a decision. Take me to the Daming Palace. Host, something big has happened. System, something big has happened. After Chen Anyun absorbed the recent memories, he couldn't help but shout in his heart. The response came from the system, sounding equally flustered. Why is Meng Tianxin next to me this time, and we have formed a Dao couple? Isn't she the supporting character who led the female protagonist to her downfall in the last life? What is going on? And what about Ji Yuebai? Where has my grand female protagonist gone? What female protagonist and supporting character? Let's put that aside for now. Host, the main system has identified the cause of the time reversal in this small world. Then wait a moment, let's discuss this one by one. He'll start. Chen Anyun took a deep breath. You just awakened my core consciousness, right? Yes, host. Remember our agreement? Of course I remember. After the plot deviates from the script, this system will lift your hypnosis and awaken your core consciousness, and then correct the script. So, Chen Anyun became frantic. The plot has already veered off to Lao Lao's house, and the one beside me is not the female protagonist. What do we do? Moreover, in my memories, the female protagonist seems to still be with her white moonlight, and has become the saint of Tianyun's sect. Host, calm down, I am helpless here. Didn't we agree to act separately? Due to the reset of this small world's timeline, this system worked hard to contact the main system and figured out the cause. As soon as I returned, I awakened your core consciousness immediately. Alright, I misjudged you then. So what is the cause? The cause? Oh right, the cause. Host, we are in big trouble. According to the main system's investigation, the heavenly path of this small world has awakened, and the Tianxin consciousness has been born, beginning to resist its fate as a stepping stone for the great female protagonist in the original plot. So, therefore, unless the Tianxin consciousness completely defeats the female protagonist or is utterly defeated by her, this small world will keep rebooting until its destruction, and we will remain trapped here. Isn't that shocking? How could this happen? Wait, Tianxin consciousness. Tianxin. Wait, I seem to have discovered something significant. Chen Anyun suddenly had a flash of insight. System, do you remember the name of the woman next to me just now? Meng Tianxin. Yes, Meng Tianxin. Chen Anyun sighed. Do you know where I met her? Before the system could answer, Chen Anyun said quietly, I met her in the valley where I first encountered the female protagonist. Both the person and the system fell into silence. System, it seems we've made a serious mistake from the very beginning. Having reached this point, Chen Anyun couldn't help but understand where the problem lay. Is it possible that Ji Webai actually has memories from her past life? The probability is low, host. If she had memories from her past life, why wouldn't she come to find you at the beginning? No. I think the probability is very high. It's just that compared to finding me, she ultimately chose her white moonlight. Surprisingly, Chen Anyun felt a sense of defeat. How could Ji Yubai's actions of going to Tianyun's sect escape his notice? In his last life, he believed he had done everything possible. Moreover, having shared a deep bond for 200 years, how did that line from many tragic stories go? Even a stone should have been warmed up. So when he saw the encounter between Ji Webai and Li Shiyuan through the Haotian mirror, Chen Anyun was so certain that Ji Webai did not have memories from her past life. Host, I don't understand. The system's voice was filled with confusion. Even if it's a white moonlight, merely a dead person, how could that possibly compare to genuine companionship and possession? It's precisely because they are dead that the living have no chance to compete. The so-called human beings are most adept at imagining the lost things as incredibly perfect, aren't they? As part of his job, he had roughly pieced together the entire story. Damn, losing to a little pretty boy, I suddenly feel so unwilling. Chen Anyun sighed deeply. So what do we do now? The system asked. Continue to correct the script, and then be with the real female protagonist. Chen Anyun fell silent. Host, sorry, whether it's the past me or the current me, I don't want to forgive, even if we are trapped here forever. Chen Anyun fell silent again. Forget it, host, just follow your heart. Suddenly the system spoke up. This time it was Chen Anyun who was surprised. Didn't this system mention it earlier? This system's error wasn't our fault, so we don't need to pay for mistakes that aren't ours. Moreover, now that the main system has discovered the problem, it might soon take action to rescue us. Really, system? Really? Chen Anyun was instantly moved to tears. System, you are truly wonderful. Sorry, although this system has no gender, I prefer beautiful and cute girls. Please keep your distance, host. Being rejected by the system left Chen Anyun amused yet exasperated. Since that's the case, I won't bother with the script anymore. Let it develop naturally. Then does host still want to continue using self-hypnosis? Can I not use it? According to the analysis of Xiao Tong with host's current acting skills, it's best not to leave the state of hypnosis, lest the Tianxin consciousness notice something amiss. You see, currently for the Tianxin consciousness, the female protagonist is the only shackle binding her, while you are merely an ordinary NPC to her. But once she discovers that you are also in existence transcending this small world, what will happen is something even this system cannot predict. Is it that serious? Alright then. Let's just go all out this time. Chen Anyun made the final decision. At the same time, the round-faced cultivator accompanied by Ji Yuebai had already arrived outside the Daming Palace. After infiltrating the vicinity of the Daming Palace, Ji Yuebai did not continue to trouble the round-faced cultivator, but instead let him leave. As a demonic saintess in her past life, she did not hold much fondness for this ancient holy land of demonic heritage, so she had not spent much time here. In her past life, Chen Anyun was not as formidable as he was in this life. At that time, the three sects were fighting for the position of sect leader, and she and Chen Anyun had to employ all means, forming alliances and using every trick to barely survive in the cracks between the three sects. She supposed that she had to thank that period of deceit and intrigue which allowed her to quickly recover from her emotional wounds. In the end, after Chen Anyun ascended to the longevity realm and successfully seized the position of sect leader, everything settled down and became stable. After that, most of Chen Anyun's time was spent accompanying her in cultivation and traveling abroad. He did not pay much attention to demonic affairs, let alone revise cultivation techniques or quell the conflict between righteous and demonic paths. Even so, the familiar buildings before her still stirred many memories. It seems that Anyun must have obtained some opportunity in this life, advancing to the longevity realm ahead of time. Ji Webai thought to herself. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the cultivation world. She was quite certain that Chen Anyun had no memories of his past life, who otherwise he would have definitely come to find her. This made her feel both relieved and sorrowful. Having shared 200 years of mutual support and deep affection, she knew well the pride ingrained in his bones. Even if he loved her deeply, he would never accept betrayal. But her own actions were tantamount to betrayal. At this thought, her heart ached once more, and gazing at the Daming Palace before her, she even felt a fleeting urge to flee. However, she quickly suppressed this thought, as her purpose here was not Chen Anyun, but Meng Tianxin. Whether she still had the right to stay by his side or not, she first had to understand this woman's intentions and then unveil her true nature. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Just as Ji Webai was about to step into the Daming Palace, an aged voice suddenly sounded behind her. Had she been lost in recollection and not noticed? The person behind her seemed to have appeared out of thin air, instantly triggering an alarm in Ji Yubai's mind. She activated her defensive artifact, drew her sword, and assumed a defensive stance in one fluid motion. As one of the system-designated heroines, aside from her tendency to be love-struck, she was fully worthy of her reputation as a prodigy. Then she saw an old man with white hair and beard, plain-faced, standing calmly not far from her. "Who are you?" When she swept her divine sense over him, it came back blank, as if he were immortal. But if she truly took him for a mortal, that would be an insult to her intelligence. So this old man's cultivation was definitely far above hers. Ji Webai searched her memory, but could not recall this old man's appearance. However, since he appeared here, he was most likely a cultivator from the Tianma Holy Land, and for Ji Webai at the moment, he seemed more foe than friend. Haha, this old man's surname is Zhu. I have been waiting for you here for some time. Waiting for me? Why? Although the old man before her showed little malice, Ji Webai dared not let down her guard. "Because you are the one I am waiting for," the old man said a rather cryptic nonsense, causing Ji Webai to frown. "If you have something that requires my assistance, please speak plainly. My master is Fu Qingsong, the longevity true person and sect leader of Tianyun sect. If you have no other business, please let me leave." "Want to leave? Even if you didn't invoke your master, this old man wouldn't stop you. But are you sure you won't regret it later?" The old man revealed a strange smile. "Because this old man is the one who can resolve your doubts." "Resolve my doubts?" Ji Webai sneered. Having lived 2 lives, she was well-traveled and knowledgeable, and she did not believe the old man's words. But the next second her pupils shrank rapidly like pinpricks. "Because this old man, surnamed Zhu," slowly said. "Would you like to know why this world's time has reversed, and who this Meng Tianxin really is?" "What do you know?" "Not only that, I also know that you and the current Holy Lord of Tianma Holy Land, Chen Anyun, originally had a destined romance, but it was disrupted by unforeseen circumstances and someone's interference." "Between me and Anyun." "Disrupted by someone." These words dealt a devastating blow to Ji Webai, and in an instant her eyes widened. "Don't you want to know all of this?" Ji Webai took a deep breath, then lowered her guard, and made a graceful bow to the old man. "Please enlighten me, Senior Zhu. If you wish to know everything, then come with me." The old man turned and walked away. Ji Webai glanced back at the Daming Palace, so close at hand, with the mysterious old man's words echoing in her mind. She gritted her teeth, and then resolutely followed. But then the old man suddenly stopped, turned his head sharply, and looked past her, gazing into the distance toward the Ji Webai followed his gaze, but saw nothing. However, she heard the old man muttering to himself with a sigh, "Ah, foolish child." She was about to ask, but in an instant the old man had already walked far away. So filled with confusion, she could only follow closely as he flew into the distance. Meng Tianxin withdrew her gaze from a certain direction. The little maid beside her curiously followed her line of sight, but only saw a pale white palace wall there. Is the saintess missing the Holy Lord again? The little maid was inwardly shipping them fervently. The Holy Lord was charismatic and dazzling, while the saintess was exquisite and breathtakingly beautiful. Just seeing them together was a feast for the eyes. Moreover, they were of noble status, yet never mistreated their servants. At this thought, she couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile until she heard Meng Tianxin give a soft cough. Then she quickly collected her smile and handed over the gilded silk slip. In Meng Tianxin's hands, she held an unfinished cloak with great care. Though it was only a half-finished piece, one could still faintly discern the elegant and dignified patterns within. She had been lost in thought for a moment, then shook her head, and only when she noticed the strange smile on the little maid's face did she allow a faint smile to appear at the corners of her lips. Then she continued weaving the cloak in her hands, as if the incident that had just occurred was not worth her concern. "Ji Webai, do you know why you always encounter obstacles at Meng Tianxin's side with all matters going awry? I humbly seek the elder's guidance." Ji Webai spoke with utmost reverence. The elder stepped forward and gently tapped her forehead. Instantly, a vast surge of memories flooded into her mind. Overwhelmed by the pain, she couldn't help but crouch down. After a long while, she gradually assimilated the memories that had surged into her mind. Within them, she witnessed the destruction of this world and saw Chen Anyun perish while saving her as the realm collapsed. Subsequently, she smoothly ascended to the greater world and rose through the ranks steadily, ultimately achieving the status of an immortal sovereign. "This is me." The elder nodded. "This was your destined path. You bear immense fortune and are meant to be the protagonist of this realm. However, the heavenly Tao of this world refused to be extinguished, thus it forcibly altered fate and reversed time. Yet even so, the cost it paid is beyond your imagination. Then why does she always appear by my side? In my past life, I parted ways with Li Shiyuan because of her, and in this life, she has become a Tao companion with Chen Anyun. Naturally, because 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. This realm is but a minor world, allowing only one protagonist. Thus, to alter fate, the simplest way for her is to replace your life, thereby concealing herself from the higher order heavenly Tao." "I see." Ji Webai suddenly understood and bowed gracefully to the elder. "I beseech the elder to instruct me. It is only right." The elder chuckled. If she were truly an impartial heavenly heart, you would have already lost beyond recovery. Unfortunately, to replace you, she immersed herself in the game and became trapped within it. I observe that her star of romance is stirring. She has likely developed genuine feelings for that young man. You only need to set a trap to separate them and break her heart, and everything will return to its proper course. But their bond is deep now, and Chen Anyun is not one to abandon his lover. What should I do? You simply need to do this. Time flew by, and another year passed. The long tranquil cultivation world was suddenly shattered by a spreading rumor. The heavens shall fall all because of the demoness of the demon saint land. These words burst forth like a thunderclap, instantly shaking the entire cultivation world. This seemingly absurd and groundless statement spread like a tempest, becoming known to every household within mere months. Whether they were exalted high-ranking cultivators or lowly wandering road practitioners, all engaged in heated debates over this saying. In an instant, all manner of conspiracy theories ran rampant with countless conflicting opinions. Some asserted it was surely a fabricated excuse by the seven righteous sects to banish the demon saint land once more. Others speculated it might conceal an unknown massive secret. After all, the notion of the heavens falling was utterly preposterous and hard to believe, let alone the claim that the calamity stemmed from a mere woman. Yet bafflingly, the sect masters of the seven righteous sects treated this obviously false rumor as absolute truth, believing it without doubt. They even sent envoys to the demon saint land in unison, ordering Saint Lord Chen Anyun to prioritize the welfare of all living beings and swiftly execute the demoness Meng Tianxin. Facing the aggressive stance of the seven sects, the normally composed and calm Saint Lord of the demon saint land Chen Anyun erupted in rare fury. He unhesitatingly ordered the expulsion of all uninvited guests from the sects. But who could have foreseen that the seven sects would abandon all decorum, with their seven sect masters personally leading elite disciples in a formidable march toward the Daming Palace, determined to achieve their goal, seemingly intent on besieging the demon saint land. The demon saint land responded without hesitation, issuing the Saint Lord's decree to summon its cultivators to the Daming Palace for defense. In an instant, the entire cultivation world seemed to revert to the ancient war between righteousness and demons, filled with tension and fear. Chen Anyun stood silently before the magnificent Daming Palace, his gaze fixed on the distance, his thoughts churning like surging waves. He would never believe a rumor like the heavens shall fall all because of the demoness of the demon saint land. Could it be that these so-called righteous sects simply could not tolerate the existence of the demonic path, refusing to grant even a chance for reformation, and sought total annihilation? At this thought, a cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Anyun's lips. If they had concocted a slightly more plausible excuse, he might have spared some old feelings and sought clarification with restraint. But since they had slandered Meng Tianxin and spread it across the world, their next meeting would be one where his longsword spoke for him. Beside him, Meng Tianxin gazed at Chen Anyun with tender eyes, remaining silent. For she knew that speaking words of self-sacrifice, offering herself up, would only insult the man before her. This man, after driving away the seven sects messengers, had already resolved to stand against the entire world. Reporting to the Saint Lord, according to our scouts, 3 of the 7 righteous sects sect masters have already led their elite disciples and encamped near the Daming Palace. The remaining 4 sects are also hastening here, expected to arrive by tomorrow at the latest. The disciple reporting to Chen Anyun had a glint in his eyes, gazing up at the Saint Lord with fervent admiration. He had grown up in the demonic path. Over the past decade, he had witnessed every change and development the demon saint land had undergone. Thus, even facing the 7 righteous sects and the combined might of all the world's cultivators, he remained full of confidence in his Saint Lord. Chen Anyun gave a slight nod, a faint smile barely visible on his face, and said calmly, "Well done. In that case, issue the order for all in the Holy Land to rest well today. Replenish our strength and prepare for tomorrow's battle. At that time, follow this Saint Lord to face the enemy, as the Saint Lord commands." The disciple replied respectfully, then turned and departed. Under the moonlight, the Daming Palace loomed in the distance, its towering shadows cast in jagged patterns. This demonic sanctuary, standing for millennia, was itself a powerful spiritual artifact. Once its formation was activated, even a longevity realm true immortal could not breach it easily. Moreover, it harbored countless deadly traps, otherwise the ancient war between righteousness and demons would not have ended in mutual devastation. Xianxia stood atop a high place, gazing at the distant Daming Palace with deep, unfathomable eyes. The elder's words still echoed in her ears. But in truth, Xianxia did not care whether she was the chosen one. What she cared about was that she and Chen Anyun were drifting further apart in this life. Even more unbearable was that Meng Tianxin had replaced her and stood by Chen Anyun's side. How absurd was this? Yet the elder's scheme sparked a glimmer of hope in Xianxia's heart. If the two could be separated, if Chen Anyun learned the truth, perhaps he would forgive her. No, even if he could not forgive her for now, as long as Meng Tianxin was not by his side, she could slowly make amends and find a way to win him back. The future was long. This time, she would not let him die saving her. So as long as he belonged to no one else, sooner or later, he would belong to her. Though Meng Tianxin had taken everything from her, come tomorrow she would reclaim all that she had lost. The next day, as expected, the 7 sect leaders arrived at the Daming Palace with their elite disciples in full force. Chen Anyun stood outside the palace, one hand gently resting on his sword hilt, standing tall and unwavering. Beside him stood Meng Tianxin, her expression equally calm as she faced the approaching 7 righteous sects. Meanwhile, in the square before the palace, the cultivators of the Demon Saint sect had assembled swiftly. They stood in neat formations, each with a solemn countenance ready for battle. At the command of their leader, the sect's grand protective formation was instantly activated. Rays of light rose from the ground, intertwining to form a massive barrier that enveloped the entire Daming Palace. A breathtaking battle between the righteous and demonic paths seemed imminent. Within the crowd of the Tianyun sect, Ji Webai saw Chen Anyun for the first time in decades, and tears instantly blurred her vision. He was still that same spirited and peerless figure, as if time had reversed itself, yet the woman by his side was no longer her. She gazed enviously at the woman beside Chen Anyun. Once upon a time, she too had always stood by his side, weathering the storms of the cultivation world together. At this thought, her eyes darkened, and the hatred in her heart for Meng Tianxin grew even stronger. After a moment of confrontation, the first to speak was Abbot Jinshan of the Qingtian Temple. Ba Saint Lord Chen, we have no intention of being your enemy. If you hand over the enchantress, we will immediately cease and return to our sects. The Demon Saint sect can still be one of the 8 righteous sects. How about it? Chen Anyun sneered. I respect you as a monk, hence I indulge you with a few words. This absurd accusation of a heavenly calamity is nothing but baseless slander. Meng Tianxin is my lawfully wedded Dao partner. If you wish to harm her, first ask if my sword is sharp enough. Why waste words with him? The sword master of the 100 Swords sect shouted, kill him, and the enchantress will have nowhere to flee. Let the millennia-old conflict between righteous and demonic paths end today. Very well. Last time I used only 3/10 of my strength to shake your sword hard. This time I shall shatter it completely, leaving you a wretch who dares not even touch a sword. Good. The sword master of the 100 Swords sect was enraged. The last time Chen Anyun came for a duel, he had used all his strength and still lost by a hair, always feeling humiliated. Now hearing that Chen Anyun had only used 3/10 of his power was a supreme disgrace. He immediately drew his sword to charge forward. Chen Anyun took a single step forward, and his aura suddenly surged, rising like a desert smoke signal, piercing the heavens and connecting the clouds. The pupils of the 7 sect leaders constricted simultaneously. This was the Dharma image of a cultivator at the peak of the longevity realm. They had thought that with all 7 sects gathered, victory would be assured. Little did they expect Chen Anyun's cultivation to have reached the pinnacle of the longevity realm, meaning that even if all 7 attacked together, a fierce battle would be inevitable. The sword master of the 100 Swords sect's face changed. The sword he was about to unsheath halted in its scabbard, and the clash of true energy nearly caused him minor injury. Then Abbot Jinshan continued, Saint Lord Chen, if we can prove that the rumor is not false, what then? Chen Anyun did not reply. He simply took Meng Tianxin's hand and held it firmly. Then lifting his head, he curled his lips in disdain, facing the 7 sect leaders without a trace of fear. All words were left unspoken. Fine. For the sake of personal gain, you abandoned the entire world. There is no need to speak of righteousness with such a demon. Let us attack together. The sword master of the 100 Swords sect finally drew his long sword. The other sect leaders sighed inwardly, and each took out their best magical artifacts. Abbot Jinshan, holding his demon-subduing staff, sighed. Saint Lord Chen still does not believe us, but we truly wish to avoid further bloodshed. How about we 8 settle this among ourselves? All disciples retreat 10 li and do not advance. Chen Anyun waved his hand, and the cultivators of the Demon Saint sect reluctantly fell back. Saint Lord Chen is righteous. Abbot Jinshan breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Chen Anyun outmatched 7-1 might threaten their disciples. Even though Chen Anyun had reached the peak of the longevity realm, he did not believe the man could defeat the 7 sect leaders. You retreat first. Let me defeat them, then I will come for you. Chen Anyun said softly to Meng Tianxin. I will wait for you. Meng Tianxin raised her eyes, deeply gazing at the man before her, then turned to withdraw into the Daming Palace. Wait. At this moment, Ji Webai grew anxious. Her goal was to expose Meng Tianxin's true nature and reclaim her beloved. If Chen Anyun fought the 7 sects and died in battle, what meaning would all her efforts have? Ji Weibai's identity was special. Since this incident had originated from her, the 7 sect leaders did not grow angry when she spoke. They allowed her to fly to the front, where she glared at Meng Tianxin and shouted, "Even if Saint Lord Chen's cultivation is unmatched, he has no chance of victory against 7. Are you willing to watch him die for you without revealing your true self?" Meng Tianxin spun around abruptly. Then what true self should I reveal? This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that Ji Yuebai had seen Meng Tianxin show anger. At this moment, Meng Tianxin stood proudly, like a plum blossom in the snow. Her gaze swept across the 7 sect leaders, finally resting on Ji Yubai's face. "You falsely accused me first, then surrounded my damning palace with 7 sects. You are so aggressive, and yet I am the one at fault. If Anyun is defeated today, I will die with him. But unfortunately, my husband is not someone a group of mediocre people like you can defeat. You have no memories. That's impossible." Ji Yuebai stared at Meng Tianxin in panic, but saw her clear eyes and calm expression. At that moment, Chen Anyun flew to Meng Tianxin's side. "There is no need to explain so much to them. If they want war, then war it is. I understand." Ji Yuebai suddenly looked enlightened, and a hint of pity appeared in her eyes as she looked at Meng Tianxin. "So you have deceived, even yourself, kept yourself in the dark. What are you talking about?" Though Meng Tianxin loathed Ji Yubai's gaze, her heart leaped when she heard those words. She stopped Chen Anyun, who was about to shield her, and calmly looked at Ji Yuebai, as if waiting for an explanation. Ji Yuebai sighed. "Do you dare to go somewhere with me? Once you go there, you will remember everything." Then, with a complex expression, she looked at Chen Anyun, suppressing the bitterness in her heart, and said in the calmest voice possible, "Don't you want to know what your Tao partner's true origins are?" "And what of it?" Chen Anyun's voice was as cold as a needle, piercing her heart. "Tianxin is fine as she is. Her past has nothing to do with me. Fine, since words are useless, let our skills decide." The 2 sides were about to clash again. Wait. Unexpectedly this time, it was Meng Tianxin who spoke. She stared straight at Ji Yuebai, her tone icy. "I do not know what you rely on, but as you wish, take everyone to see. I will personally expose your lies." "So be it." Ji Yuebai, seeing her goal achieved, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Then, before anyone could object, she took out a magical artifact that grew in the wind, quickly becoming a flying shuttle over 20 meters long. "The journey is long. I invite all seniors and Saint Lord Chen to board." "Niece Ji, where are we going?" "Why did you not mention this before?" asked one of the sect leaders. "Please trust Yuebai. This destination will reveal the truth to everyone." No one asked Ji Yuebai where she was leading them. Aboard a flying shuttle, 8 eternal life true immortals were already invincible in this realm, and thus could go anywhere they pleased. However, as the surrounding scenery grew increasingly monotonous and the air turned colder, Ji Yubai's master Fu Qingsong still spoke up. "Yuebai, the place you're taking us to, could it be the extreme north?" "No." Ji Yuebai shook her head. "It is not the extreme north." Then she revealed a strange smile. "In fact, there is no longer an extreme north." "No extreme north? What do you mean?" "It means..." Ji Yuebai took a deep breath and enunciated each word. "The extreme north has vanished from this realm." She continued, startling everyone. "Not only that, but the extreme south, the extreme east, the great wilderness, the desert plains. All are gone. Of the 4 great regions in this realm, only one remains. The land where we, the 7 righteous sects and the demon path, reside." "Absurd." Immediately someone rebuked her. Ji Yuebai paid him no heed and continued unhurriedly. "Dear seniors, think carefully. Was it not 20 years ago that disciples from other regional sects came to discuss the Tao, and many of you sect leaders traveled to other regions? But from 20 years ago onward, have there been any tidings from those other lands?" The people on the shuttle were all astute by nature. At her prompting, they fell into contemplation. Yet no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could recall nothing concerning other regions in the past 2 decades. This was a chilling realization. Then Ji Yuebai spoke. "In truth, the world we inhabit was on the verge of perishing once. The heavenly Tao of this realm, unwilling to see its own extinction, sacrificed the vast majority of this world to reverse fate and reshape this region." "Evidence? Niece Yuebai, do you realize how utterly preposterous what you're saying is?" Had it not been for her previous revelation of Meng Tianxin's true identity, which had already shocked them and bolstered their tolerance for the unbelievable, they would have thought Ji Yuebai had gone mad. "The evidence is..." Ji Yuebai stole a glance at Chen Anyun. Seeing his impassive face unmoved by her words, she mustered her courage and said, "Please look below." Unbeknownst to them, the flying shuttle had slowed. Everyone peered down. Beneath a thick layer of ice, countless towering mountains rose in overlapping peaks. Not only were pavilions and terraces intact upon them, but some cultivators remained within, sitting, standing, conversing, or sparring, all lifelike. Yet their time was eternally frozen. As everyone followed the mountain peaks downward, Fu Qingsong's hands trembled as he gazed at a familiar spot. Indeed, he saw an ancient steadfast mountain gate, sealed within the ice, bearing 3 large seal-script characters, Tianyun sect. These 3 characters were personally inscribed by Tianyun Jinren, the sect's founder. They could not be mistaken. Soon the other sect leaders also recognized this frozen mountain range. Tianyun sect. This is the Tianyun sect's headquarters. How could Tianyun sect be here? Then what was the Tianyun sect we saw before? The 7 sect leaders were all astounded. At that moment, the flying shuttle finally halted. Ji Webai pointed upward and said softly, "Please look here." Then under the horrified gazes of the 7 sect leaders, she flew a few feet higher, raised her hand, and tapped lightly. A clear metallic ring echoed through the void. Ji Ubai's voice turned eerily hollow. "I have surveyed it for you, sect leaders. The earth is 3,700 li wide, the sky is 12,000 feet high. This is the only world we have left. What kind of world is this? How is it any different from a cage?" The sword disciple of the 100 Swords sect drew his long sword and slashed at the sky. The eternal life realm's true essence was immensely powerful, quickly tearing a hole in the heavens. Yet through that hole only endless darkness could be seen, as if immense horrors lurked within, sending chills down their spines. Soon the breach repaired itself, restoring the blue sky and white clouds. At this sight, nearly everyone now believed Ji Yubai's words. Only Chen Anyun and Meng Tianxin, standing at the bow, remained coldly silent. Ji Webai turned to Chen Anyun and said, "Saint Lord Chen, the Tao companion by your side is the heavenly consciousness awakened by this world's heavenly Tao in its struggle for survival." All eyes fell upon Meng Tianxin. "I am no heavenly consciousness. I am merely an ordinary cultivator." Meng Tianxin shook her head and said earnestly. She turned her gaze to Chen Anyun, who patted her hand, and she felt an unparalleled sense of security. Then Chen Anyun said coldly, "Are your tricks over? Even if what you say holds merit, what evidence proves that my Tao companion is the heavenly Tao's heavenly consciousness? Moreover, if she were the so-called heavenly consciousness, what reason would she have to stay by my side?" Ji Webai did not look at Chen Anyun, but stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Meng Tianxin's eyes. "The heavenly consciousness of this world's heavenly Tao, and you are named Meng Tianxin. Is there no connection? Also, where did you live before meeting Saint Lord Chen? What were you doing? Why refuse to speak? Is it truly because you cannot remember?" "I truly cannot recall," Meng Tianxin said, her voice hoarse. "Before meeting Anyun, I was merely an ordinary person. Indeed, an ordinary person who in less than 20 years has cultivated to the peak of the Guiyuan realm a mere step from eternal life. With such talent, are you truly ordinary?" "Enough!" Chen Anyun roared, pulling Meng Tianxin protectively into his arms. Ji Webai felt a pang of heartache at his rebuke, but she knew she could not retreat. If she allowed Chen Anyun and Meng Tianxin to leave again, she would never have another chance to achieve her goal. She took another deep breath, and to everyone's confusion stepped aside. Only then did they see that she had been blocking a massive orb of light. But with everyone's attention fixed on the sky's apex and Meng Tianxin, no one had noticed when this orb can communicate with the heavenly Tao. "Since you claim to be ordinary, why not come and prove it?" Then she looked at Chen Anyun again and said earnestly, "Saint Lord Chen, as long as she remains, this world is a great cage imprisoning everyone. Even so, will you still protect her?" "I will go." Before Chen Anyun could speak, Meng Tianxin stepped forward with a cold laugh. "Tianxin." Meng Tianxin strode directly toward the orb, casting a complex glance at Chen Anyun. Clenching her fists, she flew before the orb. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, she spoke to the orb. "I am Meng Tianxin. If what she says is true, then may the heavenly Tao respond." "I am Meng Tianxin. If what she says is true, I beseech the heavenly Tao to respond." "I am Meng Tianxin. If what she says is true, I beseech the heavenly Tao respond." Meng Tianxin repeated her plea 3 times. As everyone watched with rapt attention, the heavens above indeed began to change. The once clear blue sky and white clouds suddenly transformed into a chaotic expanse, and from within that chaos a pair of enormous eyes emerged. They swiveled a few times before fixing their gaze upon her. "It's real." Meng Tianxin met the gaze of those colossal eyes in the chaos without a trace of fear. "What are you? Who am I? Why can't I remember my past? Explain yourself." The eyes stared at her for a moment before a fierce gale arose from the ground, swept up Meng Tianxin, and gently set her back down upon the flying shuttle. Now anyone could discern the protection the owner of those celestial eyes offered her. Meng Tianxin turned around. The faces of everyone present were etched with sudden realization and understanding. Even Chen Anyun wore an expression of one waking from a dream. This struck a pang of pain in her heart. Steeling herself, she flew up, once more charging toward that orb of light. "I am no divine consciousness of the heavenly Tao. I am simply myself, Meng Tianxin." "Wait, Tianxin." Before Chen Anyun could act, Meng Tianxin's figure had already vanished into the light orb. Chen Anyun's eyes reddened instantly, and he flew toward the orb himself. Anyun no. Ji Webai cried out, finally unable to conceal her feelings for him. Yet in the next moment the ball of white light emitted a deep rumble like rolling thunder. Then it suddenly exploded. Even cultivators at the Long Life realm were blinded by the searing white light. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes. Then they felt the entire earth tremble. The pair of eyes reappeared, but this time the crowd finally saw their true form. Antlers like a deer's, ears like an ox's. It was the head of a colossal dragon. As the dragon's head reared up, the mountains on the ground began to shift, and then piece by piece, they started to crumble away like clods of earth. Get off the shuttle now. No sooner had the shout rung out than a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, cleaving the flying shuttle in two. Fortunately, the cultivators on the shuttle were highly skilled. Though somewhat disheveled, they all escaped, hovering in midair, staring in utter astonishment at the scene before them. Winds follow the tiger, clouds accompany the dragon. The sky, clear moments ago, was now a maelstrom of raging winds, lightning, and thunder. The dragon's body continued to unfurl. Beneath the crumbling mountains lay scales of pure golden light. Chen Anyun's gaze sharpened as he looked at the dragon's head. He saw Meng Tianxin. She stood atop that immense colossal dragon's head. Her face was expressionless as she surveyed everything around her, watching him and the others struggle amidst the gaps of lightning and gale. She felt neither sorrow nor joy. Chen Anyun met her icy gaze, and his heart sank. Ji Yuabai, who had somehow flown to his side, felt a pang of sympathy as she saw his anguished expression. Strangely, even though she should have triumphed this time, seeing Chen Anyun like this brought her no happiness. But the situation was dire, so she shouted, "Anyun, Saint Lord Chen, the heavenly Tao is ruthless and treats all beings as straw dogs. The Tao of heaven does not possess human emotions. You've seen it too. This remnant world is formed from her body. Now that her consciousness has returned, the entire realm is about to collapse. We must leave and find the passage to ascend to the upper realm." Just then the sword child of the 100 Swords sect suddenly swung his blade, striking the dragon's body. This act, seemingly as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, produced astonishing results. The dragon's body, which appeared indestructible, was rent with a gaping wound hundreds of meters long from his strike. Even Meng Tianxin, standing atop the dragon's head, furrowed her beautiful brows slightly. Why is this heavenly Tao so weak? I see. She used her body to structure this world, seeking a sliver of hope for survival. She is now at her last gasp. When this world falls, it will surely open a spatial passage. If we slay her, we can escape and ascend to the upper realm. Excellent. Then let us unite our strength today and slay the heavens together. Kill, 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 kill. The 7 sect leaders each unleashed their divine powers, leaving one horrific wound after another upon the massive dragon's body. This caused the dragon's head to rear back, emitting a mournful cry that shook the heavens. Ha ha, the fall of the heavenly Tao is today. The sword child of the 100 Swords sect laughed maniacally in the gale. But at that moment, a sword aura that connected heaven and earth surged upward from below, slashing toward him. Chen Anyun, have you lost your mind? The sword child barely dodged the strike and roared furiously at Chen Anyun. I told you Meng Tianxin is my Tao partner. If you wish to harm her, you must first answer to my sword. Chen Anyun paid him no heed. He drew his sword again, sending streaks of sword aura toward the other sect leaders instantly, throwing them into disarray as they focused on slaying the dragon. Tao partner, the heavenly Tao is ruthless. What difference are you to her than an ant? Why waste words? This man is blinded by lust. Let us slay this fiend first. Well said. Indeed. The 7 of them temporarily abandoned their assault on the dragon's body and, as if by unspoken agreement, turned to attack Chen Anyun. Come then. Chen Anyun let out a hearty laugh, his face devoid of fear, as he raised his sword to face the 7. Let us battle. 8 longevity realm cultivators fought fiercely in a storm that seemed to annihilate the world, turning the sky and earth dark. Although Chen Anyun's cultivation was slightly superior to the other 7 facing the combined assault of 7 opponents, he found it hard to match so many hands, gradually losing strength and falling into disadvantage. However, the 7 sect leaders were also inwardly cautious. They feared that if they pushed Chen Anyun into a desperate corner, he might fight to the death, risking everything. Because of this, even though they had the upper hand, they dared not press too hard, causing this fierce battle to unexpectedly fall into a strange stalemate. At that moment, the already terrible weather suddenly became even more terrifying. Above, the thunder grew, deafening, roaring like thousands of horses galloping across the sky. Then countless ball lightning bolts poured down like rain, sweeping indiscriminately toward the 8 combatants. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. Among them, Fu Qingsong and Chen Anyun failed to dodge and were each struck hard by a bolt of lightning. Instantly, their bodies trembled violently, and they spat out streams of bright red blood, flying backward like kites with broken strings, clearly severely injured. Damn, the heavenly Tao is about to recover. How could it be so fast? We're running out of time. Chen Anyun, get out of the way. If you want to die, die alone. We don't want to accompany you, this madman, on the road to death. Ha ha ha. It's not up to you. Monk, hold him off. The rest of you attack the dragon's body. Indeed, system prompt use 200 regret points to exchange for level passive skill tenacity. Tenacity passive skill once per day automatically triggers when health drops below 50, increasing defense by 200 for 5 minutes. Exchange. Seeing that the group was about to attack the dragon's body again, Chen Anyun, with the newly acquired passive, took a hit from behind and flew to strike at them with his sword. The group quickly stopped their attack, turned back to parry Chen Anyun's slash, and gritting their teeth, engaged him in another fierce battle. But as the natural lightning converged more and more terrifyingly, the combatants gradually slowed their attacks, channeling more spiritual energy into self-preservation. Weak as the heavenly Tao was, it was still a world of its own. Once it recovered, it soon had the 8 men struggling for their lives under the lightning strikes. Xianxia gritted her teeth and flew upward with all her might, narrowly dodging several bolts of lightning, finally reaching the dragon's head. Stop, Meng Tianxin. Do you want to kill everyone? Xianxia shouted at Meng Tianxin. Meng Tianxin, stop. The dragon's head swayed left and right, and the thunder in the sky nearly merged into a vast ocean, with countless deadly threats spreading through the lightning. This was the true power of heavenly tribulation. Those who dared to challenge the heavens would naturally face divine punishment. In the blink of an eye, several more attacks struck Chen Anyun and the others, causing them to suffer injuries. Meng Tianxin, I know I'm your target. Xianxia said urgently, unable to help revealing the secret in her heart. But the thunder in the sky still surged like waves, showing no sign of weakening. Meng Tianxin, are you really going to kill Chen Anyun too? Xianxia shouted with all her strength. The dragon's head stopped moving instantly, and Meng Tianxin, standing on it, suddenly turned to look at Xianxia. The lightning and thunder in the sky ceased at that moment. Meng Tianxin, is that you? Can you still understand me? Meng Tianxin did not answer, her face expressionless, just silently staring at Xianxia, until her gaze, following the direction of Xianxia's pointing finger, finally saw Chen Anyun covered in wounds. Only then did a visible panic appear on her face. Yun, she murmured. Yes. Chen Anyun, you win, I lose. Xianxia said dejectedly. Even though he knows you are Xianxia's consciousness, even though he doesn't know if you have feelings for him now, he is still willing to fight for you, to die for you. I lose. Completely lost. Come to think of it, ever since I chose to go to Tianyun's sect to see Li Shiyuan for the last time back then, I had already lost. Xianxia smiled self-deprecatingly. Love is selfish by nature. Two people who truly love each other can't tolerate any sand in their eyes. And I placed a mountain between them. So I lost. Take my remaining life away. Live well from now on, treat him well. He is a man worthy of all your sincerity. Xianxia said sincerely, while turning her gaze to the 8 still fighting. She looked at the man who amid the wind and thunder still stood tall, wielding his sword against 7 others, unyielding and fearless. How hard it was to let go, she thought. Then she heard a soft sigh. No, you win. Boom. This earth-shattering roar resounded like thousands of horses galloping, mountains collapsing, and the earth cracking, deafening. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn open by an invisible giant hand, and countless dazzling bolts of lightning poured down like a waterfall, a sight that was utterly breathtaking. In that moment, the entire world seemed to be drowned by this overwhelming silver, white, leaving no other colors visible. Xianxia's eyes widened in horror as she stared at this apocalyptic scene. Just then, in her last glance, she saw the people around her also being completely swallowed by this surging silver, white, disappearing without a trace. Then Xianxia felt her body suddenly become light, as if losing all weight, and she involuntarily plummeted downward at high speed. At the same time, an indescribable dizziness surged into her mind, and her consciousness began to drift away at an alarming rate, as if about to fall forever into boundless darkness. But in the end, she felt that someone had caught her. She also seemed to see the old man surnamed Zhu, who had told her all the truth, earnestly persuading Meng Tianxin about something. Just as her consciousness was about to leave completely, she heard a voice whisper softly in her ear, "You won. But you won the future. And lost him." Chen Anyun woke up to find himself riding a tall horse. A huge red flower was tied to the horse's head, looking quite comical. All around were cheering crowds, and the sound of gongs and drums. Tongzi, come out quickly. What's going on now?" Chen Anyun was a bit panicked. Wasn't he just discussing with Tongzi how to slack off? How did it suddenly seem like he had achieved the top score in the ancient imperial examination? And even in his memories, wasn't he in the midst of a fierce battle with the leaders of the 7 sects? How did a blink of an eye make him feel like he had wandered onto the wrong film set? Host, please calm down. I have good news. The main system itself has stepped in and rescued us from that world. Rescued us just like that. Then what's my situation now? Where are we? Have we returned to the great thousand world? Not yet. Then you're talking nonsense. Because even the main system cannot forcibly interfere with the operation of a world. The more powerful in existence, the more constraints it faces. Alright, you have a point. So what's our situation now? This is a transaction between the main system and this transaction. What does that mean? The heavenly Tao of this small world is willing to give up resistance and voluntarily become a stepping stone for the main heroine. Host should have remembered. Meng Tianxin is the consciousness of this world's heaven. Chen Anyun felt, yes, he had now fully remembered. Combining the information provided by the system, he roughly understood the direction of the entire matter. The main system has announced it will take responsibility for this incident, and since with Host's help we finally steered the plot back on track, the main system will give us a huge reward. Host were rich. Look, just the spirit artifacts alone. The system began enumerating the rewards from the main system, as if counting treasures, but Chen Anyun felt dazed, as if something was missing in his heart. The aloof figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. She's actually not cold, Chen Anyun suddenly said. Host. She would prepare exquisite meals after cultivation. She would tidy my clothes before every trip. She would weave beautiful cloaks for me with gold leaf and silver thread. She would hold my hand before sleep and rest her head on my chest. Host. Chen Anyun sighed. She is proud because as the heavenly Tao she naturally looks down upon all things, but her heart is like that of an ordinary person, not cold at all. System. Alright, I'm sorry, Tongzi. This time we clearly messed up, but we still managed to salvage it by sheer coincidence. Chen Anyun gave a faint smile. Host, your smile is more ugly than crying. Is it that bad? Chen Anyun touched his cheek and found the muscles indeed stiff and terrifying. He couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Is it that obvious? It's that obvious. The system criticized without hesitation, then suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. Don't you want to know what the transaction between the main system and the small world's heavenly Tao is? Bang 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 bang. Chen Anyun was about to ask further, but the deafening sound of firecrackers startled him awake. The top scholar is returning home. Joy, joy, joy. The top scorer of this year's imperial examination. Congratulations to Chen Anyun, scholar from Chenming County, for winning the title of Xianxia. Our Chenming County has produced a top scholar. Quickly inform Master Meng that Chen Anyun has won the top scholar title and will come to propose marriage to the Meng family. Indeed, Miss Meng and young Master Chen grew up together and are deeply in love. If not for Master Meng's opposition 3 years ago, they would have married long ago. As a result, Master Meng made a 3-year pact. If young Master Chen could win the top scholar title, he would wholeheartedly agree and welcome him with open arms. 30 years on the West Bank, 30 years on the East Bank. Do not bully a young man for his poverty. Well done, young Master Chen. Let's go. Watch the excitement. Young Master Chen. Miss Meng. Chen Anyun was completely dumbfounded. Somewhat bewildered, he was surrounded by the crowd, and amid gongs and drums was swept along to the outside of a grand mansion bearing the plaque, Meng Mansion. Master Meng, usually stern and strict, was already waiting outside the mansion wearing a rare smile as he accepted everyone's flattery and congratulations. Isn't this the sword master of the 100 Swords sect? How did he become Master Meng? Chen Anyun felt completely numb. Not only that, among the guests and onlookers, he also saw Fu Qingsong Zhang, Renta Yi Hongyi, and others. They all wore expressions of bystanders with that anti-smile of watching a couple they've shipped for 10 years finally get together about to overflow. What the hell? Tongzi, come out and explain. Then he saw Ji Yuebai, dressed in a maid's outfit, walking. Chen Anyun's gaze lingered on her for only 0.01 seconds, then passed over her to look at the graceful figure behind her. Miss Meng, no Meng Tianxin, stood there. Her head bowed, a shy smile on her face. Only when she felt his gaze did she slightly raise her head. Her beautiful eyes reflected his figure. So now that the entire great thousand world has been reset, will the small thousand world follow suit? Of course, the small thousand world is merely a vassal of the great thousand world. What are you thinking of going to find Meng Tianxin again? After all, the entire world collapsed right after your wedding ceremony, and you didn't even have time for the bridal chamber. Do you want to make up for it now? No, thank you. But if it were the me from back, then I might have recklessly sought her out again. Truly worthy of being my host. Chen Anyun smiled without a word. The system continued, but rest assured, host. Now that the shackles of that unscrupulous author are gone, that small thousand world has gained true freedom. Its female protagonist will no longer be destined to fall for her rise, and the heavenly Tao will no longer impose Xianxia's consciousness upon the world to vie for fortune. Your Meng Tianxin will most likely never reappear. Is that so? That's fine too. The system did not see the expression it had anticipated on Chen Anyun's face, and its tone was tinged with disappointment. Host, you truly are the scum of scum, letting go of such a precious bond so easily. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment the door was knocked once more. Chen Anyun did not need to guess to know that his junior sister had come to collect the dishes. He opened the door to find her charming face. She first glanced at the empty bowl, then a delighted smile spread across her face. Feigning modesty, she asked, "Senior brother, how was the kanji?" "Excellent." For some reason, even though he knew that beneath her innocent and lovely exterior lay the soul of a millennia-old empress who ruled an immortal dynasty with ruthless decisiveness, he still felt as if he were facing a child seeking his approval. Impossible. Had her acting skills reached such a sublime level in just 2 days? Indeed, upon hearing his praise, Chu Huairou broke into a sweet smile, tucked the bowl into her robe, and said with veiled meaning, "If senior brother likes it, I could make it for you every day." "You? When you find a Dao companion, he might get jealous seeing you cling to your senior brother like this," Chen Anyun teased. "Who says so? If he dares to be jealous, I will kill him immediately," Chu Huairou retorted, urgently, a hint of murderous intent seeping into her voice. Had any other cultivator at the Tongxian realm been present, that mere wisp of aura would have been enough to terrify them and breed inner demons. Of course, Chen Anyun, with professional expertise, simply ignored that trace of killing intent. But then Chu Huairou realized her words might have been problematic. Before her senior brother could react as she thought, she quickly changed her tone with a coquettish pout. "No, why would I need a Dao companion? Isn't it enough to have my senior brother?" What she truly wanted to say was, why not let my senior brother be my Dao companion? Yet the guilt she harbored from the past kept her from uttering those words. But for now, her senior brother was still single. As long as he wasn't taken by someone else, he would be hers one day. With this determination, Chu Huairou bid Chen Anyun good night. Time flew to the end of the year. The sect's grand tournament had concluded without incident. Chen Anyun unsurprisingly emerged as the champion after a series of grueling battles. Chu Huairou, after 2 rounds, encountered a senior sister at the Tongxian realm and gracefully conceded after a few exchanges. From then on, she devoted herself entirely to cheering for her senior brother. Fortunately, there was still a long time before Zhou Qing would ascend the mountain as in her past life. Her current behavior perfectly fit the persona of the senior brother's little shadow, so the disciples of Tai's sect had long grown accustomed to it. As the weather grew colder, the mortals below the mountain had already donned thick cotton coats. But cultivators who had passed the body-tempering realm were impervious to heat and cold. At Tai's sect, aside from the increasingly falling leaves, there was little difference from usual. In recent days, news of the impending opening of the Luozhou Spirit Pearl Secret Realm had spread across the 13 provinces. Almost all top-tier sects would send one of their elders at the Eternal Life Realm to claim a share. As a premier sect of the Central Province, Tai's sect was no exception. As in the past life, they dispatched Li Wuji, the Peak Master of Spirit Sword Peak, and Chen Anyun and Chu Ware's Master. "I will be away for this journey. A few days at the shortest, a few months at the longest. During this time, all matters of Spirit Sword Peak shall be decided by your senior brother Chen Anyun. We obey your command." At the main hall of Spirit Sword Peak, Li Wuji was assigning duties for the coming period. "Master, the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm is fraught with unknown dangers. Please take care," Chu Huairou said, clinging to his hand with concern. "Haha, look at you big rough men. None of you are as filial as Huairou," Li Wuji said, casting a glance at his other disciples before turning to Chu Huairou, his aged face crinkling with a smile. "Don't worry. Don't you know your master? I fear death more than anything. Half of my techniques are devoted to escape. If I can't win, I can certainly—" Seeing that the worry had not left his disciple's face, Li Wuji was touched and patted her head. "Rest assured, I know you have an interest in the mortal world. They'll bring you some interesting trinkets this time." "Thank you, Master." Chu Ware's worry finally turned to joy, but a flicker of concern lingered in the depths of her eyes. Only Chen Anyun knew that she genuinely feared for Li Wuji's safety. Although Li Wuji had returned safely in the past life, he had been missing for 2 years and suffered severe injuries. Who knew if this time would be the same? However, Chen Anyun, who knew the secrets of the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm, well thought these worries were unnecessary. Given Ling Zai's personality, it was questionable whether the Secret Realm would even open this time. Most likely their master would just go through the motions and return empty-handed. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself, careful not to reveal them. The next morning, Li Wuji departed from Spirit. Chen Anyun smoothly took over the management of the peak. He wasn't worried about arousing Chu Ware's suspicion. After all, Li Wuji was inherently lazy. When he wasn't drinking, he was wandering about. Even when he was on the peak, he often left matters to Chen Anyun. Among the later disciples of Spirit Sword Peak, Chen Anyun's name sometimes carried more weight than Li Wuji's. Li Wuji might promise discipline one day, only to forget it the next after getting drunk in some tavern. But Chen Anyun would unhesitatingly hang any erring junior brother up for a beating. Thus, at first glance, everything seemed identical to the past life. Meanwhile, at the demonic heaven sect 10,000 li away, Zhou Qing was ecstatic over the intelligence he had inadvertently obtained regarding the princess of the Xian clan. Heaven is helping me. Who would have thought that the Xian clan princess was hiding on Spirit Sword Peak of Tai sect merely an ordinary true disciple? His eyes gleamed with ambition. This time the position of Holy Son of the demonic heaven sect is mine for the taking. Though the path of cultivation knows no passage of time, most disciples of the Tai sect were once but ordinary mortals among the mundane masses before ascending the mountain. Thus the tradition of celebrating the new year naturally found its way to these peaks. As the evening marked the New Year's Eve, even the most diligent disciples of the Spirit Sword Peak set aside their training, joyfully adorning the halls with lanterns and festive decorations alongside their fellow brothers and sisters. Senior Brother Zhang, where are you headed? Entrusted by a few junior brothers, I'm off to a nearby mortal town to procure some couplets. Perfect, they'll join you. Without the senior brother's consent, who would dare take you down the mountain? Zhang Lingyun gazed at Chu Huairou, whose hands were clasped together in a plea, her expression one of pitiful entreaty, yet his heart remained utterly unmoved. Few on Spirit Sword Peak could resist the little junior sister's coaxing tactics, and Zhang Lingyun was precisely one of those few. Before embarking on cultivation, he had remained indifferent to feminine charms, devoting himself solely to his studies in obscurity, achieving the rank of provincial graduate by the age of 20. Upon entering the Tai sect by chance, he trained relentlessly day after day, treating all his junior siblings with equal impartiality and stern reserve. He was renowned on Spirit Sword Peak as the ultimate study machine and the icy handsome man. I only want to take a look outside, not go far. Besides, the senior brother is so busy lately. How could you bear to trouble him with such trivial matters? Chu Huairou reasoned earnestly. You have a point. Since Master left, the senior brother has been handling a myriad of affairs daily. It wouldn't be right to bother him over such a trifle. So, Chu Huairou's eyes sparkled. Zhang Lingyun, without a moment's hesitation, turned and strode away. Hey, wait, she called out hastily. Zhang Lingyun sighed. Little junior sister, both the senior brother and master have issued strict orders. Unless they personally give their consent, I cannot allow you to go down the mountain. All right, I won't make things difficult for you, senior brother Zhang. Chu Huairou seemed to resign herself with a nod, then abruptly shifted the topic. The senior brother is doing well, isn't he? Of course. Seeing that the notoriously troublesome junior sister had finally relented, Zhang Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief. The senior brother possesses profound cultivation and handles matters with fairness. All the brothers on Spirit Sword Peak hold him in great esteem. And what else? What else? Chu Huairou urged with keen interest. Zhang Lingyun pondered for a moment, and a rare smile appeared on his usually stoic poker face. He is benevolent at heart. Even disciples of humble origins and shallow cultivation receive his attentive care and patient guidance. Yes, that's how wonderful our senior brother is, isn't he? Hearing Chu Huairou sing such praises of his idol, Zhang Lingyun found himself viewing this little junior sister in a more favorable light, and responded cheerfully, indeed, that is true. So, when did you develop feelings for the senior brother? I. Cough, cough. How do you know? Zhang Lingyun's face was a picture of sheer panic. Haha, exposed senior brother Zhang. Chu Huairou wore a triumphant expression. This was all thanks to her days as a wandering spirit, when she had accidentally witnessed Zhang Lingyun's melancholic demeanor over Chen Anyun, thus uncovering this secret. And just now seeing him so impervious to her pleas, the memory struck her, and she couldn't resist teasing him. At this moment Zhang Lingyun's face was flushed crimson, utterly devoid of the icy, handsome demeanor he usually maintained toward fellow female disciples. After a long pause, I begged the little junior sister to show mercy. Zhang Lingyun promptly conceded defeat. That's easy, Chu Huairou said generously. Then about this trip to the mortal town. Yes, it is my bounden duty to take the junior sister on an excursion to the mortal world. And what about the senior brother? The senior brother is overwhelmed with countless affairs, and has no time for trivialities. It is naturally best that he remains unaware. Well said. By the way, senior brother Zhang. I must say I preferred your former unyielding. That evening in the great hall of Spirit Sword Peak, all the disciples gathered together, then broke off into small groups, some drinking wine, others boasting freely. Chen Anyun sat at the head seat, a gentle smile on his face as he watched his junior siblings' lively antics. If one had to describe it on Spirit Sword Peak, Li Wuji was more like a doting mother. Petty yet protective, always indulging his disciples as he always had. Chen Anyun, in contrast, resembled a strict father, silently and meticulously observing everything around him, occasionally stepping in to correct a junior sibling who was straying from the right path, binding the entire Spirit Sword Peak into a cohesive whole. Yet such a role often brought pressure. So when the atmosphere in the hall reached its peak, Chen Anyun quietly slipped away, walking alone on Spirit Sword Peak, gazing at the moonlight in the sky. In truth, it wasn't just Chu Huairou. Having lived 3 lifetimes, how could he not also yearn for the warm, almost familial ambience of Spirit Sword Peak? Isn't that right, little junior sister? Though Chu Huairou had tried to tread lightly, Chen Anyun easily discerned the sound of his junior sister tiptoeing. But since she had been discovered, Chu Huairou casually abandoned the childish notion of startling her senior. Instead, she walked up boldly, producing a gift purchased that day from the mortal town. Senior brother, happy. Reborn into a new life, her mind still held many opportunities and spiritual herbs that were easily obtainable at her current stage, some of which were treasures even cultivators at the Guiyuan realm could only dream of. Yet she knew that her senior brother cared little for the value of what she gave. True to her expectations, her senior brother accepted her gift with great joy, then assumed a stern expression and flicked her forehead gently. "You sneaked down the mountain again, didn't you?" "Relax," a kind-hearted senior brother took me along. There was no danger. Did I not issue a ban? Who took you down the mountain? This time I must punish him properly. Oh, it was senior brother Zhang Lingyun. Chu Huairou, betraying her benefactor without hesitation, looked at the ground with some hesitation of vague unease stirring within her. But the next moment, an exquisite hairpin appeared before her. "Little junior sister, happy birthday." Indeed, besides being New Year's Eve today, also marked Chu Huairou's 16th birthday, and the day she had been brought to Spirit Sword Peak many years ago. Naturally, it was also the day she had first met Chen Anyun. Chu Huairou stared blankly at the hairpin before. In her past life, she had snapped this very hairpin with her own hands, never imagining it would return to her in this manner. "Don't you like it?" "I love it." Snatching the hairpin into her embrace, almost aggressively, the feeling of regaining such a cherished possession caused her eyes to redden involuntarily. "Senior brother. Moi. I like you the most." She had said these words to Chen Anyun more than once, and she knew, just like every time before, he would only interpret this liking as the affection of a junior sister for her senior brother or a younger sister for her elder brother. But she was not anxious. In the future, she had witnessed everything her senior brother had done for her. So as long as she didn't act recklessly like in her past life, and simply let everything unfold as it would, then things between her and her senior brother would naturally fall into place. So time please pass quickly. The 16-year-old girl silently made her birthday wish beside the one she loved. At this moment, she had no idea that she was about to face a ruthless betrayal from her master. Far away, thousands of miles distantly, Wuji had indeed arrived at an empty destination. The so-called opening of the Spirit Pearl secret realm turned out to be the greatest fiasco in the cultivation world in nearly a century, fooling all the top sects of the 13 provinces into a wild goose chase. Yet he was not bothered. On the contrary, he was thoroughly satisfied with the gains from this journey. After all, for a cultivator of a great sect, what could be more gratifying than acquiring a disciple of exceptional talent? Xianxia. "Master, what is it?" The spirited and clever beauty before him always reminded him involuntarily of his own lively and restless little disciple. Surely the two of them would get along splendidly in the future. "It's time for us to head back to the mountain." In the great wilderness, the Heaven Demon sect stood. Though its founder, the Heaven Demon Venerable, had vanished for tens of millennia, it still reigned supreme at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, an elite sect countless demonic cultivators dreamed of joining. At that moment, a solemn and majestic hall rose within the Heaven Demon sect. Its ancient furnishings whispered tales of bygone eras and enduring legacy. Inside, candlelight flickered, casting shifting shadows on the faces of two figures. "So you wish to participate in the Heaven Demon sect's Holy Sun contest? And you've set your trial target as the Tai sect?" "Yes, I beseech the sect master's blessing." "Ha, you're overreaching. Do you know the Tai sect is a top-tier sect in the central province, a paragon of the righteous path?" "Disciple is aware, but this time I am certain of victory." "Good, ambitious. If you complete the trial at the Tai sect, the title of Heaven Demon sect's Holy Sun shall be yours." "Thank you, sect master." After leaving the Heaven Demon sect, Zhou Qing rushed straight to Luo province. For this mission, he had prepared meticulously. To infiltrate the Spirit Sword Peak, he had spent his entire fortune at the Celestial Intelligence Pavilion purchasing invaluable secrets. For instance, his target, Chu Huairou, was innocent and naive, oblivious to matters of romance, and often clung to the grand senior brother Chen Anyun. And Chen Anyun, though gentle and refined, was rigid and severe in conduct. In Zhou Qing's eyes, sabotaging their bond and winning the Bowtie's heart seemed effortless. Especially the last piece of information he bought with his final Spirit Stone. It felt like divine intervention. The current peak master of Spirit Sword Peak had left the peak and was waiting in Luo province for the Spirit Pearl secret realm to open. Though the great wilderness home to the Heaven Demon sect was independent of the 13 provinces, it was far from the central province, but neighbored Luo province. So Zhou Qing headed straight for Luo province without hesitation. Having spent all his assets on intelligence, Zhou Qing arrived in Luo province looking so destitute and wretched that he needed no disguise. This suited his plans perfectly. From the intelligence, he knew that Li Wuji, the peak master of Spirit Sword Peak, was a man of chivalrous heart. Such people are most easily exploited through sympathy. Yet when he arrived at the supposed location of the Spirit Pearl secret realm covered in dirt, what? There is no Spirit Pearl secret realm. All the sects of the 13 provinces were deceived. Everyone has already returned to their sects. Recalling the smug face of the Celestial Intelligence Pavilion's swindler, Zhou Qing, enraged, stormed into the Luo province branch, only to be politely escorted inside by 2 towering Ritterni realm guests. When you bought the intelligence, the information was genuine, said the short, stout branch master, squinting with a grin. Don't try to fool me. The Spirit Pearl secret realm news was public half a month ago. Recalling how he had sold his father's last relic at a rock-bottom price to that same grinning swindler, Zhou Qing felt a sharp pain in his chest. Today the Celestial Intelligence Pavilion must give me an explanation. Otherwise it'll spread your deeds across the land. Zhou Qing spoke with certainty, knowing that an organization like the Celestial Intelligence Pavilion valued its reputation highly. For 10,000 years few bad rumors had surfaced about them, likely due to their adept handling of issues. Then he saw the fat man drop his grin in an instant, his face turning fierce as he waved his hand. Come record a new piece of intelligence. Zhou Qing, a disciple of the Heaven Demon sect, after being brutally assaulted by 2 thugs in Luo province, felt ashamed before his sect and committed suicide in fury. Value of this intelligence: 1 low-grade spirit stone. Wait. Don't be scared, young friend. Rest assured, our brothers here are professionals. You'll be satisfied. Outside the city lies the famed Thousand Island Lake, 1,000 feet deep and rarely visited. Thus, after signing a paper declaring the Celestial Intelligence Pavilion's intelligence is accurate and fairly priced, Zhou Qing fled in disarray. He finally understood how such a sinister organization could stand for 10,000 years across the 13 provinces with an excellent reputation and thriving business. His ambitious plan had suffered a heavy blow at the very start, severely shaking his confidence. Just as he was at his wit's end and filled with despair, fate seemed to extend a helping hand. Leaving the city, he unexpectedly stumbled upon Li Wuji and Xianxia, who were about to return to the mountains. This sudden encounter reignited a glimmer of hope in his deadened heart. The carefully prepared words and detailed scripts he had devised finally found their stage. He took a deep breath, calming his surging emotions, and launched into a tearful, moving performance. With tears streaming, he recounted his tragic background, the injustices he suffered, and his relentless pursuit of the path of cultivation. His genuine emotion and sorrowful words moved even the passing birds. Li Wuji listened quietly, his heart stirred with emotion. Gazing at the ragged, frail yet determined youth before him, Li Wuji sighed, deeply lamenting the harshness of the world and the wickedness of human hearts. Finally, moved by compassion, he decided to take the pitiful child as his disciple and bring him back to Spirit Sword Peak. Zhou Qing was so overjoyed he nearly knelt to thank his master on the spot, but he restrained himself and respectfully performed a deep bow. When he raised his head, his gaze fell upon Xianxia. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her skin fairer than snow, and her lips like cherries. She stood there silently, eyeing Zhou Qing with interest, a faint smile on her lips. Zhou Qing was momentarily entranced, nearly forgetting where he was. But he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself not to lose face. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't embarrassed himself before the beauty. Moreover, having caught the attention of such a beautiful girl, Zhou Qing's shattered confidence, battered by previous setbacks, was revitalized like parched earth after a long-awaited rain. Good indeed, the hardest part is the beginning. Zhou Qing muttered to himself, a resolute light shining in his. The earlier events must have been a trial from the heavens, and I have successfully passed it. As they say, extreme adversity brings prosperity. From now on, my rise begins. Entering the Tai sect is only the first step. Seizing the Heaven Demon sect's Holy Sun position, then commanding the sect and dominating the era. It all starts today. Senior Brother Master has sent us a message. He said the Spirit Pearl secret realm turned out to be a false alarm. He is now on his way back to the mountain and has accepted 2 new direct disciples. Our Spirit Sword Peak will gain a junior brother and a junior sister. Chu Huairo held a bird-shaped artifact, reading the words inscribed upon it, immersed in the joy of her master. Although she was unsure why events differed from her past life, Li Wuji's safe return still filled her with genuine happiness. Oh, what are the names of those 2 junior siblings? Chen Anyun asked calmly. They are called Xianxia and Zhou Qing. Chu Huairo's face remained impassive, especially when she uttered the name Zhou Qing, her expression unchanged and her tone utterly flat. But Chen Anyun no longer had the heart to observe his junior sister's micro-expressions. Xianxia. That name made his heart leap. He hardly needed to guess who she was. Yet Zhou Qing was here too. Without the Spirit Pearl secret realm in this life, he still managed to connect with their master. One had to admit the man was indeed resourceful. In his past life, Chen Anyun had beheaded Zhou Qing with a single sword stroke, leaving not even a complete corpse. The hatred the original body held for Zhou Qing had long since dissipated, so Chen Anyun naturally couldn't be bothered to seek trouble with him. But wasn't this guy practically delivering himself to his death? Wouldn't that be considered a reportable offense? Wasn't living a good life a better choice? Before him stood the woman he had run through on their wedding day, especially one who had once ruled an immortal dynasty, a female emperor with power over the world. Well, better him than me. After sparing a mere 0.01 seconds of mourning for this lives, Zhou Qing Chen Anyun cast the matter aside and began contemplating the issue of Xianxia. Reborn into this world, he had long planned to keep his distance from its leading ladies, but the heavens were uncooperative. These heroines, however, retained memories of their past lives and were now seeking him out one by one. Chen Anyun was inherently averse to trouble. His greatest pleasure in life was to live easily, and he had no interest whatsoever in experiencing love entanglements. Well, it seemed the shield plan needed to be put on the agenda. So after Chu Huairou took her leave, he once again took out that multicolored stone. This stone was the compensation given to him by the main system after the failure of the mission regarding the leading lady Ji Yuebai. It was also the final stone left behind when the Luofu small world collapsed, turning everything into nothingness. This stone possessed 9 orifices, each capable of corresponding to a person. It contained a 5-colored divine light, and the interplay of yin and yang aligning with the principles of heaven and earth. With a little carving, it could be refined into a human form, a celestial fetus born of nature, making it an ideal vessel for cultivating a great divine ability called incarnation projection. Host, are you going to? The system said excitedly. Yes, we must begin that plan as soon as possible. Chen Anyun nodded, locked the doors and windows, and laid down layers of barriers. He had no desire to be mistaken for someone with peculiar hobbies if discovered. Then Chen Anyun began to carve the multicolored stone with his true essence. There. Make that part a bit thicker, yes there. Make it a bit more prominent. Right, but not that large. And, shut up. Fine, make that part a bit bigger, and he'll shut up. And so they tinkered until midnight. Gazing at the humanoid figure they had meticulously carved, both the man and the system fell silent. Host, is this what you called a beautiful woman known as an internet celebrity in your original world? Something like that, Chen Anyun said with uncertainty. Then if I may be blunt, is that such a sharp chin actually some kind of concealed weapon meant to harm? Stop talking. As a screenwriter with no connection to art design, Chen Anyun admitted his sculpting skills were, well, perhaps a tiny bit terrible. Host, stop. I yield, please have mercy. No, I meant if you truly have no talent in this area, why not let me do it instead? You? Really? Can you not trust me, host? Have I ever boasted before? That's true. Chen Anyun clasped his hands together. Rest assured, host. You can go to sleep. By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, I will have crafted a perfect puppet for you. Thus, trusting his system's promise and anticipating the perfect puppet, Chen Anyun drifted into slumber. The next day, when Chen Anyun opened his eyes and saw the beautiful woman sitting by the table looking at him with a light smile. Even as a transcendent realm powerhouse nearly invincible in the lower realm, he still rolled off the bed and onto the floor. Tianxin. His voice seemed to change. Then he saw on Meng Tianxin's face a smug smile that the real Meng Tianxin would never show. How is it? Host, aren't my sculpting skills masterful? Chen Anyun fell silent. After a moment. System, I formally request to initiate the unbinding procedure. System, I formally request to initiate the unbinding procedure. No, host. First of all, there is no such procedure. Don't you think Meng Tianxin's appearance is your best choice? As if oblivious to Chen Anyun's mounting fury, the system spoke through Meng Tianxin's body with ease. First, she is beautiful enough. As the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, her figure and appearance are absolutely perfect. Even the system's certified leading ladies cannot surpass her in looks. Even the system's exaggerated expressions and flailing gestures were somewhat comical. Yet when performed with Meng Tianxin's body, these actions profoundly illustrated the truth that as long as one is beautiful enough, every frown and smile is enchanting. So despite still being angry, Chen Anyun found himself nodding involuntarily. The system continued. Second, since the Luofu world has broken free from its constraints and will no longer face the risk of destruction, nor will a new Tianxin consciousness be born, Meng Tianxin is unlikely to ever appear again. Thus the risk of encountering a duplicate face is avoided. Though he considered his heart as firm as a rock, hearing that Meng Tianxin would not reappear, Chen Anyun inexplicably felt a pang of loss. But he quickly composed himself and nodded in agreement with the system's reasoning. Finally, I have fully refined the multicolored stone. It's too late to change it now. We can't go around destroying a small world just to find another stone like this, can we? Multicolored stones were extremely rare, not only in the 13 prefectures of the lower realm, but also in the 9 heavens and 10 lands of the upper realm. Each multicolored stone was actually formed from the collapse of a once thriving small world. If a puppet were made from other inferior materials, given the intelligence of the leading ladies, they would almost certainly discover the truth. But a puppet formed from a multicolored stone, even an immortal venerable of the upper realm, without knowing the truth, would never see through its real origin. Then get out of her body first, Chen Anyun said with resignation. The system's analysis was indeed reasonable, and he truly could not obtain another multicolored stone. All right, host. As the system's voice faded, the liveliness in Meng Tianxin's eyes vanished instantly, leaving her expression blank. But this state suited the image of her that Chen Anyun held in his heart. Chen Anyun tried to use a storage technique to put the puppet away, but after several attempts it remained unmoved. It's useless, host. The multicolored stone is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Once it takes form, it is no different from a living being and cannot be stored in a spatial artifact. Then what do we do? What about that wardrobe? I suppose it will have to do for now. Chen Anyun sighed, then reached out, picked up Meng Tianxin, and placed her inside the wardrobe. The warmth and softness in his hands lingered. Chen Anyun recited the heart-cleansing mantra 10 times before calming his mind. He then laid down several more barriers, ensuring that not even Li Wuji could open the wardrobe, and finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. The man and the system returned to the table and began an intense discussion about their planned shield strategy. None of them noticed that in the gap of the wardrobe, the expressionless puppet-like Meng Tianxin's slender brows twitched slightly, then quickly returned to stillness. The boundless cosmos. Central province. Its terrain resembled a crescent moon, broad at the center and narrow from east to west. At this moment, in the northwestern corner of this crescent, an insignificant nook, a broad flying sword was carrying 3 figures as it sped eastward. The sword traveled under the cloak of stars, and the moon chasing the sun, though in the blink of an eye, it could traverse 100 zhang. Soon the stars faded, and the bright moon sank into the sea. Then, the sun rose, bathing in the Tang Valley, brushing against the Fusang tree, ascending to illuminate all directions. It draped a golden mantle over the 3 figures on the flying sword. We're home. Li Wuji laughed heartily, guiding the flying sword down through the clouds. Against the morning light, a towering peak abruptly appeared above the clouds. Amidst the mountain ranges, cranes and peacocks were just stretching their wings, and faint silhouettes were drawing in the purple chi of dawn to the east. Within the mist, a bright pavilion floated amidst emerald smoke, with countless jade steps and terraced pavilions. Clang, clang, clang. A melodious bell seemed to toll from within the clouds. Spirit Sword Peak had welcomed another brand new day. So, don't you think Spirit Sword Peak is a place brimming with spiritual energy, a land of exquisite beauty and divine grace? Li Wuji boasted with smug satisfaction. Chen Lingxi smiled in silence. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing first wore an expression of utter astonishment, then one of deep emotion. Master, is this the legendary celestial grandeur? Ha ha ha. Li Wuji greatly relished Zhou Qing's words and let out a few hearty laughs, then turned serious. Chen Lingxi, Zhou Qing. Disciple is here. The two answered in unison. Today your master brings you into this immortal sect. From now on you must cultivate diligently, without a shred of laziness, striving to achieve mastery, soon to set foot on the path of immortality, and seek the Tao of eternal life. Yes, master. Li Wuji actually took great pleasure in being a teacher, especially savoring the sense of accomplishment when taking disciples under his wing on Spirit Sword Peak. Thus the peak was quite populous within Tai's sect. However, his enthusiasm was essentially exhausted after bringing the disciples into the sect. The rest was left to Chen Anyun, the senior disciple of Spirit Sword Peak. His duties included, but were not limited to, imparting the Tao teaching skills, resolving doubts, arranging accommodation, and training resources, and a series of other tedious tasks. In truth, aside from a few early disciples like Chen Anyun, Chu Huairou, and Zhang Lingyun, the other true disciples and inner disciples rarely had a chance to see Li Wuji. Most of them began their journey into immortal cultivation under Chen Anyun's guidance. So naturally, after bringing Chen Lingxi and Zhou Qing to the main hall of Spirit Sword Peak, Li Wuji very suavely left them with, "This is your senior brother Chen Anyun. I'll take care of the rest. Your master has important matters to attend to." With that, he unhesitatingly made his getaway. As for important matters, how the disciples of Spirit Sword Peak knew all too well. Chen Anyun, of course, was long accustomed to his master's unreliability. He sighed softly, composed the complex emotions stirred by seeing Lingxi again, and naturally revealed a gentle smile. "Junior sister Chen, junior brother Zhou, welcome to Spirit Sword Peak. Something's up." Chu Huairou, who was watching the commotion from the side, naturally shifted her gaze from Zhou Qing to the newly arrived senior sister Chen Lingxi. This senior sister was exceptionally beautiful, and from the moment she entered the hall, her gaze hadn't left the senior brother. Although the senior brother was very handsome and likable, love at first sight was just too absurd. Could they have known each other before? Moreover, the more Chu Huairou looked at Chen Lingxi, the more she resembled someone. That's right. It was like the Lingxi celestial venerable from Xianxia heaven, whom she had once briefly met at the peach banquet. Chen Lingxi. Lingxi celestial venerable. And the more she looked, the more similar they seemed. Chu Huairou felt she had discovered something extraordinary. The boundless cosmos, besides containing countless minor worlds, also had an upper realm and a lower realm. The lower realm was vast. Its 13 provinces alone spanned tens of thousands of leagues with various deserts and perilous lands surrounding them. The upper realm was somewhat smaller, yet it was divided from top to bottom into 9 heavens and 10 lands, each layer of heaven and earth being a separate space. For instance, the Xianxia immortal dynasty she had ruled in her past life was a unified empire above the northern Zhu region, governing not only mortals, but also commanding the immortals within to obey imperial decrees. The 9 heavens were governed by 9 celestial venerables, and among them the one ruling Xianxia heaven was Lingxi, celestial venerable. In other words, having lived another life, the future Lingxi, celestial venerable of Xianxia heaven, had become her own fellow disciple. And she had fallen in love at first sight with her senior brother. For the first time since her rebirth, Chu Huairou felt that some things were beginning to slip from her control. Meanwhile, on the other side, husband. The moment she saw Chen Anyun, the myriad thoughts swirling in Chen Lingxi's heart instantly condensed into that single appellation. Fortunately, the millennia of longing, regret, and pain had gradually settled in her heart during the time since her rebirth. This enabled her to suppress the maddening love in her mind, standing before Chen Anyun, using her deep gray eyes to quietly watch him as he gently explained the rules and affairs of Spirit Sword Peak. She listened attentively, then blinked hard, trying to keep a certain transparent liquid from overflowing from her eyes. Spirit Sword Peak was wonderful. Everything was beautiful except for that somewhat familiar-looking woman standing beside her husband, said to be the youngest junior sister of the peak, who was a bit of an eyesore. Her husband still had that gentle jade-like demeanor, but only she knew that he was actually a rather laid-back man at heart, yet also somewhat domineering in certain aspects. Moreover, if only some apricot blossoms could be planted here, it would be even better. It wasn't until Chen Anyun led her to a brand new house and told her that he had asked the junior brothers from Heavenly Craft Peak to work overnight to finish it in the 2 days since learning of the new disciple's arrival, that she reluctantly tore her gaze away from him and said with the brightest smile and the warmest tone, "Thank you, senior brother. You are always welcome to visit. Husband, it is so wonderful to see you again. Senior brother, I still have a question about the circulation of spiritual energy and meridians that I wish to consult you on." The young girl tilted her head slightly, her delicate flushed cheeks so close that it seemed as if a mere lean forward would bring them into contact. She parted her rosy lips, and as she spoke, a faint orchid-like fragrance drifted out, lingering ethereally around Chen Anyun's nose. Chen Anyun turned his head away in exasperation, doing his best to avoid meeting Chen Lingxi's eyes, which shone like stars. A hint of helplessness stirred within him. Wait, by this point in time you've already slain the Xiantian Holy Sun and taken control of the Spirit Pearl's secret realm. Even if you haven't reached the longevity realm, you should at least be at the peak of the return to origin realm, shouldn't you? And you're coming to me for advice on the object control realm. What's so difficult about that? Before Chen Anyun could speak, Chu Huairou stepped forward without hesitation, explaining Chen Lingxi's question in the fastest possible words, then shot a look that said, "Since you're done asking, you can leave now." TSK. Chen Lingxi had already recognized Chu Huairou's identity. Though the 9 heavens and 10 earths were vast, the top-tier circles were only a small clique. When she first entered, her attention had been entirely captured by her own husband, so she hadn't noticed at first. But now Chen Lingxi was 100% certain that this childhood sweetheart and shadow of her husband was none other than the future Empress of Beiju. Moreover, she seemed to harbor improper thoughts about her husband. Fine, just fine. Why hadn't she thought to splash wine in her face back at the peach banquet? Despite these thoughts, Chen Lingxi put on an expression of sudden realization and said cheerfully, "Thank you, senior sister." "No, please, senior sister Chen, just call me junior sister," Chu Huairou corrected gently. "How can that be? In the cultivation world, precedence is given to the more advanced. How could I presume to overstep?" Chen Lingxi showed a flustered look and quickly replied, "Since we're fellow disciples, we should follow the order of seniority. Senior sister is older than me. A few years older, so it's only right for you to call me junior sister." She was definitely doing it on purpose. She was mocking me for being an old woman. This undoubtedly struck a nerve with Chen Lingxi. Although Chen Lingxi had only just reached the age of 20 when the Xiantian Palace fell, she had lived in the Spirit Pearl secret realm for thousands of years. In terms of actual age, she was over 1,000 years old. A glint of danger flickered in Chen Lingxi's eyes, but her face still bore a charming smile. Even among fellow disciples, there's a rule of first come, first served. Senior sister Chu entered the sect before me, so you are the senior sister. I've heard that you were the second true disciple to be accepted by the master, so I should call you second senior sister. Second senior sister. Then she clapped her hands as if struck by an idea. So that means I'm the latest female disciple to join the Spirit Sword Peak. I'm the real little junior sister. She then turned to Chen Anyun with a smile. So from now on, big senior brother can just call me little junior sister. Chu Ware's face darkened. The two women locked eyes. At that moment they saw in each other's eyes a bottomless sarcasm and an enmity as vast as an ocean. Chen Anyun sighed and rubbed his forehead. Only after finally sending Xianxia and Chu Huaro away did he say to the system wearily, "System, we need to find a reason to leave for a while. That way we can bring the puppet back to the sect naturally and execute our plan." Women, especially beautiful women, when gathered together, are truly terrifying creatures. Actually, host, why not simply choose one of the leading ladies to be with? That way the other leading ladies might not give up immediately, but at least the conflict would be redirected to the one who is with you. Chen Anyun shook his head, rejecting the system's suggestion. In truth, in his previous life, he had met these leaders, or rather when one's identity and cultivation reached a certain level, it would be inconceivable to completely avoid appearing before these leading ladies. But in his previous life, Chen Anyun had the help of the heavenly Tao and the system to cheat, distorting the perceptions of everyone in the vast world. That is, even if he appeared before familiar people, and they called him Chen Anyun, they would not connect him with the Chen Anyun of the past. In everyone's eyes, the Chen Anyun, who had once formed bonds with a leading lady, had vanished, and this Chen Anyun before them, though identical in appearance, height, personality, and cultivation, had no relation whatsoever to that vanished Chen Anyun. Thus, even if Chen Anyun did not deliberately avoid them, and instead swaggered up to Chu Huaro or Xianxia, they would not recognize him. For instance, Chu Huaro would never dream that when she thought of him in the dead of night, longing painfully and weeping as she reminisced about the past, hoping to meet him again, the person she yearned for might be not far away, entangled with another woman, shamelessly and greedily absorbing the immense regret points she continuously contributed. Therefore, Chen Anyun called himself a scumbag, and the system acknowledged his host's self-awareness. However, as a partner who had shared thousands of years of hardship, as it witnessed Chen Anyun's betrayals, redemptions, and separations, it would earnestly pray in its CPU to the main system, hoping that if possible its host could live a slightly better life, even if it was just a little bit of happiness. Zhou Qing was surprised to find that although he had successfully entered the Spirit Sword Peak, he seemed to have no presence. On the day of induction, when he stood with Xianxia, Chen Anyun, and his target Chu Huaro, it was clearly 4 people, but he felt a sense of separation. He was one, and the other 3 were another group. But he quickly comforted himself. After all, he was from the heavenly demon sect, and he was naturally distinct from these righteous disciples. However, this left him troubled. If they were so distinct, how was he supposed to get close to Chu Huaro? Moreover, he noticed that his cheap senior brother Chen Anyun looked at him with a curious expression tinged with a hint of, could it be that Li Wuji, that old man, had told him the fabricated story? The righteous path, always so pedantic. A cliché sob story about a poor youth seeking the Tao would be enough to make him feel sympathy. He must make good use of this. After a few days of observation, he discovered that Chu Huaro seemed excessively fixated on Chen Anyun, and even Xianxia, who had entered with him, always hovered around Chen Anyun. Damn it, that man who, according to the intelligence, was upright to the point of being rigid, actually had such charm. Back in the heavenly demon sect, weren't the senior sisters more fond of his youthful type? This wouldn't do. The first step was to shatter the perfect image of Chen Anyun in Chu Ware's eyes. Soon Zhou Qing found a perfect opportunity. The spring restoration pool was a wondrous sight behind Spirit Sword Peak. Not only did a profusion of flowers bloom by its shores all year round, but the pool's perpetually warm waters also possessed skin-nourishing properties, quickly making it the most beloved natural bathing spot for the female disciples of Spirit Sword Peak. Although it was an open-air location, the Tai sect, as a paragon of righteous paths, had always enforced strict sect rules and admitted only disciples of unblemished backgrounds. Thus, from the founding of Spirit Sword Peak to the present, no incident of voyeurism had ever occurred. However, this millennia-old understanding was finally shattered by a piercing scream. In the main hall, the 2 female disciples who had been bathing at the time were angrily denouncing the peeping Tom. But given the culprit's swift escape and the depth of the night, identifying the voyeur was nearly an impossible fantasy. Junior sisters, please calm yourselves. Tomorrow I shall request a senior brother from the Heavenly Works Peak to install bamboo fencing. Such an incident will certainly not recur. And should I discover which male disciple broke the prohibition, regardless of whether he belongs to Spirit Sword Peak, I will show no leniency. We trust you, senior brother. After venting their grievances, the 2 female disciples' resentment had dissipated. Hearing the gentle reassurance of the senior brother, they usually respected, their spirits lifted considerably. In that case, junior sisters, you should retire early and rest. So saying, he glanced at the others in the hall, disciples drawn by the commotion, and added, You as well. Yes, senior brother. As the crowd in the hall began to disperse, Chen Anyun turned and walked out of the main hall. Chu Huairou was about to follow when she saw Zhou Qing standing in her path wearing a hesitant, conflicted expression, as if he had something to say, but was holding back. How unlucky. Chu Huairou cursed inwardly. From the moment she first laid eyes on Zhou Qing, she had originally planned to toy with him, avenging the sword strike from her past life. However, Chen Lingxi's appearance had made her feel an immediate sense of crisis. She had spent the past few days locked in a battle of wits with that woman, momentarily forgetting Zhou Qing's existence. And yet he dared to throw himself into her path. This hesitant demeanor was one she had witnessed countless times in her previous life. A man, yet he insisted on putting on such a simpering, affected air, making him utterly detestable. Zhou Qing saw Chu Huairou looking at him, his eyes brightening. He immediately put on a look of resolute decision, gritting his teeth as he strode quickly toward her. Perhaps I should just kill him tonight, Chu Huairou mused. She had little patience for anyone other than Chen Anyun at this. Although she herself was only at the peak of the body-tempering stage, as a former sovereign empress who had stood at the apex of the entire cultivation world, eliminating a mere profound passage realm cultivator was not an overly difficult task. How should he die? Chu Huairou began to ponder seriously. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing, whose death omen was flashing frantically above his head, saw her contemplative expression and felt a surge of joy. She must be very concerned about the voyeurism incident as well. After all, she is a girl. Zhou Qing was not the least bit afraid of becoming a suspect. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was merely a newly initiated disciple who hadn't even completed the body-tempering stage. How could he possibly have escaped unscathed after such a peeping act? Junior sister Chu. He had known from his first day at the sect that Chu Huairou aspired to be the youngest junior sister of Spirit Sword Peak, so he naturally wouldn't make the same mistake as Chen Lingxi by deliberately provoking her. What is it? Chu Huairou asked casually, her mind engaged in a final showdown between poisoning and dismemberment. Actually, Zhou Qing wore a pained expression, then his gaze sharpened as if he had made a tremendous decision. I think I saw the peeping Tom. Oh, Chu Huairou sighed in relief. Poisoning had ultimately triumphed over death by dismemberment by a narrow margin. Though somewhat regrettable, she had in truth already witnessed Zhou Qing being decapitated by senior brother with a single sword strike in her past life. A different method of killing was not unacceptable. Having come to this realization, her tone became slightly more cheerful. Hearing the hint of joy in Chu Huairou's voice, Zhou Qing was overjoyed, believing his plan was half successful. As long as she was interested, even if she didn't believe him immediately, it would plant a seed of doubt. Then with his daily gradual nurturing, it would eventually grow into a towering tree. Lowering his voice, he said, I didn't see the face, but I did see that the peeping senior brother wore a moon-white Taoist robe. The entire Spirit Sword Peak knew that only senior brother Chen Anyun favored moon-white Taoist robes. Although Zhou Qing hadn't named names, anyone who wasn't a fool would immediately suspect Chen Anyun. Huh, what did you say? Chu Huairou snapped back to reality. She hadn't really heard what Zhou Qing said, her mind too occupied with comparing which method of killing him would be most efficient and least likely to expose herself. After all, she was still senior brother's pure and innocent little junior sister. If she ruined her persona for a moment of pleasure, it would be a loss not worth taking. Zhou Qing assumed Chu Huairou couldn't believe that her revered senior brother was a lecher who spied on junior sister's bathing, so he quickly repeated himself. Junior brother means, although I didn't see the face, I did see that the peeping figure was wearing a moon-white Taoist robe. This time Chu Huairou heard him clearly. She looked up and gave Zhou Qing a serious glance. She was all too familiar with this tactic. In her past life, Zhou Qing had used the same method to gradually tarnish senior brother's image in her heart, eventually driving them apart. So, forget what I was thinking earlier. Let's go with dismemberment. But Zhou Qing's target was me, wasn't it? If I recall correctly, his goal in the past life was to seize the position of Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Forcefully suppressing her murderous intent, Chu Huairou suddenly had a better idea. She looked at Zhou Qing, a gentle smile blooming on her face, perfectly befitting her current identity, and spoke in a soft tone. Senior brother, Zhou, why are you telling me this? Huh, this wasn't quite what he had expected. Zhou Qing looked at Chu Huairou, sensing something amiss, but still wore a bashful expression as he stammered. It's just that, junior sister Chu, from the first moment I saw you, I thought you were exceptionally wonderful. So I don't want to hide anything from you. Really? Chu Huairou chuckled softly. Of course it's true. Zhou Qing swallowed hard. He suddenly realized that Chu Huairou exuded a dangerously alluring aura, as terrifying and intoxicating as a poppy flower. This made his words carry an unexpected note of sincerity. Then what if someone bullies me? Who bullies you? Was she going to ask him to fight? His persona was that of a newly initiated disciple after all. Senior sister, Chen Lingxi. Zhou Qing sighed in relief. So it was that woman who had entered the sect with him. He remembered her well because of her appearance, but she was merely a body-tempering stage cultivator easily handled in his opinion. He was about to boast when he saw Chu Huairou had already turned and walked away. He shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself, is she shy? It seemed the intelligence was correct. Chu Huairou was indeed an inexperienced young girl. That dangerous feeling earlier must have been just an illusion. The position of Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon sect was surely as good as his. A few days later, the incident of peeping at the spring rejuvenation pool gradually subsided, and Spirit Sword Peak regained its usual tranquility. Chen Anyun naturally knew that Zhou Qing was the one who did it, intending to frame him in front of the junior sister. In his past life, that fellow had done such things countless times. However, he had no intention of exposing him. How should one put it? It was akin to being offended by a terminal cancer patient whose malignant cells had already spread throughout his body. At such a moment, one always appeared exceptionally magnanimous. That brother. Well, may he live one more day for each day he could. As long as he was not foolish enough to offend Xianxia, he should still be able to watch a few more sunrises on Spirit Sword Peak. After all, Chu Huairou's current cultivation level was right there. If she were to make a move, she would have to worry about her persona crumbling. As for Xianxia, she should be not far from the longevity realm by now. As for himself, after consulting with the system, he had also found a reason to take a long journey. Chen Anyun's current publicly known realm was the complete stage of the Mystic Insight realm, only a step away from the return to Origin realm. And since Spirit Sword Peak was a lineage of sword cultivators, it was only natural that upon stepping into the return to Origin realm, one would forge a more powerful flying sword. To forge a flying sword, one naturally needed some precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At this time in his past life, Li Wuji had gone missing, and the entire burden of Spirit Sword Peak fell upon his shoulders, leaving him with no time for other matters. Now that Li Wuji had returned safe and sound, it was only reasonable for a sword cultivator about to step into the return to Origin realm to venture out in search of suitable heavenly materials and earthly treasures to forge a flying sword. What? You want to go to the Endless Sea? Li Wuji asked with some surprise. Among sword cultivators, even the most doting master would not help a disciple forge a flying sword, for the search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures itself was a form of tempering for the cultivator. Since ancient times, a fine sword is honed through hardship. This was the principle. Yes, master. For the flying sword this disciple intends to forge, I still lack some water of Earth's pure gold. This heavenly material is only produced in the Endless Sea, so I naturally must make a trip there. Very well then, how long will you be gone? At least a month, at most several months. Chen Anyun stated a period that was not too long. After all, the treasure hunt was merely a pretext. What he truly needed was a reasonable reason to bring the puppet back to the sect. Of course, there was another important reason for this trip to the Endless Sea, which he naturally could not tell Li Wuji. But he could not hide it from the system. Host, you chose to go to the Endless Sea to conveniently take care of that toad demon, right? That's right. Although that creature is still a few years away from emerging, since I have nothing better to do now, I might as well consider it a daily act of kindness. The system let out a very human-like snickering sound. How gentle you are, host. Even when facing the woman who devoured you, you still choose to travel thousands of miles to help her resolve an impending crisis. No, you're overthinking it. I'm just solving problems for my future self, Chen Anyun explained in response to the system's teasing. And that matter wasn't her fault. She had no choice at that time. And what I'm doing now is merely giving her one more choice in this life. Consider it. Settling the score. After bidding farewell to Li Wuji, Chen Anyun stepped onto his flying sword and flew eastward. He had not kept his journey to find sword forging materials a secret. He had already said his goodbyes to his junior brothers and sisters on Spirit Sword Peak. So no matter how reluctant Chu Huairou and Xianxia were, they could only watch him leave with lingering attachment. As for Zhou Qing, he appeared extremely excited. Hopefully he would still be alive and well when he returned. The flying sword traveled eastward, crossing 3 continents in just 3 days. Finally, a vast, boundless sea came into view. It happened to be dusk, and the sun was gathering its last. The warm air began to cool. A gentle breeze swept across the vast expanse of misty waves. A single man and his sword appeared exceptionally lonely, like a leaf drifting on this boundless ocean. The sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, a full moon, like a large round mirror of reddish yellow, rose from the sea. It resembled a bright, precious mirror devoid of dazzling brilliance. Yet a corner of the azure sky was tinged with an apricot red hue by it. Such a magnificent sight made even Chen Anyun stop his flying sword, hovering in midair. As the large round mirror ascended, it seemed to shrink, and the red color faded, eventually transforming into a bright moon hanging in the Milky Way. Chen Anyun simply lay on his flying sword, gazing at the luminous moon. He let the flying sword drift across the sea. Once upon a time, he too had drifted on the sea, watching the same scenery. Recalling the past, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Chen Anyun's mouth. Until he noticed a faint mist rapidly enveloping the sea area, he knew that what he was looking for had been found. Because the layers of mist now spreading across the sea surface originated from that toad demon, which claimed to be the sea god, and possessed the cultivation of half a step into the transcendent realm. The demonic mist this time seems denser. Could it be emerging ahead of schedule in this life? On a nearby island not far from there, a beautiful young girl dressed in white was also gazing worriedly at the thin mist on the sea. Then when she looked up and saw the bright moon in the sky, her expression froze, and she was momentarily entranced. The moon rises over the sea, sharing the sky's light with all. Such a beautiful scene, yet she could not utter a single sound, because the pain in her heart began to surge upward once more. Anyun, in this new life, where are you now? But if possible, I hope you won't be so foolish in this life that you want linger on the side of the moon rising over the sea, and most of all that you want appear here. She prayed sincerely. Then, just as in the times long after 1,000 years had passed in her past life, she couldn't help but recall once more the day she met Chen Anyun, and the memory of that self who would only nestle against him, smiling gently. The Sea Clan, a formidable race that had risen over the past 3 millennia, had recently seen its influence over the endless ocean gradually wane. This decline stemmed from the current Sea Clan queen, Xianxia, who, deeply in love with her childhood sweetheart and prince consort Xianxia, refused to take any more male consorts, desiring only a lifetime of devotion between the two of them. Consequently, the royal family had become sparse. Despite the couple's utmost efforts, their sole heir remained Princess Xianxia. As the royal family of the Sea Clan, they spared no effort in grooming their successor. Whether in cultivation or statecraft, Xianxia's tutors were renowned masters whom the entire Sea Clan had painstakingly recruited. They hoped she would one day smoothly ascend as the new Sea Clan queen. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not inherit her mother's formidable talent. Especially in the path of cultivation, she could not even match an ordinary Sea Clan member. Initially, Xianxia devoted herself wholeheartedly to study and training. After enduring several looks of disappointment from her masters, and overhearing their conversations with her mother, Xianxia finally began to slack off. Not only that, but she also engaged in various misdeeds. When her master was distracted, she would secretly replace his spiritual tea with seahorse urine. She would hide the clothes of the maids while they bathed, then watch from the shadows as they frantically searched for them. Initially, Xianxia would reason with her gently, but each time her daughter obediently agreed, she would only escalate her behavior the next time. And whenever Xianxia raised a horsewhip ready to discipline her harshly, she would ultimately relent, swayed by her husband's earnest pleas and her daughter's big, watery, pitiful eyes. In the end, the matter would simply be dropped. Until one day she witnessed her own daughter forcibly drowning a cute young beast in the sea, watching it struggle in agony, desperately gasping for air, while clapping and laughing with a childish glee. Xianxia could no longer tolerate it. That young beast had been purchased from the continent specifically to be a companion for Xianxia, whom she feared was lonely without siblings. Afterward, the couple had a fierce argument. From that day on, certain highly talented and handsome stalwart men of the Sea Clan were secretly selected and summoned into the palace. Then, 6 years passed. This isn't a new maid, this is your little sister. She is your full-blooded sister. Her mother's gentle voice, her father's humiliated expression, and the timid gaze of the girl beside them. These formed the complete picture for 11-year-old Xianxia upon first meeting 5-year-old Xianxia. Your little sister was taken away when she was very young. We've only just managed to bring her back. She hasn't had a good life before. Susu is a good child, so you must get along well with your sister. Okay, Susu is a good child, and will definitely get along well with my sister. Since the incident 5 years ago, her mother had arranged no new masters to teach her cultivation or studies. Instead, she often took her out to explore and enjoy various pleasures. Apart from that, all the privileges within the palace remained unchanged, and Xianxia lived a life surrounded by adoration for 6 years. The unhappiness of her early childhood gradually faded from her memory. Over these years, aside from her maturing features, Xianxia had indeed acquired some of her mother's gentle demeanor. Thus, she was quite accepting of this sudden little sister. Moreover, this sister was exceptionally beautiful, delicate, and exquisite like a little princess, and possessed the same smooth white hair as their mother, which Xianxia greatly envied. Her own hair was light gray like their father's. Of course, since she was her own sister, calling her a princess seemed fitting. However, the little sister's crimson eyes seemed to hold timidity, as if she feared everything around her. Xianxia's mind then began to fill in the gaps, imagining that during the time her sister had been taken away, she must have had a difficult time. Had she been bullied? Moved by a certain sisterly instinct, she suddenly thought, no one dares to bully my Xianxia's sister. So she thumped her own flat little chest and declared loudly to Xianxia, from now on you are my Xianxia's sister. From this day forth no one will ever dare bully you again. Gazing at the goodwill emanating from this sister, she had just met Xianxia, whose heart was filled with fear, suddenly fell to warmth. And so they became sisters. They ate together, slept together, played together, then cultivated together. At first their bond deepened. Xianxia, being obedient and well-behaved, always stirred a sense of protectiveness in Lisusu. They began to confide in each other, sharing secrets that only sisters could know. However, soon a rift formed between them. When Lisusu was 12, Xianxia, who had only cultivated for a year, surpassed her, achieving the perfection of the body-tempering realm. When Lisusu was 14, Xianxia, after merely 3 years of cultivation, broke through to the object manipulation realm. As their master beamed with satisfaction and congratulated their mother on the younger sister's achievement. Lisusu, still at the grand completion stage of body tempering, stared in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cultivation was so difficult. How could she progress so quickly? No. It must be because I've been too indulgent in pleasure and haven't listened to the teacher. If I get serious, I can surely enter the object manipulation realm swiftly. I will work hard, the young girl vowed in her heart. Though she quickly accepted that her sister was more talented, she absolutely refused to become a useless person in need of her sister's protection. With unprecedented zeal, she began to cultivate fiercely. Then, body tempering perfection. The master smiled and praised Lisusu to her mother. The eldest princess has finally settled down to cultivate, as she has made tremendous progress this year. A young girl's vanity is easily satisfied. Her master's praise and the gratified smile on her mother's face caused her eyes to curve into adorable crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth lifted high. Of course, I'm the older sister. I can't possibly fall too far behind my sister. After all, my sister is the greatest genius. The girl wrapped one arm around her sister's shoulder, beaming radiantly, as if holding a precious treasure. Over the years, she had truly come to see Xianxia as her sister and took pride in her achievements. Yet, another year passed. How can this be? I can clearly feel the threshold of the object manipulation realm, so why can't I push it open no matter what? Why? Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the profound connection realm, and she began to make her mark in various competitions among the younger generation of the Sea clan. Whenever Lisusu sneaked out to play, she would always overhear the sincere praise from ordinary Sea clan members for her sister. At such times, she would desperately cheer herself on. Lisusu, don't give up. You can do it. Since you've seen that door, you can definitely push it open. Until one time she inadvertently overheard her master praising her in front of her mother. The eldest princess is becoming more diligent in her cultivation. It seems she wasn't born unruly, merely a late bloomer in maturity. Just as a smile was about to spread across her face, and she was about to reveal herself to surprise her mother, she heard further. If she perseveres, it's not impossible for the eldest princess to reach the profound connection realm before 40. She might even touch the threshold of the return to origin realm in the future. But it's a pity. The second princess possesses extraordinary talent. Not only does she have hope for longevity, but she also bears the bearing of a celestial being. In truth, that year when she was 5, Xianxia had not met Lisusu for the first time. Ever since she could remember, she had always seen Lisusu running freely throughout the entire palace from the window of her tower. She saw Lisusu playing joyfully with her mother and a strange man. As she watched with envy, the attendant Xianxia told her that the man was her father, and that her mother, for her sake, had done something she believed deeply wronged her father. Only when her father forgave her mother could she leave the tower, join them, and become a family once more. Though precocious young as she was, she could not comprehend why her mother, having wronged her father, had to sacrifice her own freedom to seek forgiveness. She simply waited, filled with anticipation. Finally, at the age of 5, she was brought out of the tower, and under her mother's expectant gaze, she timidly called out to that man, "Father." But father merely cast her a cold glance, uttered 2 indifferent words, "Wretched child." Then he turned, and despite such an icy demeanor, her mother's face lit up with relief. Afterwards, her mother brought her before. "This is no new maidservant, she is your little sister. Your own sister. From the same mother." Though her heart was fraught with unease and fear, Xianxia did not wish to return to that tower ever again. So, encouraged by her mother's gaze, she stepped forward to face Lisusu. But the outcome seemed far better than she had imagined. "From now on, you are my little sister, Lisusu's sister. No one will dare bully you from this day forth." Lisusu's domineering declaration left a profound mark on Xianxia's heart. A warmth she had never felt before flowed into her soul. At that moment, she truly felt she had a real family, her elder sister. The bond between the two sisters deepened daily, but as they grew older, their disparity became increasingly apparent. No matter what cultivation techniques or mystic arts, she mastered them almost instantly, while her sister always needed to ponder for a very long time. At first, she rejoiced in keeping pace with her sister. But a decade passed in the blink of an eye, and when she looked back, she could no longer even see her sister's shadow. Before long, the people in the palace began to value her opinions and perspectives more. Whether it was her mother or her master, they all directed more attention toward her. She could sense that her sister had already tried her utmost. Yet talent was such a cruel and pitiful thing. Fortunately, despite all this, the sisters' relationship seemed as close as ever, seemingly unaffected, until the people in the palace began discussing the succession to the throne. Given the state of the eldest princess, the future Sea Clan king must surely be the second princess. Need it be said? The second princess is a peerless prodigy. I hear she's already begun to challenge the late stage of the profound passage realm. The eldest princess seems to have stagnated at the body-tempering realm for many years. Upon the vast sea, the strong naturally reign supreme. Regardless, I support the second princess. Not only that, but at banquets where the Sea Clan interacted with other races, their mother often brought her along to exchange and compete with the prodigies of other clans. As for her sister, even the notice for the banquet was never delivered. In truth, Xianxia had no desire to become the Sea Clan king. She felt that her elder sister would be a fine successor to the throne. As long as she herself was strong enough and always stood behind her sister to help, the Sea Clan could be governed just as orderly. She shared her thoughts with her mother. Amazed, her mother said earnestly, "In that case, Xianxia, continue to grow stronger, until you are so powerful that the entire Sea Clan hears only your voice. Then whoever you seat upon the throne will be the Sea Clan king." From that day on, Xianxia trained even harder. Even when her sister occasionally came to invite her to play, she frequently refused, absorbed in her cultivation. Then, one day, her room was burgled. Her clothes were slashed to shreds, her daily belongings smashed. Even some small keepsakes of sentimental value were brutally shattered into pieces. Strangely, someone dared to break into the Sea Clan's royal palace and wreak havoc in the second prince's chamber. Xianxia tidied up her room with a heavy heart, for it held many memories of her and her sister. At that moment, she did not notice her mother's sorrowful gaze or her sister's calm expression. Then, the little tree she had planted with her sister was burned to ashes one day. The spirit beast they had raised together was found drowned in the palace pond. She angrily scolded the maids for their negligence, yet she also saw their terrified faces. Xianxia vaguely sensed that something had changed imperceptibly. She was no fool. The maid's hesitations and her mother's helpless expression had long given her the answer in her heart, but she simply did not want to believe it. Until one day, her sister asked to meet her at the sea cliff. She thought it was time for a proper talk with her sister. She intended to tell her sister that she had absolutely no desire for the heir's position. If her sister was willing, she would gladly assist her in becoming the new Sea Clan king. Under the setting sun, the two sisters finally tore off the masks they had worn for so long, revealing their truest selves. This was also the first time in over 20 years that they had quarreled. "Sister, why did you do it?" "Why? Because it makes me feel good, happy, just like when we were kids. Compared to you, little sister, I'm nothing but a worthless failure. Everyone at home talks about you inheriting the throne, while I'm probably just a tool for political marriage in the future. So can I at least indulge myself a little now?" "Little sister." Seeing her sister's frenzied side for the first time, Xianxia was stunned. "What are you talking about? Mother and father, they've always cared about you. To them, I'm more of an outsider, a mere tool to inherit the throne." These were her innermost thoughts. All these years, her mother had only ever cared about her cultivation level, yet often discussed all sorts of interesting things with her sister. "Ha ha ha, you're the one joking. Before, when I hid the maid's clothes or drowned the baby beast mother gave me, they would scold me, even try to hit me. But now they can't even be bothered to reprimand me. Do you know? When mother found out the pity in her eyes. It was so disgusting, I don't ever want to recall it. Even so, do you still have the nerve to say they care more about me? It's utterly laughable." Lisusu's eyes glimmered darkly as she said, "Do you know? That spirit beast we raised together, when I held it under the water, it struggled desperately. Even so, it refused to scratch me or hurt me. Ha ha, it's just too funny. I was taking its life. Then it gradually stopped struggling." "Lisusu, have you lost your mind? I have no interest in being the Sea Clan king. Take it if you want. Ha ha ha, those who feel secure can say that. It's all your fault. Your appearance stole mother's love from me. Stole everything from me. I hate you. You thief. Thief." Lisusu suddenly rushed toward the edge of the sea cliff. "Sister, what are you doing?" Xianxia panicked and hurriedly embraced Lisusu. Then a sharp pain struck her abdomen, and her strength and true essence began to drain rapidly from the wound. Yet she still grabbed hold of Lisusu, and with all her might switched their positions. "See, just like that spirit beast, even though I'm taking your life, you still want to protect me." Lisusu wept, a mad expression on her face, then pushed hard. "Ha ha ha. This is good." Xianxia fell from the sea cliff. Midair, she met her sister's eyes. Those were eyes of terror, eyes that suddenly snapped back to reason, eyes of helplessness, eyes of bewilderment, eyes of regret and guilt. Yet beneath those eyes lay a final trace of profound exhaustion and relief. That trace of relief pierced through her very soul, chilling her to the bone. Ah, so sister had been this tired all along. Then I entrust mother to you. Sister. Xianxia completely lost the will to struggle. The unending sound of waves echoed around Xianxia. Am I not dead? The tearing pain in her waist finally brought some clarity to her dazed mind. Then she opened her eyes and the intense sunlight instantly stung her corneas. Subconsciously, she wanted to raise a hand to shield her eyes, but realized she had lost all sensation in her hands. Huh, where are my hands? The terror of losing a body part instantly overpowered her sensitivity to the sunlight. Ugh! Xianxia struggled to get up, but the sharp pain in her waist immediately subdued her, and she let out a pained groan. Then, she saw the face of a young man reflected from above into her pupils. Awake! Although Chen Anyun tried his best to show a gentle smile, the girl who had completely lost control of her body immediately cast a wary look at this man. Do you remember what happened? Chen Anyun asked curiously. After all, the girl before him was very beautiful and had suffered such severe injuries which made him curious about her story. In Xianxia's mind, following Chen Anyun's words, she recalled everything that had happened before and her sister's final gaze. Sorry, I forgot. With a slight ache in her heart, Xianxia replied to Chen Anyun. She didn't want to tell this story to a stranger, even if this stranger might have just saved her. Wait. It seems I've been saved. She realized belatedly and awkwardly lowered her guard. Was it you who saved me? Obviously. Chen Anyun nodded readily. Who are you? And where is this? Feeling the hard surface beneath her, Xianxia asked. Me. I'm Chen Anyun. As for this place. Standing up, Chen Anyun proudly spun around, then stomped on the raft beneath his feet, which was less a boat and more a slightly oversized wooden raft. This is my territory. You can also call it the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl. Not a bad name. Xianxia forced herself to turn her head, enduring the pain in her waist, and looked around at the surroundings. No wonder she had felt cold all along. It provided no shelter from the wind at all. Looking at the raft called the Black Pearl, even in her terrible physical condition, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. If not for her physique as a cultivator, the endless sea breeze alone would have been enough to kill her. Then she realized that her arms were wrapped in layers of cloth strips with several wooden boards inside. No wonder she couldn't move them earlier. At this moment, Chen Anyun explained, your hands were both broken in the fall. I had to sacrifice the Black Pearl's flag and a few precious deck boards. As for the injuries on your lower body, sorry, at least I can't do anything about it now. But judging by your appearance, you're probably not an ordinary person. If it's not too far, I could try to find a way to send you home. Home. The image of her sister appeared again in Xianxia's mind. She shook her head, revealing a bitter smile. I no longer have a home. I see. Chen Anyun looked a bit troubled. If you had a quarrel with your family, I personally suggest you give in sooner rather than later. This sea area has some sea tribes. With your looks, if you're caught by them. So what if I'm caught? You'll get pregnant. Oh. Xianxia never expected Chen Anyun to say such a thing. Then she suddenly realized, her cheeks flushing red. You lecher. Heh. Don't underestimate human nature. Even if you have some cultivation with injuries like this, how can you resist? Looking at the young man who, despite his crude words, was earnestly persuading her to go back, the girl pursed her lips and suddenly thought of a compromise. Then how about you take care of me for a while? Me? Chen Anyun was startled, then shook his head. As you can see, I ate something given to me by some shameless guy, and now all my true essence is used to suppress that thing's rampage. I'm pretty much no different from an ordinary body tempering stage cultivator now. It's fine, I can give you spirit stones. Huh, didn't you understand? I'm saying there are many sea tribe people around here. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is not about the stones at all. 50,000. Do you think I'm that kind of person, eh? 100,000. You really know how to read people. Chen Anyun sighed. It wasn't really about the spirit stones. He could tell that the girl had a serious rift with her family and truly didn't want to go back. If caught by those sea tribes getting pregnant, was not just an empty threat. Considering her injuries, every family has its own troubles. Forget it, let's go. We'll head back to the base first. Judging by your condition, you'll need a wheelchair. Chen Anyun paddled the wooden oar in his hand. Is this the so-called base? Xianxia stared in disbelief at the circular reef before her, which spanned no more than 10 meters. Don't you think it's quite reassuring to park the Black Pearl in the middle of the reef? Chen Anyun replied smugly, while steering the wooden raft to the dock made of planks and stones. I was so foolish, truly. Clearly the Black Pearl had already set a precedent, yet I still harbored fantasies about his so-called base. The girl forced a bitter smile. Fortunately, there was a half circle of houses built around the dock on the reef, and the gaps on either side were thoughtfully covered with cloth, so it at least looked windproof. Once Chen Anyun parked the raft, he came over to Xianxia. What do you want to do? Oh. Before she could finish her sentence, he swept her up in his arms. Rude. Scoundrel. Let me go. Feeling the heat radiating from her thighs, and neck. Li Xiangyun struggled while blushing and scolded him. Are you sure? Chen Anyun looked into her eyes. Then I really let you go? Will you walk over by yourself? Li Xiangyun paused, letting out a sound like a little cat, then angrily turned her head away. Only then could Chen Anyun smoothly carry her into the house. Compared to the dilapidated, precarious scene outside, the interior of this house could only be described as a hidden paradise. Upon entering the room, Li Xiangyun couldn't help but brighten up, feeling secretly astonished. To resist the rain, the roof of the house was actually covered with an enormous shell. This shell shimmered with a faint luster resembling a stunning piece of artwork, leaving one in awe. Then her gaze unconsciously shifted to the wooden bed, noticing that its surface was not only spotless, but also covered with a layer of soft and comfortable-looking bedding. Chen Anyun gently placed Li Xiangyun on the bed. Afterward, he sat down beside her carefully, starting to remove the splints from her hands. His fingers were nimble and meticulous, each movement appearing extraordinarily cautious. Before long, as the last splint was removed, the girl's fair arms were finally revealed. One must admit that once cultivators have undergone the tempering of body refinement, their physical abilities far exceed those of ordinary mortals. Although only a day had passed since her injury from her appearance, Li Xiangyun's hands had already returned to a state of perfect integrity. However, if she wanted to move freely, she would likely need a couple more days of recovery. Taking advantage of this moment, Li Xiangyun slightly rotated her wrists, trying to alleviate the stiffness caused by prolonged immobility. At the same time, she curiously surveyed her surroundings, carefully examining the arrangements in the room. Unfortunately, apart from the bed beneath her and a table beside it, there were no other pieces of furniture to be seen. Moreover, even decorative items were limited to an empty conch shell on the table. Despite not being favored by her parents since childhood, as the second princess of the Sea clan, she had never stayed in such a simple place. Why did you put the conch shell on the table? That is no ordinary conch shell. It is a phonograph made based on the principle of a certain object from my hometown. A phonograph? What do you need that for? Li Xiangyun couldn't help but feel curious about Chen Anyun's identity. You must not be from the Sea clan, right? How did you end up in the endless sea? A phonograph is of course used to record sounds. And how do you know I'm not from the Sea clan? In a Sea clan home, there is usually a totem of the ancestors. I see. Chen Anyun nodded, candidly admitting, I am indeed not from the Sea clan. I had just managed to leave a small world when I ended up here, and at that time I happened to be a bit hungry. Then some jerk gave me a fruit shaped like a conch, saying it was some kind of fruit, and that eating it would make me strong. But after I ate it, that fruit didn't digest at all, and instead it felt like it was going to explode at any moment. I could only suppress it with all my true energy, which is why I got stuck here. A fruit shaped like a conch. Li Xiangyun looked astonished. You mean it couldn't be the Sea clan's sacred fruit, the Great Law Conch, could it? That fruit matures once every 500 years, and each time it matures, there's only one. Do you know where the most recent one is? It couldn't be at your home, could it? Seeing the girl's triumphant expression, Chen Anyun playfully took on the role of a straight man. The girl gave him a look that indicated he was teachable. No wonder she was so generous with 100,000 spirit stones, Chen Anyun thought to himself. She really is a rich girl. Li Xiangyun patted Chen Anyun's shoulder. Don't worry, even if your cultivation is low, I won't laugh at you, because my sister. Her voice suddenly fell silent. Huh, what about your sister? Sorry, it's nothing. Her smile suddenly vanished, and even though Chen Anyun didn't particularly enjoy analyzing others' thoughts, he could sense something was off. The two fell silent for a moment. It was Chen Anyun who broke the tranquility first. How about I help you treat the wound on your waist first? Sure. Li Xiangyun sighed in relief, and then she heard Chen Anyun say, then take off your clothes. Are you doing it, or am I? What? Li Xiangyun covered her chest with both hands, looking horrified at Chen Anyun. You want me to take off my clothes? What else? I can't apply medicine to your wound through your clothes, can I? Well, you can't peek. Alright, I'll close my eyes. Wait, how can I do it with my eyes closed? I can't see either. You close your eyes and they'll guide you. Then to the left, to the left. Chen Anyun pressed down, and a soft, smooth area met his hand. Ah, scoundrel, where are you touching? It's my left side, not your left side. Oh, I understand now. Lower, a bit lower. Shameless. Where are you touching up there? Isn't your upper part my lower part? No, wait, still the upper part, sorry for getting confused. After Chen Anyun finished applying medicine to the front, he opened his eyes, both of them panting heavily. To be honest, if he had been applying medicine with his eyes open, even if he saw a little, it would have been about the same, at most reciting the tranquil heart mantra to finish. But with the way they just applied the medicine, even though he was blindfolded, Chen Anyun could almost recite the tranquil heart mantra backward. It's time for the back. This time I won't close my eyes. Why? I'm afraid I won't get enough nutrients. Li Xiangyun buried her head in the pillow, her face flushed. Scoundrel, she muttered under her breath. After the medicine was completely applied, Chen Anyun also removed Li Xiangyun's shoes and socks, inevitably brushing against her tender skin, but this time Li Xiangyun merely let out a soft groan, remaining silent. Not shy anymore. Chen Anyun asked in surprise. Li Xianxia rolled her eyes at him, resigned. You've seen everything, you've touched everything. What significance is there in saying that now? You have a point. Chen Anyun praised her generosity, laid her flat on the bed, and kindly covered her with a, Where are you going? Seeing Chen Anyun about to leave the room, Li Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Chen Anyun laughed. If I'm not going out, do you expect me to sleep in the room with you? Li Xianxia shrank completely under the covers, only her small face exposed. She had taken a general look before, and although there were 2 other rooms on the reef, they were piled high, with miscellaneous items clearly uninhabitable. If she occupied his bed, where would he sleep at night? How about, you sleep on the floor? She tentatively asked. Forget it, I might as well sleep on my black pearl instead. Humph. Ungrateful. Yes. Chen Anyun responded dismissively, as he gently closed the door for her. Then, when the whole room darkened, Li Xianxia closed her eyes, but couldn't fall asleep at all. Her sister's last gaze lingered in her mind like a nightmare, and she inexplicably felt a twinge of fear rising from her heart, quickly calling out, Hey, what is it now? Chen Anyun's voice came from outside, yawning. Li Xianxia felt slightly relieved in her heart, opened her mouth, but couldn't bring herself to say the words afraid of the dark. After a long pause, she stammered, I just wanted to call out to you, what if you leave me behind? I did pay for this. Don't worry, I'm a person who never deceives the elderly or the young. Then sing a song for me. Li Xianxia suddenly said, feeling inexplicably bold. Huh. I paid for you to take care of me. Oh, what's wrong with wanting to hear someone sing? The girl's cheeks flushed as she had never been this willful in her life, and felt she must be going crazy. Outside, Chen Anyun did not continue speaking. After waiting for a moment, Li Xianxia felt an unexpected emptiness in her heart, a sense of indescribable disappointment. Then a low voice carrying a somewhat distant melody suddenly resonated from outside the door. The sky is vast, and the accomplishments are complete. I crossed the cold river. The night is dim, the moon's shadow in the cup laughs absurdly. Who grants me the chance to ride the rivers and lakes, venturing in all directions? Who gets drunk all over the world only to awaken without seeing their hometown? Beneath the western tomb, the chilly autumn rain kisses my window. Let people resent and slander me, it's fine if my melancholy is a kind of madness. The spring breeze blows across the green banks of Jiangnan, yet cannot warm the frost in people's hearts. Suddenly, is that not our light? Meeting too late, luckily not too late. No longer will I fail the flowers of the 4 seasons. I will trade the ancient road, the west wind, and the thin horse for small bridges and flowing water with homes. Mountains and rivers under a myriad of lights, past events like smoke washed away by the sands. I will brew wine and make tea with you for the rest of my life. Li Xianxia had never heard such a song, yet she still felt the sorrowful breath resonating from the melody. Li Xianxia did not stir from her slumber until the sun was well past the horizon. As the Sea Clan's cherished princess, her mother's discipline had always been severe, instilling in her the ingrained habit of waking at the break of dawn. Yet for some unknown reason, the quilt in this humble cottage possessed a strange enchantment that made her unwilling to leave its warmth. Even though her mind was now half awake, curled up under the covers, listening to the rhythmic crashing of waves outside, and feeling the occasional wisps of chill seeping through the window cracks, she involuntarily began to feel drowsy again. A smug thought even arose in her heart. After all, she was no longer a princess now. Then, the curtain was suddenly yanked open. The dim cabin instantly became bright. The salty sea breeze carrying bone-chilling cold swept through the room like a waterfall. In an instant, the girl's drowsiness vanished without a trace. Then a pair of slightly irritated red eyes met the young man's black pupils, which held a hint of amusement. The weather is nice today. Chen Anyun, leaning on a wheelchair that was clearly just made, simple yet practical, energetically invited the girl, who was still a bit grumpy from waking up. Boss, want to go fishing together? Ah. The black pearl drifted leisurely on the calm sea, gently rising and falling with the rhythmic. Li Xianxia's wheelchair was thoughtfully secured in the center of the raft. The girl looked out. The vast boundless sea stretched to the horizon, forming an endless expanse of azure. The gentle sea breeze, like a tender hand, softly caressed her face, bringing the unique salty scent of the ocean, refreshing and soothing. The sun, like a giant ball of fire, radiated warm and dazzling light, scattering upon the sea and reflecting golden shimmering waves. Chen Anyun methodically arranged the slightly worn fishing net on the raft, his movements skilled and efficient. His long, lustrous black hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall, merely tied up casually, with a hemp rope adding to his carefree and unrestrained demeanor. He was now dressed in coarse linen clothes, stained with splashes of seawater and salt, with straw sandals on his feet. This outfit made him look like an experienced fisherman, with no trace of the demeanor befitting a cultivator. The sunlight cast irregular shadows on his sharply defined face, making his already handsome features appear even more profound and three-dimensional. Li Xianxia couldn't help but silently exclaim in her heart, this guy is quite handsome. Among the Sea Clan men were mostly tall and burly, with rugged and bold features. Even someone like Xianxia's father, who had a relatively delicate face, was already considered a rare handsome man, but compared to Chen Anyun, he was far inferior. After stealing glances for a long time, without being noticed, Xianxia's heart raced slightly, as she blushed, unable to suppress a contented smile. Just as she was lost in thought, a massive tuna had been flung onto the raft by Chen Anyun. Countless droplets of water sprayed in all directions as the fish thrashed. Xianxia snapped back to attention, dodging the spray, while happily bending down to help Chen Anyun hold down the rapidly thrashing tail. By the time the fish calmed down, half of the girl's clothes were wet, and a few strands of damp, white hair hung over her forehead. For the first time in 20 years, she felt a long-lost sense of ease. No need to think about tomorrow's cultivation technique, no need to cater to her father's coldness, and no need to worry about the issue of inheritance. Just be happy. When they sailed back, night had already fallen. Chen Anyun and Xianxia sat side by side on the edge of the raft. Behind them, a giant tuna comically took up half the space of the raft. Unlike the daytime scenery, the vast boundless sea now resembled a huge dark blue silk satin. A gentle breeze swept across the sea, creating ripples and shimmering reflections as if countless glittering diamonds were embedded. Then before this pair, a bright pure moon slowly rose. At first the moon was just a faint yellow halo peeking out from the horizon indistinctly. As time passed, it gradually rose, growing brighter and brighter until the entire disk was clearly visible. The silvery moonlight fell upon the sea like a veil, draping the tranquil ocean in a soft radiance. Then the moon ascended higher, finally hanging alone in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of stars, forming a dreamlike tableau. The moon rising over the sea, what a dreamlike scene. The moonlight reflected in Xianxia's pupils. She had never imagined that her life could witness such a breathtaking sight. She slightly turned her head, stealing a glance from the corner of her eye at the young man beside her, who was also gazing up at the sky. Who exactly was he? The girl couldn't help wondering. Was her meeting with him real, or just a dream? Time flew like an arrow. Before they knew it, the two had been living together in this crude base for months. During the day, they would go out to sea to fish, occasionally picking up miscellaneous items that drifted from unknown places. In the evening, under the girl's expectant gaze, Chen Anyun would always display his culinary prowess, excelling at steaming, stir-frying, braising, roasting, and boiling. He transformed the day's catch into a variety of delicious dishes. Xianxia's external injuries had largely healed, but unfortunately the wound on her waist was inflicted by an extremely sinister spiritual artifact, making it difficult to recover in a short time. Thus, she still had to spend most of the day in a wheelchair. Fortunately, although the girl was born into nobility, she was remarkably dexterous. With her skillful hands, the salvaged items always exhibited artistic value far beyond their original form. Thus, although the furnishings within the hut remained very simple, they were worlds apart from a few months ago. Unfortunately, Xianxia's talent points seemed to be entirely allocated elsewhere. When she tried to imitate Chen Anyun and cook dinner herself, she tossed the dripping wet fish directly into the already scorching hot oil pan. Amidst the splattering hot oil, the girl felt a burning pain on her skin, and mistaking it for an enemy attack, drew her longsword before Chen Anyun's panicked words could stop her. With a single slash, she reduced their only iron pot to scrap metal. Not only that, but she also twisted the wound on her waist from overexertion, falling from her wheelchair in pain. In the end, it became a masterpiece, a beautiful girl with white hair and crimson pupils screaming miserably, while crawling pathetically across the ground mixed with oil and dirty water. Beside her, a half-burnt dead fish lay on the ground, its white eyes staring coldly at the scene. In short, for the following period, the quality of their dinners plummeted drastically. "I swear I'll never cook again in this life," Xianxia declared angrily, while Chen Anyun meticulously bandaged her wounds. "Don't laugh." Chen Anyun made no verbal response, but the trembling muscles all over his body continued to betray his thoughts. Of course, this was just a minor episode in their shared life. Recently, while they were out fishing, they accidentally fished a bookshelf out of the sea. Most of the books on the shelf were plays and novels created by mortals. Chen Anyun flipped through a couple, and aside from a play about a female chivalrous warrior slaying demons everywhere and a story about a divine doctor couple in a small kingdom that felt vaguely familiar, the rest were quite cliched. He then casually handed the bookshelf to Xianxia. For several consecutive days afterward, Xianxia was utterly captivated by a particular play in the bookshelf. Not only did she read late into the night, but she even blushed furiously while doing so. This made Chen Anyun wonder if he had misjudged the contents. Perhaps there was something scandalous hidden among the books. But what Chen Anyun didn't know was that the play Xianxia was so enamored with was about a wealthy heiress falling in love with a poor scholar. Those worn-out plot points were so predictable that Chen Anyun could roughly reconstruct the entire story just from the title, yet the girl still found it utterly fascinating. Finally, as days passed, Xianxia's waist injury eventually healed. It seemed the agreed-upon period of care had come to an end. but for some reason neither of them brought up the matter. They tacitly maintained this strange relationship until one day on their way back from fishing a layer of gray mist suddenly enveloped the Black Pearl. Chen Anyun curiously observed the surrounding mist. Fog at sea was nothing new. During spring the endless sea often experienced much thicker fog than this. But when Chen Anyun reached out to touch it, he felt strands of true essence inexplicably flow out from his body, drawn away by the mist. This mist could absorb true essence. Chen Anyun found it quite intriguing. On the other side, Xianxia also noticed the issue. As a princess of the Sea clan, she was far more knowledgeable about the endless sea than Chen Anyun. Her expression changed and she exclaimed, "Is this demon fog?" Demon fog. Chen Anyun sensed the amount of true energy that had been absorbed and shook his head, feeling the name was somewhat undeserved. It's not that simple. Xianxia understood Chen Anyun's expression and furrowed her delicate brows. This is what commoners of the Sea clan call it, but it has a lesser-known name, mirage mist. Mirage mist. Chen Anyun savored the words. Yes, mirage mist. The girl narrated in a clear, melodious voice. Thousands of years ago, the endless sea was ruled by a sea god. Though now the sea is jointly governed by the Sea clan and many other races back then, all beings, including the Sea clan, were the sea god's servants. The sea god was brutal, often scolding and beating them, and even devouring servants alive. Although the various races harbored resentment, the sea god's power was immense, leaving them powerless to resist. Until one day the sea god went out and returned inexplicably, gravely wounded. Seizing this opportunity, the races formed an alliance and launched an attack on the wounded sea god, hoping to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance to eliminate him and gain freedom. At this point, starlight shimmered in the girl's eyes. Even though she hadn't witnessed it herself, the scene of ancestors uniting to attack the sea god thousands of years ago made her blood stir with excitement. What then? Did they kill the sea god? Chen Anyun, not being of the Sea clan, couldn't empathize, but he was still curious about the story's ending. No, they failed. The girl smiled bitterly. Even gravely wounded, the sea god's strength was not something a group of long-oppressed servants could shake. In that battle, the elites of each race suffered over half casualties and were utterly defeated. However, the girl perked up again. The sea god didn't fare well either. Already heavily injured, he aggravated his wounds by forcefully suppressing the races. So when he saw the races regrouping for a desperate final stand, the sea god surrendered. Surrendered. Chen Anyun was taken aback by the sea god's unexpected move. Yes, the sea god swore a heavenly Tao oath acknowledging the independence of the races and releasing them from servitude, but demanded that they still revere him as their sovereign on the endless sea. And people believed that. Chen Anyun laughed. Isn't that just a delaying tactic? Servant or not, in the end, strength rules. Once he recovers, even without the title of servant, what difference is? Yes, many ancestors already thought of that. Xianxia sighed. But it was an open scheme. If the sea god had chosen to fight to the death, the races would have united and resisted to the end. However, because the sea god surrendered and the races had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, another voice quickly emerged. Accept the sea god's terms and recover. Recover? What's the point of ants recovering while the sea god regains his strength? Just to provide more servants? Chen Anyun asked incredulously. Xianxia shook her head. You don't understand the situation back then. After the first campaign against the sea god, every household in the races was draped in mourning white, and weeping never ceased from one end of the city to the other. So when news of the sea god's surrender came, the majority advocated for recovery. So, did the war end there? No. The girl's voice rose with passion. Just as the sea god's scheme seemed to succeed, and the races were retreating, a woman named Li and her husband stepped forward. They obtained a fragment of a celestial artifact from somewhere, and taking advantage of the sea god's carelessness, they assassinated him. And they succeeded. In that strike, the sea god was nearly obliterated, escaping with only a remnant of his soul to the heart of the endless sea. But unfortunately, of the couple who assassinated the sea god together, only the woman named Li returned to the Sea clan, where she was enthroned as the Sea king. So, this woman named Li, she is my ancestor Xianxia, Xianxia said with shining eyes. So this wealthy woman was actually the princess of the Sea clan. No wonder she could casually produce 100,000 spirit stones without blinking. Chen Anyun blinked his eyes, seeing through her, but saying nothing. Xianxia, utterly unaware that her true identity had been exposed, was still speaking with animated delight about her ancestors' exploits. After the sea god's remnant soul fled to the sea heart, it remained hidden there. The sea heart is the deepest part of the endless sea. Even my ancestors, wielding a fragment of a celestial artifact, dared not pursue it deeply. So they stationed guards there day and night. Within the sea heart, there is nothing but boundless seawater, accompanied by a crushing pressure of billions of tons. Any creature that enters is instantly ground to dust, and there are no usable resources inside. Thus, even though the sea god had but a single breath left, as long as it did not escape the sea heart, it was no longer a concern. That fragment of the celestial artifact eventually became the Sea clan's most treasured heirloom. Both of your ancestors were people of great righteousness. Chen Anyun sighed in admiration. Have you not seen the wandering knight-errant, whose transformations confound the world, whose might can overturn seas and shatter mountains? Have you not seen the retainers nurtured in Helis Hall? When the king of Wu was drunk with wine, a guest offered roasted meat. A dagger of 1,000 gold was hidden in the fish's belly. In an instant, a dragon soared like a thunderbolt. Xianxia looked puzzled. What does this mean? These are poems from the mortal world eulogizing 2 assassins who willingly sacrificed themselves for a greater cause, Chen Anyun explained. A greater cause? Xianxia pondered for a moment, then revealed a proud smile. My ancestors were indeed people of great righteousness. And then, oi, what does this have to do with the miasma? Chen Anyun voiced the doubt in his heart. At the mention of the miasma, Xianxia's small face shifted from joy to worry. This matter goes back several hundred years. At that time, after breaking free from the sea god's bondage, all the clans flourished like a roaring flame, developing with great prosperity. As the older generation gradually retired, and the shared bond of confronting a common formidable enemy, fated friction naturally arose among the younger generation. It was then that the miasma appeared. People noticed that whenever conflicts broke out among the younger members of the various clans, a strange fog would inexplicably rise over the sea. At first, this fog merely absorbed the scattered, true essence from the battles. But as it grew thicker, those enveloped by it began to experience all kinds of hallucinations. Consequently, what started as minor disputes often escalated into major conflicts, and major conflicts grew even larger, nearly culminating in war. Fortunately, the high-ranking members of the clans quickly discovered that this fog was the culprit. They decisively began to restrain their people and dispatched investigators to trace the source of the fog. Then people discovered that the source of this fog was actually the sea heart. Moreover, the guards originally stationed at the sea heart had at some unknown time all been corrupted by the hallucinations brought by this fog, becoming puppets easily manipulated. After becoming puppets, these guards had been secretly transporting various spiritual herbs and blood sacrifices into the sea heart for who knows how many years. It was not until an elder who had fought alongside the sea god and survived came to this place that he revealed to everyone that when the sea god was gravely wounded, it had inadvertently revealed its true form, a gigantic toad. And this fog is the sea god's innate divine ability, miasma. The increasing thickness of the miasma indicates that with the help of the puppets, the sea god is gradually recovering from its injuries. The day it reappears in the endless sea will undoubtedly be a great catastrophe for all the clans. This place is still thousands of miles from the sea heart of the endless sea, yet the miasma has already spread here, suggesting that the sea god's return is not far off. The young girl took a deep breath, cast a somewhat melancholy glance at Chen Anyun, then her tone turned resolute. This area is not under the Sea clan's jurisdiction. I must return and report the spread of the miasma to the Sea clan's high-ranking members as soon as possible. All right, I'll go with you, Chen Anyun said without a second thought. No. Xianxia shook her head immediately. I can go back alone. Seeing the stunned expression on Chen Anyun's face, the girl's tone softened slightly. You are not of the Sea clan. This matter has nothing to do with you. I'm sorry. I had hoped to spend more time with you, but the Sea clan is about to face a great crisis, and I cannot involve you. The girl silently apologized in her heart, then suppressing the tenderness within, she spoke in a tone laced with mockery. You, a mere body-tempering cultivator, think you can meddle in affairs that affect the entire endless sea. Silently observing the girl's clumsy act, Chen Anyun sighed, and then inexplicably smiled. All right, I'll make your favorite braised fish today. After all, such matters can't be rushed. You can leave after you've had a full meal. What do you say? Perhaps because her thoughts had been seen through, the girl turned her head away, unwilling to look at him. Don't always be. Chen Anyun reached out and ruffled the girl's long hair, which indeed earned him a resentful glare from her. Then he said sincerely, even if you go back, it doesn't mean we won't have a chance to meet again. I've truly been happy these past few months with you. Well, although you paid for it, I still consider you a friend. I think I will never forget this time, nor will I ever forget you as a friend. Friend. The girl was stunned when she heard this word. So it was only as a friend. Without paying attention to the girl's hesitation, Chen Anyun stood up and began to paddle the oars, steering the raft back on its return journey. The girl sitting at the edge of the raft suddenly felt a bitterness in her heart. She hesitated for a long time, then pursed her lips and fiercely kicked at the splashing water on the sea surface with her tender white feet. This idiot. But the next moment she murmured almost inaudibly to herself, friend is fine too. Rather, there is nothing better than being friends. The moment of parting had finally arrived. The night was deep and all was silent save for the bright moonlight streaming through the window and spilling onto the floor. Li Sangyin lay quietly on her bed, tossing and turning, utterly unable to fall asleep. This was the first time she had suffered from insomnia since meeting Chen Anyun. She admitted to herself that she was too cowardly to face their farewell openly. Thus she decided to slip away like a deserter, quietly leaving in the dead of night. Before she knew it, the dead of night had arrived. Li Sangyin pricked up her ears, and only after confirming there was no sound did she tiptoe over and open the door. Once outside, she did not leave immediately. Instead, her gaze involuntarily drifted to the black pearl anchored not far away. By the faint moonlight, she discerned the silhouette of the sleeping figure. Li Sangyin cast a few final profound glances at him, her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. In truth, before the separation, she had so many words left unsaid. After a long moment, she averted her gaze. Gently forming a hand seal, her body instantly soared into the air, darting into the distance like a nimble bird. Soon Li Sangyi's figure grew smaller and smaller in the night sky until it vanished completely. And at that very moment, Chen Anyun, who had seemed to be in deep slumber, suddenly sat up. His eyes, tinged with loss, gazed in the direction she had disappeared. After a long silence, Chen Anyun shook his head. Slowly lifting his face to the star-studded sky, the corners of his mouth curved into a barely perceptible smile. He murmured, as if in a dream, "Fool." Meanwhile, as dawn was just breaking, Li Sangyin had already flown back to the royal palace. Along the way, seeing the entire city draped in white mourning and the palace festooned with white silk, she was stunned into stillness. This was the ritual of a state funeral. The laws of the Sea clan decreed that a state funeral was only granted upon the death of a king or a pillar of the state. Yet she was merely a princess, not even the first princess of the Sea clan to die young. Did she truly mean so much in her mother's heart? A warmth spread through her, and the bitterness of leaving Chen Anyun and the anxiety over the miasma seemed to fade somewhat. But recalling that she had been pushed off the sea cliff by her own sister, she frowned in distress, wondering how they would face each other when they met. Yet she never expected that as she landed at the palace gate, a woman with flowing sleeves and long hair cascading to her shoulders was already waiting there. This woman was, of course, Li Sangyi's elder sister, Li Susu. Li Susu's expression was unusually haggard and sorrowful, carrying an indescribable weariness. Yet hidden within her brows was a faint, unnatural excitement. Upon seeing Li Sangyin, her gaze turned deep and unfathomable. Li Sangyi's heart sank heavily. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of a dazzling radiance above Li Susu's head. Looking closely, she was astonished to see a small, exquisitely crafted crown perched perfectly on Li Susu's head. The crown was adorned with brilliant rubies, each one shimmering with enchanting light, arranged in the shape of a phoenix. However, what sent a chill down Li Sangyi's spine was not the crown's splendor, but the identity it symbolized. It was the crown of the Sea King. Li Sangyi's heart instantly plunged into an icy abyss, an indescribable terror surging within her like a tidal wave. As far as she knew, the Sea King's crown was only passed to the next reigning queen after the previous one had passed away. Yet now this crown, embodying the supreme power and status of the Sea clan, was perched on Li Susu's head. Recalling the grand state funeral she had witnessed, which she had mistakenly believed was for her, a terrifying thought exploded in her mind. Could it be that? Just as Li Sangyin stood petrified by this sudden turn of events, a soft, yet urgent voice reached her ears. "Second princess." It was her attendant Changgu, who had always served her, now hurrying forward. "What is happening, Changgu?" Li Sangyin asked hastily. Changgu approached Li Sangyin, gave a slight bow, and then lowered her voice. "Your Majesty, the Queen, and His Highness the Prince Consort have tragically passed away. And during your absence, Your Highness, the Council of Elders has deliberated and officially endorsed the ascension of the first princess to the throne, making her the new queen of the Sea clan." "What?" Upon hearing this devastating news, Li Sangyi's eyes widened in shock, a gray film clouding her beautiful crimson irises. She paid no heed to the latter part of Changgu's words. In her mind, the sentence "Your Majesty the Queen and His Highness the Prince Consort have tragically passed away" echoed incessantly. Then her delicate frame suddenly tensed. Stepping forward, she seized Changgu's arm and demanded word by word, "How did Mother die?" Wincing in pain, Changgu cried out. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Li Susu. "Release her. Let me tell you," Li Susu said, finally stepping before Li Sangyin. After months apart, the two sisters faced each other for the second time. Yet the young girl felt as if an eternity after you disappeared. Mother went to sea with father to find you. And when she returned, she was alone and great. In the end, before she could receive treatment, her wounds relapsed, and she tragically passed away. Upon hearing this, the girl stood frozen for a long time, her arms dropping limply. Changgu seized the opportunity to free herself from her prince's grip. "So when the palace's formation sensed your return, I was overjoyed. I have lost father and mother. I cannot bear to lose you as well, little sister," Li Susu said with a sigh. Then she stepped forward affectionately and linked her arm through Li Sangyi's. To an onlooker, they appeared as two sisters clinging to each other in their time of need. Yet Li Sanjian's body involuntarily stiffened again. A thought flashed through her mind, wasn't it you who pushed me off the sea cliff? Though only a few months had passed, the Li Susu before her now felt utterly alien and terrifying. She subtly withdrew her arm and regarded the woman before her with wary, renewed scrutiny. The person before her, in appearance, voice, and form, was undoubtedly her sister. Yet facing her, Li Sanjian felt as if she were confronting an indescribable monster. Especially when Li Susu displayed a warm smile and spoke of sisterly affection, it sent chills down her. She simply could not reconcile the sister who had hysterically pushed her off the sea cliff months ago with the amiable woman standing before her now. It was as if she had been possessed. A sudden urge to run, to escape this place, overwhelmed her. She wanted to flee from this place that filled her with dread. By the way, I remember I still have. She began, about to say she had left something at sea and needed to retrieve it. Then her gaze met her sister's dark red pupils like cinnabar. Those eyes were downcast, and beneath the thick lashes they resembled an ancient bottomless well filled with an indescribable horror. Thus the remaining words died in the girl's throat. "Why have you fallen silent, little sister?" Li Susu asked with a knowing smile. "I see. You must be tired. Xianxia, take the second princess back to rest." Her voice paused before adding, "To her former chambers." "Yes," Xianxia replied, curtsying slightly to Li Susu. Then turning to Li Sanjian, she gave an almost imperceptible flicker of her eyes and said softly, "Second princess, let us go." Li Sanjian cast a deep, meaningful glance at Xianxia. Without another word, she turned and walked towards the direction of the tower. Returning to the familiar tower of her childhood, Li Sanjian felt little sentiment. The moment she stepped inside, she asked urgently, "Xianxia, tell me, how did mother really die?" Xianxia did not respond immediately. Instead, she first glanced cautiously outside, ensuring no one was around before turning around, stepping softly into the room and quickly locking the door tightly. Then with a grave expression, she lowered her voice and said, "Second Highness, the First Highness. There is something wrong." Hearing this, Li Sanjian frowned slightly and pressed on eagerly, "I too sense that, sister. That Li Susu is off, but what exactly is going on? Tell me quickly." Xianxia let out a soft sigh, as if harboring many worries and anxieties. She gathered her thoughts and began recounting the events of the past few months. "That very day, both you and the First Highness vanished mysteriously." The Empress, enraged and frantic, was naturally desperate. She immediately dispatched numerous guards to search everywhere for the two of you. Yet it was only 3 days later that those guards finally found the First Highness severely wounded on a remote beach. According to the First Highness, you and she were suddenly attacked by a group of unknown assailants on a sea cliff. After being forcibly taken away because her cultivation was low, the captor's surveillance over her was relatively lax. Thus, she seized a perfect opportunity and managed to escape. Not only that, but the First Highness also claimed she clearly remembered the place where you were imprisoned. Upon hearing this, the Empress, burning with anxiety, personally took the First Highness to find you. As it happened, the prince was also there at the time, so the three of them went together to the place the First Highness mentioned. As a result, 10 days later, only the First Highness returned covered in wounds. She brought back the Empress's crown and announced before the Council of Elders that the Empress and the prince had fallen in battle after being ambushed by mysterious enemies. The Council of Elders, with no other choice, initially sought to install a new ruler. But the royal family was so diminished that no suitable candidate could be found. At that moment, the First Highness revealed that she had reached the perfection of the mystic connection realm, and thus she became the new queen. The perfection of the mystic connection realm. Sister. Li Sanjian felt as if she had heard a fairy tale, momentarily stunned into silence. If her sister truly possessed such strength, would the incident months ago have even occurred? Then Xianxia asked, "Second Highness, where have you been all these months? And what should we do now?" "I was injured and spent these months recovering," Li Sanjian said evasively. "As for now, setting aside the fact that my sister's cultivation has surpassed mine, she is the queen of the Sea clan. It would be far too easy for her to place me under house arrest. We'll take it one step at a time. If she truly has something to hide, she'll slip up eventually." Time passed quietly, and several more days went by. During this period, no one set foot in the cold tower except for Xianxia, who came regularly to deliver meals to the confined Li Sanjian. The Sea clan, after mourning the loss of their queen, quickly returned to their usual calm. Li Susu, contrary to Li Sanjian's expectations, did not reveal any flaws, but diligently carried out all her duties as queen. This life made the young girl feel as if she had been transported back to the lonely days of her childhood. Once again, it was the same cold tower, the same small square window through which she could glimpse the happenings. Yet the only difference was that this time the one who confined her was not her mother, but her sister. Li Sanjian couldn't help but think of Chen Anyun. Despite his low cultivation, no matter what happened, Chen Anyun always maintained that composure, as if nothing could ever make him panic. But reason told the girl that she must never drag Chen Anyun into this turmoil. After all, he was merely a minor cultivator at the body tempering stage. If her suspicions were true and it was her sister who had killed their mother, then even if Chen Anyun came recklessly, he would likely face a near-certain death. With this thought, Xianxia sighed inwardly, striving to think of a way to break the deadlock. Yet sometimes the human mind works in mysterious ways. Just because of a fleeting thought, images of Chen Anyun flooded her mind like a bursting dam, unstoppable. The beautiful moments they had shared over the past few months kept replaying in her mind. Scenes of them fishing together at sea, sitting around a table to eat, bickering, and playfully scuffling. Even the memory of her own clumsy attempts at cooking made her laugh involuntarily. But as her gaze slowly shifted to the cold brick walls and empty room around her, the immense contrast hit her like a tidal wave, engulfing her completely. This feeling was so unbearable that it nearly suffocated her. She suddenly regretted coming back. If only she had stayed by that person's side, she wouldn't have to think about all these complicated matters. She could just live happily. Even though she knew deep down that the person she longed for could never appear before her now, the profound loneliness and helplessness made her murmur involuntarily, "Anyun, where are you? What should I do now?" Then she heard a voice from outside the window. A voice that absolutely should not have been there yet was so familiar to her. "I'm here. How about you pull me up first?" The tower was encircled by smooth wall bricks, offering no foothold whatsoever. Even a cultivator in the body-tempering realm would find it exceedingly difficult to climb up alone without causing a significant disturbance. Fortunately, the girl noticed in time, and just as Chen Anyun was about to exhaust his strength, she reached out from the window and pulled him up. Before he could steady himself, the girl had already burrowed into his arms. Chen Anyun instinctively raised his hands, but after only a moment's hesitation, he eventually wrapped them around her back. The two stood there frozen in place with no other movement beyond their embrace. Then, as the girl lifted her blushing face from his chest, she suddenly seemed to recall something. Her expression shifted, and she began pushing him toward the window. "What are you doing here? This is no place for you." "Wait, I didn't sneak in," Chen Anyun hastily called out. "If you didn't sneak in, then why climb the wall?" Xianxia urged. "Please just go. Leave now while no one notices you. The farther the better." "No, listen to me first." Chen Anyun was amused by the girl's anxious demeanor. Seeing that Chen Anyun could still laugh, Xianxia grew even more exasperated. Just as she was about to force herself to say some harsh words, she saw him fumbling at his waist and pulling out a token, displaying it before her. "See this? It's the guest elder token of the Sea clan." "You? A guest elder?" Xianxia was stunned. Then, with an expression of disbelief, she took the token, examining it as she spoke. How could the Sea clan accept a body-tempering realm cultivator as a guest elder? "Where did you steal this token?" Then she saw the name engraved on the back of the token, Chen Anyun. "See, I told you I didn't sneak. You really became a guest elder?" Xianxia asked, dazed. "How did you manage that?" "I just told them I had eaten the great conch, and they believed you." "Of course not. They captured me first, then sent a red-bearded old man to sniff me." "A red-bearded old man? Was he wearing a tall boat-shaped hat?" Yes. He did have that strange hat on." "That's the high priest of my clan, not some red-bearded old man," Xianxia said with exasperation, though curiosity crept into her voice. "What happened next?" "Then he ordered them to release me. He said that since I hadn't been burst open by the great conch, I was a talent worth cultivating. And then he gave me this token." "You actually ate the great conch? You're not lying to me." Xianxia's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Who knows?" Chen Anyun sighed. "I still don't know what that bastard fed me. But if that old man says it's the great conch, then it is." The two fell silent for a moment. "How did you know I was locked up here?" Xianxia asked somewhat awkwardly. What she really wanted to ask was how he had discovered her identity. "Did I even..." Now the entire Sea clan knows that their second princess is consumed by guilt over her parents' death and has locked herself away in the palace tower, weeping day and night. "So tell me, what really happened?" Chen Anyun's expression grew serious as he asked. Xianxia looked at his face. His expression was still calm and unhurried. For some reason, courage suddenly welled up inside her. If she had to describe it, it was as if she had found a pillar of support. And he's just a mere body-tempering realm cultivator. She thought to herself, her heart feeling both bitter. But since he was already here, she knew it was impossible to make him leave now. Better to tell him everything so he wouldn't die in ignorance. After a moment's thought, she recounted everything she knew. When she mentioned how Li Susu had pushed her off the sea cliff, she suddenly felt a weight on her head, a hand gently stroking her hair. Feeling the warmth transmitted through his palm, the girl unconsciously narrowed her eyes. By the time she finished telling the entire story from beginning to end, she felt as if a great stone had been lifted from her heart. It was strange. She had no particular expectations of the person before her, yet after speaking, she felt an extraordinary lightness. "All right, I understand. Leave the rest to me." Chen Anyun nodded. "But you're going to say I'm a body-tempering realm cultivator again?" Chen Anyun guessed the girl's thoughts. "Aren't you? Who told you that?" Haven't I been saying all along that it's because I ate that cursed fruit? It's the great conch. Whatever. Anyway, leave this to me. Just wait for my news, understand? Don't do anything rash. They'll give those words back to you. Don't you go dying so easily. Though deeply worried, the girl still couldn't help but be stubborn. Don't worry. I'm hard to kill. Chen Anyun revealed a faint smile. It was that very smile that made Xianxia, despite having countless questions still in her heart, involuntarily nod. For some reason, she was willing to believe his words. They'll go now? They'll come see you tomorrow. Wait. The girl suddenly called out, then lowered her head, pondering for a moment before removing a ruby-studded earring from her ear. Her gaze averted, she handed it to Chen Anyun. This is our Sea clan's lucky earring. It will bring you good fortune. You must keep it safe. Oh, okay. Chen Anyun took the earring, thought nothing of it, but still carefully tucked it into his chest. He didn't notice that at that moment the girl's earlobes had turned crimson. In the end, Chen Anyun, who had repeatedly insisted he was not a body-tempering realm cultivator, climbed back down the window the same way he came under the girl's anxious gaze. He silently watched until Chen Anyun's figure disappeared around a corner. Only then did Xianxia withdraw her gaze. When the lonely tower was once again left with only herself, she suddenly realized that the surroundings which had once been unbearable were now not so hard to endure. Then, as if illuminated by a sudden epiphany, a self-awareness dawned in her heart. She had fallen in love with him. Perhaps it had happened during one of their fishing trips or during a quarrel over dinner. Her heart had quietly, unknowingly been placed upon him. And so when she thought of Lisusu's matter, she couldn't help but feel a lingering anxiety. The girl lowered her head, silently praying in her heart. Yet what she didn't know was the object of her constant thoughts. Chen Anyun, after leaving the tower and disappearing from her sight, turned and walked straight into the grand hall of the palace. In the empty hall, a solitary figure sat calmly upon the cold throne. When the owner of that figure turned, Chen Anyun lifted his head, revealing a grin filled with a maliciousness that Xianxia had never seen. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? As you can see, your sister has fallen deeply in love with me. After uttering words befitting a scoundrel, his voice grew low and seductive. So, I know what you want. Lisusu, let's work together. Chen Anyun finished his words and stood still like a statue, his gaze fixed straight ahead on the lofty throne, as if he could pierce through the hazy veil and discern every flicker of expression on the face hidden behind it. Time ticked by, and the grand hall fell into utter silence, with only Chen Anyun's steady faint breaths flowing gently through the air. After a long while, a voice of interrogation finally came from the throne. Do you truly know what I seek in my heart? The voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. Naturally I do, Chen Anyun replied calmly, his expression unchanged. Even if you were willing to bear the heinous crime of patricide and matricide, what you truly covet is not the throne that symbolizes supreme power, is it? As he spoke, he fearlessly met the pair of dark crimson eyes behind the veil. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk of mockery curled at the corners of Chen Anyun's mouth as he continued. What you deeply desire is to seize everything that belongs to your younger sister Xianxia, to watch her lose it all, and finally witness her die in agony and despair. The figure seated on the throne abruptly rose. With her movement, a black gown cascaded down like an ink-dyed waterfall, clinging tightly to her graceful, curvaceous form. Her silver-gray hair like frost spread wildly, dancing in the wind, yet it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty, a visage rivaling that of Xianxia. But as Chen Anyun looked at the miasmic aura nearly overflowing from the figure on the throne, he saw only the countless vile desires enveloped within. Then a light smile curled on his lips. In that case, let's start by taking away your sister's beloved. The figure on the throne offered no reply. Yet Chen Anyun knew she had no reason to reject his proposal. Mimicking the Sea clan's gesture, he slightly bowed with a hand to his chest, then turned and departed. Finally, he heard the voice behind him speak again. Gifting earrings to a beloved is how Sea clan women that earring was a birthday gift from her mother when she turned 10. The two rubies on it are called Moon's pupils, the only pair in the world. Chen Anyun's steps paused almost imperceptibly. The cooperation you mentioned I accept. Chen Anyun nodded and strode out of the hall without hesitation. From then on, no matter how eagerly Xianxia waited atop the tower, she never saw Chen Anyun again. Until over a month had passed. Just as she was anxiously about to force her way out of the tower to seek him, she finally met the one she had yearned for all month, but in an identity she absolutely refused to acknowledge. Xianxia, I'm going to get married. The tower's door opened. As Xianxia looked forward with anticipation, she saw Lisusu in a black dress, her face adorned with a coy blush. A shy smile like a cloud hung on the maiden's rosy cheeks. Lisusu spoke, while nervously lowering her head to stare at her toes. Married? Xianxia froze, then her finely arched brows shot up. She thought she had misheard. Since the moment she was pushed off the sea cliff, she never imagined that word would ever come from Lisusu's lips. As if reading Xianxia's thoughts, Lisusu suddenly spoke with a hint of sadness. It's because mother and father are gone that I thought I could only tell this to my sister. Li Xingyin sighed and silently watched her sister's act. Though she didn't quite believe Li Susu's story driven by curiosity and the last shred of care for family, she couldn't help but ask, "Who is it? Is he a Sea clan member? How did you meet? Can I see him?" No. Li Susu shook her head. "He's not Sea clan, just a low-level body tempering cultivator." Body tempering. Li Xingyin was stunned again, an inexplicable panic stirring within her. Then Li Susu continued, her voice tinged with both affection and delight. "I hid my identity when I met him. One day, feeling down, I went to the seaside to clear my mind, and I ran into him by chance." Then Li Susu vividly recounted their story. As queen, her days were filled with endless tedious tasks, so in her spare time, she often went to the seaside to relax. A month ago, she encountered a young man fishing by the shore. His calm and detached demeanor drew her in, and she couldn't resist approaching him for a chat. Strangely, after talking with him, her inner restlessness miraculously vanished. So whenever she felt troubled, she would go to the seaside, and she always found that young fisherman. Even though he's exposed to the wind and sun like other Sea clan, his skin is fair and his features are handsome, even more striking than father. Later we chatted fish together and even cooked together. Oh, and he has a raft. It's just a simple raft, but he named it Pearl. Isn't that funny? To stay with him and not scare him off, I kept hiding my identity. But today he proposed to me. Even though we've only known each other for a month, it feels like years. I couldn't find anyone to discuss it with, so I came to you, sister. I've already said yes, but how do I reveal my identity to him? Xianxia, why aren't you saying anything? Xianxia, sister, are you listening? Soon Li Susu finished her tale and noticed Li Xingyin seemed lost. I am listening. For some reason, Li Xingyin felt her throat go dry. Fishing, body tempering, fair and handsome, Pearl. She meticulously chewed over these keywords, but a deep ache gnawed at her heart. Her sister's story. Why did it sound so familiar? Yes, it felt like she had experienced the same thing. Is it really you? Chen Anyun. Then her eyes lit up. As if grasping at a lifeline, she recalled Chen Anyun's words. All right, I understand. Leave the rest to me. Yes, this must all be part of his plan. He's deliberately getting close to my sister to help me. It has to be. However, as the days passed one by one, the unease within Li Xingyian's heart grew ever larger. Without any news of Chen Anyun, each day of her solitary existence felt like an eternity. Until one day, a new visitor arrived at the high tower. Yet it was not the handsome youth she yearned for, but rather the venerable high priest of the Sea clan, Gu Huaixing. "Grandfather Gu, what brings you here so suddenly?" Li Xingyin asked with a look of surprise. After all, as the high priest of the Sea clan, Gu Huaixing's status and prestige were second only to the sovereign, towering above all others. Moreover, when Li Xingyin was still young and naive, he had personally served as a mentor to both her and her sister, guiding them with meticulous care. What Li Xingyin never anticipated was that this tall, stalwart elder, upon seeing her, would kneel down, without hesitation, prostrating himself in a deep bow. "Second princess, a great calamity is upon us. I implore you, save the Sea clan. Grandfather Gu, please rise and speak," Li Xingyin said, hastily reaching out to help the elder to his feet. But to her surprise, the elder's attitude was unyielding. "No, if the second princess refuses to grant this old servant's plea, I would rather kneel here forever." Faced with such an obstinate elder, Li Xingyin felt utterly helpless. She could only exhaust her words to persuade him. "Grandfather Gu, kneeling like this solves nothing. At the very least, you must first tell me what has happened. Ever since I was confined to this tower, I have been utterly ignorant of all that transpires beyond its walls." After a strenuous round of earnest persuasion, Li Xingyin finally managed to guide the elder from the floor into a seat within the room. "Grandfather Gu, what exactly has happened?" "Second princess, the sea god has returned. Not only that, but he has already visited the various clans, yet he made no mention of the war from before. Instead, he spoke amiably of peaceful coexistence with all races and treated those willing to pledge allegiance to him with utmost courtesy." Gu Huaixing's opening words unveiled a shocking revelation. As the sole elder among the Sea clan who had lived through the era of the sea god, only he understood how terrifying the sea god had been back then. Li Xingyin smiled bitterly. "Grandfather Gu, if even you, a powerhouse of the longevity realm, are no match for the sea god, what can I, a mere cultivator at the mystic mastery realm, possibly do? No, now only you, second princess, can save the Sea clan." Li Xingyin shook her head. "Since the sea god is willing to coexist peacefully with all clans and treats those who join him with respect, even if he has returned, why must we be his enemies? Second princess, there is something you do not know." Gu Huaixing sighed, then revealed a monumental secret to the young maiden. The current sea god, though his power appears to have recovered to its peak, is merely an illusion. His true cultivation is only half-step transcendent realm, not his true zenith. Because long ago, after Li Xianxia severely wounded him with a remnant of a celestial artifact, half of his primordial spirit was sealed within that artifact. Thus, the sea god is not truly fearsome. Though his strength is now at half-step transcendent over the years, including myself, cultivators from various clans have already broken through to the longevity realm. If we unite, we might yet contain him. But if the sea god truly recovers his transcendent realm cultivation, the scenes of old will repeat, and all races in the endless sea will once again become his slaves. But my sister is the current sea clan king. Grandfather Gu, have you not told her of this? Xianxia, how could I not have? Gu Huaixing let out a bitter laugh, the wrinkles carved by time on his face deepening. I went to persuade the first princess, urging her to secretly contact the leaders of all clans to reveal this secret and join forces to restrain the sea god. But to my surprise, the first princess flatly refused. Worse still, she publicly declared that the entire sea clan would honor the ancient pact with the sea god, and henceforth the sea clan would follow his lead. Not only that, she intends to invite the sea god to officiate her wedding day and gift him the celestial fragment as a token of fealty. This old servant cannot fathom what has possessed the first princess. If the sea god regains his transcendent realm cultivation, no one in the endless sea will be able to check him. Sister, Chen Anyun, how could this be? Xianxia murmured to herself. She vividly remembered that when she told Chen Anyun the tales of their ancestors, the youth had smiled and recounted the story of 1,000 gold dagger hidden in a fish's gut, a sudden dragon's thunderclap, calling their forebear a man of great righteousness. Thus, even if Chen Anyun had chosen her sister, she could not believe he would so easily submit to the sea god. Chen Anyun. Hearing the name from Xianxia's lips, Gu Huaixing asked in confusion, "Who is that?" "You do not." Xianxia was surprised, but thought that the high priest, burdened with countless duties, might have simply forgotten. So she explained, "Chen Anyun is a guest elder of our clan, a cultivator at the body-tempering realm. I recall you made an exception to recruit him after he ate the great conch." Guest elder. Body-tempering realm. Ate the great conch. Gu Huaixing shook his head with a cold laugh. Impossible. Even a longevity realm cultivator would not dare claim to emerge unscathed from eating the great conch, let alone someone at the body-tempering realm. What? Then why did he lie to me? Xianxia found it hard to believe. At that moment, Gu Huaixing suddenly clapped his hands. I knew that name sounded familiar. No wonder. Isn't this man the current fiancé of the first princess? Does the second princess know him as well? Where is he? Xianxia looked up. Grandfather Gu, can you find him? At this moment, she had too many questions that demanded answers. What difficulty is there in that? Hearing Xianxia's words, Gu Huaixing's brow relaxed. He took Xianxia's hand and flew out through the tower's window. Soon the two arrived outside a palace. It was evening. The night air was cool as water. Hush, Gu Huaixing murmured, forming a hand seal. He and Xianxia instantly vanished into the air. When they reached the window of the palace, voices from within finally drifted out. Husband, does this gown look beautiful? Beautiful. Su looks beautiful in anything. Most beautiful wearing nothing at all. Hearing a voice so familiar uttering such alien words, Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically. She stared in disbelief toward the window. Alas, the window was shut. But even without looking, she could imagine the scene unfolding within. Chen Anyun. Wasn't he just putting on an act to get close to her sister? Xianxia clenched her fists, biting her teeth so hard she did not notice her nails piercing into her palms. Then, husband, would you undress me? Your husband will not stand on ceremony then. After a string of lewd words, the rustling sound of clothes being removed soon came from within the hall, accompanied by the occasional delicate laughter of a young woman. Then the sounds emanating from the hall grew even more obscene. Xianxia had no memory of how she remained utterly dazed, allowing Gu Huaixing to lead her back. Seeing the state, Xianxia was in Gu Huaixing's side inwardly. He had never anticipated that both sisters would fall for the same man. It seems the second princess needs some time to digest what she has seen today. This old servant will take his leave and return tomorrow to discuss this matter with you. Gu Huaixing announced his departure, somewhat disappointed. No, but just as he turned to leave, a cold, sharp voice reached his ears. Even if that person stands with my sister, the sacrifices of our ancestors must not be profaned. The sea clan must never again become the sea god's slaves. The young maiden took a deep breath, her gaze gradually turning resolute. She mocked herself, though I may now be but a pitiful woman trapped by love, I am also a princess of the sea clan. Grandfather Gu, tell me what I must do. Second Highness, the entire council of elders now stands with the First Highness. We are outnumbered and weak, so there is only one method: stealing. Gu Huaixing analyzed. As long as we can steal that fragment of celestial energy, the sea god will never be able to complete his primordial spirit and return to the realm of transcendence. Even if the First Highness' wish is fulfilled, and the entire sea clan leans toward the sea god, without overwhelming absolute power, even the sea god cannot act arbitrarily and can only strive to maintain balance. Grandfather Gu, where is that fragment of the celestial artifact now? Li Sengyin asked with great curiosity. In fact, she had been familiar with the various legendary tales of her ancestors since childhood, but regarding that legendary fragment of the celestial artifact, few had ever mentioned it. Gu Huaixing sighed softly and spoke slowly. As the saying goes, far away on the horizon, yet right before your eyes. That fragment of the celestial artifact has actually been hidden within the crown all along. Upon hearing this, Li Sengyin was stunned and blurted out, "What? The celestial artifact fragment is actually inside the crown. In that case, how can we possibly steal it?" Gu Huaixing replied with a grave expression, "Precisely because of this we have only this one chance. When the First Highness holds her grand wedding on the day before, she will surely order someone to remove the celestial artifact fragment from the crown. Then when the sea god personally arrives to officiate their wedding, the fragment will be presented as an offering." Then lowering his voice, Gu Huaixing continued, "After my investigation, the extracted fragment will be safely stored in the royal Xuanji treasury and placed under the guard of the Council of Elders. At that time, I will make the first move to engage the Council of Elders' Eternal Life Realm powerhouse, Xianxia. Seizing this opportunity, you can stealthily infiltrate the treasury without anyone noticing and swap the real celestial artifact fragment with the counterfeit prepared in advance." The Xuanji treasury was personally built by Li Songhai, with numerous formations arranged inside. Only the bloodline of the royal family can open it safely, otherwise even an Eternal Life Realm cultivator would be unable to breach it for a long time. "I understand. I will definitely go." Li Sangjian's gaze was extremely resolute, as if burning with a flame, and she spoke with solemn determination. "Very well, when the time is ripe, this old minister will come to find your highness again." Gu Huaixing revealed a relieved smile, and said slowly, "The future of the Sea clan rests entirely on your highness' shoulders." Li Sengyin nodded heavily, and replied with sincere and earnest tone, "I hope Grandfather Gu will take good care of your health, for the future of the Sea clan also cannot do without the protection of the Grand Priest." After Gu Huaixing gradually faded away until his figure completely disappeared, the entire towering pagoda instantly returned to tranquility. Only then did Li Sengyin let out a soft sigh, walked heavily to the bedside, and sat down slowly. At this moment her mind was flooded with the words she had secretly overheard in the palace just now. If Li Susu was the first person to give her warmth, then Chen Anyun was undoubtedly the second. Just a short while ago she had tasted the feeling of liking someone for the first time. She had just made up her mind to walk hand in hand with her. Could it be? Could it be that she had misjudged? Chen Anyun, tell me, did I really misread you? The night before the grand wedding. Second Highness, are you ready? Dressed in a black night garment, Li Sengyin looked with a complex expression at the palace adorned with lanterns and decorations. Steeling herself, she nodded and said, "I'm ready, Grandfather Gu. Let's set off." With Gu Huaixing's cover, the two soon arrived outside the Xuanji treasury. The Xuanji treasury was located in a spacious hall at the northwest corner of the palace. At this moment the hall was eerily silent, seemingly unguarded, yet an inexplicable oppressive pressure lingered in the air above. Gu Huaixing said happily, "It seems our luck is good. Tomorrow is the First Highness wedding, and all the defenses have been moved to the front hall. Now I will go and lure Xianxia away. The rest is up to you, Second Highness." Li Sengyin nodded, staring intently at the direction of the treasury, her heart filled with tension. Gu Huaixing glanced at Li Sengyin and then departed. Soon Li Sengyin sensed that the faint oppressive pressure enveloping the Xuanji treasury had vanished. It seemed Grandfather Gu had succeeded. Li Sengyin bit her lip, and then like lightning, she swiftly dashed into the hall. However, the moment she stepped into the hall, before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, a cold flash suddenly appeared, shooting straight toward her back like a meteor. Li Sangjian's heart leaped violently, an unprecedented sense of crisis surging within her. Without time to think, she threw all her strength into dodging to the side. Nevertheless, the sharp sword light still grazed her sleeve. With a crisp snap, her sleeve tore apart, turning into strips of cloth fluttering in the air. Immediately after, three figures slowly emerged from the darkness. They wore uniform blue-black short coats, their steps steady and powerful, as if each step carried a heavy pressure. One of them fixed a cold gaze on Li Sangyin, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful sneer. "Our Majesty was right. Tonight a reckless rat indeed comes to cause trouble." Another person cast his gaze on Li Sangjian's black night garment and snorted, "Humph, a skulking creature daring to covet our clan's Xuanji treasury. When we take you back, we'll strip off your rat skin and see exactly who is so reckless upon death." Hearing this, Li Sangjian's heart sank to the bottom. "Damn, they are from the Council of Elders." She groaned inwardly. Although she could not name the three individuals before her, she was all too familiar with their appearances and auras. Especially the one in the lead, the formidable aura emanating from him proved his identity as a master of the return to Origin Realm. The other two were also not to be underestimated, both being cultivators at the peak of the mastery of Mystery Realm. Li Sengyin couldn't help feeling a wave of despair. Is this the end for today, eh? The three approached step by step, and her heart grew colder. The middle-aged man at the front raised his long sword high, and once again slashed at Xianxia. In an instant the sword wind howled sharp and unstoppable. However, just as Xianxia was about to dodge in a fluster, a black figure suddenly appeared like a specter, also wielding a long sword, and firmly blocked the middle-aged man's lethal strike. A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed around Clang. Xianxia's heart jolted, and she looked carefully to see another person in a night garment who had appeared in time to help. Could it be a contingency arranged by Grandfather Gu in advance? Thinking of this, Xianxia's tense heartstrings finally relaxed a little, and she let out a huge sigh of relief. Then the black-clad figure exerted a sudden burst of force, sending a powerful energy along the sword blade, which actually knocked the middle-aged man back several steps before he could steady himself. Afterwards, the black-clad figure did not linger in battle, but turned to cast a meaningful glance at Xianxia, waving for her to quickly seize the chance to escape, leaving the defense to him alone. Xianxia inexplicably felt that the person's eyes were somewhat familiar, but at this critical moment, she had no time to dwell on it. She nodded gratefully, dared not delay a moment, and turned to dash swiftly toward the Xuanji treasury entrance not far away. After reaching the door, she unhesitatingly bit her index finger, and bright red blood instantly welled out. She quickly brought her finger close to a small circular hole on the treasury door, letting the blood drip into it. As the blood was injected, a faint clicking sound suddenly arose, as if some mysterious mechanism had begun. Then the tightly closed treasury door began to move slowly, eventually opening completely. Seeing this, Xianxia unhesitatingly flashed into the treasury. After entering the treasury, Xianxia's eyes eagerly scanned the surroundings. Soon she noticed an item placed on a stone platform in the center of the treasury. It was a gemstone in the shape of a phoenix. It was exactly the fragment of the celestial artifact that Gu Huixing had mentioned, which had been embedded in the crown all along. Xianxia quickly came to her senses. This was no time for daydreaming. She removed the real gemstone, tucked it into her bosom, then took out an identical fake gemstone from her chest, and swiftly placed it on the stone platform. Having done this, she rushed out of the treasure vault without a moment's pause. However, at that very instant, an overwhelming pressure surged toward her, forcing her to stumble back several steps and retreat into the vault once more. Then a man in white robes strode in with the bearing of a tiger. Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils contracted sharply. As the foremost genius of the Sea clan since the era of Xianxia, she was all too familiar with this person. Since Xianxia had appeared here, what of Grandfather Gu? Xianxia couldn't help but look behind Xianxia. As if reading her thoughts, Xianxia sneered, looking for that old man. Hey, he's been struck by my drowning divine needle, most of his primordial spirit scattered. He won't live long. Second princess, why not remove your hood, and let's have a proper chat. He looked at Xianxia with a sardonic smile, clearly having recognized her identity long ago. Xianxia, as a member of the Sea clan, are you willing to grovel under the sea god, and be enslaved by him? Xianxia shouted, no longer hiding her identity. In this world the strong rule. Since he is stronger than me, what's wrong with submitting? As for enslavement, I am a longevity true immortal. How can I be compared to those mere ants? Besides, since His Majesty has already chosen a new future for the Sea clan, why must the second princess? I am the princess of the Sea clan. My ancestor is Xianxia. Even if it means death, I will never align with the likes of you. Xianxia drew her longsword and charged at Xianxia without hesitation. Foolish. Xianxia sneered, raising his palm and striking toward Xianxia's head. Facing the surging palm force, Xianxia knew death was certain. In the final moments of her life, the image of Chen Anyun surfaced in her mind, along with the memories of the months they had spent together. But recalling his betrayal, so similar to her sister's, a pang of pain shot through her heart, and a hint of relief involuntarily flickered in her eyes. Then she saw the black-clad figure who had blocked a sword for her outside the vault appear before her again. He pulled her back with one arm, while wielding a sword with the other, slashing at the incoming palm wind. The black-clad figure was struck by the palm force and flew backward like a kite, with a broken string finally crashing into the vault wall and collapsing a corner of it. Go! Seizing the opportunity, the black-clad figure grabbed Xianxia from the rubble and shouted hoarsely, then released a surge of palm energy that sent her flying into the distance. Xianxia snorted coldly and was about to give chase, but the black-clad figure unleashed another sword strike, forcing him to turn and parry. The two soon engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the palm energy propelled Xianxia 100 li away. The moment she landed, before she could react, a large hand grabbed her. Startled, she was about to resist when she heard a slightly weak voice, second princess. Grandfather Gu. Xianxia was both surprised and delighted, then recalling Xianxia's words, she asked anxiously, Grandfather Gu, your injuries? Gu Huixing shook his head, silencing her with a look. This is no place to stay. Let's leave first. With that, he took Xianxia's hand and flew off into the distance again. They flew for an unknown duration until they reached a desolate island. Suddenly Gu Huayin coughed up a mouthful of blood and plummeted downward like a kite with a broken string. Fortunately, Li Xianxia reacted in time and steadied them both, allowing them to land safely on the island. "Grandfather Gu, are you all right?" Li Xianxia asked hurriedly. Gu Huaixing slumped to the ground in defeat. In that instant his face seemed to age even further. "Old servant, I fear I cannot go on. Second princess, I must tell you something very important. Grandfather Gu, don't speak yet. Let me find a way to heal you first. It's useless. In truth, ever since that war with the sea god, I have been at the end of my rope. I've only managed to hold on until now by relying on my cultivation at the longevity realm." Gu Huaixing sat up and coughed up another mouthful of black blood, yet his complexion inexplicably improved. Li Xianxia's brow furrowed deeper, her heart in turmoil. She knew full well that this high priest who had devoted his life to the Sea clan had truly reached the end of his life. "Listen to me first." When his weak, aged voice reached her ears, she suppressed her chaotic thoughts and listened patiently. As Gu Huaixing said back, "Then Li Xianxia told me that this fragment of an immortal artifact actually belongs to the legendary Upper Realms Ziwei Heaven's Heart Severance Palace. Do you know why after obtaining this treasure she waited until so many had died, and until the very last moment to use it?" Gu Huaixing gave a bitter smile. This so-called immortal artifact might as well be called a demonic artifact, because to activate this artifact one not only needs cultivation at the longevity realm, but also the heart's blood of one's beloved. Only by severing all love and attachment can its true power be unleashed. But our ancestor was only at the returning origin realm back then. That's because Li Xianxia took a shortcut. She and her husband had agreed to sacrifice themselves for the Sea clan. So she sought out the divine fruit Great Conch, which contained abundant primordial energy, and gave it to her husband. When she used his heart's blood, it naturally contained the power of the longevity realm. Gu Huaixing sighed. In truth, Li Xianxia had the chance to break through to the longevity realm, but after her husband's death, she swore a solemn oath never to enter longevity. Before she died, she asked me to pass on a message to future generations. What this immortal artifact truly consumes is the most fervent emotion in a person's life. One must use it with the utmost caution. Now that this artifact has fallen into your hands, I have fulfilled my promise to that girl. The method to use this artifact lies within it. Promise me. Use it wisely. Do not let yourself regret it for the rest of your life. I promise you." Li Xianxia nodded sadly. Hearing her words, Gu Huaixing finally revealed a relieved smile and passed away peacefully. After burying Gu Huaixing's body, even though she had already resolved to flee far away with the artifact fragment, Gu Huaixing's words lingered in Li Xianxia's mind. "Great Conch, beloved one, could all this be fate?" She gazed toward the direction of the royal palace, her eyes dark and unfathomable. On the day of the grand wedding within the royal palace, vibrant red silk adorned every corner, accompanied by the bustling crowd and the melodious strains of joyous music echoing all around. In her boudoir, Li Susu sat serenely before a bronze mirror, as radiant and captivating as a blooming flower. Her silken ashen hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering with a subtle luster. At that moment, two well-trained maids stood by her side, meticulously applying her makeup with focused attention. Their movements were skilled and gentle, each stroke perfectly placed. Li Susu was naturally aware of the upheaval that had occurred at the Xuanji treasury the previous day. According to Ji Yunhai, the high priest Gu Huaixing had met an unfortunate demise, while her sister Li Xianxia had escaped the palace amidst the chaos and fled overseas. By now, Li Xianxia must be utterly destitute, having lost all support. The only regret was that the mysterious black-clad figure who had appeared last night had managed to slip away in the confusion. Who would have thought that old Gu Huaixing had secretly cultivated a master of the eternal life realm? Nevertheless, for Li Susu, her wishes had already been fulfilled. She could have called off this wedding. But through her recent interactions with Chen Anyun, she had gradually discovered that this man, whom she had initially regarded as a mere partner in a charade, was unexpectedly suitable to be her husband. He was not only meticulous and decisive in his actions, but more commendably, he possessed a hardened heart and ruthless methods. Yet beyond these virtues, what most captivated Li Susu was Chen Anyun's strikingly handsome visage. Whenever she saw his smile, Li Susu's heart would race involuntarily. Reflecting on the deep affection her mother had once shown her father, a wave of emotion surged within her. At this moment, she finally began to understand why her mother had been so devoted to her father all those years ago. Thus, even though Li Xianxia had lost everything and fled overseas, Li Susu remained steadfast in her decision to proceed with this marriage. Now Li Susu gazed quietly at her exquisite reflection in the mirror, a faint satisfied smile curling at the corners of her lips. Just then a palace attendant approached Li Susu with light steps, bowed slightly, and said, "Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. Please proceed to the main hall." Hearing this, Li Susu nodded gracefully once more. Then she rose slowly, her figure elegant and poised, and walked gracefully toward the main hall. As Li Susu entered the main hall, the first thing that caught her eye was Chen Anyun clad in the groom's red wedding attire. He stood valiant and handsome, smiling as he awaited his bride. Yet even more striking was the man in white robes standing at the highest position. Tall and slender, with an ethereal aura, his refined elegance rivaled that of the groom. The hall was crowded, yet no one dared approach within 10 feet of him. For this man in white was none other than the sea god who had ruled the endless sea millennia ago. He had appeared this time not only as the witness to this grand wedding, but also to accept the allegiance of the Sea clan, thereby reclaiming his dominion over the endless sea. The wedding proceeded in an orderly fashion until the newly appointed high priest stepped forward bearing a meticulously carved wooden box. Most guests narrowed their eyes, knowing that the most crucial moment of the wedding had arrived. Thousands of years ago, we were all subjects of the sea god. Later, when His Majesty was gravely wounded and fell into the sea heart, the various races developed on their own. But the endless sea remained a scattered mess. The high priest spoke with great emotion, yet he made no mention of how the sea god had ended up in the sea heart. Naturally, no one present was foolish enough to bring it up. Now that the sea god has returned, it is a blessing for all races of the endless sea. Today, our sea clan takes the lead in rejoining His Majesty's banner. With that, he knelt, raising the wooden box high. This is the sacred relic of the sea clan. Please accept it, Your Majesty. From now on, upon the endless sea, the sea clan shall be the foremost race under my rule. The man in white smiled and reached out to take the box. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, he eagerly opened it. A phoenix-shaped gem came into view. The sea god's face lit up with joy as he clasped the gem tightly in his palm and slowly closed his eyes. But in the next instant, his eyes snapped open, blazing with fury as he glared at the crowd before him. Without hesitation, he struck out with a palm, delivering a devastating blow to the high priest's head. A dull, heavy thud echoed as the poor high priest, without even a chance to scream, was crushed like a melon struck by a hammer, instantly reduced to a gruesome mess of flesh with blood and bone fragments splattered everywhere. You insolent ants! How dare you deceive me? The sea god roared, his voice like thunderclaps from the heavens, deafening all who heard. Simultaneously, he raised the phoenix-shaped gem high and clenched his fingers tightly. With a crisp sound, the precious gem shattered into countless tiny fragments, scattering like a dazzling meteor shower, before vanishing into the air, leaving only a faint trace of dust. Fine. Since you refuse to hand over the real one, I shall come and take it myself. The sea god growled through gritted teeth, his words dripping with boundless hatred and murderous intent. As his words fell, an immensely powerful aura surged from his entire being like a volcano on the verge of eruption, with searing energy pouring forth and spreading in all directions. Many of the weaker guests were instantly pressed to the ground by this oppressive force, gasping for breath with terror etched on their faces. Even those who ordinarily prided themselves on their strength turned pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads as they strained to withstand the dreadful pressure. Yet before the crowd could recover from this shocking scene, the sea god's form vanished from the spot like a phantom. In the next instant, he appeared before Li Susu like a bolt of lightning. He reached out a large hand and seized Li Susu's slender neck with lightning speed, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. Wench, I have fulfilled all your wishes as you demanded, yet why is it that the item you promised to hand over turns out to be a counterfeit? Did you think you could fool me so easily? You have such audacity to toy with me like this. The sea god glared fiercely at the trembling woman, his eyes blazing with a fury that threatened to incinerate her. Moss, master, I truly have not deceived you. Please, believe me. Li Susu struggled to speak, trying to defend herself, but with her neck tightly gripped, her breathing was labored, and she could only manage a few broken words. Her body trembled violently from sheer terror, and her once lovely face had lost all color, turning as pale as paper. She speaks the truth. A voice suddenly came from the entrance. All eyes were drawn to it. Because the real immortal artifact fragment is with me. The sea god casually tossed Li Susu aside and fixed his dark gaze on the newcomer. Li Xianxia, standing at the door, glanced at Li Susu, who lay on the ground like a discarded doll, coughing incessantly, and said expressionlessly, I have hidden the item where no one can find it. But if your majesty is willing to grant my wish as well, I will gladly present it to you. Interesting. The sea god looked at the woman before him with keen interest, then burst into laughter. You sisters are both fascinating. He readily agreed. I am in a fine mood today. In light of your honesty, I accept this deal. Speak your way. I want that man. Li Xianxia pointed at the man who had remained silent throughout, calmly observing everything. I want to take my sister's place and marry him. Then I will tell you where the item is. Very well. I trust you will. No. Master, you cannot do this. You promised me. Li Susu, sprawled on the ground, stared with eyes wide and bloodshot. Silence. With a flick of his sleeve, the sea god sent Li Susu flying several meters again, where she collapsed unconscious. Then Li Xianxia stepped forward with a radiant smile, as beautiful as a flower. Her figure graceful and now adorned in splendid attire, her beauty even surpassed Li Susu's. Each step seemed to strike a chord in the hearts of those present, drawing every gaze. Chen Anyun, standing still, watched the approaching beauty with an exceedingly complex expression. Just then Li Xianxia arrived before him. She tilted her head slightly, gazing tenderly at the man who had stirred her heart, then gently extended her jade-like hand to take his somewhat stiff palm. Meanwhile, the silent sea god casually raised his hand and pointed to a person who had been lying in a pool of blood, the former assistant to the high priest. His voice was icy enough to freeze the air around him. Continue to officiate this wedding. The man pointed at was trembling with terror. He looked at the sea god's ruthless face, then at the high priest's gruesome corpse on the ground, his heart filled. Yet under the sea god's overwhelming pressure, he dared not resist, scrambling and crawling to stand before Li Xianxia and Chen Anyun. After finally steadying himself, he stammered, "Next is yes, the bride and groom must kiss each other." The Sea clan was known for its bold customs. In the final rite of the wedding, the groom and bride were to embrace and kiss deeply before the guests, symbolizing the unyielding bond of their love. Upon hearing this, Chen Anyun remained silent, not even raising his head, refusing to meet Li Xianxia's beautiful eyes. Seeing his reaction, a flicker of disappointment passed through Li Xianxia's eyes, but it quickly softened into. She slowly raised her hand, gently caressing Chen Anyun's cheek, and asked softly, "Husband, are you trying to avoid something?" As she spoke, she rose slightly on her tiptoes, leaning in close to his face, and pressed her soft pink lips against his tightly sealed mouth. Then, amid the gasps of the onlookers and Chen Anyun's calm gaze, a sword pierced through his heart. The wedding of the Sea tribe queen has finally come to a close. The sea god, who had just been declared ruler of the endless sea, fell silent once again after the ceremony. The guests from various tribes attending the wedding remained tight-lipped about the events that transpired. Only one legend drifted among the people, that is, Queen Li Xianxia and her consort, at the cost of her consort's life, jointly assassinated the sea god, restoring tranquility to the endless sea. Li Xianxia naturally became the new queen of the Sea tribe, while Li Susu was placed under house arrest. After the death of the sea god, the mirage that had been floating over the endless sea disappeared without a trace. After losing the mirage within her body, Li Susu not only regressed to the body refinement stage, but also lost all memory of her subsequent actions, including her heinous deeds of patricide and matricide. No matter how much Li Susu cried and screamed her name in anguish, Li Xianxia could no longer see her as the sister she once was. After all, one must bear the consequences of their mistakes. The remainder of her life would be spent in the high tower. 15 years later, within the Sea tribe palace, Li Xianxia sat upon the cold throne, resembling an immovable iceberg exuding a chilling aura. She squinted slightly, looking down from her elevated position at the subjects in the hall, as if all things in the world were under her control. At this moment, the newly appointed high priest was nervously reporting a series of significant events that had recently transpired within the Sea tribe. His voice trembled slightly, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Each word was spoken with great caution, fearful of making the slightest mistake to anger this cold queen. Once the high priest finally finished reporting, the entire hall fell into a brief silence. Then from above came a faint hum. This sound, though unremarkable, struck the high priest's heart like a heavy. However, with years of experience, he could still faintly detect a hint of approval from Her Majesty regarding his work. Thinking of this, the high priest's anxious heart finally calmed down a little. Yet even so, facing the icy queen before him, he dared not show any signs of laxity or relaxation. For the current queen was exceedingly cold, as hard as an emotionless stone. Since Her Majesty ascended to the throne 15 years ago, no one in the Sea tribe had seen her display the once gentle, kind, and approachable princess had long since vanished, replaced by this aloof and unapproachable monarch. No one knew what had caused such a drastic transformation. All they knew was that the Sea tribe palace was now shrouded in an oppressive and heavy atmosphere. Then the high priest furrowed his brow slightly, as if he suddenly recalled something important. He stepped forward and respectfully said to the throne, "Your Majesty, I have one more matter to report. Recently, the Xianxia treasure vault has been prepared for reconstruction according to your command, but while the craftsmen were clearing the ruins of the vault, they unexpectedly discovered an object that requires your personal judgment, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Li Xianxia maintained her icy, expressionless demeanor, as if nothing in the world could evoke the slightest emotional disturbance in her. However, the head lady-in-waiting, who had been quietly standing beside her, timely spoke, "Bring the item forward." The high priest quickly nodded in agreement and gently clapped his hands. A graceful maid approached the hall holding a delicate tray. When the tray was placed before everyone, they could see that at its center lay a dazzling ruby pendant earring shimmering with brilliant light. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the previously calm hall. The wind came so swiftly that everyone inside involuntarily swayed desperately, trying to steady themselves to avoid falling. Once the gale subsided, the high priest finally regained his footing and hurriedly looked up at the tray, only to be astonished to find it completely empty. A shock ran through the high priest's heart, and he instinctively looked up toward the throne. He noticed that at some point their immensely revered queen had vanished without a trace, leaving only the empty throne standing there alone. Years later, Xianxia once again stood upon the ruins of the Xianxia treasure vault. The newly established treasure vault was nearby, and a group of craftsmen were diligently clearing the corner of the wall that had been collapsed by the man in black. Upon seeing Xianxia, the craftsman quickly bowed in greeting, but she merely waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Then she gazed upon the ruins with a complex expression. Years ago, she had actually investigated the identity of the person who had helped her escape from the man in black, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't uncover who he was. She had previously thought that the man in black was a contingency plan of the former high priest Gu Huixing. Since Gu Huixing was dead, the matter had been left unresolved. However, she never expected that today, 15 years later, this earring would appear in a place where it should not have been. In fact, there were many questions she could not comprehend back then. For example, why did Chen Anyun choose her sister? Why could one person undergo such a drastic change? But it was too late to seek answers now. After she had personally killed Chen Anyun, those answers no longer mattered. For her heart had already died. Yet now that heart, which had clearly been dead for a long time, began to stir once more. A chilling truth after 15 years had cracked open a corner of the iceberg. She suddenly remembered a place she had long neglected. It was also where everything began. Then a voice inside her was frantically urging her to stop. But even knowing that the truth might be a poison, she was prepared to drink it down. Thus, following an inexplicable intuition, she returned to the base once more. 15 years had passed. On the rudimentary wooden dock, the once formidable Black Pearl had been washed ashore, battered and unrecognizable. Xianxia bit her lip, took a deep breath, and pushed open that door she had longed for. After rummaging around aside from the books she had once perused, she found nothing. Just when she felt a bit disheartened, her attention was suddenly drawn to the empty conch shell on the table. She suddenly recalled his words. This is a phonograph made using the principle of mimicking a certain thing from my hometown. Thus Xianxia, as if possessed, approached the table and gently touched the conch shell. Then, with a series of creaking sounds, an old and familiar voice suddenly emanated from within. Young Master Chen, as I mentioned earlier, the Sea Tribe is now in grave danger, and I know very well the disposition of the second prince. She would never abandon the Sea Tribe to save herself. The speaker was none other than Gu Huixing, the former high priest of the Sea Tribe, who had died before her eyes. Why was it old Master Gu? And they actually knew each other. Xianxia clearly remembered that Gu Huixing had told her he did not know who Chen Anyun was. At this moment, the voice that had been stopping her from continuing came again. But Xianxia could no longer care about that. She gritted her teeth and continued to listen to the conversation that came in succession from the conch shell. However, if I do this, Xianxia will surely be very heartbroken. Xianxia's character is exactly like that girl Xianxia. And it was precisely because that girl's husband died that she, who obviously could have broken through to the heavenly human realm, forcefully halted at the returning origin realm. Xianxia is exceptionally gifted and her future is limitless. You wouldn't want to become a stumbling block for her, would you? If you do this, she will be sad for a while, but it is far better than you sacrificing yourself and causing her to be sad for a lifetime. I understand. I agree to it. What should I do? You only need to. Xianxia stood there like a statue, the voice resonating in her ears again and again. Time seemed to freeze until the sky outside gradually darkened, and she slowly regained her senses, as if awakening from a dream. With a soft thud, 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 the crisp sound echoed in the silent room. When Xianxia finally realized what had happened, tears had already surged forth like floods breaking a dam impossible to contain. They fell drop by drop, splattering onto the wooden floor below, creating little splashes of tears. The dam she had meticulously built over 15 years crumbled so easily at this moment. All her strength and facade vanished in an instant, leaving only endless pain and despair. Liar, liar. She repeated that simple word. Clearly you never asked me. Why did you rush to make a choice for me? On the desolate reef, the sea wind howled, stirring up waves that crashed against the rocks on the shore. Xianxia stood alone in the room, crying out loud. Her cries spread with the wind, merging into the vast, indifferent sea. However, aside from the merciless ocean and the indifferent night sky, no one could hear her cries. No one could comprehend her pain at that moment. Not knowing how long she cried, when she had completely exhausted her strength, Xianxia stumbled out of the small room. Then she sat in a daze beside the Black Pearl, lost in thought. From time to time, she would suddenly smile, only to fall back into sadness. She reminisced about the moments. Then all those memories came to a halt when the dagger pierced his heart. Full despite having your heart pierced by a sword, couldn't you cry out in pain? Recalling that person's expression back, then Xianxia scolded in her heart. She leaned against the mast of the Black Pearl, gazing into the distance. There a giant full moon was slowly rising from the sea. The recollection ends, the main narrative follows. It was dawn. Chen Anyun sat up on his flying sword, lazily yawning, and then stretched a huge yawn. I feel like I had a really long dream. It was just that the sea breeze yesterday was too comfortable, I actually fell asleep. Finding a casual excuse for his laziness, Chen Anyun followed the scent of the mirage, and quickly found a small island where the sea tribe had gathered. The island was filled with ordinary sea tribe people coming and going trading with each other. I can't stand the loneliness so soon. Watching a man in white devour noodles at a typical stall, Chen Anyun chuckled to himself. The frog that would appear many years later had surprisingly slipped out of the sea early. Well, after all, that place was both boring and lonely. How could it compare to the fun of the human world? Chen Anyun expressed great understanding of its behavior. Then he boldly walked over and sat down next to him. The man in white suddenly looked up, meeting Chen Anyun's calm gaze. Because the other party did not conceal his, thus with just a glance he confirmed the identity of the seemingly amiable man before him, and the bowl of noodles in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. Heaven, the heavenly, human realm's perfection. Senior, you are. Shoo. Chen Anyun made a shushing gesture, and then called out to the enthusiastic stall owner, boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles, no scallions. All right, coming right up, guest. Then Chen Anyun smiled slightly, and said to the man in white, let's make a bet. If the beef noodles he serves don't have scallions, he'll let you go. What if they do? Then you shall die. The man in white involuntarily swallowed hard, and looked at the stall owner with an extra hint of hope. On April 5th, the day of Qingming, a fine silken rain drifted down from the sky, draping the entire Spirit Sword Peak in a veil of mist. Xianxia sat quietly in her room, her gaze passing through the window to fix upon the ceaselessly falling raindrops beneath the eaves. Unbeknownst to her, a month had already slipped by since Chen Anyun departed. The apricot trees planted last month had now quietly sprouted tender green branches. Gazing at these new shoots, Xianxia couldn't help but imagine that in a little while this place would once again transform into a vast pink and white sea of apricot blossoms blanketing the mountainside. The mere thought of that beautiful sight was enough to fill one with a sense of ease and joy. After this period of life on Spirit Sword Peak, Xianxia had gradually grown accustomed to everything here. Compared to the Xiantian sect, she had once belonged to the disciples of Spirit Sword Peak, always exuded a unique aura, a palpable sense of relaxation. Here people seemed burdened by fewer rules and less oppressive pressure. Of course, no one told her she must regard the sect as everything. At first, Xianxia found this atmosphere somewhat difficult to adjust to. Yet as the days passed, she slowly began to understand and accept such an environment. At times she even felt that this light and carefree sensation was actually quite nice. Moreover, by observing the people of Spirit Sword Peak, she finally understood why Chen Anyun had developed such a lazy and uninhibited personality. Perhaps it was precisely because he had long been immersed in such a relaxed and free environment that he could be so unfettered and unrestrained. At this thought, the corners of Xianxia's mouth involuntarily lifted into a faint, gentle smile. In truth, after Chen Anyun had gone missing back, then she had once come to the Tai sect to observe secretly for a time. After all, she believed that if Chen Anyun were truly still alive, he would most likely have returned to his own sect. Then from the casual conversations of the Spirit Sword Peak disciples, she gradually pieced together the story of Chen Anyun alone, with his sword challenging the heavenly demon sect single-handedly to avenge his junior sister. This also led her to imagine why Chen Anyun had lost his memory upon meeting her. If Xianxia said she wasn't jealous of the fact that her husband had a deeply engraved love affair before meeting her, it would certainly be a lie. Especially when she learned that between the two, it was Chu Huairou who had first fallen for another. And the object of her new affection was that disciple named Zhou Qing who had entered the sect alongside her. That was why upon their first meeting she couldn't help but scrutinize Zhou Qing carefully to see if he possessed any exceptional qualities. Then she easily reached the obvious conclusion that Chu Huairou was blind in heart and mind. Therefore she had originally planned to do nothing. In her view, as long as Chen Anyun belonged to her, the other two could be a perfect match, a bitch and a dog together forever. However, what she hadn't anticipated was that the development of events would be far more intricate and confusing than in this life. Chu Huairou's attitude towards Zhou Qing was utterly different from before. Not only did she show no interest in him, but she instead clung to Chen Anyun's side like a stubborn piece of cowhide. What was the reason for this sudden change? Could it be solely because she herself had come as a disciple, causing what her former husband would call the butterfly effect? Her intuition kept warning her that the matter was far from that simple. Recalling the time in the upper realm, she had once inadvertently heard some rumors about the northern domain's female emperor. It was said that this all-powerful female emperor had yet to establish a king consort, and that she seemed to have a deeply beloved person in the lower realm whom she had tirelessly sought, but never attained. Back then, feeling a shared pain, she had even harbored a sliver of pity for Chu Were's plight. But if the truth were as she now suspected, then everything would change completely. If the one Chu Huairou yearned for, but could not obtain, was precisely her own husband, then the situation would be vastly different. At this thought, a surge of inexplicable anger instantly welled up within her. More importantly, both of them were great powers of the upper realm. Xianxia had to begin to wonder, could it be that Chu Huairou, like herself, still retained the memories of their past lives? At this very moment, with her husband absent from Spirit Sword Peak, Xianxia felt it necessary to seize this opportunity and go personally to Chu Were's place to find out the truth. It must be said that in their previous interactions, Chen Anyun had been far too lenient. Chu Huairou had been a decisive and merciless empress commanding respect from all directions for centuries. Even though she tried her utmost to play the role of her younger self, many subtle subconscious details were difficult to conceal. It was just that Chen Anyun had stubbornly forced himself to overlook them all. As a result, after several heart-stopping moments, Chu Huairou gradually developed an inexplicable confidence that her acting was actually quite good. Consequently, she did not continue to delve deeper into the craft of acting, leaving that skill stagnant for a long time. Thus, as an outsider who saw the whole picture clearly, Xianxia easily noticed many incongruities, not to mention the obvious coldness she showed toward Zhou Qing in this life. Even in their few confrontations, Xianxia often sensed a faint, intangible pressure unique to a superior. After all, in her previous life, she had been a renowned, immortal venerable in the upper realm. For her to feel such a sensation was utterly absurd. Earlier, when Chen Anyun was present, her mind was entirely focused on him, naturally overlooking many details. Now, in the calm of reflection, she realized that the flaws were glaringly obvious. Xianxia had always been straightforward, and her so-called probing was naturally. You also retain the memories of your past life, don't you, Chu Huairou? Or should I say, Lord of Beiju, your Majesty the Empress? Puffed. Chu Huairou spat out the honey pomelo tea she had just drunk without reservation, staring at Xianxia in terror. How? Ahem. Senior sister Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? What past life? What empress? Your junior sister doesn't understand. Hey, your flawed acting can only fool my carefree husband. There's no need to deceive yourself in front of me. Husband? Who are you calling husband? Chu Huairou leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, then gazed at Xianxia with a dangerous look. Put away that ridiculous killing intent. Xianxia chuckled lightly. You're not even bothering to pretend. Chu Huairou fell silent, staring intently at Xianxia for a long moment before speaking slowly, word by word. Who exactly are you? Why did you come to Tai's sect? Why do you call him husband? Oh, your Majesty has a poor memory. Didn't we meet before at the Pantao feast? The Pantao feast. So it's you, immortal venerable Xianxia of Lian Xiantian. Xianxia did not answer. Instead, she sat down, picked up a cup under Chu Were's murderous gaze, poured herself some honey pomelo tea, and took a gentle sip. Good tea. You haven't answered my question. Why do you call him husband? Although a suspicion had already formed in her heart, Chu Huairou couldn't help asking again. Why do I call him husband? How can you ask such a stupid question? Xianxia revealed a gentle smile. Our hair is tied together as husband and wife, our love deep and unwavering. I call him husband because, naturally, I am his beloved, properly married wife. You're lying. How could senior brother possibly marry? Why not? Xianxia mocked. You can marry someone, so why can't your senior brother? In fact, I have you to thank. If it weren't for you, I probably would never have met my husband. To put it bluntly, I should call you our matchmaker. My husband is perfect in every way except that he's a bit too enthusiastic about bedroom matters. He always makes me. Oh, sorry, I heard that you almost died on your wedding day and never had a bridal chamber. I shouldn't be telling you these things. Xianxia. Chu Huairou finally broke down, raising her fist to strike at Xianxia, who easily dodged and sneered. What? A mere Yuwu realm cultivator like you wants to fight me? No. Having missed once, Chu Huairou surprisingly calmed down. You're trying to provoke me. Why would I provoke you? You want to make me feel inferior to make me give up on senior brother and let you have him? Chu Huairou sneered. Even if I wronged senior brother in my past life, that was then. In this life, I will make it up to him properly. You don't need to feel guilty on my behalf. Then Chu Huairou suddenly recalled a rumor she had heard inadvertently in her previous life. Oh, I remember now. In your past life, you told a close friend that you accidentally killed your beloved, so you remained unmarried for life. That means senior brother was killed by you, right? As expected of your Majesty the Empress. You quickly thought of turning the tables. Xianxia sighed. Forget it. I didn't expect you to give up so easily. I came to you only to confirm if you are also a reborn person. You've hit the mark, haven't you? Chu Huairou had fully regained the aura of her previous life and refused to buy Xianxia's words. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Don't say that. I just want to be more candid with you. Candid. You already know everything between him and me, but I know nothing about you. Where's the candor? Rest assured, since I dared to come to you, I naturally didn't intend to hide the matters between him and me. Then amid the pattering rain outside the house, Chen Lingxi recounted bit by bit the story of her and Chen Anyun to Chu Huairou. Then, bitch, how could you have the nerve to lecture me just now? Aren't you the same? You had such a good husband, and yet you actually killed him for that damned sect. How dare you hurt him like that? Yes, I am a bitch, Chen Lingxi admitted frankly. But you're even more of a whore. Do you know the difference? Chen Lingxi smiled. Unlike Chu Huairou, she was still in the prime of her youth and was an absolute beauty herself. Every smile and frown carried the charm of a mature woman. Then under Chu Huairou's fiery gaze, she said softly, "It's our taste in choosing men. Sorry, I really don't know how you could bring yourself to kiss someone like Zhou Qing. Nothing has ever happened between him and me. Who knows? He'll kill you." Finally, the two women tore off their long-standing masks and grappled with each other like ordinary mortal women. However, since they were fellow disciples of the same sect in this life, both tacitly refrained from using their cultivation. But Chen Lingxi was already at the late Guiyuan realm, and her physical strength was far superior to Chu Huairou's Yuwu realm. She quickly gained the upper hand and successfully gave Chu Huairou a pair of panda eyes. Of course, her own meticulously styled hair was also torn into a mess like a chicken's nest. The two women stopped panting heavily. From now on, we won't bother each other. Matters concerning senior brother, each by her own abilities. Agreed. Also keep your ex-husband away from me. He's been hanging around me lately. I don't need to think to know it's your... Hearing the word ex-husband, Chu Huairou's forehead bulged with veins. She wanted to retort, but Chen Lingxi had already drifted away, leaving her with an uncomfortable feeling like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Thinking that after senior brother left, he had coincidentally survived, lost his memory, and was taken advantage of by another woman, her heart grew even more bitter. I won't lose. Chu Huairou silently encouraged herself in her heart. Chen Anyun, far away in the endless sea, was naturally unaware of the events unfolding on Spirit Sword Peak. He was now flying rapidly toward the heart of the endless sea, dragging the hind leg of a half-tall golden toad behind him. Regrettably, he never had the chance to utter that classic line, perhaps because the boss was too busy and accidentally dropped a bit of scallion into the beef noodle soup. After Chen Anyun expressionlessly picked the half-piece of scallion out of the noodles, the sea god fled without a second thought. Even after being caught, he stubbornly insisted on an onionon duel at the longevity realm cultivation level. Chen Anyun remained silent, glanced at the dozen or so grade passives in his skill list, and readily agreed to his request. Thus, after a fierce yet one-sided battle, Chen Anyun remarked, "Truly perilous, I almost broke a sweat." After tossing the toad's carcass far into the heart of the sea, Chen Anyun began discussing the main purpose of this trip with the system. "Dear host, I suggest we keep it simple. Since we're already using Meng Tianxin's appearance, why not make the most of it and recreate the scene of your first meeting with her?" "Oh, you mean the time I found her in that valley?" Chen Anyun mused. "That's a good idea, but how should we design the emotional development afterward? It can't just be love at first sight. How about growing fond over time, dear host? First, make Meng Tianxin's existence plausible. She's beautiful, so later you can craft some classic romance plots. Falling in love gradually is perfectly reasonable." "That makes sense. What about the name? What do you think of Louis Fei?" "Dear host, since the appearance is Meng Tianxin's and the meeting follows her script, why not just keep the name Meng System? I feel like you're hiding something from me." "How could that be, dear host? I'm just offering a reasonable suggestion." "Forget it. Let me think it over." "All right, dear host." The system sighed inwardly. Even in this new life, did the host still fail to remember what happened back then? A few more days passed. To complete the act, after leaving the endless sea, Chen Anyun deliberately sought out a secluded valley and grilled a few fish by the stream. In his words, this helped with immersion. Then, while eating the sizzling, oily grilled fish, the system unexpectedly spoke first. "Dear host, do you remember what happened before the collapse of the Luofu small world?" Why bring that up now?" "Of course I remember." Taking a bite of the fish, letting its savory flavor dance on his taste buds, Chen Anyun replied casually, "Wasn't it that everyone in that small world played the final act with her? I played a newly crowned scholar returning to propose marriage. Yes, that time. And then, even you systems have trouble remembering things. I thought you stored memories on hard drives," Chen Anyun teased, but under the system's guidance, he couldn't help recalling the first bow to heaven and earth. Chen Anyun turned around. Meng Tianxin, supported by Ji Yuebai, also turned to face him. They bowed their heads, simultaneously performing the first ritual. Second bow to parents. Dam becoming a cheap son to the sword master of Hundred Sword Sect. Though reluctant with the arrow already on the string, Chen Anyun knelt and bowed with Meng Tianxin again. Spouses bow to each other. Married. This was actually happening. Chen Anyun mused inwardly. Though he had married Ling Shizi in his memories, that was under self-hypnosis. After waking he retained those memories, but experiencing it in real time felt vastly different. Thus across 2 lifetimes this was his first genuine experience of marriage. As he thought this, he turned half-bowed and touched heads with Meng Tianxin, completing the ritual. Ceremony complete. Escort the bride to the bridal chamber. With this cry the atmosphere reached its peak. Chen Anyun naturally followed. He turned around gracefully, then ceremoniously bowed deeply to the crowd, expressing his gratitude. Then gently taking the knot of unity from Meng Tianxin's hand, he carefully stepped toward the backyard. Along the way his heart pounded like a caged rabbit. Finally at the bridal chamber door, he took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and stepped inside. After lighting the candle, he saw the slender, graceful figure in the red wedding dress by the bed. His heart raced even faster, his breathing quickening. Yet when he mustered the courage to gently lift the red veil from Meng Tianxin's head with the delicate weighing scale, their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. Gazing into her eyes, clear as autumn water, bright as stars, all his unease and turmoil vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable peace and serenity. The candlelight in the chamber flickered, casting their shadows longer and longer until they merged. Then bit by bit the world began to crumble. First the entire county dissolved into nothingness. The onlooking villagers' smiles still on their faces turned to green sand. Then the Ming residents, the sword master of 100 Swords sect, still toasting with guests, turned to stone in the next second, finally crumbling into a pile of dust. All the guests amidst laughter shattered one by one into sand, merging into the void. Only Ji Yuebai was suddenly enveloped by a golden beam descending from the sky. It shot upward and vanished without a trace. Finally everything in the bridal chamber, item by item, faded into nothingness. Chen Anyun knew the time for parting had come. Meng Tianxin said nothing, only gazed deeply at him. Then she too dissolved into countless specks of light, disappearing into the void. The entire world was left in darkness. Chen Anyun's recollection ended there. After finishing the reminiscence, he savored the grilled fish, while earnestly pondering how to best utilize the puppet to rid himself of all the heroine's entanglements in one go. But he didn't know that in the system's memory the story had one final segment. In the center of that endless darkness, Chen Anyun stood lost and dejected. Until the system's voice came, "Dear host, do you want to know what Meng Tianxin traded with the main system?" Chen Anyun sighed. She gave up an easy victory, trading the countless lives of that small world and infinite merits for just one chance to reunite with you. Chen Anyun was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke. "System, help me seal this memory." "Dear host, why do that?" Chen Anyun smiled bitterly. "If I don't, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue the missions." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Then, dear host, is there anything else to say?" "If I ever meet her again, say sorry for me." Several days later, Chen Anyun quietly returned to his residence on Spirit Sword Peak and secretly retrieved the puppet transformed from the 5-colored stone. The next morning, he openly appeared with the puppet on Spirit Sword Peak. This puppet was naturally controlled by the system. The previous night, it had rehearsed with Chen Anyun at the foot of the mountain for an entire evening. "Senior brother is back. Senior brother." After greeting the junior brothers and sisters he encountered along the way under their curious gazes, Chen Anyun led the puppet into the great hall. "Anyun, you're back." If there was anyone on Spirit Sword Peak who missed Chen Anyun the most, Li Wuji would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. He had been truly exhausted during this period, and now seeing his beloved disciple return safely, his excitement was overwhelming. "Greetings, master." Chen Anyun respectfully bowed, then pulled the puppet forward. "Master, on this trip, besides obtaining the water-avoiding essence gold, I also encountered a junior sister with excellent aptitude. I humbly request that you accept her into your tutelage." Oh, such a fortunate event. Upon hearing that his beloved disciple had brought back a disciple of exceptional talent, Li Wuji's face showed a gratified expression. Then, following the prearranged narrative, Chen Anyun told Li Wuji about his encounter with Meng Tianxin from. Upon hearing that the puppet resembled a beggar and had lost most of its memory, Li Wuji couldn't help but sigh. Alas, truly another tragedy of the mortal world. After sighing, Li Wuji asked the puppet, "Do you still remember your name?" "This humble girl's surname is Meng, given name Tianxin." The puppet, under the system's control, answered softly. Li Wuji touched the puppet's brow with his finger. "A naturally clear Dao heart. Such talent. Good, good, good. Tianxin, what a well-chosen name. From now on you are a true disciple of my Spirit Sword Peak." "Thank you, master." The puppet gracefully bowed. Li Wuji again cast a look of approval at Chen Anyun. Truly his worthy son, casually picking up someone with heaven-defying talent by the roadside. "Since Tianxin has lost most of her memory, you, as the senior brother, shall take good care of her during this time," Li Wuji instructed. Chen Anyun naturally agreed willingly. After leaving the Great Hall, he took the puppet to the main hall of the Tai sect to handle a series of trivial matters such as acquiring the sect token and collecting cultivation resources. He also commissioned a junior brother from Artisan Peak to build a new residence on Spirit Sword Peak. When he returned to Spirit Sword Peak, he happened to encounter Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou, who had come upon hearing the news. Senior brother, Chu Huairou as usual was about to throw herself into Chen Anyun's arms. But as soon as she took a step, Chen Lingxi grabbed her arm. Senior brother has been busy for over a month and just returned to the peak. It would be better if you don't cause him trouble. How am I causing trouble? Chu Huairou tried to break free, but the gap in their cultivation was too great. Chen Lingxi's hand remained immovable. She gritted her teeth in anger, her tiger-like canines showing. When did these two become so close? The interaction between the two girls seemed to Chen Anyun to be proof of a close relationship. He thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, his acting skills were now ingrained in his bones. Maintaining his persona had become almost instinctive. In the blink of an eye, he wore a gentle smile. Junior sister Chu, junior sister Chen, long time no see. For both junior sisters, why is my name behind? Chen Lingxi felt a twinge of jealousy, but still walked forward gracefully, curiously glancing at the puppet behind Chen Anyun. Who is this senior sister? Why haven't I seen her on Spirit Sword Peak? Oh, she's not a senior sister. This is the new true disciple taken by master, named Meng Tianxin. Hello, senior sister Chen. The puppet obediently bowed and said no more. This was the result of Chen Anyun's discussion with the system. After all, it was the system's first time being human, and it lacked experience, so it was best to adhere to the principle of the more you say, the more mistakes you make, the less you say, the fewer mistakes. Then looking at Chu Huairou, who was reluctantly led over by Chen Lingxi, Chen Anyun introduced, "This is junior sister Chu. Although she entered earlier than you, she once vowed to be the youngest junior sister on Spirit Sword Peak, and master agreed, so you may call her junior sister Chu." Hello, junior sister Chu. The puppet bowed again obediently. A new disciple taken by master. Chu Huairou couldn't help but scrutinize the puppet. Because earlier she needed to evoke master's sympathy, the puppet had naturally not been groomed or adorned, but her perfect features instead gave off a beauty of natural refinement. Chu Huairou felt that she had been backstabbed by her own master again. She had just turned 16, not yet fully grown, with some chubby baby fat on her face, still at an age where cuteness outweighed beauty. One Chen Lingxi was already enough. Where on earth did master find such a beautiful person? Fortunately, the puppet's naive temperament didn't raise any suspicion in Chu Huairou. After the incident with Chen Lingxi, she was in a sensitive period, afraid that her senior brother would suddenly acquire another inexplicable wife. All right, the junior brothers from Artisan Peak will soon come to build junior sister Meng's residence. Let's take our leave first, Chen Anyun said, excusing himself. He dared not let the puppet spend too much time with these two girls. Having lived with the system for thousands of years, he knew well that the system's way of thinking often differed from humans as vastly as mountains and seas. The slightest carelessness could reveal a flaw. The two girls had come only to see him, and now seeing that he had important matters, they said a cheerful goodbye. All right, senior brother. And junior sister Meng, welcome to Spirit Sword Peak. Goodbye, senior brother. They'll come find you tonight. Chen Anyun waved his hand and continued up the mountain with the puppet. Behind them, they could faintly hear some indistinct quarreling. Junior sister Chu, didn't you promise to come to my place tonight to see the apricot blossoms? Are you crazy? How can you see flowers in the pitch-black night? And your apricot trees were only planted a month ago. The trunks aren't even full yet. Let go of me now. And not letting go. It's been a month and their relationship has become this good. System, what's your take? Host, with which eyes do you see their relationship as good? Oh, is it not? In my impression, only those with close bonds would jest and tussle like this. Chen Anyun's tone brimmed with nostalgia for fond memories. In his previous life, though an orphan, he had a few good friends during his school days, and in his mind, only true friends would banter and bicker. The system thought you're the host, so you're always right. But Chen Anyun had merely asked casually. His mind was still focused on the puppet controlled by the system. By the way, system, what's the maximum distance you can control this puppet? Although the system could manipulate the puppet formed from the five-colored stone, its true essence remained with Chen Anyun. I share perception with you, host. So theoretically, as long as you can sense it, I can control it. That's not bad. Chen Anyun nodded in satisfaction. With his cultivation at the perfected heavenly being stage, if he wished nothing on Spirit Sword Peak, even the color of a junior sister's undergarments would escape his notice. But host, I have a better suggestion. Let's hear it. Host, think about it. You can't watch the puppet every moment of every day. What if something urgent comes up and someone finds the puppet? You can't always use amnesia as an excuse. Even if you don't get exposed, everyone will think the puppet is an idiot. And no matter how well you act, you can't fall for a universally acknowledged fool. You have a point. But can't I just hide the puppet whenever I'm busy? No. Host, remember the story you told me from your world about that dual identity character Conan? Whenever his other identity Xianxia appears, Conan vanishes, yet people rarely connect them. And do you think those destined heroines would be that foolish? Seeing Chen Anyun waver, the system pressed on. Besides constantly extending your perception is no different from what you called 247 surveillance. Wouldn't you have no rest at all? Alright, lately I felt you've been setting traps for me, but you make sense. What's your plan? He'll hear it. Ahem. Setting traps. Host that slander. I would never do such a thing. The system promptly denied Chen Anyun's baseless suspicion before continuing. My suggestion, using the knowledge from your world, is to install something like an artificial intelligence in that puppet. Artificial intelligence. Does your system have such tech-side stuff? Chen Anyun asked in astonishment. The main system is a grand entity spanning countless realms. Isn't it reasonable for a sci-fi artifact to appear occasionally in a cultivation world? Makes sense. Chen Anyun stroked his chin. The main system wasn't new to him, and whenever it was mentioned it seemed powerful. So now it felt oddly reasonable. Besides, his accumulated regret points had reached astronomical numbers, and he had nothing else to exchange. The system's proposal piqued his interest. Name your price in regret points. He'll take it. Actually, it doesn't require regret points, the system said cautiously, as it couldn't outright lie to its host. No regret points. Chen Anyun's eyes narrowed. From his millennia-spanning 3-life experience, free things often carried hidden costs. Erase the thing, host. The system quickly explained. This AI is very primitive now. It can't even speak initially. You'll need to teach it knowledge and language, letting it learn how to respond in different situations. I see. Just a basic AI. Chen Anyun sighed in relief. No wonder the system wasn't charging. Even in his original world, he wouldn't bother with such a rudimentary AI for free. But the prospect of training an AI in a different world intrigued him. He decided on the spot, fine. We'll go with your plan. If it knows nothing, well, teach it slowly. Time is the one thing we have plenty of. In his previous life, this period marked the first year of his master's disappearance. Spirit Sword Peak had fallen into brief chaos, but under his management, it quickly regained order. That year also featured the once Xianxia Spirit Realm trial. As the acting Peak Lord, he couldn't participate, leaving Spirit Sword Peak at the bottom among the 7 peaks, suppressing their cultivation resources for a full decade. The trial's secret realm was a minor world belonging to Tai's sect with little danger. Its challenges were meticulously designed by Peak Lords and sect elders. With Li Wuji missing and Chen Anyun still weak in cultivation, he lacked the authority to design the obstacles, causing Spirit Sword Peak to lag behind, at every turn, ultimately becoming the last. But these were regrets of his original body. With his current power competing with junior disciples at the Tongxian or Yiwu stages, well, that would be a sight too beautiful to behold. Thus, Chen Anyun didn't intend to personally rectify that regret. However, Spirit Sword Peak now boasted 2 destined heroines, Chu Huairou and Xianxia. What is a destined heroine? It's like the male lead in a power fantasy, challenging higher-level foes, breaking through as easily as eating or drinking, and unearthing the deepest secrets through sheer luck or carelessness. Why did Chen Anyun only want to flee after learning the world had reset? Forget the moral dilemma. Do you know the weight of a protagonist favored by heaven? And from a certain perspective, female-centric stories can be even more absurd than male ones. Male leads at least follow some process. Even ancient tales of powering up by eating sweet potatoes have a semblance of logic, with meticulous authors even using philosophy to justify breakthroughs. But female leads. Anyway, back on track. Chen Anyun believed that even if he did nothing during this trial, Spirit Sword Peak would easily dominate. Enough digression. In short, with peace on the peak, he could slowly nurture this so-called AI. He didn't expect it to rival large models, but at least it should match the level of his world's silly phone assistant. After the disciples from Heavenly Craft Peak finished their work, Chen Anyun surveyed the new house and decided to keep the puppet in his wardrobe for now. Not just for safety, but mainly to train the AI conveniently. After bringing the puppet to his room, he carefully set up an invisible barrier around it to alert him if anyone approached. After all, the system was right. While maintaining his perception caused no strain, true rest meant avoiding even the slightest trouble. Alright, hurry up and install that AI thing into the puppet, Chen Anyun urged. It's done. So fast? Chen Anyun asked, somewhat puzzled. He circled the puppet and said, You've already installed it. As if responding to Chen Anyun's doubt, the puppet's long eyelashes fluttered, and its eyes seemed to gain a hint. System, you're not controlling it, are you? Chen Anyun felt a growing unease under the puppet's gaze. No, this puppet now has its own consciousness. Host, you can try communicating with her. Communicate? How? She doesn't seem too bright. Chen Anyun scratched his head. For example, host, you could start by telling her your name. The system prompted. Makes sense. Chen Anyun nodded, then pointed at himself and said to the puppet, Chen Anyun. The puppet stalled. After a long while, through Chen Anyun's repetition, she seemed to grasp his meaning and stiffly uttered Chen Yun. Chen Anyun nodded, then pointed at the puppet, Meng Tianxin. Meng. Tian. Xin. The puppet was quicker this time, though still halting. Then Chen Anyun pointed at himself again and said Chen Anyun. The puppet followed Chen Anyun. Chen Anyun pointed at the puppet once more, Meng Tianxin. Meng. Tianxin. After several rounds, Chen Anyun pointed at himself, but remained silent this time. Then he heard the puppet say, Chen Anyun. He then pointed at the puppet. Meng Tianxin. Holy crap, system, this AI is pretty smart. Yes indeed, the system quickly chimed in. Chen Anyun suddenly found a joy akin to playing with toys from his original world. Delighted, he began pointing to various objects in the room, telling the puppet their names. Soon, whenever he pointed at an object, the puppet would call out its name. Her voice grew increasingly fluent. This gave Chen Anyun a growing sense of accomplishment. After all, what teacher doesn't love a bright Finally, Chen Anyun pondered deeply and recalled the scene from the orphanage in his original world where the principal taught the newly admitted children. So he pointed to his own eyes and said to the puppet, eyes. The puppet, now familiar with Chen Anyun's routine, naturally followed, eyes. Chen Anyun nodded in approval and continued, my eyes. Just as the puppet was about to speak, Chen Anyun shook his head and pointed to the puppet's eyes. Eyes, the puppet said somewhat dazedly. Chen Anyun nodded, then pointed to his own eyes again, my eyes. Before the puppet could speak, he shook his head again and pointed to her eyes, prompting. Eyes. My eyes. The puppet was stunned for a moment, then instinctively murmured. Chen Anyun nodded, pointed to his own eyes again, and the puppet said, eyes. Then Chen Anyun pointed to the puppet's eyes, and this time she understood, saying smoothly, my eyes. Holy crap, system, look. This AI can learn like a human child. Chen Anyun exclaimed excitedly. Yais. Truly smart host. The system stammered in praise. But Chen Anyun, caught up in his excitement, paid no attention to the system's odd tone. With this success, he quickly taught the puppet the usage of the other pronouns you, and he using similar methods. He worked until late at night before finally letting out a reluctant sigh. By now he had successfully taught the puppet to recognize herself and her surroundings. Her intelligence astonished him. So he led the puppet to a mirror. After a moment's thought, he took out a hairpin from his pocket and gently placed. This hairpin was one he had bought earlier when he visited a mortal town to purchase Chu Huira's 16th birthday. Since he couldn't recall the exact design of the hairpin he had given Chu Huira in his past life, he bought two by instinct and planned to compare them later at Spirit Sword Peak. This hairpin was the one left over. He wanted to test if the puppet could pass the mirror test. The mirror test was a method from Chen Anyun's first life commonly used to assess self-awareness in animals. Only a few species, humans, gorillas, orcas, elephants, passed it. The puppet stared at her reflection, visibly startled. But soon she reached up to touch the hairpin in her hair. System. She passed the mirror test. That's incredible. Chen Anyun mentally roared at the system. The system refused to answer and pretended to be dead. But Chen Anyun just needed someone to share his excitement. Seeing it was late, he decided to end today's training. He led the puppet to the wardrobe and opened it. The puppet obediently stepped inside. As Chen Anyun was about to close the door, he noticed the hairpin he had just placed and reached out to remove it. Then, whether by coincidence or not, the puppet suddenly tilted her head, evading Chen Anyun's hand. Chen Anyun didn't think much of it and tried again, but the system suddenly spoke. Host, impressive. Chen Anyun. Host, weren't you just saying something about passing a mirror test? Chen Anyun chuckled wryly. System, your reaction time must be 10 kilometers long. Distracted by the system, Chen Anyun forgot what he was about to do and closed the wardrobe door. He then layered it with soundproofing protection and other barriers. Ensuring everything was secure, he turned away and headed to bed, enthusiastically pondering what to teach tomorrow. Inside the wardrobe, the puppet stood dazedly in the cramped space. Only a faint light filtering through the thin gaps in the door illuminated her face. You, I, he, eyes, mouth, table. You, Chen Anyun, I, Meng Tianxin. The puppet was still savoring the new things she had learned. Everything she experienced today filled her with wonder. The thing that person had placed in her hair was beautiful. She liked it. But she didn't understand the meaning of beautiful, or like us, she simply didn't want it taken away. Then a voice inexplicably echoed in her mind from somewhere. Sorry. What does that mean? She wondered. The morning sun shone brightly. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the forest, gilding the treetops with a faint layer of gold. The newborn sun bathed every corner of the Spirit Sword Peak in its warm rays. Passing through the window of a cottage surrounded by apricot trees that had just grown to half a person's height, a lucky beam of sunlight squeezing through the narrow gaps left by the paper window came to rest upon a pair of flawlessly white, jade-like, delicate feet, placed one over the other. As if stung by the sunlight, the nearly translucent feet, through which the flow of blood was almost visible, suddenly retracted. The owner of those feet murmured two unintelligible syllables in her sleep, and without even opening her eyes, simply turned over to find a new sleeping position. Only after another half a cup of tea's time did a pair of long eyelashes flutter slightly and her dark jet-black eyes slowly open. Then, carrying the last vestiges of sleepiness, the woman sat up from the bed, stretching languidly, revealing a breathtakingly captivating figure. Afterwards, she casually tossed back a few stray strands of hair that had mischievously fallen over her face during sleep. Indeed, it was still the perfection of the return to origin stage. Sensing her cultivation level far inferior to her peak, the woman instead revealed a reassuring smile. Excellent, it seems I wasn't dreaming after all. As she spoke, she rose from the bedside, walked to the mirror, and began to patiently attend to her appearance. Although even her bare-faced visage was already enough to be called a beauty that could topple kingdoms, the woman, filled with the happiness of seeing her beloved every day, still adorned herself as best she could. Only after finishing her toilette, changing into a light yellow dress, and gazing at her perfect heavenly beauty in the mirror, did she secretly give herself a nod of approval. All right, that annoying woman yesterday said today is the day for drawing lots for the spirit realm trial. I need to go to the main peak's grand hall. Xianxia smacked her forehead in slight chagrin, shedding her lazy demeanor. She hurriedly summoned her flying sword and flew towards the main peak. When she had met Li Wuji, she had joined the Spirit Sword Peak under the guise of a loose cultivator at the late stage of the object control realm. 2 months had passed, so it would be perfectly reasonable for her to have advanced to the profound connection realm. Moreover, this was an excellent chance to shine in front of her husband. Having been a disciple for over a month, she had come to understand many things about the Tai sect. The Spirit Realm trial was an open competition between the peaks for cultivation resources. All cultivators defied the heavens, striving for a sliver of life. Since cultivation resources were limited, even though the bond between disciples of the Tai sect was renowned throughout the 13 prefectures, they would never show mercy when it was time to compete. Furthermore, if fellow disciples from neighboring peaks were like cousins, then those from one's own peak were like blood brothers. Of course, except for sanctioned competitions like the Spirit Realm trial, the Tai sect punished internal strife, severely ranging from crippling cultivation and expulsion to being sent to the execution platform for the utter annihilation of the soul. Upon flying to the main peak, Xianxia saw her husband from afar, waving to her from one side of the square. This instantly elevated her joyful mood for the day to its peak, and the smile at the corners of her mouth was impossible to hide. She was completely oblivious to the fact that many male disciples whose gazes had followed her since her appearance were blushing and their hearts racing even faster. Xianxia swiftly pressed her flying sword down and descended towards that spot. Senior brother. Although the address she yearned for was still something she couldn't utter aloud, seeing the love of her life standing alive before her was enough to make her feel completely content. Secretly pulling her collar down an inch, Xianxia feigned the inexperience of someone still learning to control her flying sword, trying to engineer a little accident. Then she saw a round, somewhat baby-faced visage with a sulky expression directly blocking Chen Anyun, embracing him fully. Get lost. Using the other girl's head to block Chen Anyun's view, Xianxia mouthed the words rudely. No way. Chu Huairou, with her back to Chen Anyun, was certainly not afraid of him, seeing her defiance. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she was certain the other woman wouldn't dare reveal her true cultivation level, so she stood her ground stubbornly. Pretending not to notice their little tiff, Chen Anyun twitched the corner of his mouth secretly, but spoke in a calm tone. Since junior sister Chen has arrived, let us all go in together. Not every disciple could participate in this Spirit Realm trial. Due to its inherent danger, the minimum cultivation requirement was the profound connection realm. In the original timeline, although Chu Huairou was exceptionally talented, she neglected her training and was only at the mid-stage of the object control realm at this time. But in this life, with her high-level insight, breaking through to the profound connection realm was effortless. Also intent on the same plan as Xianxia, she deliberately delayed her breakthrough until the last day for the Spirit Realm trial, breaking through 2 realms consecutively to reach the profound connection realm. Even the experienced Li Wuji was stunned by the sight. Fortunately, Xianxia's innate talent was excellent, and prodigies breaking through 2 realms in a row were neither unprecedented nor unheard of in the lower realms, so it was acceptable. Originally, Li Wuji wanted her to go into seclusion for a few days to stabilize her realm and forbade her from participating in this trial. But Chu Huairou, shamelessly forgetting her true age, threw a temper tantrum in front of her master. Only then did he reluctantly agree. For this Spirit Realm trial, besides Chen Anyun, Xianxia and Chu Huairou, the Spirit Sword Peak also sent 3 junior disciples at the mid-stage of the profound connection realm: Zhang Lingyun, Du Qingshan, and Su Wanqing, making a total of 6 people. The number was neither too many nor too few compared to the other peaks. Unlike the previous life, where only Zhang Lingyun, Du Qingshan, and Su Wanqing participated, and even with a secret helping hand from a few elders of the main peak, who were originally from the Spirit Sword Peak, they still ended up last without surprise. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Chen Anyun exchanged a few pleasantries with the senior disciples of the other peaks, then stood inside, quietly waiting for the result of the drawing. For the Spirit Realm trial, disciples were grouped in pairs. If a peak had an odd number of disciples, the leftover would form a group of one. Then they would be randomly teleported to various locations within the Spirit Realm. The competition's rule was to search for 3 types of scrolls: heaven, earth, and man. Disciples were permitted to fight each other to seize the scrolls. Those who failed in the competition for a heaven scroll would be immediately expelled from the Spirit Realm, losing their qualification to continue. For earth and man scrolls, the loser could continue searching for other scrolls. Once a scroll was successfully claimed, it could no longer be taken by force. A heaven scroll was worth 10 points, an earth scroll 3 points, and a man scroll 1 point. Finally, the peaks were ranked based on total points. After the drawing, there was still a full month before the Spirit Realm trial officially began. Therefore, during this month, to enhance their combat power, disciples grouped together would usually spend all their time together practicing combined attack techniques. It was not uncommon for male and female disciples to form a bond after the trial and eventually become Dao companions. This was precisely why Chu Huairou had abandoned her usual low-key demeanor and pushed through 2 realms. However, neither Chu Huairou nor Chen Lingxi had anticipated that the results of the drawing had long been secretly altered by Chen Anyun. Hearing the elder in the Grand Hall announce, Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou a team, both women saw disappointment and disgust reflected in each other's eyes. X2. Du Qingshan and Su Wanqing a team. Senior brother, do please guide me well. Haha, junior sister Wanqing, the pleasure is mine. I am in your care. Chen Anyun and Zhang Lingyun a team. Junior brother Zhang, let's encourage each other. As senior brother, I will do my best. Looking at Zhang Lingyun's slightly flushed cheeks from excitement for the upcoming trial, Chen Anyun thought with satisfaction, this is the kind of good disciple my spirit sword peak should have. Returning to the main hall of Lingjian Peak, Chen Anyun once again encouraged the junior brothers and sisters who were about to participate in the Spirit Realm trial. He then prepared to dismiss the group. In recent days, under the guise of seclusion, he had actually been busy training the puppet's artificial intelligence, immersed in the sheer joy of it. Yet he heard Chu Huairou suddenly speak. Senior brother, if we succeed in winning this trial, could you grant me a request as a reward? Oh, what request? Chen Anyun asked. If it were something simple, agreeing to let this future empress put effort into the trial wouldn't be unacceptable. For you, senior brother, it's a trivial matter. Promise me first. Chu Huairou stepped forward, incessantly shaking Chen Anyun's arm. Fine, stop shaking. As long as it doesn't violate my conscience and I am capable of doing it, I'll agree to your request. Chen Anyun nodded helplessly. Whether on Earth or in this second life, he had never been good at handling women's. After all, even if they could never be lovers, Chu Huairou was still the junior sister who had grown up with him. At least that bond would never sour. In truth, he was not the original person. He didn't harbor the same feelings beyond sibling affection toward Chu Huairou. Especially considering the regret points and tasks he had even deceived her, causing her to harbor regret for thousands of years. Senior brother, you're the best. Chu Huairou, seeing her goal achieved, beamed with joy and cast a triumphant glance at Chen Lingxi. Then, senior brother, I want one too. Chen Lingxi suddenly leaned in, startling Chen Anyun into stepping back half a pace, but the faint scent of apricot blossoms still lingered at the tip of his nose. As fellow junior sister, senior brother, you cannot play favorites. If we successfully win this time, you must also grant me a request. Unlike his sibling-like affection for Chu Huairou, Chen Anyun's feelings for Chen Lingxi were far more complicated. After all, the two had genuinely performed a wedding ceremony. At that time, though his memories were sealed, he was still himself. He had no idea what madness had possessed him to exploit her innocence and try all sorts of bizarre moves. Ahem, he must not dwell on it further. So he could only sigh helplessly. Fine, I'll include you too. But let me state clearly, first, it cannot go against my personal will. Second, it cannot violate public morality and good customs. Understood. Understood. Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou answered in rare unison. Then Chen Anyun cast a gloomy gaze at the remaining 3. You 3 aren't going to ask for rewards too, are you? No, haha, senior brother, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Du Qingshan chuckled, walking straight ahead, without looking sideways. When he passed Su Wanqing, who was still standing blankly with a silly grin, he quickly pulled her away. What are you? Senior brother, I'll take junior sister Wanqing with me. Chen Anyun nodded, watching them leave. Let go. I'm helping you. Watching the two bickering as they walked, the 3 remaining, except Chen Lingxi, wore peculiar expressions. As the saying goes, while you eat melon on the bridge, the melon lovers eat your melon from above. Du Qingshan and Su Wanqing had joined the Tai sect at the same time and were both accepted as personal disciples on Lingjian Peak. It was later discovered that the two came from the same place, and their reasons for joining were surprisingly identical. Both were fleeing an arranged marriage. The fact that the arranged marriage was between each other would not be revealed until several years later. Nevertheless, the two had long been bickering like a pair of happy quarreling lovers, providing ample gossip for the senior and junior sisters on Lingjian Peak. Once their figures vanished, the three remaining Melaneaters withdrew their gazes in unison, a mysterious smile curling at their lips. Then Chen Anyun turned his gaze to Zhang Lingyun. "Senior brother, if it's possible." Zhang Lingyun gathered his courage, searching for words. "Get lost." Zhang Lingyun retreated, his entire body gray and dejected as he left the main hall. Back in his room, Chen Anyun eagerly closed the windows and set up a barrier. Then he opened the wardrobe and released the puppet. At this moment, the puppet's eyes alone were noticeably more vibrant than a few days ago, when it had looked full of. Although its movements still showed a hint of stiffness compared to an ordinary person, there was little difference. When Chen Anyun first made the puppet walk on its own, its arm swings didn't even sync with its steps. Now Chen Anyun reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, allowing the puppet to sit behind him, its soft hands gently pressing his shoulders. The artificial intelligence has made great progress recently. I feel that constantly calling it the puppet is somewhat disrespectful, Chen Anyun mused. Yes, host. Why not just call her by her name? Name? What name? Chen Anyun was taken aback. Meng Tianxin, the system reminded cautiously. Seeing Chen Anyun's face darken, the system quickly urged, host, think about it. This five-colored stone was formed when the Luofu small world collapsed, and Meng Tianxin was originally the world's consciousness. Roughly speaking, it's not unreasonable to consider the stone as Meng Tianxin's remnant body. Oh, you have a point. Chen Anyun sighed. He knew well that the system was right, so even naming the puppet Meng Tianxin outwardly was a tacit acceptance of the system's suggestion. Yet for some reason, thinking that a soulless puppet in artificial intelligence would truly occupy the name Meng Tianxin stirred a subtle resistance in his heart. In this second life, there are some things I truly should let go of. Chen Anyun sighed again, then said to the puppet behind him, Tianxin, go pour me a cup of tea. This was the first time in several days that he had addressed the puppet by that name. Meng Tianxin was momentarily startled, then showed no extra expression, merely nodded, and stopped her hand movements to begin pouring tea for Chen Anyun. He downed the tea in one gulp. Chen Anyun, his mind tangled, simply laid back on the chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. So much so that he completely failed to notice that Meng Tianxin had already returned behind him without any instruction, naturally beginning to massage his shoulders. Deep in the night, the endless sea, within the Sea clan's royal palace. Xianxia, have you truly made up your mind? Yes, sister, this matter is of utmost importance to me. Please, I beg you, keep it secret for 3 days no matter what. Li Xianxia, clad in night attire, was busily packing her belongings. Behind her, Li Susu stood helplessly by the table, her face etched with worry as she gazed at her younger sister. The matter traced back to some time ago. A week prior, the carcass of a colossal toad had inexplicably surfaced from the heart of the sea. It was then dragged ashore by nearby fishing Sea clan folk using their nets. This toad's corpse was impervious to both fire and water and invulnerable to blades and spears, so the news swiftly spread across the endless sea. Various tribes of the endless sea sent people to investigate. The Sea clan's high priest Gu Huixing even went personally. Upon his return, weeping with age, he took wine and rambled madly through the night before the tomb of their ancestor Li Xianxia. Since then, she noticed her sister had begun to act strangely. First, she took a peculiar liking to watching the sunset during the full moon. Though the magnificent sight of the moon rising over the sea left even her in awe, it was rather unsettling to see her sister weeping while murmuring an indistinct name over and over. Afterward, her sister was constantly distracted. Distracted while cultivating. Distracted while reading. Distracted while speaking. And from time to time, she would reveal a sweet smile, babbling nonsense like, it must be him in this life. He surely still remembers me. Then tonight she was suddenly shaken awake by her sister, who told her she planned to run away from home and travel. Have you lost your mind? Mother will be heartbroken if she finds out. Li Susu tried to dissuade her sister. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxia stared at her eerily for a moment until her scalp began to tingle, then said, No, she won't. As long as you're here, it's fine. After all, you are mother's most beloved daughter. Hearing this, Li Susu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Li Xianxia was jealous. She quickly explained, How could that be, Xianxia? With your exceptional talent, mother will surely rely on you to inherit the throne in the future. In the past, Li Susu would never have uttered such words. Even if she did, her heart would have been filled with immense. But for some reason, a while ago, while cultivating in the morning, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head and fainted. When she awoke, not only did the physicians find no ailment, but she herself felt inexplicably refreshed, and many things suddenly became much clearer in her mind. Whoever wants that throne can have it, Li Xianxia said without hesitation. Then turning around, she placed her hands on her sister's shoulders. Please, sister, tell mother where I've gone only after 3 days. Consider it repayment for what you owed me in our past life. What past life nonsense? Li Susu was speechless. Then, recalling some of the tales she had read earlier, a terrifying thought suddenly struck her. Could Li Xianxia be possessed? No, we are cultivators. How could we believe in such evil spirits? Those are merely fabrications mortals use to deceive themselves. Dismissing her wild fancies, Li Susu watched anxiously as Li Xianxia placed her last few items into her storage pouch. Xianxia, why are you bringing so many spirit stones? Because he seems rather poor, of course, Li Xianxia replied casually without looking back. Li Susu was stunned. Then a suspicion far more terrifying than her sister being possessed took Li Xianxia. You're not eloping, are you? What? What nonsense are you talking about? Realizing she had let something slip, Li Xianxia quickly covered up. We grew up together sharing meals and lodging all these years. Where would I find someone to elope with? You have a point. Li Susu nodded involuntarily. Not possessed. Not eloping. Then what was it? Li Susu felt her mind was insufficient. Oh well, once Li Xianxia left, she planned to report everything to their mother anyway. Given Li Xianxia's current strength, she absolutely couldn't leave the Sea clan's territory within a day. Saying she would keep it secret for 3 days was just a trick to deceive her sister. How could she possibly allow her sister to act on her own in such a grave matter? Agreeing was merely a temporary measure, afraid that her sister would stop playing with her otherwise. She would blame everything on mother. Yes, she would say mother had forced the truth out under severe interrogation. Li Susu was rationalizing her upcoming betrayal of her sister. Then she heard Li Xianxia suddenly call out behind her, "Ah, mother." Li Susu instinctively turned around. Immediately, she felt a pain at the back of her head and her consciousness began to fade. Finally, she heard Li Xianxia's smug voice. Too naive, sister. You were planning to report to mother the moment I left, weren't you? Just lie here peacefully for 3 days. If I weren't afraid mother would make a huge fuss looking for me, do you think I would have told you about my plan to run away? Li Susu's consciousness finally plunged into darkness. Having dealt with Li Susu, Li Xianxia considerately helped her sister to the bed and covered her with a blanket. She hadn't simply knocked Li Susu unconscious. The 2 soul-stabilizing needles now inserted at the back of Li Susu's head were crafted by her through intense effort over the past few days. Even a transcendent realm cultivator would need considerable time to awaken Li Susu. Of course, after 3 days the needle's effect would naturally dissipate, and Li Susu would wake on her own. Then Li Xianxia, moving stealthily and using her intimate knowledge of the palace, easily slipped out and headed straight for the seaside. At the shore, she skillfully dragged out a raft made of bamboo and wood from behind a reef. She was currently at the peak of the object control realm, unable to fly, so she had to rely on the raft to reach the mainland. But fortunately, as the future queen who would rule the endless sea for millennia, her familiarity with these waters was unparalleled. Pushing the somewhat worn raft slowly into the turbulent sea, Li Xianxia looked up at the vast, brilliant starry sky above. Countless faintly twinkling stars shone like gems embedded in the black canopy. She took a deep breath, circulated her true essence, and manipulated the simple canvas sail on the raft. The drooping sail, driven by her true essence, quickly billowed, catching the sea breeze. Propelled by the wind, the raft shot forward like an arrow from a bow, vanishing from the shore in an instant. On this boundless, endless sea, Li Xianxia stood alone on the swaying raft, cheering in a voice only she could hear. The Black Pearl. Set sail? Have you heard? Something major happened at the Righteous sect recently. A disciple of the Righteous sect actually poisoned the old sect leader's medicinal meal with the long-lost 9-poison jade dew. It is said that this poison is colorless and odorless, causing only drowsiness after ingestion. Upon waking, no ailments can be detected until the 49th day, when the poison takes effect, leading to decay and death of the lower body. Since the poison is colorless and odorless with such a long incubation period, how was he discovered? It is said that after administering the poison, when the medicinal meal was ready, he instinctively took a spoonful to taste the seasoning and thus collapsed in the kitchen. That's what they call trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice. What happened to him in the end? Even if he could escape death on the execution platform, having been poisoned by the 9-poison jade dew, there's likely no saving him. As Senior Brother Wong, why are you silent? Have you heard of this matter? No. I was just seriously pondering why this poison only causes decay of the lower body. That's a long story. Your junior brother happens to know a thing or two. As the disciples of the Spirit Sword Peak drifted further away, Zhou Qing withdrew his extended ears. Just another fool who failed the trial. He sneered inwardly, unable to suppress a sense of smug satisfaction. Excellent, one less competitor. At this moment, he was riding high with pride. Because in recent days he felt he had finally made a breakthrough with his target. He was now holding a century-old purple spirit flower obtained after immense effort, and nearly losing half his life. For cultivators at the Tongxian realm, this flower was an extremely precious spiritual herb used to stabilize one's foundation. Moreover, this purple spirit flower had grown for over a century, with several of its purple petals turning into a softer pink-purple hue. The purple spirit flower was known as a speck of pink, harder to buy than gold, making its value indescribable. Recently, he had bought many trinkets from a mortal town and presented them as treasures to Chu Huairou. She burned them all to ashes on the spot, warning him not to bother her with such garbage. This left him disheartened for quite some time. Wasn't it said that female cultivators raised on mountains were easily captivated by such worldly curiosities? Why didn't it work on Chu Huairou? Until one day he saw a mortal man spending a fortune to win a bowtie smile. Then he understood. In worldly dealings, gold is key. Without it, bonds are shallow. Even if promises are made freely, in the end, hearts remain cold and distant. From then on, Zhou Qing spared no effort in gathering precious items and spiritual herbs. Coincidentally, Chu Huairou had broken through 2 realms for the spirit realm trial and needed spiritual herbs to solidify her foundation. She unexpectedly accepted a 80-year-old snow ginseng from Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing became even more convinced he was on the right path. He brought the purple spirit flower to a delicate small pavilion, but did not approach further, knowing the owner had set up an array there. Although his true cultivation level meant he had little to fear, disturbing a beauty would be unseemly. What do you want? A cold voice soon came from within the pavilion. If it were when he first joined the sect, he would have been disheartened by her icy tone. But now, he had grown accustomed. Junior sister. Who allowed you to call me that? Apologies, Chu junior sister. Speak, what is it? Oh right. Zhou Qing hurriedly produced the century-old purple spirit flower. When I was strolling yesterday, I happened upon a green deer and followed. Leave it. You can go now. Very well, I'll leave the purple spirit flower here. If you need anything else, just let me know, junior sister. No further sound came from the pavilion. Zhou Qing felt a slight disappointment, but quickly composed himself, placing the flower on the ground before reluctantly glancing back repeatedly. Has seeing me like this, she must be deeply moved. Zhou Qing thought smugly. And she didn't refuse me, meaning she acknowledges me deep down. One competitor dead, and I've taken another step toward the saint's seat. How today is a wonderful day. For this green frost moon / you should concentrate your true essence at the sword tip to break through with a single point. Also, your footwork is flawed. The 3rd step should be at the koan position, but you shifted to lead, disrupting the flow of true essence and weakening the technique. At the peak of Spirit Sword Peak, Chen Anyun was intently watching Zhang Lingyun practice his sword forms, occasionally offering guidance. Listening to his senior brother's earnest instruction, Zhang Lingyun felt a warmth in his heart. He could never forget that day when, having passed the imperial examination at the provincial level, he seemed triumphant, but was filled with confusion. It was that young man who approached him and told him life offered more choices. Because of that single sentence, he resolutely entered the Tai sect, becoming a true disciple of Spirit Sword Peak and his junior brother. And because of those words, the shadow of that youth was forever etched into his heart. These past days, due to the spirit realm trial, he finally had the chance to be openly together with his senior brother day and night. He diligently memorized his senior brother's guidance, constantly refining his sword techniques. He knew his talent was merely passable, but to stand by his senior brother's side in the future, this was far from enough. With this thought, Zhang Lingyun's resolve burned even brighter. Just then a graceful figure flew over on a sword from afar. Before she arrived, her voice preceded her. Senior brother. Seeing Zhang Lingyun's blissful expression, Chu Huairou sneered inwardly, but did not expose him. After all, as long as her senior brother was straight, Zhang was not her enemy. Especially now with the true threat looming, she needed to rally allies. With this in mind, Chu Huairou smiled warmly at Zhang Lingyun. So Zhang's senior brother is here too. Zhang Lingyun felt uneasy at the sight of Chu Huairou as she held leverage over him. He forced a smile. Good morning, junior sister. Junior sister. Chen Anyun's face naturally softened into a gentle smile as he stepped forward and ruffled Chu Huairou's hair. What brings you here? Look at this. Chu Huairou first enjoyed the warmth on her head with half-closed eyes, then proudly produced a purple flower from her bosom. This is a rare century-old purple spirit flower. See the petals. I heard senior brother has been in seclusion to stabilize his realm. With this, your efforts will surely yield twice the results. Chen Anyun shook his head with a smile. Junior sister, you worry too much. My realm is now quite stable. I have no use for this flower. You should keep it for yourself. No. Chu Huairou pressed the flower into Chen Anyun's hands. This is a rare chance to help you, senior brother. Please don't refuse. This flower was not easy to come by. Very well, then I'll accept it. Chen Anyun sighed. Given Chu Huairou's current realm, even with her foresight, obtaining such a high-level spiritual herb must have cost her dearly. With that thought, he no longer refused and accepted the herb. A smile played at the corners of Chu Huairou's lips. That's better. If you need anything else, senior brother, just tell me. Alright, you've just advanced to Tongxian too. You should quickly stabilize your realm, especially with the spirit realm trial, just days away. Chen Anyun advised. I understand, senior brother. I'll take my leave now. Oh, and Zhang, senior brother, take care of yourself. Yes, junior sister. Zhang Lingyun quickly replied. Only after Chu Huairou flew away on her sword did Chen Anyun resume instructing Zhang Lingyun. Several more days passed. In the grand hall, the sect leader addressed the disciples. Remember, within the spirit realm, though there is no danger to your life, many have had their Tao hearts shattered during the trials, halting their progress forever. Act within your means. We obey the sect leader's decree. Go. The once Siaticade most important competition among the peaks of Tai sect, the spirit realm trial, had finally begun. The 6 peak masters sat in order. After the disciples of each peak paid their respects, they entered the teleportation array in teams. Before the spirit sword peaks array, "Senior brother, I will do my best," declared Chu Huairou confidently. "Senior brother, remember our pact," said Chen Lingxi, her expression somewhat pale. Chen Anyun knew this was likely because she had used some secret art to forcibly suppress her cultivation to the top. After all, the Spirit Pearl secret realm did not allow disciples at the Guiyuan realm to participate. "Then I await your good news." Chen Anyun nodded with a smile. He watched Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou enter the array. Then turning to Zhang Lingyun, whose expression was complex, as if he had suffered some loss, he said, "Junior brother Zhang, let us go as well." Having reached the perfection of the transcendent human realm, he could return to simplicity, his true essence contained without leakage, so there was no need to compress his realm. The formation could not detect his true cultivation. After Zhang Lingyun and Chen Anyun entered the secret realm, Chen Anyun said to Zhang Lingyun, "Junior brother Zhang, to be honest, I have recently gained some insights, and am suppressing my realm. During this trial, unless it is a critical moment, I will not act. Please take the lead." In the world of cultivation, sometimes before breaking through to the next realm, one might have an epiphany about the current realm. In such cases, cultivators often stop cultivating or even compress their realm to deliberately delay the breakthrough, aiming to go further afterward. Fighting could easily disrupt this state of enlightenment. "Senior brother, rest assured." Hearing that Chen Anyun had such a limitation, Zhang Lingyun was not angered but pleased. The senior brother's trust in revealing such an important matter to him filled him with a heavy sense of responsibility. He even walked more cautiously. On the other side, as soon as Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou landed, they first, then one pointed east, the other west. This way, they said in unison. Their gazes simultaneously turned dangerous, but remembering that their every action was under the watchful eyes of the sect leader and peak masters outside, they suppressed their anger for the moment and said in unison, "Rock, paper, scissors." Soon Chu Huairou won the round decisively. Rarely getting the better of Chen Lingxi, she was in high spirit. Chen Lingxi, on the other hand, darkened her face, looking even more gloomy than her already sickly appearance. Seeing Chen Lingxi unhappy, Chu Huairou, amidst her joy, kindly explained, "Every year during the spirit realm trial, the mechanisms are personally arranged by the 6 peak masters. Therefore, when setting them up, each peak master leaves a small advantage for their own disciples. It's an unspoken common understanding. And since the trial map simulates the real Tai sect, the mechanisms near Spirit Sword Peak were naturally set by our master." Chen Lingxi sneered, "We were both renowned figures in the upper realm, our cultivation once above the transcendent human realm. For such a trivial trial, instead of charging through, you rely on rules to win." Ungrateful, Chu Huairou replied without anger. In mortal terms, even a sage well-versed in past and present may not guess a simple lantern riddle. Do not underestimate the wisdom of lower realm sects in training disciples. After speaking, they found little common ground and trudged on in silence. Soon they spotted a massive bird cage. Inside, a mechanical bird was moving at high speed. With their keen eyesight, they immediately saw a small gray scroll hanging from its beak. It was likely the Earth scroll among the 3, heaven, earth, and human, scrolls of the trial. The mechanism's purpose was clear: to test speed and agility. "You or me?" Chu Huairou had just asked when Chen Lingxi opened the cage and stepped inside. Then with a light, ethereal movement, she matched the mechanical bird's speed and reached out to grab it. But just as she was about to succeed, the bird defied all logic, paused midair, and flew in the opposite direction, leaving Chen Lingxi grasping at nothing. "Huh, I told you not to be careless," Chu Huairou gloated. Chen Lingxi watched the mechanical bird, now moving erratically in all directions, completely unlike any normal bird, and silently acknowledged she had underestimated the lower realm. This trial tested not only speed and agility, but also the ability to break habits. Breaking habits meant temporarily defying one's common sense. People are often deceived by their own assumptions. The mechanism was deliberately shaped like a bird and initially moved like one to trick disciples into treating it as an ordinary bird. In truth, forgetting the bird's shape and treating it as a sphere moving randomly in all directions was the Having understood the crux, Chen Lingxi moved again, instantly catching up to the erratic bird and reaching out once more. This time the bird tried the same trick, pausing then diving downward. But Chen Lingxi was prepared. She hooked her jade-like foot to catch the descending bird, twisted her slender waist, and performed a looking back at the moon maneuver, snatching it in her hand. Landing softly, she carefully retrieved the scroll from the bird's beak. Exiting the cage, she casually tossed it to Chu Huairou. Chu Huairou caught it with a smile. At that moment, on one of the stone tablets in the outer hall bearing the words Spirit Sword Peak 3, clear marks appeared. Spirit Sword Peak took the lead. Watch the blade. Sword Style 3, read in snow. Clang. A long sword was knocked out of hand and flew away, embedding itself into a tree trunk nearby. I concede. I lost. The junior sister's swordsmanship is exquisite. As the trial progressed methodically, the fierce competition between the various peaks grew increasingly intense, gradually falling into a state of stalemate. On the Spirit Sword Peak, Chen Anyun and Chu Huairou carved through their opponents one after another, securing victory after victory. Unfortunately, Chen Anyun, the senior disciple of Spirit Sword Peak, seemed distracted. His lack of effort astonishing. Coupled with Du Qingshan and his companion's limited strength, they could offer little effective support. Thus, although Spirit Sword Peak temporarily held the lead, the point advantage was extremely slim, insufficient to truly distance themselves from the other peaks. Meanwhile, the sect leader and the peak masters were intently watching the water mirror, closely monitoring every move of the disciples within the trial grounds. Although the water mirror could not transmit sound, it displayed the various battles occurring within the spirit realm in vivid detail. When they saw Chen Anyun and Chu Huairou, the elders repeatedly nodded, showering the two disciples with the two personal disciples under junior brother Li have boundless potential. You flatter me. Li Wuji's face blossomed into a childlike radiant smile, his aged features tightly creased, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. But just as everyone was immersed in this splendid trial, suddenly an extraordinarily violent tremor surged from beneath the ground, without warning. In an instant, the entire ground seemed to quake, and even the distant mountains appeared, affected, faint sounds of rolling rocks echoing. Trouble. Sect leader Xianxia was the first to sense the anomaly, swiftly circulating his magic power. A faint golden light emanated from his body, spreading across the entire hall, and the surrounding tremors subsided instantly. Senior brother's cultivation has advanced again. It seems senior brother is but a step away from that realm. Everyone sighed in admiration. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the previously clear water mirror image flickered violently, shrinking several times before vanishing completely, leaving only a pitch-black void. What's happening? What is going on? The peak masters' faces turned grim. Xianxia closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then his expression drastically changed. It's a spatial tremor. A spatial rift has appeared in the spirit realm. At this, everyone's hearts sank. Spatial rifts were not uncommon in the lower realms, especially in places where high-level cultivators had fought. The other end of a spatial rift could be a minor world, an upper realm, or the star domain of the outer heavenly demons, or most likely an endless void. At such a time, the spatial rift would suck in all people and objects around it, and anyone drawn into the endless void would face certain death regardless of cultivation level. The duration of a spatial rift varied. With luck, the heavenly Tao would quickly detect and repair it, but if unlucky, it could persist for a day or two, sweeping a region into a dead zone. Though not common, such an event occurred once every 100 or 200 years. Thus, when they realized this spatial rift had appeared within the spirit realm, everyone was at a loss. The spirit realm was an independent space opened by the supreme elders of Tai's sect, who were at the heavenly realm. Isolated from the greater world now, with spatial tremors, the realm was completely sealed until the rift was repaired. Entering or exiting could be affected by the spatial fluctuations, potentially teleporting one into the endless void. While the peak masters outside were as frantic as ants on a hot pan inside the spirit realm, Chen Anyun's leisurely movements suddenly halted, his face turning pale. Holy crap! He barely managed to shout before Xiang Lingyun turned around to find that their senior disciple had vanished without a trace. Above the spirit realm, a crimson figure floated silently, in midair, robes fluttering, exuding an aura that made one's heart tremble. Her frosty, cold eyes gazed down at the scenery below without a trace of emotion. After a long moment, the figure seemed to sense something. Her originally icy gaze, like a calm lake suddenly struck by a boulder, stirred up 1,000 ripples. Her eyes blazed with intense fervor, like burning flames, revealing an uncontrollable passion. At the same time, her delicate crimson lips curved upward into a slightly mad smile. A low, chilling laughter escaped her lips, brimming with boundless killing intent, as if emerging from the legendary 9 Nether Hell. I've finally found you. Master. System, think of something quick. Can you hide me? Not a trace of aura left. System, say something. System. Host, don't panic first. You absolutely must not reveal that you have memories of your rebirth. Right. I was scared out of my wits. Digging a tunnel is useless. Chen Anyun channeled his spiritual power to fill in the tunnel he had just dug. He knew that the one descending through space at this moment was a genuine powerhouse at the heavenly venerate realm. Back then, due to various reasons, she had fallen to the lower realm and was found by him. Then it happened to coincide with his own bout of blade addiction. While completing a mission, he not only left her battered and bruised, but also just before she returned to the upper realm, she went berserk and nearly slaughtered the entire lower realm. It almost brought the entire world to a premature end. Thinking of this, Chen Anyun suddenly calmed down. He couldn't panic now. Given her temperament, though she might not destroy the world at this moment, casually annihilating the entire Tai sect was no empty threat. Moreover, her crossing space must have limitations. As long as he stalled for time until the heavenly Tao detected her, she would be immediately repatriated. Host, hang in there. I'm going to the main system to fetch reinforcements now. System, I'm counting on you, oh. Sensing that familiar aura drawing closer, Chen Anyun took a deep breath, then pretended to cultivate His cultivation base was concealed by the system, so even though she was a heavenly venerate, she wouldn't be able to see. Yet this thought brought him no peace. He knew these tricks might work on other female leads, but for her, well, all he could say was that when he never imagined the world would restart, he had done some things far too ruthlessly. But though she was already behind him, she made no move. Had she finally grown up? Not until he heard footsteps behind him did Chen Anyun mentally shout, "System, I'm counting on you," 3 times before slowly turning around. With a wary look, he addressed the woman in red before him. "Junior sister, this is where I cultivate. There are no scrolls here. Please seek elsewhere." Staring at her long-unseen, breathtakingly beautiful face, Chen Anyun felt a surge of complex emotions. It had been so long. Liuli. Pretend ha, keep pretending. Watching the unfamiliarity in the man's eyes, Liuli almost wanted to laugh. Like a cat toying with a mouse, she said lightly, "I see. Then I shall take my leave, senior brother." With that, she stood still, silently watching Chen Anyun. Feeling her aggressive gaze, he couldn't hold out any longer and asked cautiously, "Junior sister, why are you still here?" Seeing Chen Anyun's gentle expression, Liuli was momentarily stunned. Then a surge of infinite rage welled up in her heart. That was it. That was exactly it. It was this man who in his past life had used that harmless facade and carefully crafted words to make her fall bit by bit. Now that she had finally found him, he actually tried the same old trick. The killing intent in Liuli's eyes deepened, but her voice grew even sweeter. "Senior brother, could you lend me something?" "What?" Chen Anyun had just opened his mouth. But the next moment Liuli let out a cold laugh. With a mere reach of her hand, his slender neck was already in her grasp. Damn it, this crazy woman hasn't changed a bit. Feeling the immense spiritual power at his neck, Chen Anyun couldn't just wait to die. Although he was only at the peak of the transcendent human realm, with his absurdly powerful strength passives, he might still be able to contend with a heavenly venerate. But remembering everything he had done to the woman before him, his heart involuntarily softened again. So using the power befitting a latest-stage profound passage realm cultivator, he struggled weakly, naturally contorting his face into an expression of pain. On the other side, seeing the pain etched on the man's brow, Liuli felt a surge of pleasure, like eating a chilled pear soup on a scorching summer day. Yes, he had fed her that in his past life. That wonderful taste had lingered in her heart for a long, long time. She had even thought she would remember it forever. But fortunately, it no longer required such trouble. Just seeing him in pain was enough to make her joy overflow. "Master, how long will you keep pretending?" Her grip tightened. Chen Anyun remained silent, his face gradually turning blue from lack of oxygen, as if he would suffocate at any moment. Is this woman really going to kill me? No, if I resist now, everything will be ruined. Why isn't the system back yet? Chen Anyun grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, Liuli frowned, feeling the struggle in her hand weaken. She ultimately chose to let go, allowing Chen Anyun to collapse to the ground, gasping for fresh air. He wore an expression of surviving a catastrophe, his gaze towards her tinged with fear. Just as the woman before him knew him, he knew her even better. Showing weakness now would only fuel her desires and prevent her from going mad and doing something far more terrifying. Interesting. Liuli smiled. "Master, even now you won't slip up. Should I call you strong-willed or a born liar?" Saying this, she slowly placed a hand on Chen Anyun's head, then clenched it tightly. Soul search art. Instead of panicking, Chen Anyun was delighted. As a man with a system, his mind was protected by it. The soul search art could only find what he wanted it to find. Chen Anyun cooperatively fed the original Buddhist memories into Liuli's soul search art. After a while, Liuli threw the trembling Chen Anyun to the ground like a broken doll. Then her face was filled with disbelief. "Impossible, this can't be. I've been reborn, yet you remember." She stared deeply at Chen Anyun. "Are you really just like everyone else, merely living another life?" Haha. Do you think I would believe that?" She crouched down, grabbing Chen Anyun again, looking into his eyes. After a moment of thought, she bit down. The next moment, Chen Anyun felt a soft warmth enter his mouth, skillfully prying apart his teeth. Then came a moment of lingering passion. Only when she bit his lip until it bled, the blood flowing into her mouth, did she push him away. A thin, translucent crimson thread stretched between their lips. "I knew it. You must have used some method to block the soul search art, right?" She lowered her head, staring intently into Chen Anyun's eyes, as if searching for what she wanted. But unfortunately his eyes held only vigilance, defensiveness, and humiliation. It's okay. Liuli smiled. It's okay if you don't admit it. The people in this secret realm are all your fellow disciples, aren't they? They'll capture them and kill them one by one right in front of you. You mad woman, kill me. Chen Anyun rasped hoarsely. Kill me, but don't touch them. Kill you. Liuli shook her head. How could I let you die so easily, my master? I don't even know you. Huh, keep pretending. Liuli's gaze turned cold. Since that's the case, I'll kill a few first to wet my ass. As Liuli finished speaking, she began to cast a spell to drag over the nearest disciples. But at that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, landing on her. The heavenly Tao? So soon. Liuli unwillingly channeled her spiritual power, trying to break free from the golden light binding her. But no matter how she struggled, the golden light only grew tighter, eventually carrying her to a spatial rift. Then the light flung her into the rift, which began to slowly close. Chen Anyun let out a long sigh of relief. But a voice still drifted from the rift. Master, don't think you can run. I will come back for you. Host, I arrived just in time, didn't I? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lucky you came when you did, or I would have been exposed. Chen Anyun's heart still raced with lingering fear. Though he was no saint, he never wished for anyone to die for him, so he had been ready to act. But at the last moment, the heavenly Tao appeared and pulled that woman away. In the current lower realm, no one with cultivation exceeding the transcendent human stage was permitted to exist. That woman had evaded the heavenly Tao's surveillance, entirely tearing through the spatial barrier between the upper and lower realms with sheer brute force to descend. So, when will she next be able to dodge the heavenly Tao's gaze and tear open a spatial rift? Chen Anyun asked. It's hard to say. The heavenly Tao doesn't watch any single person constantly. Though she's briefly caught its attention, she's the female lead blessed with fortune. At the shortest a month or two, at most a year. The system analyzed earnestly, but host, according to the original plot, wasn't she supposed to be in deep trouble? Her appearance now means she's already resolved her troubles, Chen Anyun said with a bitter smile. And now nothing is more important to her than taking revenge on me. Back then he never imagined the world would reset, so he left no contingency plans, only intending to return to Earth once the mission was complete. Alas, it's my fault. Why did I have to conduct that experiment? At the time, freshly returned from the Sea Clan, Chen Anyun sought to study the origin of regret points out of boredom. Thus a whimsical thought struck him: if unfulfilled desire counted as regret, would regretting ever meeting him also qualify? And then he encountered Liuli, who had fallen to the lower realm, with her cultivation crippled. He proceeded to hurt her in the most brutal way. Of course, even so, Liuli ultimately gained everything she desired. So host, what do we do now? The system asked with concern. She must have locked onto your location using some secret technique. Given her nature, she'll never give up. She'll keep coming back time and again. Recalling Liuli's troublesome personality, Chen Anyun felt a headache coming on. Let's take it step by step. Worst case, I'll risk exposing my identity and fight her, driving her out of the lower realm first. Upper realm cultivators in the lower realm faced numerous restrictions. Even without advancing his cultivation, Chen Anyun was at least 90% confident he could defeat Liuli under such constraints. And I did leave some contingency measures back then, but she was so blinded by hatred that they all became useless. As Liuli was expelled from the lower realm by the heavenly Tao, the entire spirit realm returned to normal. For most disciples participating in the spirit realm trial, aside from feeling a slight tremor, they had no idea what had transpired. Why most? Because for Xianxia and Chu Huairou, the former celestial venerable and former empress, the event could not escape their perception. That was the palace lord of the violet heavenly heartbreak palace, Liuli the immortal, wasn't it? It should be. At the peach banquet back then, she wasn't far from me. I still remember. The Heartbreak Palace, one of the top sects in the upper realms, 9 heavens and 10 lands, naturally cultivated the path of severing emotions and love. And everyone knew that those who embarked on this path often had untold stories behind them. Even Xianxia and Chu Huairou couldn't resist gossiping. Liuli the immortal appearing here. Could it be that the legendary person who made her sever her emotions is in this very place? Chu Huairou couldn't help joking, then noticed Xianxia wasn't laughing with her, but staring at her with a strange. Why are you staring at me? Chu Huairou felt a chill. You say? If Liuli the immortal really came for the one who made her sever her emotions, who is most likely? You mean? This time Chu Huairou caught on. They both said simultaneously, husband. Senior brother. Hey, can you not call him husband in front of me? After all, that was your past life, Chu Huairou said displeasedly. Is this the time to worry about that? Xianxia shot her a glare. Even as a rival, she was frustrated by her lack of urgency. I think you're overthinking it. Liuli the immortal appearing here might just be a coincidence, Chu Huairou said. Back in your spirit pearl secret realm, didn't you say senior brother was dead? Didn't you also think my husband was dead, eh? Xianxia sneered. You claim your love is stronger than gold, but when he lost his cultivation and had only 10 years to live, why didn't you go find him? How could you say I didn't? Struck to the heart, Chu Weir's eyes reddened as she retorted loudly. What do you know? I searched everywhere. I covered every distance a mortal could in 10 years, every town, every village, but I couldn't find him. What else could I do? Both fell silent. In any case, Lioli the immortal was full of murderous intent. If she's truly after my husband, senior brother, I fear he can't handle it with his current cultivation. Though the heavenly Tao appeared in time to expel her from the lower realm, we must find him as soon as possible. I saw her descend toward the northwest earlier. Let's head that way. The two who had always been at odds now shared a rare common goal and hurried northwest. In the upper realm at the Ziwei heaven outside a delicate pavilion, a narrow, deep rift split the air without warning, as if a wound had been torn in the fabric of space itself. Then a crimson silhouette plunged from the rift like a shooting star hurtling toward the ground. At the critical moment, she barely managed to stabilize herself. No sooner had she steadied herself than a surge of heat rose to her throat. Instinctively she covered her mouth, but it was too late. A thread of vivid blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Luli furrowed her brow, sensing the chaotic celestial energy within her. The once orderly currents now rampaged like unbridled stallions, sending sharp pain through her meridians. She couldn't help a wry smile. The backlash from the heavenly Tao had far exceeded her expectations. As things stood, she would likely be unable to attempt breaking through the void again for an entire year. Luli parted her lips only to let out a helpless sigh. Master, I will have to wait another year. At the thought, the emotions within her surged like an unquenchable flame. Without hesitation, she sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, formed hand seals, and began to circulate her energy to regulate her condition. As the technique operated, spiritual energy gradually gathered around her, permeating her body with a cool sensation that intertwined and merged with the turbulent celestial energy. This rebirth had completely emptied the heartless Tao fruit she had cultivated for millennia. As if a lingering effect, the feelings for that person, dormant for 1,000 years, had rekindled, burning far more fiercely and dangerously than in her previous life. In her past life, when she had lost everything, he had given her redemption. But when she thought she was about to gain everything, he had ruthlessly taken it all away again. At the thought, she sensed her celestial energy growing unstable once more. Yet even so, she had no intention of cultivating the heartless Tao in this life. 1 year then. It would be time well spent to thoroughly resolve all the troublesome matters around her. As if in response to her thought, a maidservant approached her, a faint sneer in her eyes, and said coldly, Eldest Miss, the family head requests your presence in the main hall within quarter of an hour to discuss the matter of transplanting immortal bones with the second miss. I understand, Luli replied calmly. Indeed, in this second life, she had thought reliving these events would stir no emotions, but unexpectedly, they still managed to disgust her. In her previous life, she was born with immortal bones, and after centuries of cultivation, she had reached the immortal venerable realm. The entire Tantai family, fueled by her glory, had risen to become a top-tier clan among the 9 heavens and 10 lands. She had thought her parents would be proud of her, but they favored her younger sister instead. Worse still, her childhood betrothed had long been secretly involved with that sister. Then someone publicly accused her of stealing her sister's immortal bones as a child through her wet nurse. Unable to defend herself, she still believed it was a misunderstanding and tried to clear her name. Only when she was tricked into digging out her own immortal bones to prove her innocence did she realize it was all a conspiracy. They had exploited her attachment to family and her concern for the clan's reputation to orchestrate everything. Then, her sister transplanted her immortal bones and soared to greatness. After losing her immortal bones, her cultivation plummeted, her path to immortality was severed, and becoming an immortal became a distant dream. She thought she would waste away blind and foolish, but they squeezed out her last bit of value by marrying her off to the son of the floating Tsang Holy Land's lord. Everyone knew that Lord Sun was a notorious rake who had ruined countless female cultivators through heretical dual cultivation. Finally, she found a chance and leaped from the execution platform. She had thought she would die, but somehow ended up in the lower realm where she met that man. Of course, she eventually returned to the upper realm and slaughtered all who had wronged her. Yet now in this second life, the same disgusting events were repeating. But would she still be the foolish girl who dug out her own bones to prove her innocence? So Luli, no, now she had not yet abandoned her surname as in her past life. Now she was Tantai Luli. She called out to the maidservant who was about to turn back with an arrogant air. You have no respect for your mistress and bully your master. I sentence you to sever one arm. What did you say? The maidservant's pupils contracted. Do you know whose personal maid I am? It matters not whose maid you are. I am Tantai Luli, the eldest daughter of the Tantai family, a heavenly venerable realm powerhouse. Tantai Luli sneered. You dare talk back? That's an additional charge. You shall commit suicide. Then, as if recalling something, she changed her mind. Never mind, I still need you to report back to those people. Just cut off one arm for now. Before the maid could speak, Tantai Luli merely moved her mind. A flash of cold light, and amid the maid's agonized scream, a pale arm fell to the ground. Blood quickly soaked the soil into a dark crimson. Tantai Luli, I am the personal maid of young Master Song Yushu. If you treat me like this, aren't you afraid he will be angered and refuse to marry you? Angered? Tantai Luli revealed a bewitching smile. Whether he would blame me for a mere servant, I am a heavenly venerable of this era. What right does he have to say he is unwilling to marry me? Get lost. Tell those bitches to wait. I will come to them soon. I have a score to settle, well and thoroughly. You're insane, Tantai Luli. You will regret this. The maid picked up her severed arm and staggered away while viciously thinking that she would slander Lu Li to the young master and have him call off the engagement. Indeed, the second miss was the true match for him. Catching the venomous look in the maid's eyes, Tantai Lu Li could guess her thoughts without effort. But she paid it no. This maid named Xiao had been one she had tried to curry favor with in her past life for the sake of that scoundrel Song Yushu. Yet no matter what she did, the maid always thought her sister was more worthy of his young master. And Song Yushu, who had always presented himself as a gentleman, had never even touched her hand during their decades-long engagement, but had secretly been intimate with her sister. However, this maid's end was also tragic. She hadn't even waited for Lu Li to return to the upper realm. She had vied for Song Yushu's affection with her sister, and was eventually mutilated. Her hands and feet cut off, eyes gouged out, tongue severed, turned into a human pig. Later, when Lu Li saw her, she was stuffed in a jar, sobbing and wailing. After Tantai Luli finished her meditation, she slowly made her way to the main hall. At this moment, the rumor that she had stolen her younger sister's immortal bone in childhood was spreading like wildfire. But unlike her previous life, when her heart was filled with anxiety, now looking at the crowd in the hall who appeared ready to condemn her, she almost felt like laughing. And then she actually let out a laugh. Unfilial daughter. Even now you refuse to admit you're wrong. And you still have the audacity to laugh. Her father, without even conducting an investigation, had already publicly declared her guilty. Sister, I believe you wouldn't do such a thing. It must have been that wet nurse's private actions. Her younger sister, pretending to trust her, was subtly trying to solidify the accusation with every word. Lioli, is the elder sister, what's wrong with giving in to your younger sibling? Her mother, on the other hand, ceaselessly brainwashed her, using the identity of an elder sister to shackle her layer by layer. These were the family she had cherished as her own life in her past life. Enough. Tantai Lioli commanded softly. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the three, she released her full immortal sovereign aura and said in an icy tone, "From this day forth, anyone who dares to speak disrespectfully of an immortal sovereign shall die." Then, meeting her father's somewhat evasive eyes, she smiled and said, "Father, is this method of handling the matter to your satisfaction?" The heavens of the Tantai family had changed. This news quickly spread across the 9 heavens, and Tantai Lioli first punished several cultivators who had spread the rumors with the crime of disrespecting an immortal sovereign. After publicly torturing them to the brink of death for several days, she sent them to the execution immortal platform and annihilated their souls completely. Afterward, she publicly declared that from then on she would be the head of the Tantai family. This did not cause much of a stir across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, for when a cultivator of the immortal sovereign realm acts, there will always be great scholars to justify their deeds. Or rather, as in her previous life, when she was a heavenly sovereign expert, yet still constrained at home, that was the truly bizarre circumstance. As for her parents, she had already killed them once in her past life. Seeing the two now trembling with regret, Tantai Lioli found it utterly uninteresting. Thus she crippled their cultivation, leaving them to live out their lives as mere mortals. As for her younger sister Tantai Lisha, Tantai Lioli unexpectedly spared her, merely tossing her a copy of the scripture of severing emotions. This is a cultivation art from the ancient Heartless Palace. If you think I have ruined you, feel free to practice it, and then come seek revenge on me. Killing her would be too easy. In her past life, she had endured endless pain cultivating this art, and she wanted Tantai Lisha to experience the same. Tantai Lisha smiled bitterly. Sister, if you want to kill me, just do it with one sword strike. Though this art is called severing emotions, it cannot be mastered without great love. All I did was out of jealousy, wanting your power and status. Even Song Yushu was merely a pawn I used against you. A selfish person like me could never have great love. This art is useless to me. Practicing it would only lead to demonic possession. How do you know so clearly? Tantai Luli's heart tightened. This art was something she had stumbled upon in a corner of the family library in her past life. It was precisely by relying on this art that she had managed to ascend again and exact her revenge. Because I was the one who placed that art there, guiding you to find it. Sister, you were stuck at the peak of the heavenly human realm for years, willing to try anything. As long as there was hope, you would likely attempt any art. Unexpectedly, you were so brilliant that you forcefully broke through the bottleneck before even cultivating that art. So that was it. Tantai Liuli had never imagined that obtaining this art was orchestrated by her sister. Moreover, before breaking through that bottleneck, she had indeed considered cultivating it. Then, replaying Tantai Lisha's words in her mind, a sudden realization struck her. What do you mean by saying this art cannot be cultivated without great love in one's heart? Oh, sister doesn't know. Tantai Lisha, already resigned to death, did not bother to be cryptic or spiteful. Well, this is a secret of the ancient Heartless Palace. I only learned of it by chance. She continued, the arts of the ancient Heartless Palace were created by the heartless immortal sovereign. They are extremely demanding. To succeed in cultivation, one must first experience the most beautiful love in the world, then at the height of infatuation suddenly awaken and sever all emotional ties. Otherwise, one will surely fall into demonic possession and suffer a fate worse than death. What? Tantai Liuli exclaimed in shock. Experience the most beautiful love, then at the height of infatuation awaken and sever all emotional ties. How is that possible? Indeed, it is impossible. Tantai Lisha sneered. That is why the disciples of the ancient Heartless Palace dwindled. Matters of the heart are easy to fall into, but hard to escape, especially for us women who are more prone to being immersed in them. So to master the scripture of severing emotions, the female disciples of the Heartless Palace devised a sinister plan. They would first slaughter a family, leaving only a young man alive. Then they would deliberately rescue him, spend days and nights together, foster feelings, and eventually reveal themselves as the true culprits behind the massacre. At that moment, the man consumed by pain would easily choose to seek revenge. Then the female disciple could extricate herself from love, kill her husband, and prove her Tao. Because of this, the ancient Heartless Palace frequently committed massacres, nearly being branded a demonic sect. It was only in later generations that a prodigy modified the art, allowing the current Heartless Palace to stand firmly across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Otherwise, it would have long been destroyed by other sects united against it. You asking me to cultivate the scripture of severing emotions is no different from killing me with one sword. In the end, Tantai Liuli still crippled her sister's cultivation and sent her to be with their parents. Since the three loved each other so much, let them see how much familial affection remained once they were stripped of wealth, glory, and the path to immortality and cast down into the mortal world. Even so, Tantai Lisha's revelation about the ancient Heartless Palace kept echoing in her mind. The image of that man's heartless demeanor and the way he tormented her remained vivid. Yet strangely unlike before, when thinking of these things only ignited her fury now as she earnestly recalled those scenes. She felt as if there was something hidden in that man's eyes that she could not fathom. So, what was real? What was false? What was the true answer? Tell me, master.